or she's cheering for him. Like they have. It's not like Joe Rogan's not a man who has opportunity. I mean, he's surrounded by UFC ring girls, for God's sakes. Like, this is a guy who has all the opportunity in the world. And he seems to be quite a fan of his wife. And that is, that's a superpower. Like, that's a real thing. Now, the question is, he doesn't seem to talk about it like, oh, I can't really work at that. And that's not a man to talk about what he works at. He's pretty honest about, man, yeah, I got to work really hard to stay in shape. I got to work really hard to be able to do this. Like, yeah, I'm not good at memorizing that. It takes time. But I've never heard him say, like, oh, marriage is a lot of work. Like, and I think that's to his credit because it seems like they're enjoying that. Yeah, it's also not incredibly public. Like, it's not something most people couldn't pick her out of a lineup.
He kept it private for many years, just because it's a private joy, it's a private, like, deep, meaningful, intimate partnership. That's interesting. Hey, that's also an inspiration. It doesn't. Not everything about your life has to be this, like look at me, I'm happy. Like, I'm in a happy relationship. Everything is wonderful.
Especially that.
Look at this athleticism.
Something about the womb-like, cocoon-like.
Are you fucking
joy,
serious?
Of like love. When you're just tucked in, snuggled in, just pressed against each other with that. Like that's such a, it's just the two of you. Yeah. And that's lovely, and that's such a good thing. And I like, we're just dying for connection, and that connection is so big. It's so everything. One of my earliest psychedelic experiences, probably when I was a teenager, but a theme that's been persistent in every psychedelic experience I've ever had is this idea of like everything is connection. Everything is being pressed to someone and with them, like the warmth of human connection. Like one of the reasons I enjoy listening to your work and your perspective has always been that I think at the core you see connection and love. And I think for me, from my earliest experiences with psychedelics at 16, 17, I was very attuned to that. I was very much, that was put on my radar by psychedelics and just stayed part of my consciousness forever.
Just going live.
I think I had a 30-something year break from psychedelics. But it was like when I came back to it, I went, oh yeah, it's still there. That's still the core of everything.
Are you fucking serious?
I mean, it's fascinating how deeply you value
bullshit,
connection, how
just
empathic you are, that you would be doing what you're doing, which is, or is it not?
I think it's the opposite. No, I think it's actually why I'm well suited for what I do. I think what I do is I have to.
Are you fucking serious?
The story of my client and know it and feel it very deeply, and I have to feel it in a very human way that's very compassionate to this person, and then I have to feel it and understand it in a way that's incredibly antagonistic to it, so I can shore up defenses. So I have to feel this person's story and feelings from every possible angle, because every one of them is a vulnerability and every one of them is a potential strength and potential defense. And so I actually think it's my number one, other than extemporaneous speaking ability, it is my number one job tool. It's the ability to radically empathize and to put myself in the emotional state of someone in its best possible light and its worst possible light, so that I can see, again, the defense and I can see the vulnerability.
But I mean, so that's beautifully put, but also just to bear witness to this connection.
I bet that fucking bitch crashed.
In those dramatic way, over and over and over and over.
What is this bullshit?
Hard, but I was a hospice volunteer for many, many years.
Dude, this dude loves sucking his own dick.
And it really showed me a lot about, what is sadness, what is tragic, and what is just
love?
Inevitable
Baby,
decay, what is pain and decay. Like, we all die. Play a game you can't win to the other. And so if we know the answer to all of this, then what do we do with the rest of that time? All your stuff is
Look at
just
this
stuff.
athleticism.
It's just gonna go to the the money.
Damn,
is
I don't
gonna
have that
go.
thing on
Everything
which
your
you
looks
grab
is
it
gonna
on.
go. Everything's gonna go. Love's gonna end one way. Then what
I
are
gotta
we
take
doing?
a piss.
You know, and I think it's love and connection. But what
Oh, it
I'm
is.
doing for a living
Getting those dead
is
skin
helping.
cells, bro.
And I don't look at it as what I'm doing is helping people beat the crap out of each other. I look at it as I'm trying to help a client build their post-divorce life. To sort of rise from the ashes of that which has fallen apart and move on to the next chapter and refocus and have the things they need financially, emotionally, whatever it might be, interpersonally in terms of their kids. And so for me, it's actually a job that is very consistent with my desire to build connection and to be empathetic.
Dog,
And
no
witnessing
one
the ashes
fucking
doesn't make you
cares.
cynical about the whole thing of love.
No, because
I
again,
gotta take such a piss.
56% of marriages end in divorce, but 84% are remarried within 5 years. Like we keep doing it over and over again.
That's a good thing.
I think it is a good
The
thing.
mess of it, the absurdity of it, the hypocrisy of it. That's something. There's something beautiful about that.
Well, it's just the return is so great on the investment, listen, man, I've had more than one dog. Like when my dog died, the first dog I had died. I remember when I'm never gonna love again. I'm done. I'm done with this. I will never expose myself to this kind of pain again. I'll never have to take the dog bed and put it in the closet and And then some friend called me and said, we have an adoption event. Can you just watch this dog for 24 hours and then we'll take him? We just need, And I went, yeah, all right, I'll watch a dog for the night, and this dog coming in and said, oh, he has mange. He's not going to, I got another dog. He walked in and my heart went, yeah, I got a dog. And now that dog is 13 years old and his eyes are cloudy and he doesn't go up the stairs real well. And he's going to break my heart. And I wouldn't change that for the world.
I'm still there. I'm still struggling for the second one. I lost a dog and it broke my heart.
Yeah. And you'll never lose that pain. But I promise you, your heart has an infinite capacity for the kind of love you felt with that dog, and you'll never feel a love that replaces the whole. Like there will never be another Buster.
This is the worst.
But there was a and
I gotta take such a piss,
you know
kid.
what? And when he's gone,
What in the fuck? Shit.
But you know what? When that stupid puppy that was 5 months old,
Oh man, I gotta
stumbled
whiz.
in and went, I guess I'm gonna do this again. And you know what? I'm so glad.
So
glad.
badly.
And I know, by the way, I know now because that's
Scale
what
1
I
to 10.
said.
Motherfucker, this is a
Brodsky
69.
song, a song.
I gotta
wish I knew
piss.
no astronomy when stars appear.
I get
wish I
spray
didn't
all
know the
over.
pain. But you know what?
Like a fucking
I don't care.
lemonade
I don't
stand.
care. And I
Bitches
believe
are gonna
people
call me,
don't
hey,
care.
lemonade.
I think
Hey,
there's
lemonade
something
stand.
to that.
Lady,
Something hurts so
stop.
badly.
What's up, rabbit?
And you go, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again. Then it must be a value. It must be a real value.
There's also a different perspective on it, that pain. So there's that.
Hey, lemonade
From
stand.
Louis the show.
Lady, shut
this
the fuck
interaction
up.
with an old man with Louis C.K. and he says that because Louis
I gotta take a
mourning the
whiz
loss of, got split
so
up,
badly.
or whatever.
Look at this athleticism.
He's mourning the loss
Unprecedented
of love.
athleticism. I gotta take a dump.
That
The dumps I gotta
that's
take.
part.
Just
Missing the love.
unbelievable.
Still love.
Oh.
The
Dun,
real
dun,
bad
dun,
parts
dun,
you
dun,
get
dun.
when the pain fades, it's all gone.
Man, I gotta
Pain
take
is
a
actually
shit.
a kind of celebration of the love.
Scale 1 to 10.
Well, the opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is indifference. There's no question about that. I mean, hate is a passionate emotion. Love is a passionate emotion. But and there is a school of thought that says that only unfulfilled love can be truly romantic. But I believe that.
Man, I
It's
gotta
what I think
look
I
at
learned
these.
from
Look at this
Austin,
body.
that I think
Oh,
for me, knowing the impermanence
Oh, I gotta whiz.
is the thing.
Hey, whiz kid.
It's the key.
Lady.
Yeah, it's finite. Eventually, it's gonna be over. And so, like that intensifies the feeling. That's when you can have.
Oh man,
pure
I gotta
love
take a
without
dump.
trauma.
Dogs are for me a great example And again, I don't know what it all means.
Oh
right?
man, my
Just kinda
butthole,
showing
my
you.
perineum's
But I
about
just
to
feel
burst.
like they have
I can
that
feel the
kind
pressure
of
in my
love
perineum.
has to be here to
That's
take
my
us.
tank.
And I
Is
feel
it?
like the
Yeah.
fact that they're so amazing.
This is a
and
landing
so
strip,
loving
and that's the
so
perineum.
wonderful. The bond we feel is so amazing and deep.
You know these
It
things.
doesn't require a lot of
Scientists.
maintenance.
Oh,
And yet,
oh my
it's so
god.
good. It's just
Oh
short
my
little
god.
things. And I feel like
Man, I gotta take a
there's just
piss
such a lesson there.
so badly,
There's so much
but I
there
sort of
bring
also
out
have to take a
about
shit.
the nature of connection and
Scale 1 to
loss,
10.
and
George
you
Tenet.
know that
Fuck.
your heart
This
has
is the
this infinite
worst.
capacity. Like when you're, I'm telling you, when
Oh
when
man,
my
I bet
dog
this thing didn't
died,
fucking
when
record.
Buster died,
Oh hey, you wanted it to record?
with certainty, I will
Fuck
never
this
do
shit.
this again, because I'll never
What is this
love that
bullshit?
dog. I'll never love a dog the way I love this dog, and it's just not true. It's just not true.
Yo, dog.
Like you have this infinite capacity, and it's that makes it scary.
What the
actually,
fuck just
because,
happened?
like right now, there's so many
Yo, dog.
people you could love. There's so many dogs
Dog.
you could love.
Dog.
There's so much out there.
Quit with the shit
And
and
it
just
requires
fucking
a
work.
certain bravery and
Just
a
win,
certain amount of
baby.
risk to do it.
That's good. Oh, dude,
And,
that shit sucks. I told
yeah.
you. That's gonna happen.
Because I think to really experience love, you should just dive in. There is
That
confusion about
is
people,
the
but to
worst
really,
shit
like,
I have ever
you have to
seen.
like really dive into the full complexity, the full range of another human being.
Yeah, which is hard.
This is
We
the
don't even-
worst
I don't know
shit
that we
of
even
all
go
time.
diving into the
No
feelings
one
of
has
ourselves.
ever known
Yeah, the pieces
anything
of ourselves we try
so
to push away.
shitty. The worst.
Okay, so
Shit
speaking of the whole
ever.
sociopath/empath that is all embodied in one human being, that is you. Let's go back
Dog,
to
this
some
is just
cases
incredible.
perhaps, that
Incredible.
you've worked
I have to
on.
pee.
Just something that stands out.
Come on, go live, you
Maybe,
shitbag.
The
There you
craziest,
go, you
most
little
complicated
bitch.
thing you've worked on. Is there something that pops to mind?
Craziest can be
cunt.
different than most common.
Hey,
Let's go
everybody.
crazy.
Yeah, so
Suck.
craziest.
They were just going like this.
Gosh,
We call this
that's a
candy
good question.
caning.
So
You don't
from
even know
a
what candy caning is, girl.
chaos
I
standpoint,
don't know
I mean,
what
I
candy
see so
cane
many.
is. You don't know what
bizarre
fucking
fact
candy
patterns,
caning is.
So many
I'm gonna have a candy
variations
cane.
of
I'm gonna
people
stick it
sleeping
inside
with
you and I'm gonna
people
just
sleeping
pump
with the nanny, people sleeping with
Really?
someone, a relative of their
Yeah.
spouse,
What?
people having
Just
same-sex
stick candy
or
canes in
polyamorous
bitches?
relationships
Like
that
big
the
ones?
person doesn't
Yeah,
even
like
know
get it
about.
in there and then just.
So much craziness that you can fill 15 books.
So
In
it's great,
terms of
kid.
complexity,
Calm down, woman.
You know, I mean, emotionally complex as any custody case is emotionally
I'm in a candy
complex
cane, bitches.
because you're dealing with parenting issues. And
Oh
what
my
makes a good
god.
parent, I think, is a very tricky question.
I'm gonna get that. Oh, I
You know,
gotta piss.
I'm trying to convince
But I
a
sort of have
judge
to shit.
who's a better parent, and that is so
Don't
loaded
believe me,
with
just watch.
subjective.
Don't believe me,
you
just
know,
watch. Don't
value
believe me, just
judgments.
watch. Hey,
Is there
hey,
just to lean
hey,
on the maternal
stop.
presumption? Is that
Wait a minute.
thing you
Fill my cup, put some liquor in
come
it.
face to face with
Time
often?
to check.
Well, there was.
Grab
I
it
mean,
down.
it was real.
No, it's
It was
something-
the law. There was something in the
Julio,
law
get
called the
stretched.
maternal presumption. It was also known as the
Island,
10 years doctrine,
island.
which meant that a child under
Living
the
it
age
up
of
in
7
the
was
city.
presumed
Got
to be in
chucks
the
on,
custody of
going.
the mother,
They mom.
unless you could
Gotta
show she
kiss
was
himself.
an
So
unfit
pretty.
mother.
That's so hot.
So that's
Hot
where the
damn.
idea of like
Hot
someone
damn,
has to be
girls.
proven an unfit
Call the
mother came
police
from.
and
Now,
the
in
fireman.
80s,
It's no hot.
1980s,
Hot damn. Make a Dragon
That's
Ball
changed.
when they retire, man.
But-
Like Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah.
Dragon Balls.
under
I used
my
to just
skin
call
is
that
under my
shit Dragon
sovereignty.
Balls.
I mean, you can't
Why?
suggest that
Why not?
it isn't in the
It's
the
called
world
Dragon Balls.
a suggestion
Dragon
that
Ball
a
Z.
mother
Dog.
who births a child and feeds a
It
child with
says
her body
Dragon Balls.
doesn't have a particular bond with a child that's different
Oh, it's
than a
Dragon Ball
father's
Z.
bond with a child.
Dog.
So
It literally, I've read
where
it.
do we
I can
put
read
that?
English.
How
It
do
says
we
Dragon
put that?
Balls.
Now that there's better and more research in the mental health field about attachment theory in infants,
Sports!
there's also a lot
Who's
of
that fucking mom and
a
her
lot
daughter
of
with the
research
glasses
on
upside down
how
from Virginia
is
Tech?
attachment
Sports!
formed, how should parenting schedules be put together
Sports!
based on
Go team!
attachment theory.
Sports!
But,
Stupid.
you know,
bitch.
there's
Really?
conflicting
I
perspectives.
would give it to
And
her.
so it's judge to
The
judge.
daughter.
You see, like, is there a lot of variation?
Daughter.
Yeah, there is, because there's lots of
45.
kinds of
That
judges.
lady too.
Like, there's judges
Really?
that are thoughtful,
Wow.
enlightened, interested.
This
in
is the worst stream I've
and there's
ever
judges
seen.
that just want
There's never
we're
been anything
unsuccessful
worse than
lawyers
this
that
ever.
good politically and
Just
got
the
elected, and they
worst.
just want to, you know,
Worst
they just want a
shit in
job
the
where like they
history of
show up at 9
everything.
o'clock, they have a lunch break from 12 until 2 o'clock, and then
Hey,
they
guys,
take
listen, hey.
another week's vacation.
Oh, dog.
What is
Get
it
that
general-
water in. Break it down.
the process of these custody battles? Like, what's the landscape
Well,
here?
the overwhelming majority of custody cases
Hey, Rabbi, why do you
don't
stick your pinky in
end
the
up
air
in my office.
to look like a prick?
They are a negotiation between two people that love their children more than they dislike their soon-to-be ex.
Look at this athleticism.
So
This is unprecedented athleticism, folks.
Are just two people going, okay, how are we going to make decisions together? Because there are decisions that have to be made about kids. Will they go to public or private school? Can they go on medication if they need it or not? Should we change pediatricians? You know, all those kinds of things. How do we make decisions? And when will we each spend time with the kid? And so most custody cases are just that. Most custody cases are just a discussion, a negotiation between counsel about those issues. And they're not ugly, and they're not anything. They're just people. Again, sometimes people have different perspectives, you know. But sometimes people haven't thought through their perspective. So as a divorce lawyer, a lot of what I'm doing is counseling a person. Because they come in and say, well, I've been the person who handles, you know, all of the homework and all of the everything, so he should only see the kids on weekends. And there's a logic to that. Like, I've always done the homework with the kids, so I'm the parent who's in charge of the homework, and he's obviously not done that before. But there's also a logic that you can then say, right, but then you're doing all the heavy lifting of parenting, and he's doing none of that. And you were a married couple and living together, so he was trusting you to do that because you're good at it and you seem to like it. So maybe now we want him to have to do some of that. Because we don't want the child when they're 13 to say, I love dad. We have nothing but a good time together, whereas you make me do my homework and eat my broccoli. Dad's the grass on the other side of the fence that's greener. So sometimes it's about educating a client to like change their frame, you know, to look at this differently. Yeah, okay, we always go to my mother's for Thanksgiving, so I need every Thanksgiving. We're married. So you went to, now you're going to have new traditions. Things are changing for your children. Things are changing for your family. You're both going to have new traditions. So a lot of times it's just educating people on looking at things in a different way, looking at their parenting in a different way. We're not going to live in the same house anymore, but we're still going to parent these childhood, these children. Much more interesting. Because, like, you know, I don't get invited to a lot of parties. But when I get invited to parties, if somebody says, what do you do for a living? And I say, I'm a divorce lawyer. And they go, oh my God, you must have stories. So that's the way everybody's, oh my God, you must have stories. And if I said, yeah, there was this couple and they, you know, slowly grew apart, and then they decided that it would be good for them to end their relationship as a married couple, but they wanted to continue to have an amicable co-parenting relationship. So they divided their assets and they figured out a good parenting access schedule that made sure that they both had both leisure time and responsibilities with the children. People would be like, that's the worst fucking story out. That's so boring.
Yeah.
So what they really want is and then he was sleeping with the nanny and then she caught it. So, you know, the truth is, like, people want to hear about those flameouts. And by the way, those are super interesting as a lawyer. Like, it's super interesting.
It's usually going to be, what, infidelity? You do have a chapter called Everybody Fucks the Nanny.
Everybody's fucking the nanny.
Everybody's
There's a nanny fascination out there. I try to explain it in the book. But yeah, I mean, I've had some great nanny stories. I mean, people run off with the nanny. People end up getting married to the nanny. I had one where he convinced her that they should have a threesome with the nanny. They got the nanny drunk. They had a bunch of threesomes with the nanny. And then the nanny and the wife paired up and left him.
Oh, nice.
And they're still quite happy.
Seems like a happy ending.
For everyone but him. But it was his idea.
Well, he's really going to have a nanny fascination now.
Now he's got to see the nanny, who's now the, like, step parents to the kids. And it was his bright idea of let's have a threesome with the nanny. You know, yeah, I mean, the nanny thing I think is a function of, in many circumstances, is the characteristics of the wife that he remembers fondly and that have been extinguished by the presence of children. So my words of wisdom is not don't get a nanny or make sure you get an ugly nanny. My thought on it is that a woman should remember, even when she's a mother, that she's also a woman who a man, they fell in love with each other. And she should take time to be in touch with the part of herself that is an independent woman that's interesting.
Oh, the way it is,
we're
independent.
And,
Throw
like
your hands
there's
up
a lot to be
in
learned
the
from
air.
divorced couples because, like, divorced couples, if you do it right, it's awesome. Like, I had a wonderful experience parenting and being divorced because I divorced when my kids were quite young. My co-parent, my ex-wife is awesome. She's a great mom, nice person, we're good friends. And it was great. I had half the time I had my kids and I could focus on them. And the other half of the time they were with the other person who loves them as much as I do. And I didn't have any of the responsibilities of kids. And I could just have, all of the wonderful fun that you can have when you don't have, the responsibilities that come with full-time caring for children.
What would you say now on the flip positive side? We've been talking about the collapse of things. What about success? What's the secret to a successful romantic relationship?
My mom used to say that it's hard to define intelligence, but you could spot stupid a mile away.
Yeah.
So I'm much better at pointing out where people fall apart because I spend a lot of time with people who have fallen apart in a relationship. So it's easy to then say, well, just don't do what they do. But I don't know that that's not an oversimplification. So again, I think the answer is connection. I think the answer is affection, presence, mindfulness and presence. I do think in my personal and professional experience that most people want you fully more than they just want you in a disconnected way. So if you were to say to your romantic partner,
George R. R. Martin,
have
finish your fucking
2
books,
hours
dog.
where I'm giving you my undivided
Crazy
attention,
AI, you can finish it,
and
bitch, in
I'm
the
really
afternoon. I could.
joyful to be with you. Or you can have me for 8 hours where I'm sort of half paying attention and I kind of want to be someplace else for part of the time.
Fuck
There's
yeah,
just
you're
no
good
choice there.
looking, lady.
It's so obvious. So
Beautiful. You're beautiful.
I think presence is a big
Good
piece.
on you. Somebody
And
tell
I
this bitch
think
she's
that,
beautiful.
I think
Yeah, lady says
the
gorgeous.
you,
Okay.
the me, and the we, I think is important. Because I think in relationships, there's you and there's me. And we meet. And something magical happens, and we become we. And now there's you, and there's me, there's we. And then the
Eyes
we
a
gets
little off.
bigger,
Could be the
bigger,
picture. You're beautiful.
bigger. And isn't it great? Because it's such a nice, warm place. It gets so big. But it gets so big that you get small, me gets small, because we. And if any of us dares to ask, well, what about you? What about me? No, the we. What, you don't like the we? You don't want to be with the we? Like, well, it's not that. But the we only exists because there was you and there was me. And I really liked you and you really liked me. And so we picked each other out of lots of choices. And now this we is so fucking big. Like it threatens to just consume all of it.
Save it.
And I really think that there's something there we have to look at more honestly.
So we should not consume everything, but at the same time, not be small.
Well, the we is the you and the me. And if you mix it so much that you and me loses its component,
Bear scares where it's at,
all
girls.
that's left is we. Like, I don't think that that's the way to do it. I just think the world pulls us in that direction. Like we get told culturally that, well, why aren't you going with this person to bed? Why would you do that by yourself? And why? Why? Like anyone knows that there's joy in being away from each other and there's joy being reunited together. So why don't we, speak very honestly about that? It's very, and I think some of that's our own insecurity. Well, why don't you want to be with me 24 hours a day? Aren't I wonderful? Aren't I delightful? It's like, well, wait, what?
Well, but also probably people are either afraid or lazy in developing their individual selves. I mean, it's lonely going out there in the world by yourself. And it's comforting in that little cocoon of we.
I mean, it can also be incredibly adventurous going out into the world by yourself and then coming back to the we with a full report.
Yeah.
Coming back and saying, like, oh, God, guess what I saw? Guess what I did? I'm like, we have to go there together now. Because all I could think about was you.
Yeah.
While I was there, I was like, oh my God, she would love this.
Yeah.
That's magical. It's amazing. Like look what I brought you back. I went into this and I got you this present from there. Like, there's something, and we know this. I always thought it was, like when you watch the old Westerns, or like the heroes leaving, and he's walking away from the cabin. He's going to go fight the gunfight. And she runs up and she goes, please don't go. Stay here with me. And he like kisses her and then goes. So, he goes like, yeah, you're right. I'll just stay here. It's cool. This, I didn't want to deal with that anyway. Like, he's not the hero anymore then.
Yeah. Yeah, there's deep truth to that. And probably, like you mentioned, sex is probably a big part of it. Friendship. That seems to me like a really important one.
Depends on how you define friend. Like if being a friend means we have some connection to each other and we have each other's cell phone numbers, okay, then we're friends. But if it's a bigger definition than that, if it's like you picked me up at the airport, or like you're someone I could call, but it's like, dude, I gotta hide a body. Like, you get shovel in the line.
I like how you escalated from airport pickup to murder.
Yeah, I try to go two directions. Well, I have to tell you, I define, the Ben Affleck movie, The Town. That same, that's friendship.
How about just LBDs?
I mean, to me, the ideal male friendship is the scene where he says, I need you to come with me. We're going to hurt some people and you never have to ask me about it again. And he says, whose car are we taking? And that's sort of like, to me, that's friendship. So it's a high bar, to be like a friend. So when you say like friendship, I think that's the kind of friendship you should ideally have with your romantic partner. If you're getting married, it should be the like, whose car are we taking? Like, it should be that it's you and me.
To be fair, that bar is reached with me with a lot of people. Like, if you call me tomorrow, there's a body.
But you're a big open heart.
But it's true. Like, I wonder how many people out there are like that in terms of hiding the body.
I mean, my theory on this, because I think I'm like you in that way. I think I'm very sensitive. I feel things really deeply, and I think the world is terrifying when we feel things very deeply, because there's so much pain, there's so much betrayal, there's so many opportunities to be hurt, And I think when you are that kind of person, you go through like stages, and one of them is that I don't care, I don't feel anything. It doesn't matter, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. Like, you try to convince yourself, I don't feel anything. It's fine. And then at some point, like, you do feel all of it, and then it's like, oh my God, the weight of this is. I mean, I think it's the whole arc of Pink Floyd The Wall. It's literally the entire arc of Pink Floyd The Wall. And the song Stop. Where I want to go home, take off this uniform, and leave the show. Like, when you feel all of it, the army of hammers coming at you, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, 1,000 natural shocks the flesh is there to. When you feel all of that deeply, it's very hard, but it can also be a superpower, because I think when you can bring that to a relationship, when you can bring that to a profession, like you've done and I've done, then there's something very magical about that. The ability to bring it out in someone, to feel it in yourself, to understand it, is a gift. It's a wonderful, wonderful gift. I'm humbled by what it brought me professionally. And I'd like to think that you and I have both found professions that enable us to use that sensitivity, that empathy in a productive and good way, and in a personal, and ideally in a way that does good
I need some go-go boots.
You yourself are incredibly successful and high performer. You've dealt with a lot of CEOs and just high performers in all walks of life. What can you say about successful relationships with those kinds of folks?
That's a good question. I think
Is it all the same stuff, or there's something special when they're busier?
well, I think when you represent high net worth individuals, but also high performing, I would make a distinction between high net worth and high performing. So I've done high net worth divorces where the person's like a trust fund kid, even though they're an adult, but they're what they did to achieve their high net worth status is their great grandfather died, so that is different than someone who is self-made, who through discipline, focus, entrepreneurship, whatever it might be, that they have found success. And there's also a difference between financial success and fame, because I've represented famous people that actually did not have that much money, scheme of things, or much liquidity. And I've represented people that were not in any way famous and were very high performing in their field. Like in New York, we have a lot of finance people. And what I find is their divorces are challenging. One, on a technical level, because figuring out what they have and how to divide it is tricky. Yeah. Because when something's moving that quickly, like when your portfolio's movement, affects a market, that's challenging. Jeff Bezos' divorce for a time, when it was in its early stages, could affect Amazon stock. It did, so that's a real thing. There are businesses that are affected by the divorce. But in terms of being in a relationship with someone who is a high performing person, most of the high performing people I know are creatures of discipline and routine. From Joe Rogan, we've talked about, any of these people, like they have a routine, they have a discipline, they have a focus, they have a way they like to do things, they have a type of coffee they like to drink, they have a way that they like to do. And divorce is a tremendous disruption. Divorce is fundamental things in your life are shifted out of your control. Like your spouse may be the one who has decided you are no longer going to live in that house. You will no longer see your children on these days. So to take that control away from someone is very, very hard. And when someone is a high-performing, high-net-worth person, they are used to being told yes. They are used to being able to buy their way out of a problem. But just like illness, you can hire the best doctor, but you can't cure cancer because you have a lot of money. Like you can hire the best lawyer, but you can't cure a custody case. Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's seemingly endless custody disputes that have been going on for years now, with the best lawyers in California working on it, is proof of the fact that you can't just buy a resolution to those things. You have to go through it.
So that lets me ask the question of how much is a divorce?
It's a great question. Average divorce? It's sort of like what I always tell clients in the first consultation is I tell them the most reasonable question a person could ask me sitting in that chair across from me is how long is this going to take? How much is it going to cost? And those are two questions I can't answer. And then the next thing they say is, give me a range. Which is a bit like calling your doctor and saying, I have a headache. What is it? Well, I can't tell you. I'd have to do tests. Give me a range. Okay. It's a reaction to the barometric pressure, and it'll be gone in 15 minutes. Or it's a brain aneurysm, and you'll be dead in 5 minutes. There's your range. And so it didn't really help, right? So I have the least expensive divorce I've ever seen is two people who one of whom comes into my office and says, we've written down on a yellow pad what we figured out at the kitchen table. She's going to keep the house. I'm going to keep 401k. We have a bank account at this bank. We're going to split that 50-50. I'm going to pay her this much in child support each month. And we're going to agree from time to time on what we're going to do in terms of the schedule with the kids, but they're primarily going to live with her. Can you write this up and make it legally binding? Yes. $3,500.
Just as a side note, I have a friend who went through a divorce and handled it just masterfully by giving more than he's supposed to and having nothing but love in his heart and happiness with the kids and just like, I don't know, that to me is just an inspiration. Like, not like his whole view was like, who cares about money? Like,
Well, yeah.
and also like he refused, like, with every ounce of his being, to have anything but complete love for the other person.
Yeah. I've had clients who, with a straight face, will say to me, like, well, I'm not going to quibble over $3 million. And they mean it. Because for them, it's never done for. So I'll personalize this approach. So I have a friendly relationship with my ex-wife, who's the mother of my son, and we have maintained a very good relationship. And so now it's many years divorced later, 17, 18 years later. And we were able to sort of post-game that relationship, even our co-parenting relationship. You know, we kind of post-game it when we chat with each other. And I remember once saying to her, you know, yeah, you never like screwed around with me when it came to the kids. Like, you were always so like cool, you know, like if I called you, like if I was having a really bad day at work and or like seeing just an ugly custody case, and like it just felt like I would call her and say like, hey, can I just pick the boys up and like take them out for ice cream or something tonight? I know it's not my night, but would you mind if I just like took them out for a couple hours? She'd be like, yeah, sure, come on by. She was always flexible like that. And I said to her, like, was that just goodwill? Like, you're just a good person? Or like, what was that about? And she was like, yeah, it was partly that, but she was like, it was partly that, like, you never screwed around with me when it came to money. Like, if the kids needed something, if I needed something as the mother of the kids, like, you were always like, yeah, sure, of course. Like, her air conditioning kicked out and she needed to replace it. She didn't have like liquidity at the time. I didn't have a lot of money at the time because it was a long time ago. And I was like, all right, no, because I don't want you hot and upset, and I don't want the boys, you know, to be in, like, of course. And so I think, yeah, when you approach a conflict with, like, it's very hard to argue with someone who won't argue with you. If the person approaches the argument from the point of view of like, I'm not going to argue with you. Like, I'm going to absorb your aggression. I'm gonna just not meet it with that. I'm gonna meet it with love. I'm gonna meet it with positive. It doesn't always work because sometimes people are so angry that they're relentless. But I have to tell you, like, the louder you get, the quieter I get, the more you seem irrational. You know, and that's what I always try to bring that to court proceedings. Like, I always try to bring to court. Like, if I know my adversary is coming in hard, I'll come in quiet, slow, and deliberate, because I want the volume to be turned up way too high over there. And then it looks like and I think that, I say this to clients. They got a 4-year-old, they're getting divorced, let's say. There's going to be a wedding in like 20-something years. There's going to be a wedding. And it's either going to be the wedding where they got to put these people on opposite sides of the room because if they pass each other by the shrimp boat, they're going to kill each other. Or it's the wedding where, like, you stand there, you take some pictures, you kind of go like, yeah, we fucked up this whole marriage thing, but man, we did a good job with this kid, didn't we? You know? And the decisions you make right now, there's a straight line to that wedding. And so even if you don't like this person, even if you're mad at them, even if you're mad at yourself for the choices you made in choosing them as a co-parent, like I've, every single Mother's Day for 27 years, I have told my now longtime ex-wife, happy Mother's Day. I'm so glad that we had kids together. I'm so glad you're the mother of my kids, because they wouldn't be who they are if it wasn't that they were part me and part you. And I'm so grateful for you. And, you know, I'm always cheering for you. Like, how hard is that? How hard is that?
Well, it's really hard for some people, but
I don't understand why it's so hard for some people. I'll tell you, I do find that hard. There's not a lot of things that I kind of don't understand, but that's one that I kind of don't understand. Like, I put in one of the weird things I did as a divorce lawyer that caused like a little stir among my colleagues for a few years was some years ago. Like, we all steal from each other's work, divorce lawyers. Like, we're like the matrimonial mafia. Like, we all know each other. We all deal with each other over and over again. But we all have the same job. And so we're the only people that really know the unique stresses of that job. So even though we try to kill each other all day, it's like boxers, like professional fighters. Like, yeah, your job's to take each other's head off, but like nobody knows what the two of you went through, like the two of you. You know, that's why like I always get like I go like all kinds of rubbery when I see a fight with people. Because I'm always like, yeah, because you know what? They relate to each other better than anybody. They suffered, they bled. You know, the competitors, they bled, you know. So I really think divorce lawyers, we have that same kind of relationship. Like we went through this stress, you know, on opposite sides, trying to take each other apart. And I find that, you know, we all steal from each other's material when it comes to separation agreements, provisions that we use for agreements. Like, all the agreements are like these Frankenstein monsters of, oh, I like his estate planning provisions. Oh, I like her, you know, provisions related to maintaining a life insurance policy to secure the alimony award. And I wrote this paragraph, or this section, because what occurred to me is that when you have a child with someone, and let's say they're 3 or 4 or 5, they're old enough to know what Christmas is, but they're not old enough to go buy Christmas. But they're old enough to know that you get presents on Christmas and you give presents on Christmas. But they're not old enough to buy one for the parent. So someone has to do that for them. So I thought, I'm going to put in a provision that says that as long as the children are so young that they can't independently purchase a Mother's Day or a birthday present for the co-parent, that you'll take the children either to buy a small gift or to make a card, something like that. This struck me as a no-brainer. Who could disagree with this? Like, it's not for the person, it's for the kid. It's so the kid, happy birthday, Mom. I don't have a present for you, I don't have a card for you because I'm fucking 5. Like, I'm 5. Like you can't go do that. So wouldn't you want your child, not your co-parent, who cares? Maybe you want them to have the worst birthday ever. Fine, but you don't want your child to be embarrassed. And I even put in the provision. The parties acknowledge that it is the intention of this provision to ensure that the child is not embarrassed and feels, you know, that they were able to say. I cannot tell you how many people refuse to sign that. How many lawyers said to me, we're taking that out. And I went, wait, why? Well, why does my client have to buy a present for your client? I said, they're not buying a present for my client. They're buying a present for the child to give to my client. It could be one of those little $3 boxes of chocolates they sell at the drugstore. Like, it's a kid. They don't know. They don't know what anything is. And people, nope. And I have to tell you, of the conundrums, of the puzzles that I can't figure out in existence, that's one I can't figure. I do not understand why that's so wrong.
That's basically just an illustration of their complete inability to do anything nice for the other person.
Like the level of hatred, the level of vitriol that they like. Maybe this is me.
Go baby, go baby.
If you apologize,
go.
There's not a lot I won't forgive. Like, I'm not saying I'll forget it. I'm not saying, oh, we're totally good like it never happened. I understand. But if someone says what I call a non-bullshit apology, right? The bullshit apology, go, I'm sorry you got so upset. That's a bullshit apology. You know, I'm sorry that you were offended. That's a bullshit apology. Or I'm sorry for what I did. Because what are we talking about? We might be talking about the same thing. Or you might be saying, I'm sorry that you found out about it,
kids.
Not that you did it. So a real apology is, I lied to you.
I like how absolutely.
And I realized that hurt you. And I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I regret that I did that. And I know that it hurt you, and I'm really sorry. That's a real apology, okay? So someone's willing to give you that, and you still want to walk around with, like, the level of vitriol that you will harm your child rather then do something nice for them, I don't have a team. And I'd say I see that all the time. Like parental alienation is a thing. It is a thing. Like children can be weaponized. Like I always tell people, if you want to get married, get married. Get a prenup ideally, but if you don't have a prenup, okay, you're just risking money. Don't worry, you're just risking money. Money and hassle, of paperwork and of time and going through an ugly financial divorce. But you have a kid with somebody, you have that is a missile. Like that person has a power over you for a long time, if not forever.
So the child could be used as part of a manipulation.
It's a routine.
It's
People
heartbreaking.
weaponize children all the time.
Filipino
And they
people
do
are
it-
so nice.
They do it with the permission of their own conscience because they genuinely believe I'm gonna protect this person, this child from this person who, by the way, is a bad spouse. But that doesn't mean they were a bad father or bad
They need
mother.
to teach
You can
kids.
be
Damn, this
bad
girl.
at being a spouse.
Do you
but
see this chick?
the skill set of a spouse? and
Do you
a
see
parent,
this?
It's not necessarily the same. And I've seen people.
Gasolina,
People
Rama
alienate children from a
gasolina,
parent
Mama
in
Mama
such subtle ways,
gasolina.
but they're
Okay,
so powerful.
it's
And
called
as a lawyer, it doesn't
YouTube,
matter what I know about
and
it,
it
what I can
sucks. Man, you're gonna
And
read,
it's
you're gonna
very
listen to
hard
that
prove
fucking
any of
thing,
it.
like for the thousandth
Because
fucking time.
It's usually a very subtle process. The example I always give to people is it's a rare kind of crazy person that will say to a 7-year-old,
He's got a thing.
your dad is
He's
a
got a
bad
thing. Oh,
person.
stop.
But this,
Fuck Grandma.
hello,
Hilarious. Hello, my friends.
you just said your dad's a bad person.
Fuck Grandma.
You just did it with your eyes. You did it with the expression on your face when you handed the phone to the kid. You
Grandma.
told that kid your dad's a bad person. You didn't say that.
Hilarious.
And that is something people are guilty of all the time. When the kid comes home and says,
Hilarious. They still know who I
as
am.
a divorced couple, he comes home and says,
What?
your mom's new boyfriend.
Oh, that is
You
fucking
go,
hilarious.
that's
Please
nice.
tell me
Remember,
this
he's not
is
your dad.
no, dog.
Whoa. Like, you just told that kid a whole bunch of information.
No.
I'm supposed to feel about this person. Yeah. Whereas if you go, that's nice.
All this
He's a
shit
nice guy. That's
sucks.
great. I heard nice things. Yeah, I heard he likes bicycles. That's cool. That's really neat. Like, you just told this kid, okay, it's okay. You can like this person. It's okay to like this person. It's okay that your mom is
How about
with
Gerald
this
White?
person.
He's my
Like, and again,
favorite. They
Whatever
fucking
you
took
feel
him
about your
down.
ex, your co-parent.
He's the
you
first
usually
person I
love
ever
your
knew
kid more
who
than you hate
really fought with YouTube about stupid shit.
Also, I wish people would.
He's an
without
astrophysicist.
forgive each other.
He's my astrophysicist. Really?
It
He
goes back
is.
to the earlier
I've seen that
discussion.
motherfucker from when he was
I used to
nothing,
forgive people
and
when
he
there's
got his fucking
something
PhD
in
or
them,
some shit.
Especially if we shared something, but even just
He
if
was
there's
finally
something about them
reinstated to
that's beautiful,
YouTube 10 years ago.
It's great that they exist in the world.
Hey, he got
I'm
his
just
fucking
grateful
account
for
back.
that. And
He
like
had
you
this
said, it's
Moon
the,
Faker
the
series.
fuel of
Oh
forgiveness.
my, it
I don't
was
know, to me,
so
like,
good.
Forgiveness is very often
It was
it's for
amazing.
me, like when I let go of that,
Dude.
I feel lighter.
But in all of
You know,
America.
I think my heart enjoys peace. I mean, partly it's because I fight for other
Dude,
people.
I made this fucking
You know,
happen.
I work in the world of conflict. Like I jokingly used to say to
I
my sons
made
when
this
they were
happen.
teenagers, like, I can't
May
argue
16th,
with
2011.
Like, it's not fair to the paying customers. If
I
argue
made this
with
fucking
you
happen.
for free. That's not fair.
Oh man, that's amazing.
But I think we were talking about the incredibly wide range that a divorce can cost.
Dog,
So
he's my
And
man.
you were saying the cheapest
All right,
one,
now what?
the yellow.
Now what are
yeah,
we watching,
you have
Rabbi?
two people, came
This
to an
is
agreement,
the
write it up,
worst.
Make it legally binding, $5,000 maybe.
ESPN?
tops.
No.
Usually $3,500, $5,000.
No, how about
Most expensive millions in counsel fees.
And that's because of the duration, the complexity.
Yeah, the duration, the
of the
complexity of issues. Look, I have clients who paid $2-3 million in counsel fees.
So it's like has to do custody or like what's
It can be, well, it can be custody that requires a hearing, that requires expert testimony, dueling mental health professionals, opining on the parent. It can be a situation where
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented, folks.
To another country with the children and bring them back under the Hague Convention
monkey?
on international child abduction. So we've done some Hague cases. You know, there are cases where people have very different facts. Like before I came here today, a client of mine's soon-to-be ex-husband, who she's in the middle of the door, he tested positive for cocaine on a hair follicle test, where they said he was definitely not going to test positive. So it was like he was scurrying now with, okay, we got to get a motion filed, we got to suspend access, we got to protect the kids, we got to get in front of the judge, we got to think about what are the implications of this. He was about to transition to being an unsupervised parent. Like, this is the kind of stuff that can amp up the amount of work the lawyer has to do, which then translates to money. I mean, I get paid for my time, you know, and the time of my team. You know, I have attorneys and paralegals who work for me. So when you have a team of lawyers working on a case, you can earn tens of thousands of dollars a day if it's a big enough case. There are also very complex financial cases. People move and hide money. High net worth space is a different world. Like if an average person owns a home, they own a home in their name or their name with their spouse. A high net worth person owns an LLC that owns that home. That LLC is owned by a trust. They are a beneficial interested party in that trust. Like, this is how some of my clients who make tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year pay less in taxes than a cop or a firefighter. Because they have structures. And the structures that were designed for tax planning purposes, then in a divorce, become very tricky to unwind and to figure out, wait, no, what is mine and what is not.
Well, then that takes the question of prenups. What's your view on prenups? Prenups or agreements?
If you ain't no Trump, probably won't prenup.
Meaning, so it's a prenup is a good idea.
Prenup is an excellent thing. Prenup is a contract between two people that binds their respective rights and obligations in the event of divorce when it comes to financial issues. That's all it is, and there's a lot of reasons to have them, and there really aren't any reasons not to have them other than the fact that it requires an uncomfortable conversation.
So, I mean, there's a few questions here. First, do they work?
If they are crafted correctly, it's not that hard to do for a lawyer. Saying for a lawyer to do, because at the internet, everybody thinks, why would I spend $1,000? I can just Google prenuptial agreement, I can get one, and then that is a bad idea. Like, it is like a will. Like, if you're going to have a document that binds your rights at that level, it's worth the most expensive prenup I've ever done was like $3,000. That's ridiculous. That's not a lot of money. Right? So there's no reason you wouldn't do it, but people will still. I've had clients that have hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they did their prenup downloading something from the internet, and because of some imperfection, you know, it doesn't have the right what's called acknowledgement, which is the section where the notary signs. So that it was duly sworn before this person on this date, and if it doesn't have that, there are weird technicalities, but yeah, prenups are fine. As long as there's been some minimal asset disclosure, which is easily done in a prenup, and as long as there's not a language deficiency, meaning the person who is reading it understands English to the level that they understand what they're signing, and if they don't, that at least they've acknowledged in their native language that there is some opportunity for this to be translated for them. Yeah, they're bond. They're presumptively bond. We live, thankfully, in a culture where people are allowed to enter into contracts.
Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down with me.
What are some prenups that you've seen that effective or what that people converge towards in terms of what does that agreement look like? Because you know, the popular conception is when there's no prenup, both sides get half.
And that's generally true, that both sides get half. Equitable distribution, which is what the law is called, the law of equitable distribution. It's not called the law of equal distribution.
have reached out. Dozens and dozens and dozens of people have been
Now,
contacting me
equal,
to
like
ask
equitable
for
is
more
presumed
information
to
on
be
Dan
equal.
Burge. Who is this man?
But there are
And
exceptions
what
to
do we
that
actually
presumption.
know
And
about him? And
that's
the thing
where
that people want
lawyers
to know
can
most
get
of all
into
is he still around?
fun
Is he
and
still
or
active?
trouble,
Is he still
depending on
alive?
how you view it.
Ryan, you've
It's where we
researched
make our
Dan
money.
Burge
We make our
over
money
a number of years,
arguing
and
that
this
the
has been
fair
sort of a
result
passion project
will
for you.
not be
Can you
just a 50-50.
tell us a little bit about how
And
you
so
got into this,
there's
and
the
specifically
very generic
ecology in general, and
standard,
then more specifically, how did Dan
which is
Burge,
easy.
that case, become
And I,
local?
you know, I call that yours, mine, and
Ufology in general.
like, if it's in your name, it's yours, whether it's an asset or a liability.
Was breaking.
My name, it's mine.
I
Joint
was
names is
listening to a radio station out of Las Vegas.
And you go in
called the Billy
to the
Goodman
marriage
Happening.
knowing what the
And at
rules
that
are.
time,
So if you get a
several
bonus
nights in
at
a
work
row,
and you put it in
Bob
your
was
sole
calling
name,
in and fielding questions.
then it's your separate
And I
property.
was coming to this.
You go out and buy a
This guy
boat,
was. He seemed to be
and she doesn't support you buying the boat. So the boat, you got a big loan on this boat. You're responsible for that. So I like that because I like people having some control, and I also like people having to have discussions. Well, why are we putting our bonus just in your bank account? Why wouldn't we put it in the joint bank account? We should have that discussion while we're married, not when we're in a divorce lawyer's office. Because we should be able to talk about it. So, you know, what's interesting about prenups is that somehow people think there's something like it takes away from the romance of it. But I've said it before, I'll say it again, all marriages end. They end in death or divorce. So having life insurance or having a will, it doesn't mean you can't wait to die. It doesn't mean that before your death. It doesn't mean that you're predicting your demise sometime imminently. It just means that, you know, you're being realistic and honest. So when you marry, and I don't mean spiritually married, having a marriage ceremony. I mean legally married. You're making changes to your rights and obligations. What you do? Like marriage, from a legal standpoint, what we mean when we say I got married, is a state agency. It's been created by the state. This is a legal status that most people who are in it know nothing about. They just did the most legally significant thing they're ever going to do other than dying. And they have no idea what rights and obligations are. And the first time they're going to get an education about it is
divorce.
crazy.
The prenup was an opportunity to learn something about it at the start.
So first of all, whenever someone approaches me about prenups, and that's like 4 or 5 times a week, depending on the season. Right before wedding season.
When's wedding season?
Well, it used to just be the summer. They say when you marry and do your bride all your life. Rodgers and Hammerstein music. Now the fall is very big too. People love fall content, fall weddings, pretty, you know, pictures and things.
Good on the gram. All right. That's a hashtag.
Weddings is for the gram. I have to tell you, weddings is performative. The problem is though, it's serious. So here's us picking the cake. It's not just for the prenup. You know how many people I've done prenups for that I've watched on their social media or them being interviewed by Andy Cohen on Bravo and saying, well, no, we don't have a prenup. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. But prenups are not published anyplace. They're not filed in court. They're maintained by the 2 people that signed it and their lawyers. That's it. So nobody has to admit that they're but there's a certain problem with that insofar as a lot of people have prenups, and we need to normalize prenups. But there's no reason not to normalize prenups. There's no reason not for until some famous people say, yeah, we have a prenup. We're crazy about each other. It's why we're getting married. Look, we're getting, I don't want to get in a car accident, but I got a seatbelt. You know, like, yeah, just in case.
And what do you do if you're running a company? What does that have to do with prenup? You know, you're running a $100 billion or $1 trillion company. Jeff Bezos. I suppose his marriage was before Amazon. But like, how does that work?
Well, no, actually, it's the same. I mean, what you're doing with a prenup is you're identifying you're identifying how things will be classified. So you're creating a set of rules, and then you both can function under those rules that you have. So like for a brief time, I taught a family law drafting class at a law school. And when we would do separation agreements, we would do pleadings, you know, lots of fun. When we do prenups, I would say to students, you know, what's the main thing you need when you're doing a prenup? And they would say, well, you need asset disclosure. And so that's not the main thing. So what you need, you know, technical languages. And the main thing you need is a crystal ball. The main thing you need is the ability to see what's going to happen in the future. Who's going to have money, who's not, who's going to be successful, who isn't, what people will inherit. The problem is we don't have that. We don't have that. So what can we do? We can create concepts, we can create structures, we can create systems, and then people can live with those in mind. You enter the game knowing the rules, right? So
the first call that we did,
you know if this is going to be a submission only game. You know if this is going to be no time limit. You know if we're after a certain number of minutes, we're going into points now. Okay? So I can work with that rule set, and I'm going to amend my game based on that rule set. Same thing. Same thing. We're just going to say, look, what's the rule set? Let's agree on the rule set, and then let's conduct ourselves with the rule set in mind. Let's plan the rule set in mind. And I think that, you know, and by the way, and if you're going to cheat, you cheat the rule set. You know you're cheating, right? You know you're trying to get around the rule set. So prenups are, when I do a consult with you, the first thing I do is, here's what's going to happen legally if you marry without a prenup. Here's what happens to your rights and obligations. Then, what we can change with that, there's almost no limit. You can amend anything you want to. The example I always give is there was a case that went up to the appellate court where a high net worth guy married a very beautiful woman, and there was a provision in the prenuptial agreement that said for every 10 pounds she gained during the marriage, she would lose $10,000 a month in alimony. And there was a baseline weight as of the time of execution of this agreement. And I wondered if she was did what a wrestler does. Like, did she bulk up right before and then cut when she eventually got divorced? Like, if she made sauna, you know, with the suit on. And the appellate court essentially said, I don't know why you married this person, having had them make you sign this, but it's fine.
I wish somebody would do a contract like that. Like the rent for this place would be more expensive if I was fatter and cheaper if I was skinnier. And that way I would have to wait in. It's a motivation. Yeah, exactly. That kind of prenup is motivating.
Well, I think Tim Ferriss says that about how he does, like, you said you should make bets with people. Like, it's like, if you gain this much, I gotta give you this amount of money, you know? He says that in one of his early books.
And try to make it boundaries.
Yeah. I think when we create incentives, that's why, like, there was like the No Nut November, No Shave November, you know, sober, like all this. It was a competition. When people make a competition of something, they gamify something. It makes something that people are more likely to take it. So, I mean, I guess if you're not interested, the problem is there's also people put in prenups what's called fidelity clauses. Fidelity clauses, and people still do these. I discourage them. There's the two things that people put in prenups that I discourage people from putting in prenups, but very often people still put in prenups. It's fidelity clauses and sunset clauses. So fidelity clauses is, I'm waiving alimony, I'm waiving this, I'm waiving that. But if you cheat, I get $1 million, or I get this much alimony, and I get this amount. And I know the intention is to disincentivize the person from cheating. It's a deterrent to have them cheat. But all it really does is just creates like an interesting legal battle for lawyers. Like, how did you prove that they cheated?
All right, because
Is an emotional affair an affair? Is oral sex cheating? Is, you know, like what is? And by the way, how do you prove it? Like, well, I was in a hotel with her, but how do you prove that I had sex with her? You know? Like, and it's very, very, you're opening a can of worms with that kind of a thing. But people do this. And sunset clause. Sunset clause is if we're married X period of time, this goes away.
And then other people weighed in about some
Why is that
money
about?
problems that had
The
in
same
back
reason
in the
the
day.
community property law in California is about. So community property law is after a certain number of years, I think it's 7. Everything,
I'm not sure if that's
including your premarital property, all becomes marital property.
There's plenty.
If you had
And
to,
the
in
idea of
30
that was
seconds,
supposed
60
to be that
seconds,
if you've
give
been married
the elevator
that number
pitch
of
for why is
years,
Dan
or
Burge
you're in
so
enough of a
significant
serious
to the
relationship
field?
now,
What would your elevator pitch be?
everything is one unit, one
Because
person.
even though this happened
What
in
it actually
2002,
does is creates a very uncomfortable thought experiment that people have to have at this stage.
whistleblowers.
Because you have to, now the honeymoon's kind of over, you might have a kid or two, and you go, okay, wait a minute,
Elements of what
am
they're
I
saying
so happy
is starting
in
to
this
patch in the
relationship
holes of Dan's story.
that I'm willing to take all of my premarital assets and throw them in the pot right now? If not, I got 6 months to get divorced.
to really be open-minded
Like,
about
and that's
the
not,
subject
so like if you say to someone, like if you got married tomorrow, and then you found a company that's worth $100 million,
I think as we
and
start to
under your
contemplate what all these
prenup,
things might mean
that's
for our
your
future,
separate property.
the Dan story starts to play
But there's a
very well
sunset
into
clause
what those
that
answers
says that
may
your
be,
prenup
because
goes out
part
the
of Dan
window in
story
15
is interaction
Man,
with
at
this
year 14 and 6 months, you gotta ask yourself some serious questions about where's this relationship going to be in 5, 10 years.
Right. And that's why, kids, you pay for a lawyer.
There was a number of
We get paid to see around corners, you know? We get paid to be paranoid. I tell people that all the time.
Okay, so you mentioned infidelity, you write in the book, which everybody should get. It's a great book, it's a great read, it's a window into your soul. You, in this book, write that there's 5 kinds of infidelity. Do you remember? Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to say is that all infidelities are the same.
When we take a look at, when I take a look at what
And some of them are more
whistleblowers
obvious.
are doing now,
Like,
I'm thinking about
there's the
Dan story
soulmate.
and how it plays
You know,
well into it, because we're thinking about
that's
our future.
the
now,
one
we're
I think
thinking
I
about our
see most
technological
often,
future. We're
which
thinking
is
about,
person meets
what
another
happens with
person or
humanity.
rekindles
we're thinking about the
on
idea
social
even
media or
though David
elsewhere
Rush was
a reconnection
referencing the
with
idea of
another
multiple
person
timelines
in
and
life.
wrapping our head around
And they go, oh my
things
God,
and dimensions and
this
things
is
like
the
this.
person I'm
This is
supposed to be.
going back
I'm
to
in
some of
love.
the stuff
The
Dan was
heart
talking about
wants
in
to heart.
2002.
I'm
That's what I
leading
thought
you
was so
to this person,
crazy.
I have found my
I
true
couldn't
love.
agree with you more. It is so weird.
It's an incredible.
Chorus of people now, super highly
And
credentialed,
there's
well-positioned
you know,
people in a
there
position
are
to
plenty
know
of
the
cautionary
things that
tales
they're saying
associated
that
with
have
that,
all of
where
us in this
people
whole
thought that
community
they
just
found
buzzing
there's
all the time
someone
about
who turns out
interdimensionals,
is,
biologics,
you know, no, it's just
multiple
unfair.
timelines, and science fiction, Star
And, you
Trek
know,
level
a man
stuff
who leaves his wife for his mistress
is
to
brought
sleep in
together
the
in this
job.
story that is,
And we should
again,
also
so
mention that
detailed
you,
and so rich.
talk about Facebook.
You mentioned the Elizondo.
Oh yes,
One thing
if
that
we were going
immediately
to
jumps to
invent
mind
an
is,
infidelity
if I had to
generating
describe the
machine,
emotional state of Dan Burge when I
which,
was
by the way,
watching
is
that
a
very first
function of the
interview that I
fact that
saw,
this was written
it would
20
be
years ago.
somber.
I would now change it to
He comes across as someone who knows a lot, and
now
what he
if I could
knows is,
rewrite it, it would
is
be if we were
difficult.
going to invent an infidelity
Tonight.
generating machine, it would be
And I think that people will zero in
Oh,
on
there you
that
go. Yeah. Very
immediately.
tech
As
forward.
we zoom out
It's a-
from
was
this
a
and look
function
at the
of what
credentials and the
Facebook
research that you've
and I think
done,
Instagram
it makes the
also
story
are,
even more
which is
fantastic
it
because
is a
it grounds it in the
communication
reality
tool
that I
that
think a lot
has
of people
people
are saying,
looking into
where are the
windows that
first-hand
I think
accounts?
are
Where are the
antagonistic.
first-hand people? It's always second
You're
or
looking
third
into
hand.
the
Well,
lives
this
of other
gentleman
people. You're looking
is claiming to
into
be one of the first-hand people who
the
laid
social
hands
lives of
physically
people
on
that
the
you
beat and did
casually.
it day in and
So
day
there was a
out.
time where you would
You've
be
put
at your
together
son's
a
soccer
presentation
practice and
that
see
we
your
went
attractive
through,
mom
and you've
across
since
the
expanded
way,
it since we
and you wouldn't
last
really
spoke.
talk to her and
Can you
interact
take
with
us
her.
through
If you
that
did, it was just
presentation
that
and just
practice.
walk us through it, and then
But
I'll jump in
now,
with questions as we go.
We add on
Yeah,
social media.
and I will also say,
because
Glenn,
for legitimate
I'm
reasons.
finding
You
tremendous amounts of
one
information
practices,
on Dan. That's why,
message the
as of
person.
even a few
But now
weeks ago, I've
it's sort of an
expanded this
invitation to a
presentation even
connection.
further. Because
And then
I
it's,
got
you
a
know,
letter from Richard
there's a
Dowie
picture of her on
that
vacation in
was
a
a
bikini.
bombshell in
That's very
regards to this
intriguing.
case.
And then
So
you have
I
a
find
benign,
tremendous
oh, I saw you guys
information.
on a
I
vacation. Where
need
did you
this
stay?
entire
Oh,
investigation
was it
to be
good? Did you like that? Oh, that's
ongoing.
nice. And now we're
And
talking.
I'm ready
Now
to
we're
have
having an
some of these
interaction. And
points
now
knocked down as
this
long
is
as they
how
have
the spark of a
legitimacy to the
thing.
effort.
It's usually, people don't usually meet and go, would you like to potentially wreck your marriage? Would you? Oh my God, let's do this. Like it's much more, you know, it's slowly happens. So when I talk about types of infidelity,
Yes,
the
it does.
soulmate, the
But at
unexpected
the same
soulmate,
time,
you know,
it's hard to
connection
discount
that
it.
you
It's
didn't
it's
expect.
one of those.
I
And
didn't
I
expect to
encourage
fall in love with
everyone
this
who
person,
hasn't
but I
seen this
did.
yet to go watch that React video and take a look.
That
And real
one's
quick
tough.
before we jump into the presentation, if you could,
You know,
We
it's an
decided to
interesting distinction
go
between
look
men
at this
and women.
presentation now and start talking about this
That
more after years
when a
of
man
doing this behind the
finds out
scenes
his
and under
wife
the
is
radar.
cheating,
What was
the
the thing
question
that
is,
changed for
is
you
it fine?
that made you realize that you wanted to?
And when a woman finds out that a man
Well,
cheated,
for
the
women,
question
it's
is,
just
do you
too
love
big a
her?
story. It's too big
You
a
know,
story.
and those are
And I frankly,
different
I
things.
feel like
You know,
now
I feel
there's
like there could be
probably an
many and have
opportunity
been
that
many
if I do make it
yeah,
over,
there has by much smarter people.
opportunity to share
But
this,
but
then there could be
I
additional
think
input
that
to help substantiate or knock down
the
some of the elements
soulmate
of it.
thing
And I
is
cannot do
very,
that.
very
It's just
painful
privately reaching out to
for a
certain
lot
people.
of my female
I've hit
clients.
that wall already.
When a man says, "Listen,
And
I
also,
found
there was
the
an
one.
opportunity.
I
Another
found the one,
reason
and it's not you."
is I was
That
getting
is
close to
really,
Dan
really
and
hard
Dan's team.
to get
In
past.
2018, I actually had an hour and a half phone call with Dan.
Even when it turned out to be true. I mean, I've
Close to
seen
him.
some people
It's a
that,
story
you
into
know,
itself that
there
we
was an
might have to
affair
cover
that
another time.
turned
We
into
can roll it in here.
20-plus-year
And it
marriages.
gave me
You
an
know,
opportunity
so
then be given a phone number to
an
talk to him.
unhappy
I did
marriage,
talk to him.
and then a happy affair that turned into a very happy marriage. Like I've not seen. There's not a formula. You know, like I've been doing it long enough now that I've seen permutations I never would have
through that.
so that's one type of
Dan is
infidelity.
surrounded by handlers.
The other is what I call the push out of the closet,
And
which is
they cut me off eventually.
that I think happened more often earlier in my career. There have been tremendous strides, I think, in the lesbian and gay community,
But since then, nothing. And I thought, okay,
where including marriage
that
equality,
bridge is
obviously,
completely
where
burned.
there's a
Why
lot of
not now?
change as
You know,
to
imagine
people
if I did a
accepting
video back then, they go, hold on, you're on the internet, you're talking about Dan, we don't want
and I
women
think
to get
that
video.
there
They
was
were
a time where
very sensitive to Dan being protected
people were
against
having
ufology.
being in the closet was much more important. You were subject to professional
Really
scorn,
brushed him
and,
off
all
as a
kinds of
complete
things if you were gay or lesbian.
I didn't
So
know process
people
ufologists to
were
them.
sneaking
That's
around
an
and having
interesting
affairs
story.
with their same-sex
Nobody helped with the
partners,
research
and
anyway,
then they
good.
got caught.
And that's
it
why
really was a
for
function
me,
of
kind of below the radar as long as I did.
the fact that they
I feel
caught.
like that ship
And
has
again,
sailed
that's
now.
another
I know he's still
kind of
alive,
complicated
and
dynamic.
there's ways that maybe at the end of this presentation I can tell you,
You know,
that
I
you guys can
haven't
check
had
in
that happen to me,
at this
where a
one
woman
website,
left me
but
for
there's
a woman.
only one channel out
But
there
I'd
right
like
now
to
where he has a
think
voice.
it would
This is
be
the
easier.
presentation I made to all the investigators and
Because if
journalists.
you
So you're
left
seeing what I had
me
to
for a
provide
man,
now with a
you're
little bit
saying I
of
want one like you, but better
additional
than you.
material that's been added recently.
Whereas if you leave me for a woman,
So let's see.
well, that's a whole different
Tell me when
set
you
of
can see my
equipment. I
screen.
don't have that.
It's
So like
coming
I
through.
can't,
You're good.
like okay,
Fantastic.
like it's not me, it's
So,
you.
by and
It's
large,
something
the
you want that I
entirety
can't
of
offer.
the
We don't serve that
story,
at this restaurant, so you know
revolves
it's
around
okay.
a
Like
time period when he
I
brought
get
up
it.
the
I mean,
name
there's a
of,
betrayal, there's a sadness, whatever.
now
But,
his ex-wife,
you know,
to
it's a
be
different thing.
Daniel Burrish. Otherwise, his name is Dan Crane.
The
Danny Crane.
saddest
So
type of
that
infidelity, in my
period of time
opinion,
where he
is
was
a mistake.
popular, and there's a lot of material on
Which
it,
is
was
some
when he was
just
using the Burrish name. But I'm still
they
referring
just
to him as
people
Danny
do
Crane
dumb
because
shit.
that's his birth name,
People
and that's
just
the name he uses
in a
now.
moment, you know, they follow temptation. Their impulse control is poor, you know, and they do something that they it doesn't reflect their morality or doesn't reflect the depth of their feeling. Like if you spend enough time in a room with people who've cheated in a relationship and are speaking candidly to you about it because you're the
decided to get into this, will know there is
they'll say
many
very
rabbit holes
openly,
you go
like,
down.
no, I really love my wife. I
There's a
really
lot
love
of
my wife.
images I've
I
collected
don't
over
know.
the years of Dan.
Like I just,
From when he was
you know, I saw this
studying
very shiny
biology
object and I went for
microscopes.
it. I really wanted to sleep with that
Right
woman.
there at
Like,
UNLV.
I wanted to fuck her. I love my wife. I make love to my wife. I love my wife, but I just want to
Even was known as science to do the
and
upper
we
right corner when
created
he
a
was on
culture where
George Knapp's channel.
one of those eradicates the
because
other.
he was involved in
I don't. That's a whole
the
nother
takedown of
discussion.
a bank robber.
You know, or is there ethical non-monogamy? Like, should we? Is
But
marriage
most importantly for now,
about
let me just
who I
kick
have
off with
sex
who
with,
Bill Hamilton is.
or is marriage a
Principal
different kind of
investigator and a good
partnership?
friend,
Is
the
it a
bigger friend
Is it a
back in,
care bond that's
late
about building
1990.
a life together?
Senior
You know,
program
and where does
UCLA
monogamy
has
fit
worked in
into
the
that? And
information
people like
technology
Esther
field for
Perel,
30 years.
those
He
are
has
people
several
who are
degrees,
making
majored in
very
psychology,
intelligent
physical science, and information
discussions.
technology, and was awarded a top grade in
Yeah, it's a
electronic
complicated one.
technology
Just
with
very
US Air Force
just
Security
lens on
Service.
that view.
He's
How
authored
often
several books.
people will
Space-Time and Gravity,
open
Center
marriage.
Vortex, Cosmic Top Secret,
Well,
Alien
let's see,
Magic,
and this is one of those like
Phoenix Lights. His articles
from a
have been
research
published in
perspective,
numerous
this would
journals
be
and
cool.
magazines, including Energy
because
Unlimited,
I
Borderlands,
see
Psychic
they're in
Observer,
my
UFO
office because
Magazine,
they're married.
Fun Journal.
So there may be
Shortly
lots
after I
of
started
people
having
having
story,
open
and I
relationships
decided
that
it's
don't
time to
end up
reach
in a
out to
divorce
Bill.
lawyer's office, so I'd never meet them. but I meet a lot of people that was the
So
hair metal
it was really.
I meet a lot of people that they tried that, but in retrospect, it was a hair metal test. It was like, look, we just figured, let's try this. You know, like maybe this will keep the glue together on this thing, you know. And I've also seen open relationships go wrong, you know, where we agree we're just going to have sexual connections with other people, or we're going to bring other people into the bedroom. But together, like we're going to be together with other people. And then that connection of those two people, like, you think it's a soulmate all of a sudden. It goes to this other, because, and again, is that novelty? Is that, like, the reason why I don't understand why people are, it's kind of like, you know, when someone sings to you, I don't know where to look. Like, I don't know where to look. Like, if someone's singing to me, I don't know where to look. Like, it feels weird. Right? Like, this is a conundrum I have. No, this
It's called the
I'll say this to you, this will never. It's the reason I can't go to strip clubs. I don't know what it was. Like, if I go to strip club, you know, like you go to strip club and there's, you know, there's part where the woman's on the stage and she walks past each person and goes inside and then the next person and this whole thing. So when she's right in front of you, I like a woman's face and I like a woman's body. So I'm looking at the woman's face. But she's naked. And I think, oh, she's naked. I should be looking at her naked body because obviously that's like, it's almost rude not to, because she's naked in front of me. Of course. So then I'm looking at her naked body, which is lovely. But then I find myself going, oh my God, you're just scared. Like, you should look at her face, for God's sake. And then I'm looking at her face and then find myself having this whole thing in my head where I'm going, oh my God, where am I supposed to look? So I think a threesome with two women you don't hardly know or you're not, that's different. But a threesome with a long-term partner who you're in a relationship with and a new person seems to me a very dangerous ground. Because you're going to want to enjoy the novelty of this new person, but you're going to have to spend time with this person after. So how much attention do you spend to the new novel, exciting thing without creating the impression that you're not interested in this? Because you're my favorite person, but this is fun, so I want to try this with you, but then also I don't want to forget about that. Like, it just seems
that analogy, by the way, is brilliant. And also, I guess it's tricky because the consequences of these mistakes are quite high. You're going to have to talk about it.
I mean, there's an easy way to misinterpret the data, right? Like, so if I really like sleeping with my partner, but I get one chance to sleep with this other person, like, well, of course I should indulge in that because I can do this anytime. Like, what, you know, but this person, my partner, might interpret that as, oh, so you're more interested in her than me, because that voice in my partner that would be, you know, insecure might hear that. You know, so why would you open yourself up to that level of chaos?
You seem to love chaos in the courtroom. It's a kind of intimate human touch of sorts.
Yeah, no, that's too high risk.
I don't get on threesomes. Open marriages.
Well, we got I don't know. I think they like if one is fun, two must be better. If two is better, three must be better. Yeah, I think the way that this becomes an issue is why would you have a non-monogamous relationship? What is it about your sex life with this person that's not satisfying? And I think that is the question that's harder to ask yourself and to try to answer with your partner.
I mean, you said that this idea of soulmates is great for your business, but so like a human being in a partnership can't do everything. Is that true? I think it's unrealistic. True romance, right? The document that we keep referencing.
I think it's wonderful because sometimes now people don't get that reference. Like I talk to people when I try to teach negotiation to young lawyers. I tell them to watch the Gary Oldman scene where he offers them the maternity speech.
Why is that the one that really?
Because it's the best negotiating lesson that I've ever been. Where he comes in, he almost calls director. Yeah, Gary Oldman plays it. and he owns his girl is Patricia Arquette, right? And Christian Slater's character, the protagonist, is coming in to tell Gary Oldman that he no longer owns this girl, Alabama. Alabama is going to be with him. And Gary Oldman is an amazing performance. And he's sitting in a living room with a shotgun next to him, with armed guys around him, watching television and eating Chinese.
We have agreements with these
That
other
Chinese
teams, and
food
he
laid out in
says
front.
something like, "That's what I'm
And
hoping."
Christian Slater comes in and he says, I need to talk to you about Alabama.
Right.
And Gary Oldman says he wants some Chinese food. And Christian Slater's sort of taken back by the question. He says, no, I can't talk about Alabama.
Yeah,
He's with me now.
and I think that's
He says, tell him what his offer
a little bit like that is such an
And
important
Gary
skill,
Oldman says,
especially when
you
you're talking
fucked up.
about these
In some
whistleblowers who can say some things,
You know,
but can't say a lot,
if
and
you
they have
sat
to kind
down
of use coded
and
language.
started
and people,
eating my Chinese food,
accuse
I would have
littles
thought,
of speaking in riddles, but it's
who's this
part
guy?
of
I didn't have a care in the world.
situation that we're
Sitting
in.
down eating my egg too young. But instead, you tried to be hard. And now I know you're thinking. And so I think that scene summarizes how in negotiation, the more you enter into it with that, like anytime I deal with another lawyer, they're like, well, we'll see you in court.
And this may have changed since then.
Empty barrels make the most noise, right? You and I, as people who've been in the jiu-jitsu community, I know some dangerous people. I know FBI SWAT people. I know people that are, they know how to do things. And hey, you stuff their sneaker, it ain't oh, you put some policy. Just chill.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about
the filming.
yeah, so, yeah. You're saying that this idea, like with that film underlying, there's this current of like
There's a tremendous amount of information.
I think there's a distinction
Investigators and
between the
researchers
feeling that
have looked
someone
into
is
the
missing
story.
puzzle pieces
Let me
that
go
were
through some
made for this
examples with you.
person. I think what that just means is there's a
There
lot
are
of
certificates
overlapping
of
beautiful
various types.
things.
UNLV
I love them
scholarship,
intellectually. I
graduation,
love them
National Honor
sexually.
Society,
I love them
scholarship
interpersonally.
nomination,
We have some shared
Pre-Medical Honor Society,
history. We have some shared commonalities. We were raised in the same culture, raised in the same religion. Like we have politically similar ideas. These are all, or we have totally opposite ones, but they're complementary. I've always joked that like finding someone with complementary apologies. You know, like I'm obsessively disciplined. So having a partner who's like flexible and like spontaneous is really good for me. And also me being like, no, come on, come back. We're going to do this now. And then it's time to actually do this now. Like we're good for each other. It's barefoot in the park. You know, it's this idea of like, you know, the yin and the yang. So what I have an issue with is the definition of soulmate that I think is sold to so many people. Is this idea that if your partner is disappointing to you in any way, meaning they're not the perfect travel companion, they're not the perfect vocabulary companion, they're not the perfect roommate, they're not the perfect lover, they're not the odds of someone being all of those seems crazy to me. Like it's infinitesimally small, and they don't have to be everything. Like if I go to a restaurant and eat 10 courses, and one of them is kind of subpar, and the other 9 are the most amazing culinary experience I've ever had. How dare I say, well, that wasn't the right restaurant? What do you mean? Like, that's a great restaurant. What are you talking about? Like, of course, it's one little thing. So I think it's impossible to have someone never. It's impossible to have someone who never lets you down, who doesn't say and do the exact right thing at the exact right time. And to create the idea or expectation that your partner should never let you down, never disappoint, never not know what to say. It's like it's crazy. I mean, I find for myself, when someone, for example, loses a family member, I often say the same thing to the person. I'll either talk to them or send them a text or call them and I'll say, if I wish I knew the perfect thing to say, I would say it. But I know there isn't. Like, I know that, I don't say that part, but like I know there isn't. Like there isn't a perfect thing. Like, but if there was a perfect thing to say, I would say it.
I will show you how I
Like,
found
love to me is not that you never let this
existed.
person down; it's that you never want to let this person.
Supposedly this
You
professional
know, it's love is
advisor
a
was
verb.
William J. Leonard.
You know, like it's this feeling of I never want to disappoint you. I will disappoint you, but I never want to disappoint you. I will hurt you. I never want to hurt you. When I hurt you, it will be my insecurity, my stupidity, my humanity that causes me to hurt you, but I will never intentionally.
Letter was sent to them.
You know, I will betray your trust. I'll never intentionally betray your trust. Like I will, by my stupidity, say the wrong thing or say something to someone that you want me to, but it won't be intentional. I will always try to be on your team. That feels to me like a realistic.
Yeah, the intention is the way, but there's some aspect of like, you know, just like the 10-course meal that over time there's a kind of convergence towards perfection, and along the way there's the rose-colored glasses where you see beauty and everything. So it feels it's probably destructive to really internalize the idea of soulmate, because then any imperfections can make you doubt, can make you step away, can make you lose the connection. But it just feels like you know,
It just feels. I feel like when you see a couple
talks about the
90
sufficient
years
information
have been together,
is reviewed by the Marquis editorial staff before being written in
there
sketch
is of
form.
course a
And a
temptation
pre-publication proof
to
of
think
book
about
includes
all the
sketches sent to
beauty
potential
that they've
biographies for
seen on that
publication.
journey together. The
Every
children,
verified
the
sketch returned to
grandchildren, maybe
it
the
by a
great
candidate
grandchildren.
and accepted
All
by the
the
editorial
joy that
staff
they've
is written
seen,
in the
all the
final
pain
Marquis
they've
edition
endured and
format.
struggled
This
together.
process
You know?
ensures a high degree of accuracy.
They've also disappointed each other a whole bunch of
I
times.
take that as a
Probably let each other
as a
down.
good
Probably
dad
lied to
line.
each other a bunch.
You don't just
And
get
yet, and
casually
to
written
me,
into this who's
that
who.
is a beautiful thing. Like that's what that is not. It's great in spite of that. It's great because of that. They still love each other even though they've been so flawed and imperfect. And they're human. And they still love each other. They still wrote that thing together because the reasons to do so were greater than the reasons to.
you mentioned some of this, but I'd love to get your opinion on having seen things gone wrong. How much, and having mentioned and heard in Johnny Depp, how much fighting do you think is okay in a relationship? And how to resolve the fights so they don't escalate to that disconnection? Is there some wisdom you have for that? I imagine you've seen some fights.
Yeah, it's very. I've seen some crazy. I have even on my phone. I have some recording. Because now there's cameras everywhere, like Nest cams, and, Ring cams. So a lot of this gets recorded, and people, have phones so readily available that they can record the information. And I hadn't listened to the way people speak to each other. First of all, I listen to the way people speak to each other, and I'm shocked. I listen to the way people speak to their romantic partner, their spouse.
Reverse engineering of the capture
Just disrespect, insults, profanity, just degradation, just brutality.
When I reached out to
and then,
like,
you kind of go on, like, the next day you kind of go, oh, nothing happened. I'm shocked. I listen to it and I think, like, I've someone ever spoken to me. I could ever really feel deep connection with them. Like, freely, I would feel so betrayed. Like, they're just so brutal. Like, I can't imagine speaking to someone that way, like saying such vicious insults to someone. But I understand that's how some people communicate. Perhaps I guess the question of how much fighting is too much fighting in a relationship is for me a bit like the question of how much sex is enough sex in a relationship. It depends on the two people and their individual case. But what's problematic is when there is a disconnect between the two people. Like, so if there's it's one of the Woody Allen films where Diane Keaton and Woody Allen are both talking to their respective therapists about the relationship, but it's like a split screen.
Yeah.
And she says, I mean, we have sex all the time. We have sex like once a week. And he goes, we never have sex. We have sex like once a week. And, it's funny because it's true. It really is this, they both know the same data, but they're interpreting that data set completely differently. And I think, the question you have to start asking is, like, what is, Steve Harvey actually once said something funny to me. He said that success is not where you are, success is where you are in relation to where you started. He said, success is where you are, and Oprah's got to solve it. Or maybe Elon's got to solve it. I don't know. But if it's where you are versus where you started, because there's a lot of people that started on second, started on third act like they didn't know. Well, I was getting 10 million, but then I turned it into 100 million. First million. So, but I think the question of, like, how much sex were you having at the beginning of the relationship, that might be the wrong gauge. Because that's like we couldn't keep our hands off each other and just novelty. But, how much sex we're having post-children versus before the children, that might be good. How do we compare? Am I overweight compared to what? When I was 20 and running marathons, or most 50-year-old men? I gotta, what do you compare it to? So I think fighting, there are some people that I think they enjoy fighting. Like, they enjoy arguing. I know people that enjoy political debate. I don't particularly enjoy it. Not that I'm not very interested in political concepts, economic concepts. I argue for a living. So in my free time, I don't find argument that enjoyable. When it's intense, I find discussion more interesting.
You just keep the battle to that particular, to your main profession.
Sure. Did you ever, Bob Goldthwait, Bobcat Goldthwait, very, very funny. Had a whole second chapter. But he has this, fun interview with him once. He says, he says, I'm a comedian. I've been a comedian all the time. People always talk to me. They're like, oh, you're a comedian. Do you want to hear a joke? He's like, all I can think is, oh, yeah, that'd be a real fucking treat. Like, I haven't heard jokes all day, all night, for years. That would be a real special occasion. Yeah. I get it.
A sad story. I've been reading quite a bit about Robin Williams and his wife would talk about how quiet and introspective and thoughtful and intellectual he was, and not really that humorous in his private life.
But that may be a function of
separate from J-Rod.
Exactly.
That it is enjoyable to be the other person. One of the things I've always thought was very funny in relationships, my own relationship, is most women I know who have a husband who doesn't wear a suit every day, when their husband was dressed up like they're going to a wedding or something.
About the Lotus Project, their scientific accessory project, and the invitation was initiated by Gary Vortex, a Hawaii professor of applied and computational mathematics and control dynamic systems.
And I remember, I think this has been true in every relationship I've been in since I was a lawyer, including my wife. It was always like, if I had on jeans and I wasn't shaven, it was like, are you kidding me? Like, really? Like, whereas the suit, they wouldn't even know. Well, that's what it is. It's the novelty of the other thing. So I think that if you're Robin Williams and you're like being shot out of a cannon in terms of his performative style and energy and explosive, yeah, being quiet must be very refreshing. Like, I imagine, incredibly intelligent people must love watching stupid humor or having a dumb shit. It's why some of the smartest people I know like really dumb shit. It's why, like, Rick and Morty, I think, is really good because it's both smart and dumb. Yeah, it's not perfect combination. It really is. Yeah, I think it's tough.
Is there advice you can give to somebody like me on how to how to do conversations well? Do you think there's something transferable from the courtroom to this setting with complicated people?
Yeah, I think so. I think what can be learned about interviewing is the distillation of what is most important. When I hear a story that I have to present to the judge, the totality of someone's parenting, the good of their parenting, the bad of their parenting, the good of the other parent, the bad of the other parent. You have to sort of boil down what are the best examples, because I can't lay it all out. And then what greater principle do they speak to? You know, the best jiu-jitsu teacher that I think I've had is Paul Schreiner. And Paul doesn't just teach you techniques. He's teaching you ways of thinking about concepts in jiu-jitsu, and then here are some techniques that illustrate that. John Danaher, from what I can see, does a lot of that as well. I think they're like soulmates in the jiu-jitsu world.
Yeah. And then there's that element that you spoke to, which is maybe considering the other side. I mean,
Well, always
advocate kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, straw man, steel man stuff. You do a lot of that, and I think all the best interviewers do. But yeah, I think it's really, really important to think about. I have to know the other side's case much better than mine. You know, I have to know what are their defenses, what are their strengths. I have to map out a strategy that keeps those in mind. And that's hard because early in my career, I would attribute to the other side an intelligence and strategy that sometimes wasn't applicable. Like I've learned, like, you know, there's like the simplest explanation is the accurate one, you know, the Occam's razor. I think like sextons, you know, would be never attribute to strategy that which could be attributed to stupidity or laziness.
Yeah.
Because I have lots of adversaries that like they'll not file a motion I thought they were going to file. And I'll go, wait, why didn't they file that? Like tactically, what are they thinking I'm going to do? And what is that about? You know, and I would go, well, if I didn't file it, why wouldn't I? And the answer is like they just didn't think to file it, or like they were too lazy to draft it, or they went on vacation last week. So that's what and I'm, you know, driving myself crazy, going, there's some tactical reason, there must be. So I think you have to look honestly and don't attribute to the other side your constitution. You know, if I said that, I'd be saying it sarcastically. If you said it, maybe you weren't saying it sarcastically. Like, you have to think about the fact that we're unique human beings who express themselves differently.
For you, the audience is usually the judge?
It's the judge. No, we don't do jury trials. That's the interesting thing about family law attorneys. Family law attorneys don't do jury trials. We do bench trials. We just persuade. There's a person in the black robe. That's the only person I have to convince.
Does the person in the black robe, do they have emotions? Are they human, or are they very...
They are human. They are all too human.
Do they impose that humanity on you? Like, do you feel it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you feel it. Like, they're human. They're working their shit out. They're parents.
Yeah.
They're husbands and wives.
Yeah.
You're talking about stuff they deal with.
Yeah.
I had a woman on the stand, an expert witness on the stand, who was talking about the emotional and physical abuse that was perpetrated on a 7-year-old. And this person had written a bunch of reports that were in evidence in this trial. We're on like day 6 or 7 of the trial. And there's all of this information in the record about this verbal abuse and mental abuse and like gaslighting, like really intense stuff that this woman's doing to this 7-year-old. And the judge was like vaguely paying attention for most of the time. And at some point, the person says, well, when a parent is abusing a child, and the judge just interrupts. She goes, well, look, you know, do you think like if a person spanks a child, if that's abuse? He's like, well, like a person in general? Like, and by the way, if my adversary asks that question, I can object, but I can't object when the judge asks the question. They get to rule on that objection. So I'm like, where's this going? She's like, well, no, I mean, spanking can be a form of abuse. She's like, right, but like, you know, are you saying like everybody who spanks? And I'm saying, what is going on in your house?
Yeah.
Or what went on with your parents? Like, because you're bringing some stuff here this is not what you're supposed to be. This is not your role, you know. But there are good judges and bad judges, and that's a big, big deal.
Well, I've noticed that I don't have kids, so I have a certain perspective on the world. I really want to have a family and have kids. But I've noticed when I talk to people that have kids, and gender matters also, like fathers or like with daughters and so on. like it changes the landscape of the conversation. It's like you're no longer this intellectual that's like, well, there's this and there's this. It's more like go fuck yourself. Anything that fucks with kids can like burn it to the ground. I don't care what the nuance is of the little intellectual thing.
Oh, you want to learn about this? Represent someone who's accused of child sexual abuse. I've had about a dozen of those cases where I've represented someone who's alleged to have perpetrated sexual abuse of a child. You are guilty until proven innocent. And let me tell you, as a lawyer, that is the toughest cases, because you put sex and kids together and everyone loses their goddamn mind immediately. There's a rush to judgment. There's a disregard for procedure. There's a confirmation bias. There's a desire to be a protector. And again, all motivated and informed by really good things. The desire to protect the innocent, the desire to protect the vulnerable. But gang, no, we have these. I like a world that has due process. I like these rules. I like the rules of evidence. I like innocent until proven guilty. I like that. I'm not saying it's perfect.
It's such a I'm so torn on it, because I also like living in a world where people are so emotionally invested in connection to other
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. It shouldn't be.
I know, but if you dedicate yourself fully to the law, you might lose some of the humanity.
I don't think you have to. I have to tell you, I once actually went off on a DA, on a district attorney, who was very vehemently prosecuting the child sex abuse case that I was involved in. And I remember I came in very early in the case. So the accusation was made and I came in right away. Because very often you get this case, there have been 15 interviews, this person's been interviewed by police, by child protective services, and it's like they're already so far down a hole they didn't even know they dug themselves into, you know. So I got in very early on, and I just kept saying, she's like, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, I was like, wait, we should both want this to be fair, done properly. Like, there's an expert, a well-respected expert who's a clinical psychologist who their job is they're a validation expert. So their job is to interview the child. They record the interviews with a hidden camera so that everyone can see they didn't have suggestive questioning. There are very stringent standards that they follow to prevent like suggestive questioning and any of those kinds of things. And I was saying, listen, no one should be interviewing this child other than this person who's a neutral, qualified person. And I kept saying to the other side, like, wait, see, this is the problem. Like, you want to win. You're a lawyer. You want to win. I want to win too, right? But we want to win fair. Like, that's like saying, I'm going into a boxing match. I want to win. So if the referee's looking to the side, I'm going to kick the guy in the nuts. Like, okay, then you might have won, but you didn't win boxing. You won some other thing. Like, I want to win a fair fight. Like, I want to go in with the rules set, the law, the rules of evidence. I don't want a judge who doesn't understand evidence. I don't want an adversary who plays fast and loose with the rules. I want to go in and win a fair fight. And that's where, when it comes, our passion to protect the innocent, to emotionally connect, to feel deeply about children and protecting them, I don't think that's antagonistic. We always treat dandruff with decapitation in this culture, and I don't understand it. And that's what I like about the law. The law, there's rules, there's rules about procedure. And so that's our job, is to bring out the truth using the rules and the procedure. I love that.
But still, there's a human being and a judge, right?
That's the problem.
It seems like a really hard job. Because you have to pay attention to the whole thing.
You have to pay attention to the whole thing, and everyone is trying to persuade you.
Yeah.
And everyone can keep their shit together in a court appearance most of the time. Like, it takes a rare kind of crazy to blow up in a courtroom. So most of the time, everybody looks really put together. And yeah, you got to have an amazing bullshit detector. I'm not saying they don't have a really hard job. They have a really hard job. They have a way harder job than I have.
What's their source of ground truth? Like, how do they sharpen the radar for bullshit?
I think that they're assessing credibility, which is what you call it in the law, is something that, I think you're supposed to develop it on the job.
Do you have the data of who was lying in the end or not?
No, not really. Not really. I mean, you can try to demonstrate a lot. What I always tell clients, and this is the art of advocacy, right? Is I want to use examples of misrepresentations to show that this person's a liar. Like, I'm trying to extrapolate from the small to the large. Like, I'm trying to say, here's 3 times he lied, therefore he's a liar. When in fact, human beings don't really work that way. But I've seen people submarine just torpedo their entire case because they lied about some dumb shit, some dumb little thing. And I say to them, why did you lie? Why did you lie about that? Like, I had a case where a person was accused of child sexual abuse. And on cross-examination, they were asked, did you have an affair with this babysitter? And they're like, no. And then it was shown through text messages and things. They clearly had an affair with the babysitter. And I said, why did you lie? And they said, well, I didn't want that to come out. And I said, right, but now you're a liar. Like, did you molest your child? Because if the answer to that is no, and now you destroyed your credibility because you didn't want to admit that you slept with an adult woman. By the way, it would have been good for your case. It would have been good for your case for you to say, yeah, I slept with her because I like sleeping with adult women. That's how I am. I don't sleep with children, much less my own. So why would you lie? And so that concept is incredibly important. And judges, theoretically, they have to make very tough calls. I feel like it's the most impotent place to just sit there and dispassionately sort of listen and rule on objections. Like, I just would be so frustrated because I'd want to get up and, I had to do jury duty once. And it was like a horrific experience for me. Because I'm sitting there and
no power.
I'm just watching these 2 lawyers and why did you ask that question? No, I've never asked it that way. Why would you object? Like, when you object, you bring more attention to what you're doing. Like, I'm watching both of them. It's like watching like a jujitsu. It probably wouldn't feel like for like John Danaher to watch 2 white belts spar. Like, why are you doing? Wow, my God, what are you doing? How would you grab that? What are you thinking? Like, and it's frustrating. And as a judge,
honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey.
So divorce lawyers sometimes get a bad rap.
Something like an old life.
I mean, no one's ever happy.
It wasn't. My feeling was.
Like, you have a criminal lawyer, they're defending you against the maelstrom of injustice and false allegations, they're protecting your freedom. Maybe you're acquitted and then you're like, oh, that person saved me. Buy a house. A lawyer helps you get the house. You have to sign paperwork. You do a will. You have to make a decision. Like, at best, I'm a representative of a chapter in someone's life that is very unpleasant. I have a friend who's a really trained prosecutor, and he was having a humidification system installed in his home because his piano required a certain level of humidity. And it was very expensive to install this humidification system. And we went out to dinner, and then we came back to his place. And he said, man, this is the most depressing $15,000 I've ever spent. And I said, why? And he said, because there's nothing different. Like, I spent $15,000 and I feel absolutely nothing different. My piano does, but I don't. Like, I don't have anything to show for it. If you finish getting divorced, you don't really have anything to show for it. Like, yeah. It's one of the things I think that's interesting about divorce is in our increasingly performative society. You can't pretend you meant to get
seriously drop what you're doing and go watch it because
like everything everybody does. Like, well, I wrote that album for me. It didn't matter that it's not really popular. No, you wanted that album.
We're going to cover today. Dan's story is legitimately like something.
Oh, I think my haircut came out great. I wanted to do it.
And he tells it with an
and that's fine because we live in a society now where everybody's oh yes, I meant to do this. Okay. Divorce? Nope. You got married. You break up in a relationship, not a marriage. Okay. Oh, we were only going to be together for a little while. It was never.
And I got news for you.
It wasn't.
If
We
anything
were
Dan
never
Burge has to say turns out to be
No,
true,
you got
then in
married.
this case,
You
this
got married,
story
guys.
is not only the
You got
sleeper
up there
hit
and
of
you
summer,
said forever.
it's the sleeper hit of
And
ufology.
it
In fact, he tells it with an attention to detail that is so amazing that industrial artist
No,
Mark
didn't go the way
McCandless
you
was
thought
able to
it didn't go the way you
illustrate
signed
ring
it.
by ring,
So
taking us
now
inside the SEO
that's
facility
undeniable.
all the way into the room where the clean sphere holding
If we make
the
it easy,
extraterrestrial
like
being
you know,
known
it's
as
barn
J.
burned
Rod
down. Now I can
were
see the movie.
stored.
You know,
I have
like let's
received
make it
literally
something.
hundreds
And
of
so for
messages and
me,
emails from
I think
people
people look
asking
at a
me,
divorce
is
lawyer
Dan
and they
Burge
just
real?
go,
Is his story legit?
yeah, like
Is he still
this is this
alive?
horrible
If he
chapter,
is,
and I
where
associate
is he?
with it. Also, too,
That's why I am
listen,
so
some of the
excited for
things we
today's show,
do,
because one of the people
it's
who reached out
difficult
to me
to
is
simultaneously
California-based
prevent and
researcher
prepare for war.
Ryan Jackson. Ryan has
The
spent
things you do
decades
to
working
protect
in
your
the shadows
clients
behind the
sometimes
scenes,
look
studying
like
the life
acts
and
of aggression,
accomplishments of Dan Burge.
but
He's
really
uncovered a
they're
treasure
just
trove
trying
of
to shore up the
information, including his
defense.
academic credentials,
And so I
his
get paid to be
professional
paranoid,
accolades
and I have to say to clients
even a
sometimes, like,
lecture
well, are
that
you
he
sure
gave
that
at
they're not
Cal's
doing
Tech.
this? And then they
That's
go,
right.
well, I don't know. I
Dan
go, well,
Burge
let me
is for
inquire.
real,
They,
and you're about to learn
no,
a
I'm
whole
not
lot more about
using.
him.
I'm just trying.
Thank you
But
for
we get a
watching. Don't forget to like
reputation
and share this video, and hey,
as
if you're not
amping up
already, consider
conflict
becoming a
because we get
subscriber.
paid
It's
for
a
the
heavy
content,
lift to build
right?
this channel from
It's like if
scratch,
you get
and I need
paid by
all
the
the help I
bullet,
can get. Thank you for
you're going to
watching.
start a
Thank
lot of
you for being
gunfights,
a part of
right?
Team Night Shift.
It
Let's
doesn't
get to the
really
end.
work that way with most good divorce lawyers. Like there are plenty of people that are bad
37
lawyers
years,
and they
Ryan
stoke up
Jackson has been
conflict and it jacks
researching
up
and
fees.
investigating
They usually
subject
don't
matter
do well.
relating to
They don't build
UFOs
a
and
successful career.
UAPs.
You live and die
His
by your
research began in the dial-up days of
But
bulletin
good
boards
lawyers,
like FidoNet
like good
Paranet,
experienced divorce
and
lawyers,
Transcendental Communications,
we do the
which he
whole,
was the
you know,
co-admin.
hey, listen,
Jackson has collaborated
you're going to say this, I'm going to say
provided
this, you do this, I'm going to do
substantive data
this.
points
This is
to
what,
many well-known researchers and journalists in the field.
you know, we got
He's
just blah,
taken
blah,
a
blah.
special
You know what he's
interest
going to do.
in
He's going to
the
go right
Area
there. So why don't
51
we just
and
get through right
Pepper's
now?
Lake
That's
facilities, underground installations,
It
and
wouldn't mean like
alien and
number of
MyLab
books.
abductions.
It's like the two,
With
it's
the
like
exception of
Moyman and
many
Mashashin, you know, it's like
investigators and journalists
the
who
two
know
swordsmen who see each other,
Jackson has remained
and they
below
just
the
stand
radar
there
of
at the edge,
ufology for
and they
almost
see the
all
whole
of his
fight in their
37 years
minds,
of
and they know
research,
who won and
electing
who lost.
until now to
Like
focus
we
on
do a
researching
lot
the
of
many
that. We do a
aspects
lot
of the
of,
subject
okay,
rather than
you know, it's
seeking
like
publicity.
when you watch
Graduated
high-level
with honors
chess,
from Art Center College
and
of
someone
Design in
resigns,
Pasadena,
you
California,
go, wait, what
where he
happened?
received his
He
BA
didn't win.
in
You go, no,
graphic
no,
design.
the other guy won.
Resides
It's
in the Los
15
Angeles
moves
area.
from
Ryan, thank you so
But
much
he
for
won.
taking the time
and
to
the other guy
sit down
sees
with
it.
me.
So now we're done.
So glad I
Can
can
you
do
speak
this.
to some
Thanks for the invite.
recent
For
high-profile
the
divorces?
people who are kind of new to this
Like the most
conversation,
recent I saw is Kevin
I put out
Costner.
a video.
Yeah, Kevin
a couple
Costner's
weeks
a great,
back
I mean, I don't know him, I'm not involved in the
by the
case.
name
Totally
Dan
Yellowstone.
Burge.
Oh, it's so good, right?
And I hope
Dan
Matthew
Burge,
McConaughey, who
and
got
that video
no,
kind of
I
half joking,
hope he
broke
does
the internet.
one of these
It's the
shows.
video that broke
Yellowstone or
YouTube.
anything else.
It took off and it became extremely
amazing.
popular for this channel, and a number of people have
The Kevin
reached
Costner
out.
divorce
Dozens
is
and
interesting
dozens and
because
dozens of people have
Kevin
been
Costner
contacting
had
me
one of the most
to ask
expensive,
for more information on
from
Dan
a
Burge. Who is
distributive
this man?
award
And
perspective.
what
Like,
do we actually
he
know
gave a
about
huge
him? And the
payout
thing
to
people
his
want to
book.
know most of all is he still around? Is he still
And
active? Is
then
he still
this time
alive?
you got a pre.
Brian, you've
So it's actually,
researched Dan Burge
it's a very
for
public
number of
showing
years,
of the
and,
fact that one
this
trip
has
was
been
quite
sort of a
shot.
passion
Like
project
he
for
had
you.
a very
Can you
public
tell us a
divorce.
little bit about
It
how
cost
you
him a
got
lot
into
of
this, and
assets in
specifically
terms of the division of
ufology in
assets.
general, and then more
And now
specifically,
it
how did
appears
Dan
by all
Burge, that case,
acknowledged
become a
reports
local
that he
point?
had a prenuptial
Let me start
agreement
with
that
the
was well
ufology in
crafted,
general. It was
enforceable,
back in
and
1989
you know
when all the
he's
dark story was breaking.
the argument now
I
is
was
over
listening to a radio station out of
what
Las
is child
Vegas.
support, what is spousal support, what's covered in the prenup and what isn't.
So it seems like that prenup worked, actually.
The prenup worked, you know, in Kevin Costner's career, which has always been a steady career,
And I was coming to
I
this,
don't know
whether who this guy
that
was,
in the like
he seemed to be
Hollywood
confident,
stock
he seemed to
market
be technologically
that people would have bet on
knowledgeable about
Yellowstone.
what he was
Like I
speaking about.
think you would have said, hey, it's the
But the
best years of
underlying
that
story
guy's
sounded so
career.
incredible. I just
You know,
had
how
to
do you get better than
It just
James
sounded so
Gold
incredible.
and
So I
Robin
would listen
Hood,
to it night
like
after
all
night.
these big kills, The
Soon thereafter,
Bodyguard,
I
and then
contacted my
Yellowstone.
brother
And it's like, holy cow, he knocked that out of the park. And he's central to it. I mean, not
talking in our town.
So
And he
I
lives
think
down in San
that's why
Diego.
prenups are
So I
important.
drove down there.
You don't know what
and
your church
attended
will do.
with him, and
You don't know where it's going to go.
Bill
And
Hamilton
so
himself,
he saved himself a
investigator
lot of money.
of
He
the
also
story,
has a great
was
lawyer.
my
His
first
lawyer
investigator I
Walker's,
listened to.
you know, LA,
And
you
I
know,
was
just a
following
top
a lot of
professional,
Bill's work.
brilliant
And
lawyer,
as it stands today, I've
even-tempered
amassed
but intense in the
52
courtroom,
cassette
and just a
tapes that
smart,
I've made
smart
of all
human
of
being.
Bill
Yeah, like
Hamilton's talks.
this, you know, I
So
haven't been
I was
following,
really
but I
intrigued by his
saw a few
investigative
comments
and
he's made.
scientific approach to his investigation.
he like refused to comment negatively about his spouse. It's just smart. But like the way he said it, it wasn't lawyer advice, good lawyer advice, probably. But he said it from the heart. So it was like, I like seeing that.
Yeah.
Like where he refuses even the drama, even the public nature of it.
Yeah.
Throwing jabs.
Well, Laura, his lawyer, is actually notorious for like not speaking to the press about cases in an extended way, and that's smart move. Like I don't speak about any cases I'm involved in publicly, and I discourage my clients from doing so. I can't always stop them, but I discourage them from doing so. I don't think there's any good to come of it. There are lawyers who try things in the court of public opinion. I think there is to take it to the broader principle you just brought up, I think there is a lot of value in talking about your ex in a favorable way. I have to say, when I first got divorced many years ago, I went on a date with a young woman. One of my first dates as a divorced woman. And she was a divorced woman, beautiful woman. And we were having dinner, and it was going quite well. And it was one of those things where I was definitely go again. And I said something about, there's going to be this thing at this museum. It's showing. I'm like, yeah, we should definitely maybe the next thing we do together. And she was like, yeah, we should go next weekend. Like, the kids are with the assholes, so we can go. And it was like, you can hear that record scratch. I just went, I'm not. You're referring to the father of your kids as the asshole. Like we're already. I'm walking into something here that I don't know that I want to be involved in. Matthew McConaughey, before he was married, if you look at his history, he dated some of the most beautiful women in Hollywood in their prime, and none of them ever talked bad about him in the press. They all were like, oh my God, he's such a great guy. I always wondered, how do you got out of all of those relationships without a scratch on it? And when you watch an interview, they would say like, so you dated Penelope Cruz? No, I was doing it very privately. I wasn't sharing. What a special lady. She's just a wonderful woman. I'm just so blessed to have a time with her. And I think he's a genius. Because he never came off as petty, spiteful, bitter, any of that. He just came off as just dignified, strong, smart, self-assured, and it left the viewer with the impression that when he was looking off in space, he was probably just thinking about some wonderful time he had with him. And you think to yourself, God, that guy, he just became cooler and cooler. Whereas if he got into that was ugly, and then this happened, nobody wants to hear it. It's awful.
Funny thing about it, Dracula a bunch. I don't think he's in the Wilson school of thought. I think that I don't see him ever having a fight. But his parents were not stop fighting. They got divorced and remarried. And
they were volatile.
Yeah, very. He seems maybe kind of swing the other way. He just seems cool as a cucumber.
Just lets it roll off. Yeah. But even if it's internally, not really.
You reached out to me shortly after that video went up, and we had a great conversation, and we started to kind of get a dialogue going back and forth. And
you lie to your children.
The first call that we
people
did,
say this all the time.
you sent me a huge
why did you tell your child that dad had to call? Well, I'm not going to lie to my kid.
I think one of the things that struck
yes,
me
you are.
most about our interaction so far is
Mommy, are you going to die someday? Yes, Dad. I'm going to die, and Daddy's going to die, and then someday the earth's going to hurl into the sun, and we're all going to die.
People who aren't familiar with this story,
that's not, you lie to your kids all the time. What's wrong with you? We don't know what's wrong with you. We're going to take you to the doctor, and hopefully it's nothing serious, you won't die. But you lie to kids all the time. You tell them that Santa Claus exists, whatever. So to say, I'm not going to lie to my kids. You lie to your kids all the time. You don't like your husband, that's okay. You don't like your ex-husband, but it's their fault. You just cringe. You know? Oh, Dad took me to meet his new girlfriend, Kiki. Oh, that's nice. You guys have a good time. Yeah, she helped me do my hair and she did my makeup. I'm sure that's burning you inside.
But there was a little controversy early on with the story when it first started to take off.
Again, kind of has a way about it with that.
And the internet in its present
Basically
form.
says never
Can you
lie,
talk
but a
little
little
bit about
bullshit.
what happened early on and explain a little bit about
I mean,
how
I'm
the
very
controversy
like
got started?
Tom Waits was that song "Lie to Me." You gotta lie to me, baby. You know, honestly, the funny thing, Tom Waits has music out there in business. I think his words, man.
And who are the ones that we left in charge? Killers, thieves, and
relationships in this story had to Bob Lazar's story.
Well, it must
But
be
Bob
true.
Lazar's story
I
was
don't know how
relatively
many.
narrowly
I don't know how
focused
many
around
limbs I have
the
that I would give
scientific
all of
programming
them
worked on.
to talk to Tom.
The
He's
S4
a
facility
very
itself,
private person.
I feel like he's the musical
the
equivalent
short
of
life
Corny
that Bob had on the program.
Yeah. Even if you get the interview, you're not. I don't think you get in there.
No, I don't think you want.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I don't think you want to.
There
I
was
think
plenty of
I've
reason to
seen
believe
his
Bob.
public
There was
interviews
also
over the
some
years.
influence from Bob that
With
still needed to
Letterman.
be resolved. There was issues
I
of
think he just
background verification.
he is the poetry.
Things like that.
I would put Tom Waits,
I think when you then look at the Danvers story,
Cormac McCarthy,
the claims are
Maynard
even
James
more
Keenan.
wild.
Like these are artists that like I think they want the art to speak for itself. They would like to be lessons. They don't want you to. And I remember early days of Tool that he like this he could not have been less interested in this to the point where I think it was almost to the detriment of the band early on. You know, and there's no surprise that those are three artists that I think are unbelievable and in a category of their own, and that you hear their performance. Like you can give me a page of a Cormac McCarthy novel, and I know it's a Cormac McCarthy novel. You can a few notes of Maynard James Keenan and Tom Waits' voice. You know,
magazine that a number of contributors offered
in the spotlight. But you know, it doesn't stop me from feeling sad about it. But anyway,
yeah, that does. I would like to hear that.
she's the girl that got away.
Yeah.
I'm just standing outside of that girl's house with the
Sign, yeah, just pointing in your eyes, Peter Gabriel. Yeah.
Anyway, was it live? This whole idea of honesty in relationships is interesting. And clerks with a blowjob.
Yeah.
I don't know how to phrase it eloquently, but like there's stuff you should be honest about.
Unfortunately, some of those things
Maybe you don't need to be.
George was
So in the law,
that were very similar to Bob.
it is
The fact that he
illegal
couldn't find his
to
academic
commit
credentials,
fraud.
the
Fraud
fact
is a
that there
material
was
misrepresentation
issues
of
of what
fact.
he was, if he was
But the law
getting a
specifically
degree
says
at
you're
this
permitted to
location,
engage
how does it
in
show that he was at this other
mere
location at the
puffery.
same time? Lots of so controversy
So, and that's
was
the
all over
term
the place.
that's used
And
for
then
it.
other people weighed
Puffery.
in about
Puffery is when you are
money problems they had
inflating
back in the day.
something.
You know, in my
You're
opinion,
being like hyperbolic.
I've read people with money
But
problems. That's not necessarily
people
an
wouldn't
issue of
necessarily think
credibility.
they're telling the truth. You
So,
know, like
I'm not sure if
it's
that's
not. You know, like if I
what
say
mean
to
by the
you, this
controversial
bottle of
aspect,
water,
there's
you know,
plenty.
was held
If you had to,
by
in 30
Elvis,
seconds, 60 seconds, give
and that's why you
the
should pay me
elevator
$50
pitch
for
for
the
why
straw.
is Dan Burrish
But if I
so
say this is the
significant
water
to the
that
field,
this water is
what would
drank
your
by the
elevator pitch
finest
be?
people. Presidents drink this water.
Because
This is
even
a
though this
yeah,
happened in
this happened.
2002, and as we sit
And
here
so I
2024 with
advertising marketing is based on
amazing
puffery. It's not fraud. There's
whistleblowers,
fraud across the line. So
like Carl Nell,
I think there's a difference between honesty and
Tim
candor,
Galladay,
right? So in relationships,
elements of what they're saying,
being
you
honest
start to
is
patch
good.
in the holes
Being
of Dan's
totally
story.
candid is probably not a great idea. Like
They're
it's
asking
indelicate
now
to
the
be
general
totally
public to
about
really
some
be
things.
open-minded about the subject.
The
at a
woman you're in a
time
romantic
when
relationship with says to you,
we've relaxed the
"Do
stigma,
I look
which
good
was
in
very
this
strong in
dress?"
2002.
And they don't.
So I think
Or do I look fat
start to
in this?
contemplate what all
That's
these
better.
things
Any
might mean for our
heterosexual man who's
future,
ever been in a relationship has
the
had that
damn
question.
story starts to
Do I look
play
fat?
very well
Does this
into
make my butt
what
look
those
good?
answers
Whatever.
may be,
This
because
is
part
do I
of
look
the
fat?
story is
If you
interaction
go
with
yes,
this
that's
entity
indelicate. It's honest,
required him
but
to
it's
have a
indelicate.
telepathic
And it's
communication
almost
while he was in close proximity.
right. But
And
there's a, and if you say no,
communication. There was a
No,
number
she doesn't look good enough. Like the concern she
piece of
sees
information given to
is
Dan
a
about humanity,
legitimate
about
concern.
nature, and then
Do you lie?
whether technology is available at S4 that
Right.
also
That's not a good thing
allowed
either.
for
So what do you say?
a view into the
You know,
future. Shall we say
That blue dress you have really complements your body, like in a way that one does. You know, that the cut of that dress is such that it doesn't flatter you. I see what you're saying. Now it's the dress, it's not you. You know, but I'm telling you the truth. Like I'm addressing your concern. Like this is the distinction. Like don't material misrepresent that. Like don't steer people down roads that you know that that's not how it's gonna go, right? But you know, so it's like if a woman says I love you, and you don't love her, don't say I love you back. You know, you do the like, oh, you know, I very strong feelings for you, or you know, like there has to be some middle ground. You don't change it.
Yeah, I mean I guess all of it requires skills, as you described, right? And just being honest in quotes is not enough.
It's not a
science fiction, Star Trek.
I mean, that's the problem. See, when you write a relationship book, which I never intended to do,
is again so
people
detailed.
come to you and say,
you mentioned the Elizondo.
what are the things I should do to help my relationship? What is the cause of divorce?
When I was watching that very first interview that
What
I
do you
saw,
mean?
it would be
So like, how do I improve my
comes
relationship?
across
Pay more
as someone
attention.
who knows a lot,
Make
and
small
what he knows is difficult.
Okay, what does that even mean?
Tonight.
What do you mean?
And I
Like the
think
acts
that
of
people
love.
will
You should
zero
tell
in
your
on that
partner that you love them more often.
immediately.
What do you
As
mean?
we zoom out
What I
from this
say,
and
what I
look at the
do, whichever
credentials
sex,
and the research that you've done,
like
it
people
makes
know. And they're
is
practical
claiming to be one
suggestions,
of the first people
like leaving a
laid
note. I
hands
talk a lot about
physically
leaving a
on the
note.
beat and
Like
did
if
it
you're dating
day in and
someone
day out.
or you're living with them,
You've put
you're in a
together
serious relationship,
presentation
send a text,
that we
leave a
went
note.
through,
Just
and you've
every
since
day,
expanded
just
it
some
since
little
we
thing that just
last
tells them
spoke.
how much you like
Can you
them.
take us through
Like
that
this is a low
presentation and
cost,
just
high
walk
value
us through it,
move.
and then I'll jump
Doesn't
into
take
questions as we go.
And it's a practical
Yeah.
thing.
And
But
I'm
when
also
we
saying,
speak in these sort of like
that finding
broader
your
axioms,
maximum
broader
information,
concepts,
that's why
that people just don't have any idea how to practically
expanded this
apply.
presentation
I can't wait to listen to the
I
audiobook
got a letter
where you
from
talk
Joey
about managing
that
marital finances
was
as like
bombshell in
anal
regards
sex.
to this case. So I
Your
find tremendous information, and I
mastery
gave
of
this
the
entire
metaphor
investigation again fluid.
touches one's heart and soul. You're Shakespeare, 21st century, really.
I don't know that Shakespeare would have brought anal up in that context, so I appreciate it. Yeah. My thesis there, or my point there was, you have to proceed carefully and have discussion in advance, and don't just spring it on someone and realize that if this goes wrong, it will go catastrophically wrong. So good communication is important, and you know, I don't think it's something you can just dive into unless you're prepared for that to have potentially very negative impact.
Talking about this more
And,
after years of
you know, finances is one of the
scenes and
sources
under
of
the
a huge
radar.
amount of
What was
stress.
the thing that changed for you that made you realize that you wanted to?
Because it's about value.
It's just too big a
I mean, it's
story.
aside from
It's too big a story. And I
having painful conversations about what you tried to do and were able to do, or what your impulse control was in terms of what you spent money on. There's the conversation, and then there's what's underneath the conversation. There's gender stuff about men feeling the need to be a provider. There's gender stuff of men or women thinking material goods will fill the void and buying things, and they're creating stress on their partner. There's the very human desire to make things seem effortless so your spouse doesn't feel any stress, when in fact it's causing tremendous financial stress, and then when the dam breaks, it breaks hard. So yeah, there's a lot. Finance is tricky stuff, and you could probably be wonderful romantic and sexual partners and have very different styles of how you handle your finances. And how you handle your finances is informed by not only your individual psychology, but also how you were raised, and how your family taught you about finance and how you should conduct your finances. So,
And there's interesting power dynamics. Like,
tremendously. And those are very tricky because the standard of living of a couple becomes important in a divorce. And sometimes this toxic standard of living that created toxic levels of stress is one of the causes of the divorce. And so they're asking the court to maintain a financial obligation on you that is the reason why the marriage fell apart. And that feels like a particularly insulting form of
well, you're a fascinating human being on many levels, but you're also exceptionally productive, and you've talked to me about waking up early. For you, we met today at 11 a.m., and for you, that's what, late afternoon, I suppose. Yeah. We had to negotiate to come to an agreement because I went to bed at 4 a.m.
And I was up. I get up at 4.
You woke
So
up
now
at 4
I'm here. Well, I woke at 3 o'clock local time. So I woke up at 3 local time. Yeah, I wake up at 4 now, so my body just wakes up.
Oh, wow.
Wakes up full on this.
It's coming through. You're good.
Wow. Like my most productive writing and speaking is from 4 a.m. until noon.
Can you take me to a productive, like a perfectly productive day?
I wake up at 4 a.m. very naturally. I wish I didn't, but I do check my phone first thing. I want to see if any notifications came in overnight.
To work emergency.
Yeah, work emergency. As a divorce lawyer, our definition of emergency can be very serious. It's people responding with a child. It's a police being involved in a domestic violence, and so they can be like time-sensitive things. And when someone is hiring a divorce lawyer, I think they're hiring. They want someone responsive. My clients have no problem. And I go to bed early because I get up early, and so I go to sleep by 8 p.m. I don't think I've seen so I wake up at 4. I check my phone, check my email. Usually, even if there's something that's time sensitive, it's usually not so time sensitive, but it needs to be responded to because most coverage normal people are asleep. I have espresso, black espresso, which I enjoy very much, and then I work out. And that's some days it's going to be weights, a lot of days it's just going to be cardio. I changed habits now that I'm in my 50s. It used to be much more intensive.
Look at this athleticism. I've never seen anything. Prowess. Motherfucker's got prowess.
Max deadlift.
So you can still live the world.
I do. I thought that you can do.
You have pictures.
I videos we put on.
You can in stories when you talk about it, you can exaggerate how much you're actually.
That's true. But then you can't back it up. See, I'm very evidence-based. So if I don't have a photo or video of it, it's just weird how but I work out, and then I try to work out for like a good hour. And I do that partly because of stress. I think when I don't work out, it's difficult. I had a group of guys that I did jujitsu with at 5 a.m. They were mostly law enforcement. They were cops who would either be starting a shift or coming out for the night shift, and we would train together to do like an open mat. And it was 5 a.m. till 6, and that was heaven. I loved it. And then I always do either a sauna or steam for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then I do a cold plunge, or if I don't have access to a cold plunge, cold shower. And then I have breakfast. It's usually a very uncontroversial, simple breakfast. I like to eat, I like slow carbs, Tim Ferriss type style, and I get right to work. I try to do my drafting early in the day, prenups, motions, things like that, from let's say 6 or 7 until 9:30, which is when the court begins.
The drafting is like writing up the production.
Right, writing prenups, writing separation agreements, writing settlement proposals, writing motions for the court, pre-trial memos, which is like research that one presents to the judge to support my arguments. I do drafting. I review documents that the attorneys work for me to draft for and refine them. And then court is usually from 9 o'clock until noon. And if we're on trial, then it's a whole different pace. Because trials, the lunch break isn't really a lunch break. You're preparing the afternoon's witnesses and you're trying to do damage control on what happened in the morning. But if it's just court conferences, like most cases, it's conferences. Conferences is you go in, you make oral arguments, you don't have witnesses on the stand, you're not taking testimony. It's like everybody's just shouting allegations back and forth and making temporary arguments pre-trial. It's kind of the foreplay of itself.
That exhausting, by the way.
It's exhausting when you're done with it. Like while you're doing it, it's exhilarating. I always say that I never sleep as poorly as the night before a trial, and I never sleep as well as the night I finish the trial. Because when I am on trial, I am speaking, listening, watching the judge closely to see what they're reacting to and when they're paying attention or not paying attention. Watching opposing counsel and the opposing party, like when is the opposing party writing a note to their lawyer to show it to them? What is the opposing counsel objecting to? My client is trying to pass me notes half the time while I'm speaking and making my arguments. I'm trying to adjust what I'm doing strategically based on the objections that the judge is ruling on. So I'm so hyper-stimulated on trial that when you finish, you can't even talk. You've gone. Your brain is dead. Conference is hard because at least with the trial, there's a singularity of focus. Like with the trial, it's just one case and it's all my opinion. The problem is then on the lunch break, all the other cases that I've been ignoring for the last several hours while I was on trial, they all have stuff going on. So it's like, hey, where's that settlement proposal on this? Hey, you just did this, you need to file a motion. So now it's like, okay, I have an hour, and to answer all of this in some preliminary way, to delegate some responsibilities, then I got to go back in and put 100% of my focus on this. So you find yourself in a place, that's why I'm very disciplined. You find yourself in a place where I live my whole life in 6 minute increments, 10th of an hour, so you go in something. So everything I do is like point to, and I'm logging time throughout the day. And you find yourself at the end of the day. My son is my older son. He's a district attorney, and I'm very proud of him. He puts the bad guys in jail, and he's very smart. He just did a year. And when he graduated from law school, we're very close. We were talking, and he said, we were just talking about like his career in the law that he was at. And I said to him, you know the feeling at the end of the story when like all your homework or all your work is done, and you just go, okay, it's all done now, and I'm gonna go home. You'll never have that feeling ever again. Ever. You're just gonna every day go, all right, it's enough. I got it. Because you could, with every one of these cases, you could stay up 24 hours focusing just on it. So you have to have the discipline to go, like, I'm done for now. I've done what I could do today. And now I'm going to sit and read for half an hour. I'm going to watch this show for half an hour. Have this meal. Because it's never done. So that's a challenge. That's a hard part of this job. But I think my discipline helps with that. And then I finish my day around 5:30, 6 o'clock. And I have something to eat. And I try to wind down a little, and I'm usually in bed by 7:30.
You mentioned jiu-jitsu. What about what role?
I trained martial arts from the time I was a little kid. I was 7 or 8. I took a book in karate, and I did judo, and it was always part of my life. And then I got to college and grad school, and I didn't have time for it, and I didn't do it. And then I got divorced. I was quite young, so when I got divorced, and I had 2 young kids. And I thought, well, I can, like, grow a goatee and buy a convertible and do, like, the thing you're supposed to do with dude with kids and get close to middle age. Or I can try to do something else. And so I said, well, maybe I'll go back to martial arts. So I took up Muay Thai, kickboxing, and they had a jiu-jitsu class at the same school after the Muay Thai class. And I had been around the orbit of jiu-jitsu, having been my kids to karate and jiu-jitsu there at the academy. And I stayed for a jiu-jitsu class, and I had a 120-pound girl ragdoll me, because I just knew nothing about grappling. And I remember just going, well, I gotta learn what this is. And that was it. I just dove into it. My first professor was Lou Ventolaro in New Jersey. He's an Florida based black belt, great teacher, taught me amazing fundamentals, took me all the way up to purple belt. And then right after I got my purple belt, I moved to City. I actually chose my apartment based on its proximity to Marcelo Garcia. And I moved to West Chelsea because it was a short walk to Marcelo's academy. My core Jiu-Jitsu was up to purple belt, who's moving tomorrow, and then Jim Marcello. And Marcello, Paul Schreiner, who's really phenomenal. And all the people who taught me, I mean, are all phenomenal. I mean, Bernardo. Hale was the time that I was there before he went to Boston. Marcos Pinocchio was like his lasso guard stuff. He was at Marcello's for a long time, and what a t-shirt. I mean, my lack of skill at jiu-jitsu is not based on a lack of quality instruction. Like, it's based on an inability to retain the information, you know, for very long.
And for me, it's one of the most reliable places I can go to humbleness.
I love jiu-jitsu. I love the progressive humility that it drives home constantly. I love the impossibility of perfecting it, although Gordon Ryan's probably come close and Marcello's probably come close to perfecting it.
Let me ask you, since you mentioned Gordon Ryan, so apparently some close with Gordon, which I'm sure you know in Austin, just this jiu-jitsu scene is incredible. It's just the actually
seeing going on.
it's truly special. Anyway, apparently, long ago, Western Jersey, there's a bit of a conflict between you and Gordon. You mentioned to me offline that you love him and like just how much respect you have for him as an athlete. So, can you explain why is this?
Yeah, I'm actually glad I have that. It's funny that you bring it up. And of all the, we're talking about all these heavy topics, and this is probably the one that I find the most actually emotional. But Gordon's very young man still. It's hard to imagine that because he's accomplished so much as an athlete.
Real quick, a number of people are going to ask,
but there was a time, not that long ago,
and there's not much to go on,
where he was just a young guy on his way up.
Why is that?
He's only, I think, a couple years older than my oldest son. And through a series of circumstances, jiu-jitsu wasn't, it's really exploded in the last 10 years, but there were not as many people sponsoring quote-unquote super fights. There really weren't like jiu-jitsu super fights being sponsored in Jersey and New York. And I got involved in sponsoring some jiu-jitsu super fights. And I also got involved in sponsoring some jiu-jitsu athletes. And Gordon was a young part of the Danaher Death Squad. I was friends with Eddie Cummings. I was friends with John. Still friends with John. But I didn't really know Gordon. I actually don't know that I've still ever met. I don't think I've ever met Gordon. I've been in the same room with him. But there was a fight that I had sponsored some other fights with this particular promoter. And they asked me to sponsor one, and it didn't involve anyone from Marcello. But it involved Gordon. He was one of the people, and I liked John very much, and I liked everybody in town. So that's what I was watching him compete. I mean, everyone at Marcello's has such respect for John and everyone. And the stuff they were doing, the early days of that Danaher Death Squad, like Eddie Cummings, like his it just blew the whole game. Like, it just was a whole other thing, It's like insane what they did, such innovation. And Gordon at the time he was online, and I'm much older than that. I'm in my early 50s, and that's not, I guess, chronologically that much older, but generationally, I think it's better. And Gordon was smack talking with a guy about a guy who I was a sponsor of, who I knew, and who I knew was a very good athlete and had been through difficult things in his life. And Gordon just, said some like nasty things about him. It's very, it falls into the category of totally appropriate smack talking. Looking at what Gordon became, which is he's someone who talks trash. It's like part of his brand is to talk trash. And I see now that's like Muhammad Ali. At the time I just didn't see it as what it was. And although it doesn't excuse it, my mother was dying. I was not at my best. I was having a hard time. And Gordon had spoken ill of this person, and I got upset, and I reached out to John and became blast, and I said to them, hey, can you tell this guy to knock it off? Don't talk about this person as my sponsor. If I'm sponsoring this fight, I don't even know this
Every
Gordon
verified
Ryan
sketch
story.
returned to it by
And
the
I'm
editor
sponsoring his fight.
accepted by the editorial staff.
Like, you should say thank you. Don't talk bad about a person like
This
financial
process
sponsor.
ensures a high degree of accuracy.
And I think on
I
Facebook,
take that for
we
now
like
until I
wrote
hear
some
from them.
comments, and then I wrote some comments back, and I
That's a
was
good data point.
incredibly
You don't just get casually written
obnoxious.
into this who's who.
And
I'm aware that
very
there are
soon
other vanity
I felt really gross.
but Marquise is
I was an
they're the
adult,
primary.
and I was talking to a young person this way, who's on their way up, who's like a little older than one of my kids. And I just said these obnoxious things. And I felt
the Tom Mack letter?
really like less
Revealing
gross,
Bill
you know?
Hamilton's book, the
And-
latter chapters, there's
But I never really thought much
chapters
about
on
it again.
verification
You know,
of
I
the
watched the
story.
star rise, and I was very
Years
impressed. Who's not impressed by Gordon Ryan? Like, and everyone at our academy is always very, like, thrilled to see him rise. And, I stayed friends with John, and every time Gordon would have a big victory, I would always text John and be like, because Gordon's victories are John's victories too. They have such a great bond. All the people in his orbit, like, are all people that I respect and like.
I reached out to
And I just would say, hey, listen, congratulations, and please pass on my congratulations to Gordon. And but we don't know each other. I don't have his number. I have no way to contact him or apologize to him. But if Gordon hears this, I am profoundly sorry. I don't say that because I'm trying to listen.
Wow, thank you for saying that. As well as my heart in general.
See, you're talking to a divorce and it warms your heart. Look at that.
Well, speaking of which, so what, you're romantic actually. What role, you've seen love break down completely. What role does love play in your
I remember Rick said, yeah, we did. A lot of them are emails. I thought, no, I don't want to email because I can't verify
Romantic
this
love,
real or not. He goes,
wars
yeah,
and
but there's
romantic
I think
love.
I got some
Empires
letters
fall
from him.
into romantic love.
He said, I've got 3
It
different
takes
locations
down
where I keep my
kings.
archives. I'll have to get back to
It
you. I
takes
thought, okay,
down,
not sure if we
you
hear
know,
from him. Let's see what happens.
we're all
Less than an hour
just
later, he gets
struggling
back
for it.
with
We're
me.
all
He says,
just
guess what? It's
chasing
here
it.
at my
We're all
house.
chasing the
And
dragon,
he
It's like the rush we
and
all
sends
are.
it to me.
So it's huge.
And it's a
It's
letter
huge. I
to
mean,
Richard talking about what's up,
sex
things that are going on in his life.
and love,
which is on the first
which I like
page.
to believe are in
And
some
on the
way
back of
connected.
it, he talks about
And love
him.
and romance, which again,
And
I
here's what he
like to
says,
believe
and I
is
got this only 3 weeks ago.
I think it's huge. I think
Collins
it's
got the Dan Crane story
Look,
wrong.
I've always
There
thought
was a Captain Danny Crane who was
most of
assigned
what
to the QS4
men
projects
do,
sometime
including
in the
me,
late
we
80s.
do to get laid.
Captain Crane was a biologist
Like,
who worked
on
on the
some
Car
level.
4800 program.
Like, you
PS2
want to be
complex.
successful.
That's Baptist.
Why? So you can have money.
His assistant,
Why?
and
So
I
you
never heard
can
this
have
before,
nice
his
things so that
assistant
you
was
can attract
Captain Arthur Price.
attractive
Over
members
in
of the
charge of
audience.
mapping alien
Like, a
DNA.
lot of things
Captain
come around.
Crane developed the
And
sequencing
even for
technique.
like men,
They
you
were
know,
taking
like
the
red
sequence
pill,
of found
men
amino
who are
acids.
like,
The alien was
hey,
the
we
quantum
talk about
loid
that an awful lot.
named
For
Amos.
someone that's not interested in women, sure, like
The
in the orbit
sequence
of
found was
women who
nothing
are telling
like
how much
Hammond's
you don't
Captain
care
Crane,
about women,
even
which
baffled
kind of
genetic
feels like you're doing that to
scientists
attract a
with his
certain
findings.
kind of woman,
Captain
which I
Price
get.
is now working
You
with
know,
Dr. Kit
more
Crane
power
at
to
the
you.
CIA.
But
This was
that-
explosive to
a
me
person who
because
worships an idol and a person
I
who
was
destroys
getting
an idol are
additional
both
information
idolaters.
about his assistant
Yeah.
named
So
Captain
you're-
Arthur Price.
If all you're talking about is how you don't need women,
I'm also getting
you're talking about
information
women.
about DNA sequencing.
So
And for those
it's
who
just
may
such
be
a
aware already of
splinter
the
in
Dan
people's
story,
mind.
before
You know,
Dan was brought over
relationships,
to the
where it
Baptist
has-
facility, he was making
And like, it's
trips
such a
to
great
Grade
equalizer.
51
I mean, you're spending some time
Main
with the
complex.
right now.
and he was taken into a lab there to study.
And I remember when I started out as a lawyer,
Issues
just doing like the regular, like the cop and the
species.
teacher with a 401k
I
and
believe
having
this is who
assets.
Tom
I remember
Mack
thinking,
is
like,
referencing
someday
here
if I
when he
represent
recognizes the
celebrities,
Wanda Lloyd
wealthy
named Amos.
CEOs, like, it'd be different.
That's what I
It'd be like
envisioned that to
smarter.
be. So I
It'd be
found
like
that
different.
tremendously valuable.
Weird, petty
If we can
shit, the same
determine
infidelity, the
that this
same.
letter is
The
real,
same kind of
then the
insecurity, the
questions
same
about
kind of
Dan, we
jealousy,
can
the same kind
leapfrog
of fight.
over so
They're all-
many things. If this is real, then of course
But it
he
is,
worked
it's like,
there, of course
and
he
it's
worked
all
on
the
the alien.
same
Verified by this
insecurity,
1999 letter.
sadness, it's the same
The
like
curiosity about
desire to be
PhDs and
validated, like
certificates and other
mommy issues, daddy
that labs
issues,
he worked at is
intimacy
almost
issues,
incidental at this
you know,
point.
and it's all the
This
same
letter is
stuff.
real, it reveals
And
everything.
just because you're really
So I found
good
that really helpful.
at other things, like I've represented
Any questions
professional
yet?
athletes,
Normally not.
No,
You're
no.
doing
world
great.
class.
This is excellent. Some people may not be familiar with the term
And
quantum
they
loid. Can you explain what that means?
Well, I
no
know Richard
better
Daly spoke
than
about this in the
anybody
past.
else. Like, there's
Yeah, I
no.
recommend people
you know, there's no connection between the skills that made you a good entrepreneur and the skills that made you a good, you know, spouse or partner. I'm sure there's some overlap. Education is good, and thinking strategically is probably good. But I'm just humbled by how it comes. So, and even when we lose, and even when like our greatest pains were caused by our desire to love and be loved in a romantic sense, we just keep putting the money on the table and playing. And we won't just quit. We just keep going, you know. And
unless it is worth it.
I mean, I guess so. Like it's calling us. I don't know if it's worth it or not. That's a value thing, right? But we don't stop. I don't know a lot of people that they played the hand, they lost, and they went, well, no more of that game. I'm not a good poker player. I'm not playing poker. Like, I know people who've done that. I know people that are like, listen, I don't drink. Like, you know, I'm allergic. I break out from handcuffs and hospital bills. Like, I'm not drinking. But I don't know people that are like, man, that relationship, I screwed that up. Or I got screwed on that one. I'm not doing that. You can say that. Everybody says that. You know, I'm done. They're not. They keep going. They'll go up again.
Never gonna fall in love again, and then a few weeks later,
I got job security. People are not going to stop walking down that aisle. They are not going to stop having kids with people that they probably should have thought through whether they would have kids with that person or not.
Well, I'm glad they are. I'm glad they're taking that leap. I'm glad they're taking that risk. It's this whole beautiful mess that we're all a part of. It's like taking that risk, taking that leap of vulnerabilities of what this whole thing is.
Yeah, and what a danger if we didn't, you know? Like every, you hear about people like Alexander Hamilton, you hear about people who like, they were born of circumstances that like, these two people should never have had a kid. And then they did, and that kid changes the world, you know, and like moves the dial forward. What a great mistake! Like what a great mistake! You can't ever say it's a mistake. Like what an amazing thing. And I think that's one of the things I like about divorce as a practice, and it's almost looking at it like spiritual practice. I think you just don't know what is a blessing, right, in the world. Like you just don't know. Like my father, I've spoken about this before publicly, and he does frequently. My father's an alcoholic. My father's been in recovery now for 7 years. But he was that alcoholic, Vietnam veteran, and only got sober, you know, when I was in my 40s. And a lot of the personality characteristics I have are consistent with those of adult children of alcoholics. You know, desire for control and control issues. You know, a lot of those things.
Now let's talk a little bit about the
And I
software
love
facility
my
itself.
life. I'm having a great time. If I died tomorrow, man, I did more, learned more, loved more than I ever dreamed. And so, I'm so glad my dad was doing it. And if you said to me, how do you raise kids? Like, I wouldn't say, like, well, you definitely want to be an alcoholic. Because you have a lot of really great physical lessons. Like, no, like, I wouldn't want that. But it's born, like, all these wonderful things were born of this awful situation. So, I think divorce is the same thing. Like, we make these mistakes, right? But they're not really, you know, I often have to say to my friends, like, oh, I wish you married this person. You love your kids, right? But your kids are half that person. They would not be the organism they are without that person's DNA. So you can't regret being with that person if you love your kids. Like if you love your kids, those kids don't exist without that person. And I don't know how we refocus on that. You know, I don't know. Maybe we could. Anyone going through divorce. I've actually had a theory, which I've not said out loud. I think if we could figure out a way to take a divorcing couple that is interested in potentially mediating and put them in a setting where we could give them both psilocybin, like a good dose, like 2.5 milligrams. and have them do individual
you
sessions.
sent over a video that you put together
controlled
on sort of
setting with
onboarding on-ramp video for
guide,
diversion.
right?
As I was watching it, one of the things that jumped out at me,
and have them
just
sort of do that in their work,
detail,
and
very
then have them
specific,
do some
almost
kind
like
of a
throwaway detail.
session
Was how he
together
talks about that red line.
after they've had that experience.
He
That
said in the
psychedelic
early days
experience.
it was spray
I
paint.
actually think you could do
Like someone took a can
transformative
of spray paint and just went down and
because
tried to
I have
spray
found
paint this,
myself,
like,
and
red line,
certainly
so it
the
didn't
many
look very
people
good.
that I've
And then
talked to
later,
had
they went back and
psilocybin
years later,
experiences
it had
in
been,
particular, but any
done
psychedelic experience, many would be
correctly,
in
I guess. But he
pathogens,
described that one little weird detail. I just found that very interesting.
or even like MDMA.
Yeah,
Like MDMA, which is isn't in pathogen. If we brought that space and the divorce and conflict resolution space together, that sort of psychopharmacological intervention on empathy, one's empathy receptors, or one's connectivity, I think that could be radically changed. It would be logistically an absolute nightmare. It would never get done from a legal standpoint. But man, like I think sometimes like that because I think the more that you can bring people to the awareness of connection that comes from many people's psychedelic experiences, I think they could then extrapolate that into their understanding of the conflict.
He was really taken by the level of detail that
So
he said
really
Dan
lean
must
into
have worked there because the level of
use
detail
this
floor by floor
brink of
that he was
divorce as
drawing
a kind of
sounds like somebody
catalyst
who was actually
for
there.
doing a lot of soul searching or a lot of growth.
Well, that was what appealed to me about it. I mean, before I started doing it, is this idea that this is an opportunity for radical reinvention. Like it is an opportunity for people to say, okay, now what? I didn't expect that, now what? And it was to be part of the architecture. I didn't look at it like I'm helping demolish the building. It was like I'm tearing down the building so we can build the new one, which I hope is filled with joy and abundance and peace and love and real satisfaction. Like my ex-wife is married for over a decade to a phenomenal man who is perfect. And he's nothing like you met him and you met both of us, you go, well, no one could love both of you guys. Like if you like this flavor, you wouldn't like this flavor. Like I'm impatient, fast talking, and skip to the end, you gotta land this plane, come on. And he's like a therapist, chill, patient, and the perfect fit. And I can say that as someone who loves her, and knows her, and knew her. Like, and I think if we can, we can radically use honesty, like, without jealousy, without the sense of, like, look at it and just go, okay, like this is the love this person needed. Like, that doesn't mean my love sucks. It means it wasn't the right one for this person, Like, there's a lid for every pot, Like, she found her lid. I wanted to find her lid. That's good,
And there's billions of pots out there, and we just need to match them with the proper lid.
Yeah, not hit each other over the head with it.
And it's such a romantic few hours we got to spend together. And there's even a candle burning over
Is
there.
there all of it?
Thanks so much, James. Thanks for listening to the conversation with James. Support this podcast. Please click on our sponsors. Now, can you review this words? The task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you.
It's raised from the deepest level and brought up to the level that Dan interacted with the entity. And it is a clean sphere that is got a scissor lift.
I hope with my book, I'm saying,
it is a chamber that is controlled.
this isn't a how-to guide, but this is somebody you can walk on inside. You can see Einstein going up to it from Germany. You can see there's a Gavin going up, or Leonardo da Vinci, or Elon Musk, in really violent South Africa with a psychologically difficult father, and
getting off the train when he goes to Andy Parkside concert with his brother. And there's a man with a knife sticking out of his head, and they step into the pool of blood, and it's sticky on their coat. This causes, scars that last the rest of your life. And the question is not, how do you avoid getting scarred? It's, how do you do it?
The following conversation with Walter has one of the greatest biography writers ever, having written incredible books on Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Leonardo da Vinci, Jennifer Doudna, Benjamin Franklin, Henry Kissinger, and now a new one on Elon Musk. We talked for hours on and off the mic. I'm sure we'll talk many more times. Walter is a truly special writer, thinker, observer, and communicator. I highly recommend people read his new book on Elon. I'm sure there will be short-term controversy, but in the long term, I think it will inspire millions of young people, especially with difficult childhood, with hardship in their surroundings or in their own minds, to take on the hardest problems in the world and to build solutions to those problems, no matter how impossible they are. In this conversation, Walter and I cover all of his books and use personal stories from them to speak to the bigger principles of striving for greatness in science, in tech, engineering, art, politics, and life. There are many things in the new Elon book that I felt are best saved when I speak to Elon directly again on this podcast, which will be soon enough. Perhaps it's also good to mention here that my friendship, like with Elon, or any other influence like money, access, fame, power, will ever result in sacrificing my integrity. Ever. I do like to celebrate the good in people, to empathize and understand, but I also like to call people out on their bullshit with respect and with compassion. If I fail due to a lack of skill, not a lack of integrity. I work hard to improve. This is the Let's Read More podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Walter. What is the role of a difficult childhood in the lives of great men and women, great minds? Is it a requirement? Is it a catalyst? Or is it just a simple coincidence?
Well, it's not a requirement. Some people are happy to well. But it certainly is true that a lot of really driven people are driven because they're harnessing the demons of their childhood. Even Barack Obama's sentence in his memoir, which is, I think every successful man is either trying to live up to the expectations of his father or live down the sins of his father. And for Elon, it's especially true because he had both a violent and difficult childhood and a very psychologically problematic father. He got those demons. Again, and by harnessing them, it's part of the reason that he does riskier, more adventurous, wilder things than maybe I would have.
You've written that Elon talked about his father, and that at times it felt like mental torture, the interaction with him during his childhood. Can you describe some of the things you've learned?
Yeah, well, Elon and Kimball would tell me that, for example, when Elon got pushed on the playground, and one day was pushed down some concrete steps and had his face pummeled so badly that Kimball said, I couldn't really recognize him, and he was in a hospital for almost a week. But when he came home, Elon had to stand in front of his father, and his father berated him for more than an hour and said he was stupid and took the side of the person who had beaten him.
That's probably one of the more traumatic events in Elon's life.
Yes, and there's also Bell School, which is a sort of paramilitary camp that connects African boys. And at one point, he was scrawny. He had very bad at picking up social cues and emotional cues. He talked about Asperger's. And so he gets traumatized at a camp like that. But the second time he went, he got bigger. He got up to almost 6 feet. He learned a little bit of judo.
And he realized that if he was getting beaten up, it might hurt him, but he would just punch the person in the nose as hard as possible. So that sense of always punching back is also been ingrained in the law. I spent a lot of time talking to Errol, his father. You know, Errol his father, nor does Kimball in years. And Errol doesn't even have Elon's email. A lot of times, Errol will be sending me email. And Errol had one of those Jekyll and Hyde personalities. He was, a great mind of engineering, and especially material science. Knew how to build a wilderness camp in South Africa using mica and how it would not conduct it. But he also could go into these dark periods in which he would just be psychologically abusive. And of course, Maynard said to me, his mother, divorced said the danger for Elon is that he becomes his father. And every now and then you've been with him so much. Lex, and you know him well. He'll even talk to you about the demon, not the outward dancing in his head. I mean, he gets it, he's self-aware. But you've probably seen him at times where those demons take over and he goes really dark and really quiet. And Brian says, I can tell a minute or two in advance when demons about to happen. It'll go a bit dark. I was here at Austin once again with a crew. And you could tell suddenly something had triggered him and he was going to go dark. I've watched this meeting where somebody will say, we can't make that cost for less than $200, or no, that's wrong. And he'll berate them. And then he snaps out of it. And you know that too. The huge snap out where suddenly he's showing you a Monty Python skit on his phone and he's joking about it. So I think coming out of his childhood, there were just many facets, maybe even many personalities. The engineering mode, the silly mode, the charismatic mode, the visionary mode, but also the demon and dark mode.
Of course, the side of the body belongs listed out to me. I forget the song, but inside the man, he's still there, the child thing.
That was Tallulah, his second wife. She's great. She's an English actress. They've been married twice, actually. And Tallulah said that's just him from his childhood. He's a drama actor. And says that as well. And I asked why, and he said, and Tallulah said, for him, love and family kind of associated with those psychological torments. And in many ways, he'll channel. And Tallulah would be with him in 2008 when the company was going bankrupt, or whatever it may have been, or later. And he'd be so stressed he would vomit. And then he would channel things that his father had said, use phrases his father had said to him. And so she told me, deep inside the man is this man-child still standing in front of his father.
What degree is that true?
I think it's true, but in many different ways. I'll say something personal, which is I was blessed, and perhaps it's a bit of a downside too. It's like I had the greatest father you could ever imagine, and mother. Some of the kindest people you'd ever want to meet. I grew up in a magical place in New Orleans. My dad was an engineer, an electrical engineer, and he was always perhaps I'm not quite as driven or as crazed. I don't have to prove things. So I get to write about you. I get to write about Einstein, Steve Jobs, or Leonardo da Vinci, who, as you know, was totally informed by demons and had difficult childhood situations, not even legitimized by his father. So sometimes those of us who are lucky enough to have really gentle, sweet childhood, we grow up with fewer demons, but we grow up with fewer drive, and we end up maybe being Boswell and not being Dr. Johnson. We end up being the observer, not being the doer. And so I always respect those who are in the arena. I don't,
you don't see yourself as
I've had a gentle, sweet career interesting
I've got to
insight.
cover
As
really
an
interesting
example of some
people.
of the
But
content,
I've never shot
the
off a
content on the
rocket that might
website
someday
would
get
be
to Mars.
messages between
I've
people,
never moved this into the
and
air
they
of
would take
electric
their
vehicle.
short amount of
I've never
time
stayed up all
finding
night
a
on the
video
factory
that had
floor.
a YouTube
I
video that
don't
would have
have
a
quite
song title,
those
music video that would have a song
either
title
the drive
relating to what was being
or
discussed. It was
the
very strange to me that with so much effort being taken, they would leave a
addiction
message,
to
they would
risk.
find
I mean,
a
anyone's
YouTube video
addicted to risk.
that
He's addicted
represents
to
the subject
adventure.
matter being discussed. And I don't
Me,
know
if
why
I
I could
see
find.
something that's risky, I spend some
But
time
also,
calculating, okay, upside, downside.
this is
Yeah.
this is
But
supposedly,
that's another reason
let's see,
that people like you
this
and
is
us
the kind of dialogue
get
that was
stuff
saying.
done, and people like me write about
And
the
Olivia
Elon Musk.
John's magic
One
was
other
played
aspect
often
of
because
this,
if you think
given
about the
a
words
difficult childhood,
to
whether
the
it's
song,
Elon
it has
or
a
Da
lot
Vinci,
of it has a lot of mysterious qualities.
I wonder
to
if
it,
there's some
no matter how
wisdom,
majestic likely is.
some advice almost that you can draw
This is supposedly a
that you can
dialogue
give
that was
to people
posted
with difficult
between
childhood.
Dan and
I think all of us have demons,
and
even
Donald
those of
Trump.
us who
They're
grew
going
up in
installed.
a magical
Take it for what it's
out of
worth.
New
It was
Orleans
posted.
with sweet
I don't know what
parents.
to make of it.
And we are. And
So I'm gonna wrap this up
rule
a bit.
one in life is
Here's where we're at.
know that
Is this
you're
story
ambitious,
complete truth?
not ambitious, you're
Is
lazy,
it
or
just
whatever.
disinformation, which may
Leonardo
be
da
truth
Vinci
mixed
uses
with
the
untruths?
You
It
know,
is.
I
It's
think
obviously there's something here, and it cannot just
it's
be
useful
swept
to
under the
know
carpet. It's nothing possibly that I presented today as
know how
any
to harness
qualities
it.
to it whatsoever.
Also know what you're good at.
I propose whether
I'll
or not
take
this could be a
Musk as
psychological
another
operation,
example.
and if so,
I'm a little bit more like
Kimball
Kimball
Musk.
Musk
What end?
than he is.
And all of this effort
Maybe
going
got
on.
over-endowed with the empathy
The
gene.
amount of
And
information
what does that
post
mean?
man going dark
Well,
from ufology.
It means that I
And
was
all of the
okay
stuff
when I
going
ran
on
Time
in that forum,
magazine.
for
There was a group of
instance.
about
Who is it for?
150 people
It's
on the
certainly not
editorial
easy to find
floors,
it.
and
He doesn't
I
advertise
knew
it.
them all. And
And who
we
is
had
the
a jolly
target
time.
demographic
When I went to
exactly?
CNN,
Just
I was not
ufology?
very good
Or is this
at being a manager or an executive of an
the
organization.
delusions of a once respected scientist?
I cared a little bit too much
And I'm just
that
gonna
people
wrap with
didn't
one
get
final
annoyed
thought,
at me
and this came from
or
Bill, as he
mad
kind
at
of
me.
summarized his
And
feeling
Elon
about
said that
man.
about John
After all
McNeil,
that
for
I've heard,
example.
and after
He was
piecing
president of
together over
Tesla.
20 different
In the book,
amazing
I talked to John
testimonies,
McNeil a long
I think I
time,
finally
and he
understand the
says,
reason for the cover up. Because a
Elon
story that
just
spans
would fire
eons of
people.
time
He really rough on
evolves
people.
on
He
who
didn't
we are
have the
and who
empathy for
they
the
are.
people in front of him. And
We are all
Elon said,
related,
yeah,
and
that's
DNA is
right.
the gem of the
And John
cosmos.
McNeil couldn't fire
There is
people.
so much
He
that
cared
now makes
more
sense
about
once I had
pleasing the people in
threaded
front
it
of
all
him
together,
than
and I am
pleasing the
amazed
entire
at the
enterprise
feel of
for
it, the
getting
truth
things
of it,
done.
and the
Being
miracle of
over and
space,
down with the
time, and
desire to
life.
please
The
people
one thing
can
I've
make
heard
you
time and
less
time
tough
again
of a
is that
manager.
time is short,
And
and time is
that doesn't
running
mean
out.
there aren't
Big
great people
changes
who
are
are over and
ahead,
down. Ben
and that the
Franklin,
world may never be
over
the
and
same
down
again.
with the desire to
Only when
please
I
people.
check this
The
further will I
worst
report on it.
criticism of him
This is
from
not
John
just another
Adams and
UFO
others
story.
was
The
that he
cosmic
would
code is there for
insinuate,
all who use their
which
intelligence
kind of
to
meant he was
decipher.
always trying to get people to like him. But that turned out to be a good
So
thing.
many
When they
questions.
can't figure out the
Such
big
a
state, little
detailed,
state issue at the
dive,
Constitutional
such
Convention,
a deep dive.
when they
Bill
can't figure out the
Hamilton's
trigger
quote at the end.
powers,
Let's
whatever
start
it
with
is,
that.
he brings people
I know you
together,
and I have kind of talked about
and
this a little bit.
that
Maybe
is his
we can go
superpower.
into
So
a
to
little more
get back
depth
to the
on it this
lesson
time.
you asked, and
It's
the
a recurring
first was
theme
harness your
in the
demons. The second
disclosure
is to know your
discussion,
strengths and your
and I focus
superpower.
on it a lot on this channel
My
because I find it so
superpower
peculiar.
is definitely not being a tough manager.
So
So
many
running
people
CNN for
talk
a while,
about
I
a
said,
ticking
okay,
clock,
I got
or
proven
a
I
schedule,
don't really
or a
enjoy this or know how
timetable,
to do
or
this
some
well.
kind of an event, or some kind of a thing that is like
You know,
looming.
do I have other talents?
Lozano
Yeah, I
has
think I have the
alluded to
talent
this.
to observe people really closely.
Hamilton,
To
in his book,
write
just
about
now,
it, and it's great,
John Lear talked
but I
about
hope
it, and Linda
interesting
Moulton
narrative
House
stuff.
talked about
That's
this
the
a number
power.
of different
It's
times.
totally
Paul
different
Harris
from
talked
running
about
an organization. It
Um,
took me until 4
what is
years of
your
running
sense
CNN
of
that I realized I'm
where
not
we're
cut
at in
to
the
an
grand scheme
executive in
of
a
the story that's
really
playing itself out? Is there an
high
event that is
intent
yet to happen that we're
situation.
building towards,
Elon
or
Musk is cut
has
to
something
be an
already
executive
happened? This
in
talk
highly
about
intense
being able to
situations.
see
So
probable
much
futures
so
and alternate
that when
timelines
things get
throws
less
a lot
intense
into question that
and
we
they
thought
actually
we
are
would be
making enough calls
cars and rockets are going up and landing. He thinks of something else, so he can surge and have more intensity. He's addicted to intensity. And that's his superpower, which is a lot greater than the superpower of being a good endurance.
But I think also build on that,
change
it's
or
not
how
just
you manage
addiction
this and that.
to
It's happened so many
risk
times
and
and yet we're up
drama.
against it again.
There's always a big
What I'm
mission
very happy about
above it.
is that the
So
stigma
I would say
has been relaxed.
it's an
We
empathy
can have
towards
dialogue like you and I are doing right now.
people in the big
And
picture.
I've been to random places
It's
where
an
I talk about the
empathy
subject
towards
with people who are very serious
humanity
about it.
more than the
We
empathy
can
towards
start to
the 3 or
formulate
4
what we
humans
think
who
that
might be
that
sitting in the
means.
conference room with you.
But I don't
And
think
that's a big
necessarily
deal.
that there
So you
is
see that in a lot of people. You see
a
it,
date that's solid.
Bill
Okay,
Gates,
I think
Larry
about
Summers,
who else I'm talking about. This is a
Elon
marathon,
Musk.
not a sprint.
They
Essentially,
always have
what that could imply is that
empathy
this will
for these
eventually
great
play itself
goals of
out as it
humanity.
is supposed to play itself
And
out.
at
By
times
virtue
they can
of,
be
by the way,
clueless about the
our
emotions
involvement,
of the people
or NHI
in
is
front
called.
of them, or
We
callous.
don't know. But
Musk, as you said,
I sit
is driven
with
by mission more than
all
any
of the knowledge
person
I have,
I've ever seen.
and I see.
And it's not only
I
mission,
see
it's like
everything through that
cosmic
filter when I
mission.
see a new whistleblower come
Meaning,
forward.
he's got 3
And I try
really
to
big
piece
missions.
together what that
One
might mean, that there may
is to
be,
make humans a
let's just say,
spacefaring
a contact
civilization,
event
make us
of some sort.
multi-planetary,
And
or
whether that
get
is
us to Mars.
only after we've gotten to
Number
some
2
level
is to
of
bring us into the era of
higher
sustainable
density,
energy, to
enlightenment,
bring us into the era of electric vehicles and solar roofs and
but
battery packs. And
I don't
third
know.
is to make
What I
sure
will
that
say
artificial
is
intelligence is safe and is
the latest
aligned with
information
human
is
value.
from Dan.
And every now and then
Is
I'd
that,
talk to him and we'd be talking
It seemed
about
like soon they're
Starlink
going to be
satellites
releasing
or
some
whatever.
information.
Or he
And they're
would be
code naming it
pushing the
Horse Pill.
people in front of him
If you
and
think about
saying,
Horse Pill, it's something
he said,
very
if you
difficult
do
to
this,
swallow.
we'll never get to Mars in our
This is
lifetime.
from
And then he
his
would give the
website,
lecture how important it was for
EaglesDisobey.net.
human consciousness to get
That
to
is the one
Mars
and
in our
only channel
lifetime.
I recommend
And I'm thinking,
people visit.
okay, this is the pep
It's
talk
not
of somebody
organized. It
trying
is
to
just a
inspire a
single
team,
page.
or maybe it's a type
Occasionally, there's
of
messages left out there
pontification you do on
that
a
you can take for
podcast.
what it's worth.
But on like the
Um,
20th time, I watched it.
And
I'm
in
like,
that
okay,
message that's
I
there, he's
believe
talking also
he
about the
actually
Lotus
is
Project coming too.
driven by this.
And yeah,
Is
when I spoke to Dan in
frustrated
2018,
and
one of the things
angry
we talked about
that
was
because of this
having
particular
somebody get
minor
that into peer
engineering
review,
decision,
scientific peer review, and
the
eventually
big
library
mission is
code.
not
So
going to be accomplished. It's not a pep
that
talk.
website
It's
as
a
well.
little
How he's
frustration.
doing with that. I don't
And
have
then
an answer to that question.
a
When I say
frustration,
relative, I guess what I mean is
and
the time frame. I don't.
it's also
It seems like something's happening.
just
And I know
probably the most deeply ingrained
we're
thing
barely
in him
passing two
is
gigantic
his
things.
mission. He
Yeah.
joked at one
Our society
point
is
to
confronting
me
now.
about how much he
In the
loved
shadows,
reading
we're starting to
comics,
learn more
which
and more
is
about the
good.
UFO subject.
And he
The
said, all
reality
the
that
people in
there
the
are
comic
serious
books,
questions that
they're
have to be
trying
answered.
to save the world, but they're wearing
The
their underpants on the outside and they look ridiculous. And then he paused and said,
issue with
but
AI
they are
right
trying
now
to save the
and
world.
the potential that
And
it
whether
has
it's Starlink in
to
Ukraine,
confuse and
or
alter what we
Starship going to
otherwise think of as
Mars,
real news, real
or
people,
trying to get a
real
global
events.
new
Those two
Tesla,
things are either going to
I think
cross
he's
or they're going
got
to come to head.
this epic sense
Because
of
I'll
the
tell you
role
right
he's
now,
going to
if,
play
let's say, a
in
contact
helping
event
humanity
happens,
on
and as
big
strange
things.
as that sounds, we're
And
going to be probably
like
looking at it through a screen of
the
some sort,
characters in the comic book,
whether it be our TV
sometimes
screens or
ridiculous,
displays on our computer
but
or
it
our
also
iPhones.
is sometimes
And
true.
in that,
When I was
we
reading
wonder
this
if
part
it's
of the
AI or
book,
not. And that's a kind of scary
I was
place to
thinking of
be,
all the
because we don't
young
want,
people
we don't
who
want to
are
think in those
struggling
terms.
in
Like,
this way. And I think a
but I
lot
think
of
we're
people
it's
are
very soon.
in different
This
ways,
is
whether they grow up without a father, whether
months
they
away
grow up
of the idea
with
of
physical, emotional,
AI
mental abuse, or
contributing to
demons of any kind.
alternative news items
And
that
it's
we have to
really
like,
painful to read, but
vet
also
ourselves
really
to find out
very
if it's real or
sad
not. It's going to be very
that
difficult.
if you
It's a very strange time.
sort
It's a
of
very strange time.
walk
All
side
these
by
different
side with
events
those
sort of
people,
taking place
if
on
you
top of
don't
one
let
another,
that
and
thing
it's weird
break
to
you,
watch it all play out
or
in
somehow
real time.
channel
And,
it, you can
you
put it
do
this
have to
way,
question
that you
your
can
own
achieve,
sense
you
of
can do
what is
great things.
real and what's
So that's
not. When you see
an
these
epic view
text to
of
AI
why
or
we write
text to video
biography,
AI
which
tools
is
that are
more
so
epic
good now,
than I'd even
and
thought of.
text
So
to
I say
image,
thank you. Because
the
in some
idea
ways, what
that
you're trying to do is say,
we can't really trust
okay,
our own eyes is sort of new to us.
Leonardo,
I think. I
you
mean,
talk
for a
about being
long
a
time,
misfit.
especially in this
He's
community, it was
born
like things sort of
illegitimate
didn't happen.
in the
Or,
village of
I need to see
Vinci,
a video
and
and
he's
then I'll
gay,
believe it.
and he's
But
left
now
handed,
it's like
and
we
he's
don't even know
distracted,
what we can believe if we're seeing
and
a
his
video
father
or if we're seeing
won't
a photograph.
legitimize
It's
him.
almost
And
beside the point at this stage.
then
Yeah,
he
at this point,
wanders off to
hear
sits down on the floor, he becomes the greatest artist and engineer of the early Renaissance, of that part of the Renaissance. I hope this book inspires. Jennifer Doudna, the gene editing pioneer who helped discover CRISPR, gene editing tool, which my book, The Code Breaker,
she grew up feeling like a misfit, you know, in Hawaii, in a Polynesian village, being the only white person, and also trying to live up to her father and sister. So if people can read the book, and I should say by Jennifer Gavin, my point was that she was told by her school guidance counselor, no, girls don't do science. Yeah, science not for sure. You're not going to do math or science. And so it pushes her to say, all right, I'm going to do math and science.
Yeah, just to interrupt real quick, but Jennifer Gavin written an amazing book about her, Nobel Prize winner, CRISPR developers. She's one of the great scientists.
Right, and I'm talking about when Jennifer Gavin was young, and she felt really out of place. Like you and me and a lot of people when they're going that way, they read books. They go into their curl up. So her father dropped a book on her dad called The Double Helix, a book by James Watson on the discovery of the structure of DNA by him and Rosalind Franklin and Francis Crick. And she realizes, oh my God, girls can become scientists. My school guidance counselor's wrong. So I think books, like she read this book, and even if it's a comic book, like Elon Musk read, books can sometimes inspire you. And every one of my books is about people who are totally innovative, who weren't just smart. None of us are going to be able to match Einstein and mental processing power. But we can be as curious as he was, and creative, and think out of the box the way he did. Or Steve Jobs put it, think different. And so I hope with my book, I'm saying, this isn't a how-to guide. But this is somebody you can walk alongside. You can see Einstein growing up Jewish in Germany. You can see Jennifer Doudna growing up, or Leonardo da Vinci, or Elon Musk, a really violent South Africa with a psychologically difficult father, and getting off the train when he goes to anti-apartheid concert with his brother, and there's this man with a knife sticking out of his head, and they step into the pool of blood, and it's sticky on their toes. This causes, scars that last the rest of your life. And the question is not how do you avoid getting scars, it's, how do you do it?
Einstein too.
And that's been recently brought up by, I remember Ross Coulthard mentioning that he had spoken to a number of people who were suggesting that future humans,
really paint a picture of another,
maybe what we're dealing with here. And so again, we see
but a person who doesn't necessarily have a standard trajectory through life
that was sort of on the back burner for all these years, and now as it comes out and comes to the fore, it's just filled with these little Easter eggs of things that we're hearing about today.
Well, I'll talk about the
I think for my part, that's
we talk about Leonardo being that
gives me the sense that
Einstein's Jewish in Germany at the
in a
time.
new phase where something's different now, and
He's
it's not
slow
just
in
going to
learning
be
how to
another
talk.
30 years of back and
And he's a
forth, and
visual
maybe we know
so
something,
he's
maybe we
always
don't. At least for
daydreaming
me,
and
this is how I'm
The
taking it all in.
first time he applies
There's
to
been
the
a
George
change,
College
and
because he runs
it's
away
so
from the
far out
German
into the zeitgeist now that
education
that
system
has to
because too
mean
much
something
learning by rote.
bigger
He
is on
gets
the rise.
rejected
There's
by
no
the
reason
Zurich
for it to
College
not be.
Town.
I think
That's the second best school in Zurich, and now
in
he's
your
got
view,
the I
as
tried to
someone
find
who
it,
is
couldn't the
made
name of
this,
the
I don't want to
admissions
say
counselor at the
obsession,
Zurich
but
College.
you have been
Like,
very much
rejected
focused on
Einstein.
this for a long time.
And then he doesn't
What would
finish in the
be
top
your
half of
best
the class,
case
and once he
outcome?
does,
I would
and
love,
he goes to
as
graduate
it seems like
school,
it's happening,
they don't
for
accept his dissertation,
humanity
so
to
he can't
embrace
get
the
a job.
subject,
He's not teaching.
to have an
He
open
even
mind
tries
about
about
the
14
capability of
different
what this
high
might be
schools, gymnasium,
going forward.
to get a job, and they won't take him. So he's a third-class
we have every
examiner in the
natural
first patent office in
milestone
1905.
in our evolution that we
Third
view
class
greater
because
than non-human
they
intelligence.
rejected his
But
doctoral
on its face, sounds like
dissertation,
it's an assault
and
to so
so
many
he
of
can't
our
be
belief
second class or
systems.
first class because
But
he
I
doesn't
think
have a
when you break
doctoral
it
degree.
down,
And yet
it's
he's
not as
sitting there in
scary
the
as it
stool
seems.
in the patent
And I
office in
think
1905
when I
and
first got into
writes
the subject,
three
I didn't
papers that
New
totally
Age people that talked about
transformed
higher dimensions,
science.
higher vibrations,
And
this and that.
if you think about being
I'm starting to warm to this idea that
misunderstood or unappreciated,
what's
in
intended by
1906
us
he's still a third.
finding the deeper
In
truth
1907
behind the
he's still.
subject
It takes until
is that his
1909
way for
before
us to
people
open our
realize
mind and be open to
that
an
this
idea that
notion of the theory of
there are multiple
relativity might be
dimensions.
correct and it might
We almost
upend all of
everything
these
on. We tap into them every night when
how is it possible for three of the greatest papers in the history of science to be written in 1 year by this one person? Is there some insights, wisdoms? Yeah.
Plus, he had a day job as a patent examiner. And there's really three papers, but there's also an addendum. Because once you figure out quantum theory, and then you figure out relativity, and you're understanding Maxwell's equations and the speed of light, he does a little addendum. That's the most famous equation in all of physics, which is E equals mc squared. So it's a pretty good year. It partly starts because he's a visual thinker, and I think it was helpful that he was at the patent office rather than being the acolyte of some professor at the academy where he was supposed to follow the rules. And so at the patent office, they're doing devices to synchronize clocks because the Swiss have just gone on standard time zones, and Swiss people, as you know, tend to be rather, Swiss. They care if it strikes the hour in Basel, it should do the same in Bern at the exact instant. So you have to send the light signal between two distant clocks. And he visualizes what does it look like to ride alongside a light beam. He said, well, if you catch up with it, if you go almost as fast, it'll look stationary, but Maxwell's equations don't allow for that because recognize palm sweat that I was so worried. And so he finally figures out, because he's looking at these devices to synchronize clocks, that if you're traveling really, really fast, what's synchronous to you, or synchronized to you, is different than for somebody traveling really fast in the other direction. And he makes the mental leap that time, that the speed of light's always constant, but time is relative depending on your state of motion. So it was that type of out-of-the-box thinking that made 1905 his miracle year. Likewise with Musk. I mean, after General Motors and Ford, everybody gives up on electric vehicles. To just say, I know how we're going to have a path to change the entire trajectory of the world into the era of electric vehicles. And then when he comes back from Moscow, where he tried to buy a little rocket ship so he could send a experimental greenhouse to Mars, and they were poking fun of him and actually said on him at one point they're drunken lunch. This is very fortuitous, because on the ride back home, on the Delta Airlines flight, he's like doing the calculations of how much material, how much metal, how much fuel, how much would it really cost. And so he's visualizing things that other people would just say is impossible. It's what Steve Jobs' friends call the reality distortion. And it shows people crazy. It shows them mad, but it also drove them to do things they didn't think they would be able to do.
You said visual thinking. I wonder if you've seen parallels of the different styles and kinds of thinking
personally, have you had experiences that have changed the course of your life, or looked at
operate the minds of
look at
these
this?
people? So the parallels you see between Elon, Steve Jobs, Einstein, Da Vinci, specifically in how they think.
I think they were all visual thinkers, perhaps coming from slight handicap. Leonardo was left-handed, a little bit dyslexic, I think. And certainly Einstein had atelia, he would do things, he was slow in learning to talk. So I think visualizing helps a lot. And with Musk, I see it all the time when I'm walking the factory lines with him, or in product development, where he'll look at, say, the heat shield under the Raptor engine of a rocket booster. And they'll say, why does it have to be this way? Couldn't we come to this way? And make it, or even get rid of this part of it. And he can visualize the material science. There's a small anecdote in my book, but at one point he's on the Tesla line and they're trying to get 5,000 cars a week in 2018. So life or death situation. And he's looking at the machines that are bolting something to the chassis. And he insists that Lars Morris, one of his great lieutenants, comes, and they have to summon him. And he said, why are there 6 bolts here? And Lars and others explain, well, for the crash test or anything else, the pressure would be in this way, so you have to. And he said, no, if you visualize it, you'll see if there's a crash, the force would go this way and that way, and it can be done with forward bump. Now, that sounds risky, and they just tested me into it, but it turns out to be right. I know that seems minor, but I could give you 500 of those, where in any given day, he's visualizing the physics of an engineering or manufacturing problem. That sounds pretty mundane. But for me, if you say what makes him special, there's the mission-driven thing. I give you a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons is he cares not just about the design of the product, but visualizing the manufacturing and of the product, the machine that makes the machine. And that's what we failed to do in America for the past 40 years. We outsource so much manufacturing. I don't think you can be a good innovator if you don't know how to make the stuff you're designing. And that's why Musk puts his designer's desk right next to the assembly lines in the factories, so that they have to visualize what they do as it becomes the physical object.
So understanding everything from the physics all the way up to the software, so like end to end.
Well, having an end-to-end control is important. Certainly with Steve Jobs. With my iPhone here, it's a big deal. That hardware only works with Apple software, and for a while the iTunes Store only works, so he has an end-to-end that makes it like a Zen garden yoga, very carefully curated. So think of for Musk, when he first was at Tesla, and before he was the CEO, he was the chairman and basically the finance person funding it, they were outsourcing everything. They were making the batteries in Japan, and the battery pack would be at some barbecue shop in Thailand, and the trip to the Lotus factory in England to be put into a Lotus Elise chassis, and that was a nightmare. He did not have end-to-end control of the manufacturing process. So he goes to the other extreme. He gets that factory in Fremont from Toyota, and he wants to do everything in the software in-house, the painting in-house, the battery, he makes his own batteries. And I think that end-to-end control is part of his personality. But it also what allows Tesla to be innovative.
Yeah, I get to see and understand in detail one example of that, which is the development of the brain of the car, and the autopilot going from Mobileye to in-house building the autopilot system to basically getting rid of all sensors that are not rich in data to make it AI friendly, sort of saying that we can do it all with vision. And like you said, removing some of the bolts. So sometimes it's small things, but sometimes it's really big things, like getting rid of radar.
Well, vision only, getting rid of radar. And everybody, and that's still fighting it, but they're still trying to do a next generation, some form of radar. But it gets back to the first principle. We talk about visualizing. Well, you start with the first principle. And the first principle of physics involve things like what humans drive with only visual input. They don't have radar. They don't have LiDAR. They don't have sonar. And so there is no reason in the laws of physics that make it so that vision only will be successful in self-driving. Now, that becomes an article of faith to him. He gets a lot of pushback. But now, and he's, by the way, not been that successful in meeting his deadlines of getting self-driving. He's way too optimistic. But in that first principle of get rid of unnecessary things. Now, you would think LiDAR, why not use it? Like, why not use a crutch? It's like, yeah, we can do things vision only, but when I look at the stars at night, I use a telescope too. Well, you could use LiDAR, but you can't do millions of cars that way at scale. At a certain point, you have to make it not only a good product, but a product that goes to scale. And you can't make it based on maps, like Google Maps, because you'll never be able to, then drive from New Orleans to Slidell where I want to go when it's too hot in New Orleans. Take, for example, Full Self-Drive. He has been obsessed with what he calls the robo-taxi. We're going to build the next generation car without a steering. Without that. Because there's going to be full self-drive, you can summon it, you don't need to drive it. Well, over and over again, all these people I've told you about, Lars Marvey, and they're saying, okay, fine, that sounds really good, but it ain't happening yet. We need to build a $25,000 mass market global car that's just normal with a steering wheel. And yeah, he finally turned around a few months ago and said, let's do it. And then he starts focusing on how's the assembly line, how are we going to do it, and make it the same platform for robo-taxi, so you can have the same assembly. Likewise, for full self-drive, they were doing it by coding hundreds of thousands of lines of code that would say things like, if you see a red light, stop. If there's a blinking light, if there's two yellow lines, do this. If there's a bike lane, do this. If there's a crosswalk, do that. That's really hard to do. Now he's doing it through artificial intelligence and machine learning only. FSD-12 will be based on the billion or so trained from Tesla each week of Tesla drivers and saying, what happened when a human was in this situation? What did the human do? And let's only pick the best humans, the five-star drivers, the laser drivers, as Elon said. And so that, changing his mind and going to first principle, but saying, all right, I'm even going to change full self-driving because it's not rules-based. It becomes AI-based. Just like ChatGPT doesn't try to answer your question, who are the 5 best posts or something, by studying. ChatGPT does it by having ingested billions of pieces of writing that people have done. This will be AI, but real world, done by ingesting video.
Sometimes it feels like he and others, they're building things in this world successfully, are basically confidently exploring a dark field with a very confident and ambitious vision of what that room actually looks like. Like they're just walking straight into the darkness. There's no painful toys or Legos on the ground. I'm just going to walk. I know exactly how far the wall is. And then very quickly willing to adjust and run into they step on the Lego. And their body is filled with a lot of pain. What I mean by that is this kind of evolution that seems to happen where you discover really good ideas along the way that allow you to pivot. Like to me, since a few years ago when you could see the Dante the Software 2.0 evolution of autopilot, it became obvious this is not about car. This is about Optimus, the robot. This is like, if you look back 100 years from now, the car will be remembered as a cool car, nice transportation. But the autopilot won't be the thing that controls the car. It will be the thing that allows embodied AI systems to understand the world. So broadly. So that kind of approach, and you kind of stumble into it. Will Tesla be a car company? Will it be an AI company? Will it be a robotics company? Will it be a home robotics company? Will it be an energy company? And you kind of slowly discover this as you confidently push forward with a vision. It's interesting to watch that kind of evolution, as long as it's backed by this confidence.
There are a couple of things that are required. One is being adventurous. One doesn't enter a dark room without a flashlight and a map, unless you're a risk taker. The second is to have iterative brain cycles, where you can process information and do a feedback loop and make it fun. The third, and this is what we fail to do a lot in the United States and around the world, is when you take risks, you have to realize you can blow things up. First 3 rockets, that Falcon rocket, they blow up. Even launch it for 8.5 minutes, but then it blows up the first time. So I think Boeing and NASA and others have become unwilling to enter your dark room without knowing exactly where the exit is and the lighted path to the exit. And the people who created America, whenever they whether the Mayflower or refugees from the Nazis, they took a lot of risks to get here. And now I think we have more referees than we have risk takers. More lawyers and regulators and others saying you can't do that, that's too risky, than people willing to innovate. And you need both. I think you're also right on 50, 100 years from now. What Musk will be most remembered for besides space travel is real world AI. Not just Optimus Robot, but Optimus Robot and the self-driving car. They're pretty much the same. They're using, GPU clusters or Dojo sets or whatever it may be to process real-world data. We all got, and you did on your podcast, quite excited about large language model, generative, predictive text, AI. That's fine, especially if you want to chit-chat with your chat bot. But the holy grail is artificial general intelligence. And the tough part of that is real-world AI. And that's where Optimus the robot or full self-drive are, I think, far ahead of anybody else.
Well,
I think I have a summary of what I can read.
I would say for one of the greatest writers ever, it's funny that you spoke about language, and the mastery of language has nearly kicked ass. People have fallen in love over some words. People have gone to wars over some words. Big words have a lot of power. It's actually an interesting question where the wisdom of the world, the wisdom of humanity, and words are visual. I don't really think in math. Maybe it all boils down to math, and in the end, this kind of discussion about real world AI versus language is all the same. Maybe I've gotten a chance to hang out quite a bit in the metaverse with Mr. Mark Zuckerberg recently, and boy, is the realism in there. But then, the thing that's coming up in the future is incredible. I got scanned in Pittsburgh for 10 hours into the metaverse, and there's a virtual version of me. I got to hang out with that virtual version.
Do you like yourself?
There is a paranormal event that happens.
But it was easier to like that other guy. That was interesting. I was like you.
Creates what's called the Ganesh particle.
It didn't care much.
That's his lack of empathy.
But that was, it made me start to question even more than before, how important is this physical reality? Because I got to see, myself and other people in that metaverse, the details of the face, and all the things that you think, maybe if you look yourself in the mirror, are imperfections, all this kind of stuff. When I was looking at myself and at others, all those things are beautiful, and it was like, it was real, and it was intense, and it was scary because, are you allowed to murder people in the metaverse? It's like, are you allowed to, what are you allowed to do? Because you can replicate a lot of it. You start to question, what are the fundamental things that make life worth living here as you know it's human?
Have you talked to Elon about his views that we're living in a simulation, maybe, and how you would figure out if that's true?
Yes, there's a constant, lighthearted, but also a serious sense that this is all a bit of a game.
One of my theories on Elon, a minor theory, is that he read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy once too often. And as you know, there's a scene in there that says, that there's a theory about the universe that if anybody ever discovers the secrets and meanings of the universe, it will be replaced by an even more complex universe. And then the next line doesn't sound right. There's another theory that this has already happened. So I'm not trying to get my head around that, but I know that there's
But there's a humor to that.
yes, and so much humor. In fact, this guy, I really think that helped Musk out of the darkest of his period to have sort of a sense of fun figuring out what life is all about.
I wonder if this is the smallest side we could say. Just I haven't gotten to know Elon very well. Just the silliness, the willingness to engage in the absurdity of it all and have fun. What is that? Is that just a corporate personality, or is that a fundamental aspect of a human?
Well, it's a release valve, just like video games and Polytopia and Elden Ring, a release valve for him. And he does have an explosive sense of humor, as you know. And the weird thing is when he makes the abrupt transition from dark demons, and you're in a conflict, and he is really become upset about something. And not only their dark vibes, but there's dark words emanating, and he's saying your resignation will be accepted if you die. You know, it's that. And then something pops, and he pulls out his phone and pulls out a Monty Python, you know, like if he was silly walks or whichever sounds easy. And then he starts laughing again, and things great. So it's almost as if he has different modes, the emulation of human mode, the engineering mode, the dark and demon mode, and certainly there's the silly and giddy mode.
Yeah, you've actually opened the Elon book with quotes from Elon and from Steve Jobs. The Elon said, to anyone on the offenders, I just want to say, I reinvented electric cars and I'm sending people to Mars on a rocket ship. Did you also think I was going to be a chill normal dude? And then the quote from Steve Jobs, of course, is the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. So, what do you think is the role of the old madness and genius? What do you think the role of crazy?
Well, first of all, let's stipulate that Musk is crazy. And then let's figure out, and I try to do it through storytelling, not through where that craziness works. You know, give me a story. Tell me that again. Tell me where you think. And, you know, the almost final example of AI, but in shooting off time in between an aborted countdown and the shoot off, he goes to Miami to an air show conference and meets Linda Jaccarino for the first time, makes her the CEO. I mean, there's a very impulsiveness to him, and then he flies back, they launch Starship, and you realize that there's a drive and there are demons and there's also craziness. And you sometimes want to pull those out. You want to take away his phone so he doesn't speak to you anymore. You want to quit being so crazy. But then you realize there's a wonderful line in Shakespeare. He says, even the best are molded out of fault. And so you take the fault,
horse pill is such an interesting term,
which includes a craziness that can be endearing, but also craziness.
He was asked in an interview once, I'm sure you know exactly which
as well as this drive and demon mode. I don't know that you can take that strand out of the fabric, and the fabric remains whole.
I wonder if sometimes it's saddens me that we live in a society that doesn't celebrate even the darker aspects of crazy, and acknowledging that it all is comes from that. It's the man in the arena versus the critic.
And the man in the arena versus the regulator. And to make it more prosaic.
Just really interesting.
Well, let me ask about not just crazy, but the cool thing. So, you heard me when reporting on Steve Jobs, Ross told you that the big question to ask was, did he have to be so mean, so rough, and cruel? So drama
Which if you
addicted.
click launches a
What
video,
is this
apparently.
answer for Steve Jobs? Did he have to be so cool?
For Job,
Yeah, at the
I
very
asked
bottom.
Roz at the end of my report.
Yeah, I think I've watched that before.
Said at the beginning.
Um,
We're doing
that's
the
a weird one.
launch of, I think,
And look,
the
the
iPad
dance
2.
story
And
is fraught with cryptic
Steve
information.
is emaciated because
I'm only on here, obviously,
and so I say to Woz, what's
help
your
people
question?
reevaluate
He said,
their
well, if I
conclusions
had been
about
running
him.
Apple, I would
I
have been
know there's holes.
everybody gets stuck up. We've been like a
I know
family.
some of it
And then I don't know if you know Woz, he's like a teddy bear. He smiles, he smiled, he said, but if I had been running Apple, I don't think we would have done the Macintosh or the iPhone. So, yeah, you have to
some of these are more personal than I
sometimes
can convey because you weren't there.
be rough.
But there's still
And
money
Jobs
there.
said the same thing that Musk
We have
said,
to weigh that into
which is he
consideration.
said,
There's
people
constant
like you love
there's
wearing
constant
velvet
knee-jerk
gloves.
reaction or knee-jerk backing if we
I've
follow
worn
you
velvet
take
gloves
because so many
often.
people watch
But you like people to
YouTube
like
video,
you, you like the
and they
sweet
feel
talk
like
things, you
they've
sugarcoat
done the
things.
work.
He says, I'm just a working class kid,
You haven't,
and
of
I
course
don't
you're
have
entitled
that
to your
luxury.
opinion.
If something
When
sucks,
you
I gotta
take
tell
what is
people it
otherwise
sucks.
already
Or I
crazy
gotta see what
subject
they
called
play.
UFOs, and you
Well,
say,
Musk is that
yeah,
way
but
as
this
well,
one's
and it gets
really
back to
crazy.
what I said earlier,
You're
which is,
demeaning
yeah,
the potential that this might
I
have.
probably
You know,
would wear
in
velvet gloves if I
1989,
could find them
I
in
had
my
some really
haberdasher.
friends that thought Bob was our
And I did
because he
try to
wasn't giving the
sugarcoat
frequency
things,
number of gravity.
but when I was
Because
running
gravity is like
CNN,
a frequency. Well,
it
not
needed
giving
to
it.
be
He
reshaped.
doesn't
It
know it,
needed to
doesn't
be
remember it.
broken. It needed
And
to
so
have
that's the reason
certain
enough
things
way
blown
you
up.
give it up.
And I didn't
Listen,
do it,
Bob was our
you know, so
people like
bad
Dan.
on me.
Think
But
of
if they
them
do
as
well, okay, I'll just write about
a
the people
spider
who
web.
can do it.
Well, that
Now,
thing
once
of
you pull
saying,
one strand
I
out,
think probably both
does it fill the
Elon
part? No.
certainly saying things like that is the stupidest thing
But
I've
there
ever
may be
heard.
those holes that still
By the way, I've
haven't been
heard
resolved.
Jeff
But the entirety of the
Bezos say
story
that.
still
I've heard
has
Bill Gates
substance.
say that. I've heard Steve Jobs
And I
say it.
think that
I've heard
that's
Steve Jobs say it about a smoothie they were making in a Whole Foods company.
unfairly treated by
People,
ecology.
they use the word stupid really often. And you know who else used it? Elon Musk. Taking you want to stand in front of them and saying that's the stupidest thing, you're the stupidest person, you'll never amount to anything.
May not like that I'm doing
I
this
don't
right now,
know,
but I'm trying to do it in
you
a way
know,
that gives him
as
an
John
opportunity
McNeil, the
to know
president
that
of
there's some people
Tesla,
like me
said,
and others I know. By
do
the
you
way,
have
that's
to
the
be that
study,
way?
man.
Probably not. There are a lot of successful people who are much kinder, but it's sometimes necessary to be much more brutal and honest, brutally honest, I would say, than people like who are win Boss of the Year trophies.
Well, as you said, this kind of idea did also send a signal. This idea of Steve Jobs with A players, it did send a signal to everybody. It was a kind of encouragement to the people that are all in.
Right, and that happened at Twitter. When we went to Twitter headquarters the day before the takeover, he was having Andrew and James, his two young cousins, and other people from the autopilot team, going over lines of code. And Musk himself sat there with a laptop on the second floor of the building, looking at the lines of code that had been written by Twitter engineers. And they decided they were going to fire 85% of them because they had to be all in. And this notion of psychological safety and mental days off and working remotely, he said either, and then it came up, actually one of his, I think it was one of the cousins or maybe Ross Nordine came up with the idea of let's not be so rough and just fire all these people. Let's ask them, do you really want to be all in? Because this is going to be hardcore. It's going to be intense. You get to choose. But by midnight tonight, we want you to check the box. I'm hardcore, all in. I'll be there in person. I'll work, you know. Or that's not for me. I've got a family. I got work balance. And you got different type of people that way and different stages of their life. I was a little bit more hardcore and all in when I was in my 20s than when I was, you know, in my 50s.
And you write about this really nice idea, actually, that there's two camps, and you find out, I wonder how true this is. It rings true. You can just ask people, which camp are you in? Are you the kind of person that prides themselves and enjoy staying up to 2 a.m. programming or whatever? Or do you see the value of quote unquote, you know, work-life balance, all this kind of stuff? And it's interesting. I mean, like you could people probably divide themselves in different stages of life. And you can just ask them, and it makes sense for certain companies at certain stages of their development to be like, we all
Or
want
certain
hardcore.
teams. It doesn't even have to be a whole company. And you're right. It goes back to what I was saying about rule. The first secret is sort of know thyself. Obviously comes from Plato, and everything comes from Plato and Socrates. But and decide in this stage in my life, do I want to be a hackathon all in all night and change the world, or do I want to bring wisdom and stability, but also have balance? I think it's good to have different companies with different styles. The problem was Twitter was at almost one extreme with yoga studios and mental health days off and enshrining psychological safety as one of the mantras that people should never feel psychologically threatened. And I remember the bitter laugh he unleashed when he kept hearing that word. He said, no, I like the words hardcore. I like intensity. I like a intense sense of urgency as our operating principle. Well, yeah, there are people that way as well. So know who you are and know what type of team you want to be.
Versus psychological safety and too many birds everywhere.
Oh, yeah. A lot of times Musk did things. I go, what the hell? The one of them was changing the name Twitter and getting rid of the word. Hey, man, there's a lot invested in that brand. But when I watched him, he thought, okay, these sweet little chirpy birds tweeting away in the name Twitter.
Less than an hour later, he gets
not
back
hardcore.
Guess what? It's here my house.
And so, for better and for
And sends it
worse,
to me.
I think he's taking
It's
that
a letter to Richard talking
into the
about what's up,
hardcore
things that are going on in
with
his life,
people who
which was on the first page.
post
And on the back of
hardcore
it,
things,
he talks
with
about
people with
Dan.
hardcore
And here's
views.
what he says.
It's
And I got
not
this only 3 weeks ago. I think Collins got the Dan
polite
Crane story wrong.
playpen
There was a Captain Danny
for
Crane who was assigned to the
the
QS4
blue check
projects sometime in the late
anointed
80s.
elite.
Captain Crane was
And
a biologist.
I thought, okay, this is going to be bad. The whole thing's going to fall apart. Well, it has had problems. But the hardcore intensity of it also meant that there's new things happening there. So it's very Elon Musk to not like this sweetness of birds chirping and tweeting and saying, I want something more hardcore.
As you've written in referring to the previous Twitter CEO, Elon said that Twitter needs a fire-breathing dragon. I think this is a good opportunity to maybe go through some of the memorable moments of the Twitter saga that you've written about extensively in the book, from the early days of considering the acquisition to how it went through to the details of connection engineering.
Well, at the beginning of 2022, he was riding high. But as we say, he's a drama addict. He doesn't like stuff. And, Tesla sold 1 million vehicles, I think 33 boosters, Falcon 9s have been shot up and landed safely in the past few months. And he's the richest person on earth and Times Person of the Year. And yet, he said, I still want to put all my chips back on the table. I want to keep taking risks. I don't want to savor things. He sold all of his houses. So he started secretly buying shares of Twitter. January, February, March. It becomes public at a certain point as to declare it. And we were here in Austin at Bigger Factory on the magazine. And he was trying to figure out what we're going to do. And at that time, it was early April, they were going to offer him a board seat, and he was going to do a standstill agreement and stop at 10%. I remember, we were standing around. It was Rick Nozick, and we know well, and Hal Reed, some of his friends on that mezzanine here. And all afternoon, and then late into the evening, again, he's like, we do this. And I'm thinking, I'm just the observer. But everybody else is saying, excuse me, why do you want to own Twitter? And Griffin, his son, joined at dinner. And May, for some reason, was in town. And like everybody says, no, we don't use Twitter. Why would you do that? And May said, well, I use Twitter. And it's almost like, okay, the demographics are people my age or May's age. And so it looked like he wasn't going to pursue. They offered him a board seat, and then he went off to Hawaii to Larry Ellison's house, which he sometimes uses. He was meeting a friend, Angela Bassett. And instead of enjoying 3 days of vacation, he just became supercharged and started firing off text messages, including the including Dragon one. He used that phrase a few times. That Parad wasn't the person who was going to take Twitter to a new level. And then by the time we get to Vancouver, where Grimes meets him, they stay up all night playing Elden Ring. He was doing a TED Talk. And then at 5:30, he finishes playing Elden Ring and turns out that I've made an offer. Even when he comes back, people are trying to intervene and say, excuse me, why are you doing this? And so it was a rocky period between late April and October when the deal closed. And people ask me all the time, well, did he want to get out of the deal? I said, which one are you talking about at what time of day? Because there'll be times in the morning when you say, oh, the Delaware court's going to force me to do it, it's horrible, talk to his lawyers, you can win this case, get me out of it. He met here in Austin with 3 or 4 investment bankers, Blair Efron and Centerview, Bob Steele, at Corella Weinberg. And they offered him options. Do you want to get out? Do you want to stay in? Do you want to reduce the price? And I think he was mercurial. There were times he would text me or say to me, this is going to be great. It's going to be the accelerant to do X.com the way we thought about 20 years ago. And so it's not until they finally sell them at the beginning of October, right when Optimus the Robot is being unveiled in California, I think, that the lawyer said, you're not going to probably win this case. Better go through with the deal. And by then, he's not only made his peace with it, he's kind of happy with it at times. Eventually, the deal is going to close on I think a Friday morning. I have it in the book. And we're there on Thursday, and he's wandering around looking at the stay woke t-shirts and psychological safety lingo they're all using. And he and his lawyers and bankers hatched a plan to do a flash close. And the reason for that was if they closed the deal after the market was closed for the day, and he could send a letter to Farag and 2 others, firing them close for cause. And this will become a course then he could say $200 million. And it was close to money, but for him a matter, I won't say principle, but hey, they misled me about the numbers, I got forced into doing it, so I'm gonna try this jujitsu maneuver and be able to get the money out of it. Then when he takes over, it's kind of a wild scene. Him trying to decide in 3 different rounds how to get the staff down to 15% of what it was. Him deciding on Christmas Eve, after he'd been at a meeting where they told him we can't get rid of that Sacramento server farm because it's needed for redundancy. He says, no, it's not. And he flying here to Austin, and young James says, why don't we just do it ourselves? He turns the plane around, they land in Sacramento, and he pulls them out of Texas. So it was a manic period. We should also say that underneath of that, there was a running desire or consideration to perhaps start a new company to build the social media company from scratch. Well, Kimball wanted to do that. And Kimball here at a wonderful restaurant lunch is like, hey, why are you buying Twitter? Let's start one from scratch and do it on the blockchain. Now, it took him a while, and we can argue it one way or the other, to come to the conclusion that the blockchain is not fast enough and responsive time enough to be able to handle 1 billion tweets, in the terrorist. So he gets mad when they keep trying to get him to talk to Sam Bankman-Fried, who's trying to say, I'll invest, but we have to do it on the blockchain. Kimball is still in favor of starting a new one and doing it on blockchain base. In retrospect, I think starting a new media company would have been better. He wouldn't have had the baggage or the legacy that he's breaking now in breaking the way Twitter had been. But it's hard to have millions and millions, hundreds of millions of true users, not just trolls, and start from scratch, as others have found with Mastodon and Blue Sky and Threads, and Threads even had a base, so it would have been hard.
Yeah, and to do that in the way he did requires another part that you write about with the Three Musketeers and the whole engineering, the firing, and bringing in the engineers to try to go hardcore. So there's a lot of questions to ask there, but the high level, can you comment about that part of the saga, which is bringing in the engineers and seeing like what can we do here?
Yeah, he brought in the engineers and figured that the amount of people doing Tesla, full self-driving, autopilot, and all the software there was about 1/10 of what was doing software for Twitter. He said this can't be. And he fired 85%, 3 different rounds. The first was just firing people because they looked at the coding and they had a team of people from Tesla's autopilot grading the code of all that was written in the past year or so. Then he fired people, who didn't seem to be totally all in or loyal. And then another round of layoffs. So, at each step of the way, almost everybody said that's enough, it's going to destroy me. From Alex Dara, his lawyers, to Gary Burchell, he said, whoa. And even Andrew and James, the young cousins, who were tasked with making a list and figuring out who did that, said we've done enough, we're going to be in real trouble. And it was partly, there was degradation of the service some, but not as much as half the services I use half the time, and I wake up each morning and get the app and
Was that too much?
I think that he has an algorithm that we mentioned earlier that begins with question every reply. But step 2 is delete. Delete every budget. And then a corollary to that is if you don't end up adding back 20% of what you deleted, then you didn't delete enough in the first round. So you were too careful. Well, so you asked me, did he overdo it? He probably overdid it by 20%, which is his formula. And they're probably trying to hire people now to keep things going.
But it sends a strong signal to people that are hired back and people that are still there.
And just Steve Jobs and many other great leaders. No, and certainly Bezos, and certainly in the early days of Microsoft, Bill Gates. It was hardcore, only a player.
So, how much of Elon's success would you say? Steve Jobs' success is the hiring and managing the situation.
When I asked Steve Jobs at one point what was the best product he ever created, I thought he'd say maybe the Macintosh or maybe the iPhone. He said, no, those products are hard. The best thing I ever created was the team that made those products. And that's the hard part, is creating a team. And he did, from Johnny Ive to Tim Cook. Elon has done a good job bringing in people. When Jocko, obviously, Linda Yaccarino, she's, navigate through the current crises. Certainly stellar people at SpaceX, like Mark and Tosa, and then at Tesla, like Drew Baglino and Lawrence Martin, and many others. He's not as much of a team collaborator as, say, Benjamin Franklin, who, by the way, that's the best team ever created, which is the founders. And you had to have really smart people like Jefferson and Madison, and really passionate people like John Adams and his cousin Samuel, and really a guy of high rectitude like Washington. But you also needed a good Franklin to bring everybody together and forge a team out of them and make them compromise with each other. Musk is a magnet for awesome talent.
Magnet, interesting. But there's the priorities of hiring of based on excellence, trustworthiness, and drive. These are things that describe throughout the book. I mean, there's a pretty concrete and rigorous set of ideas based on which the hiring is done.
Oh yeah, and he has a very good, spidey, intuitive sense. Just looking at people. Who could come out looking at them, but studying them. Because one of his ways of operating is what he calls a skip level. And let's take a very specific thing, like the Raptor engine, which is powering the Star Trek. And it wasn't going well. It looked like a spaghetti box, and it was going to be hard to manufacture. And he got rid of the people who were in charge of that team. And I remember that he spent a couple of months doing what he calls skip level, which means instead of meeting with his direct report on the Raptors, he would meet with the people one level below them. And so he would skip around and meet with them. And he said, and I just asked him what they're doing, and I drilled them with questions. And he said, this is how I figure out who's going to emerge. He said it was particularly difficult. I was sitting in those meetings because people were wearing masks. It was during the height of COVID. And he said it made it a little bit harder for him because he had to get the input. But I watched as a young kid, Bob, and Jacob McKenzie, he's sitting there, and he's a bit like you. Engineering mindset speaks in a bit of a monotone. Musk would ask a question, and he would give an answer. The answer would be very straightforward. He had laughed. And Musk said one day, called him up at 3 a.m. Well, it was at 3 a.m., but after midnight, said, you still run? Yeah, Jake said, yeah, it still works. He said, okay, I'm going to make you in charge of the team, building that. And that was like a big surprise. But Jacob McKenzie has now gotten a building of Raptor, and with that building in at least one a week, and they're pretty awesome. And that's what his talent, Musk's talent, for finding the right person and promoting them. That's what it is.
And promoting it in a way where it's like, here's the ball, here, catch.
Yeah.
And you run with it. I've interacted with quite a few folks, and even just the Model X, all throughout, where people, on paper don't seem like they would be able to run the thing, and they run it extremely successfully.
But he does it wrong sometimes. He's had a horrible track record with the solar roof division. Wonderful guy named Brian Dow, really liked him. And when they were doing the battery factory series in Nevada, Musk got rid of 2 or 3 people, and there's Brian Dow. Can do. Stays up all night and he gets promoted and runs it. So finally, Musk goes through 2 or 3 people running the solar roof division. Finally calls up Brian Dow. I was sitting in Musk's house in Boca Chica, that little tiny 2-bedroom he has. And he offers Brian Dow the job of running solar roof. And Brian there, okay, can do. And 2 or 3 times, Musk insisted that they install a solar roof in one of those houses in Boca Chica, which is this tiny village at the south end of Texas. And late at night, I have to climb up to the top of the roof on these ladders and stand on this steep roof as Musk is there saying, why do we need 4 screws to put in this single leg? And Brian was just sweating and doing everything. But then after a couple of months, it wasn't going well, and boom, Musk was fired. So I always try to learn, what is it that makes those who stay thrive?
What's the lesson there? What do you think?
Well, I think it's self-knowledge, like an Andy Krebs or others. They say, I am hardcore. I really want to get a rocket to Mars. That's more important than anything else. One of the people, I think it's Tim Davis, when he hears this, I'm getting in the right person, where, it was working for Tesla Autopilot, and it was just so intense, he took some time off and then went to another company. He said, I was burned out at Tesla, but then I was bored at the next place, so I called, I think it was Ashoff, and said, can I come back? He said, sure. He said, I learned about myself. I'd rather be burned out than bored.
That's a good line. What can you just learn one of the three that seem interesting to you in terms of excellence, trustworthiness, and drive, which one do you think is the most important and the hardest to get at? The trustworthiness is are you ride or die kind of thing?
Yeah, I think that especially when it came to taking over Twitter, he thought that people there were just right. And he was wrong. About 2/3 not so bad. And it was how do we weed out those? And he did something and made the firing squad, I call it, or the musketeers. I think that was my nickname for them, which is, you know, the young Cousins and 2 or 3 other people. He made them look at the Slack messages. These people that post, everybody at Twitter is posting. And they went through hundreds of Slack messages. So if anybody posted on the internal Slack, you know, that jerk Elon Musk is going to take over, and I'm afraid that he's a maniac or something. They would be on the way because they want all-in loyal. They did not look at private Slack messages, and I guess people who are posting on a corporate Slack board should be aware that your company can look at them. But that's more than I would have done, or most people would have done. And so that was to figure out who's deeply committed more. I think that was mainly the case at Twitter. He doesn't sit around at SpaceX and his lawyers. At other places, it's excellent, but that's pretty well given. Everybody is like a marketing coach that's worth smart. It's are you hardcore and all in. Especially, you got to move to this bit of a town in the south tip of Texas called Boca Chica. You know, you got to be all in.
And that's the drive. So you, in terms of collaborating, one of the great teams of all time. I like that. I thought it was the Beatles, but Ben Franklin.
Oh,
no.
Yeah,
sorry,
read the Constitution and read Abbey Road. Abbey Road, they're both good, but they're a different way.
Okay, so one of the main things that comes to mind is Ben Franklin's incredible time management. Is there something you could say about Franklin? His job, I think, interesting with Elon is that he runs 6 companies. Someone thinking, depends how you count it, probably it's its own thing, I don't know. What can you say about these people in terms of time management?
Well, Musk is in a league of his own in the way he's got. First of all, Steve Jobs had to run Pixar and Apple. But Musk, every couple of hours, is switching his mindset from how to implant a Neuralink chip and what will the robot that implants it in the brain look like and how fast can we make it move. And then the heat shield on the Raptor, or switching to human imitation, machine learning, full self-drive. On the night that the Twitter board agreed to the deal, this is huge around the world. I'm sure you remember, like Musk. It wasn't when the deal closed. It was when the Twitter accepted his own. And I thought, okay. But then he went to bunch of people and spent time fixating on, if I remember correctly, a valve in the Raptor engine that had a methane leak. And what were the possible ways? And all the engineers in that room, I assume, are thinking, this guy just bought Twitter, so he say something. And he's like, and then he goes with Kimball to a roadside joint in Brownsville. He just sits in the front and listens to music and nobody's noticing him being there. One of the things that one of his strengths and sort of weaknesses in a way is in a given day, he'll focus serially, sequentially on unique different. He will worry about uploading video onto X.com or the payment system, and then immediately switch over to some issue with the FAA giving a permit or with how to deal with Starlink and the CIA. And when he's focused on any of these things, you cannot distract it. It's not like he's also thinking about, I'm dealing with Starlink, but I've got to also worry about the Tesla decision on the new $25,000 car. Now, he'll, in between these things, process information, then let off steam. The better or worse, he lets off steam by either playing a friend in Polytopia or fire off some tweets, which is often not a healthy thing. But it's a release for him. And he doesn't, I once said he was a great multitasker, and that was a mistake. People corrected me. He's a serial tasker, which means focuses intensely on a task for an hour. Almost as a, whatever they call it at wrestling, where they give you a palate cleanser. He does some palate cleanser with Polytopia, and then focuses on the next one.
Is there some wisdom about time management to be off from that?
There's some things that these people do, and you say, okay, I can be that way. I can be more curious, I can question every rule and regulation. I just don't think anybody should try to emulate enough time management style. Because it takes a certain set of teams to know how to deal with everything else other than the thing you're focusing on. And a certain mind that can shift, just like his moods can shift. You and I go through transitions, and also if I'm thinking about what I'm going to say on this podcast, I'm also thinking about the email my daughter just sent about the house, and I'm multitasking. He doesn't actually do that. He single tasks sequentially with a focus that's hardcore. I don't know. I think there's wisdom to that. Actually,
First of all, he makes me mention this feel that way. There's a lot of hours in the day. There's a lot of minutes in the day. Like, there's no excuse not to get a lot done. And it requires just an extreme focus. An extreme focus on like an urgency.
I think the fierce urgency that drives us is important. And it's sometimes ginned up. Like I said, the fierce urgency of getting to work. And on a Friday night at the launch pad in Boca Chica at 10 p.m., there are only a few people working. This is a Friday night. They're not supposed to launch for another 8 months.
So many questions.
And he wasn't discouraged. He says, I want 200 people here by tomorrow. Working on this pad. We have to have a fierce sense of urgency, or we will never get to Mars.
That sense of urgency is, is also a vibrancy that's like really taking on life full.
I focus on it a lot on this channel because I find it so peculiar.
Even the mundane can be full of this.
So many people talk about a ticking clock or a schedule or a timetable or some kind of an event or some kind of a thing that is like
enables that kind of intensity because most of us can't hold the intensity in any one task for a long period of time. Maybe that's also a lesson.
Just now, John Lear talked about it, about Linda Moulthouse talked about this a number of different times.
There are people who can focus intensely, and there are people who can see patterns across many things. Look, Leonardo da Vinci,
the grand scheme of the story that's playing itself out, is there an event that is
distracted.
yet to happen?
It's why he has more unfinished paintings than finished
Has something
paintings.
already happened? This talk about being able to see probable
but his
futures and alternate
ability
timelines
to
throws a lot into
see
question.
patterns across nature and to, in some ways, process, procrastinate, be distracted. That helps him some, but Musk is not that way. And then every few months there's a new search. You don't know where it'll be, but to be on solar roofs, and all of a sudden we'll have a search, and there has to be, 100 solar roofs built, or this has to be done by tomorrow. Make a Starship Dome by dawn, and search and do it. And there are people who are built that way. It is inspiring, but also let's appreciate, that there are people who can be really good, but also can savor the success, savor the moment, savor the quiet sometimes. Musk's big failing is he can't savor the moment for success. And that's the flip
as
side
it is supposed to
of
play itself
hardcore
out by
intensity.
virtue of, by the way,
In
power
Innovators,
and
another
movement, or
book
the
of yours that I
HI's
love,
call.
you write about individuals and about groups.
But
So one of the questions
I
the
sit
book addresses is
all of
it
the knowledge I
individuals
have,
or is it groups
and
that
I
traumatize
see,
your history?
I see everything through that
When
filter
Henry
when I see a
Kissinger
new
was
whistle
on the
come forward,
shuttle missions
and I
to the
try to
Middle
piece
East,
together
this is the
what
first
that
one.
might mean, that there may be,
He said, when I was
let's
a
just say, a
professor at
contact
Harvard,
event of some
I
sort.
thought that history
And
was
whether that
determined
is
by great
only after
forces
we've
and
gotten to a
groups
certain
of
level
people.
of higher
But when I see
density,
it up close, I
enlightenment,
see what a difference
whatever,
an individual
I think those are all
can make. He's
possibilities.
talking about Sadat
But
and Golda Meir, probably talking about himself too, or
what
at
I will
least in
say
his mind.
is
And
that
we
the
biologists
latest
have this dirty
information
secret
from
that
Dan
we know we distort
is
history a
that
bit by making the narrative too
it seemed
driven
like
by
soon
an
they're going to be
individual.
releasing some information,
But sometimes it
and
is
they're codenaming it horse
luck
pill.
is a case like that.
Think about a
And
horse pill, it's something
sometimes, as I
very
did
difficult
with
to
the
swallow.
innovators,
And
there's
this is from
schemes
his
and people
website.
build on each other. And Gordon Moore and Bob Joyce
That is the one
then
and only
getting
channel
Andy
I
Grove and doing the
recommend people
microchip, which
visit.
then comes out,
It's
and
not organized.
Wozniak
It
and
is just a
Jobs
single
signed
page.
it
But
at
occasionally there's
some
messages left up
electronics
there
store, and they
that you
decide
can
to
take
build
for
the
what it's
Apple.
worth.
And so
And
sometimes
that message
there
that's there, he's talking also about the
are
Lewis
flows
Project
of
coming to
forces and groups of
an
people.
end. And when I spoke to
I
Dan
guess I
2018,
err a
one of the
little
main
bit
things we
on the
talked about
side of
was
looking at
having something to get
what
that
Steve
into peer
Jobs
review,
and
scientific
Elon
peer
Musk
review,
and Albert
eventually into the Library
Einstein
of Congress.
can
So
do.
that's an update on that website as well.
And I also try to figure out if they
I don't
hadn't
know
been
how to answer
around
that
with the
question.
forces of
When I say
history and the
relevant,
groups of
I guess what I
people
mean is
have
the
done it
time frame
without
I
them.
don't.
That's a good historical
It seems like
question.
something's
As
happening.
you know,
And I
somebody
know
loves history.
we're
And you
parallel
think
paths
about
of two gigantic
special
things
relatives.
that our society is confronting now. In the shadows, we're
Even
starting
after
to
he
learn more
writes
and
it,
more
it's
about the
4
UFO
years before
subject
people
and the
truly
reality
get
that
what
there
he's
are
saying,
serious
which is
questions
it's
that have
not
to be
just
answered
how
in the
you
form of
observe time
whistleblowers
is
becoming
relative, it's time itself is
parallel to
relative.
AI.
And on the general
The
theory,
issue with
which he
AI
does
right
a
now
decade
and
later,
the
I'm
potential
not
that
sure
it
we've
has
gotten that yet.
to confuse and
What
alter
about
what we
moving us
otherwise
into
think
the
of as
era of
real
an iPhone,
news, real
which is
people,
so beautiful that you
real
can't live
events?
without
Those two
1,000
things are
phones
either
in your
going to cross
pocket,
or they're going
email,
to come to
and
head. Because
the
I'll tell
internet
you
in your
right now,
pocket,
if
and the
let's say
phone.
a contact event happens, as strange as
There are a
that
lot of
sounds,
brain dead people
we're
from
going to be probably
Panasonic to
looking at it through a
Motorola who
screen
didn't
of
get
some
that,
sort.
and it may have been
Whether
a
it be
lot.
our TV
I certainly
screens
think
or
it's true
displays at a
of the
computer
era
or
of
our
electric
phones.
vehicles.
And
Jim and
in
Ford,
that, we'll wonder
all
if
the
it's
great
AI or
people
not.
there, they
And
crushed the
it's
boat, and I mean that
place to be
literally. They
because we
ended
don't
up
want,
smashing them because they
think in
decided to
those terms.
discontinue it.
But I think we're
Likewise,
very soon.
nobody was setting up rockets. Our space shuttle was about to be grounded.
AI contributing to alternative
And
news items that
so Musk does things,
vet ourselves to
and
find out
there'll
if
be
it's real or
people
not.
who say, read
It's very
the book. They read the book,
It's a
they'll
very
see the
strange
story.
time.
Well,
It's a
there
very
wasn't
strange
Musk who
time
did
of
Tesla. It was
all
not
these
Eberhard.
different
I'm not
events sort of
talking.
taking place
You know, there
on
were
top of
people
one another,
who had
and
helped
it's weird to watch it all play
create,
out in real
you know,
time.
the shells
You
of
do have to
companies and
question
other
your
things.
own sense
And
of
they
what is
were
real
all
and what's
deserved to be called
not.
co-founders.
When you see these
So the guy who
text to
actually
AI or text to
gets us to
video
a
AI
million
tools
electric
that are
vehicles
so
a
good
year,
now,
is Elon Musk, and without
text to
him,
image and
I
the
don't
idea
think
that
we look. If
we can't really trust our own
anybody
eyes is
5
new
years
to
from now
us.
buys
I
a
think. I
car
mean, for a long time,
that's
especially in this
gasoline
community, it was
powered,
like Pixar
we'll
didn't
think
happen.
that's quaint,
Or,
you
I need
know,
to see a video
that's
or I
odd.
don't believe it. But
I
now
mean,
it's like
suddenly
we
we
don't
think
even know
we're
what
not
we can
going to
believe
get
if we're seeing a video.
90%
We're seeing
of
a
that is
photograph.
Elon.
It's almost,
We're all
it's almost
mortal.
beside the point. This
When and how do you think Elon will retire from
care to see any more UFO
insanely
pictures.
productive schedules he's on now?
It means nothing to me
I
because
would think that he would
either
take the
they're real
real.
and
I
there's a
think that
wide
he
variety of
can't
shapes and
live
sizes, or
without the
quite frankly,
pressure, the
the
drama,
ability to knock
the
these up
always
very easily now
feel.
using AI or any other tools is becoming
It's
mainstream.
never
So
been anything that seemed to have crossed his
and
mind.
I think we have to
He's never
navigate
said, maybe I
what's going to
love
be increasingly
Larry
a
Ellison's
difficult
house on the beach in
avenue down
Hawaii.
for the UFO
Maybe I should
subject because
spend
the
time
guys
and
who
do it.
play a part in
Instead,
whether
he
we
says
believe
things
what we're
like,
seeing
I
or not.
learned early on. I
This
take
story
patience
Dan
with
is
children.
incredibly
He gets
detailed.
hilarious when he goes on one
There's
big. I mean,
definitely
he goes on
sensitivity
organization at one point, and they oust him from PayPal. And then he goes to Africa one month. He gets malaria. He says, "I'm on vacation, kill you."
Well, it's interesting because the projects are 100-plus-year projects.
One of the weird things is watching him think
He does go to
incredibly
pains to
knowledgeable.
distinguish a
One
difference
of the
between
meetings every week
extraterrestrial and
early
alien.
on
Can
when I
you
was
walk us through that just so
watching
people
him
understand what
was
that
Mars
difference is?
colonized.
Yeah, to him,
And
an
we did
alien
a 2-hour
is
meeting about
something that
what
has
would the
no
governance structure
human
be in
lineage,
Mars?
no relationship to
What
the
would
human
people wear?
makeup
How would the
whatsoever,
robots
except
look?
maybe being bipedal or whatever.
And
When he was
would there
studying
be
this J-Rod,
democracy or should there
he
be
was noticing a
a
definite
different
human
form
lineage.
of
And through the
governance?
if we're to believe
That's
the
what they're
outcome
saying.
of what he was being told
What are
by
they doing? What are they
the
talking about?
J-Rod,
They're trying to build
psychically,
rocket ships and everything else.
there is a future
They are
catastrophe
worrying about the
that
governance structure
slowly
of Mars.
evolves over
And
time,
likewise,
where there's a certain
whenever he's in a tense moment, like there's a rocket's about to be launched, he'll start asking people about something in the way future, like the new LEAP engine or something. If we're going to build that, do we have enough materials ready to order? Or I don't know, he'll just ask questions. Like when he's building robo-taxis, the global car, the $25,000 inexpensive global car, that's not a total tax. He's talked into doing that. His passion is robo-taxis. But his passion is, how are we going to make this factory to do 1 million cars a year? So even the robo-taxi is a longer range vision. I mean, we've been touting it for 2016, but, you know, we're not. I don't know, robo-taxis, I mean, Waymo is doing a little experiment, but there's not cars being manufactured without steering wheels that are going to take over the highway. Yet he's always looking way into the future.
I just hope that there's a lot of Da Vinci's and Steve Jobs' Einsteins and Elon Musk's that carry the flame.
That's one of the reasons you write books about these people, is so that if you're a young woman in a school where you're not being told to do science and you read the code about Jennifer Galligan, you say, okay, I can do that. And when you say, oh, maybe I'll be a regulator, or you say, oh, no, maybe I'll be the person who pushes the boundaries, who pushes the line, who pushes, as Steve Jobs said, the human race.
Let me ask you about
and now as it comes out
your
and
mind,
comes to the fore,
your DNA,
it's just filled
your
with these little
process.
Easter eggs of things that we're
I'll
hearing
give you 2
about
out of 3.
today.
All right.
I think for my
Take me
part,
through the
that
process of writing a biography.
gives me the sense that we are
Not just writing a
in a new
biography, but
phase. We're in some phase different
understanding
now. And it's not just going to be another 30 years of back and forth, and maybe we know something and maybe we don't. At least for
the
me,
human
this is
story
how
and like the bigger
take it all
ideas
in.
underlying the human
That
story.
there's
It's
been a
written by
change,
both
and
individuals,
it's so far
which
out
are
into the
hardly
zeitgeist now
individuals,
that has to
who
mean
need to take
something
complex picture. And
bigger is on the horizon. There's no
biographies
reason for it to not be. I think.
ideas
In your
that
view,
involve
as someone who has
Well, step
made
one
this,
for me
I
is
don't
trying
want
to
to
figure
say
out how the mind
obsession,
works.
but you have been very much focused on this
What
for a long
causes
time.
Einstein to make that
What would
leap?
be your
Elon
best
Musk is
case
a stainless steel
outcome?
while he's
You
looking
know,
at a
I would love,
carbon fiber
as it seems like it's
rocket.
happening,
Or
for
how do you make the
humanity to
mental leap?
embrace the subject,
Because I write about
to
smart
have an
people.
open mind
Smart people are
about
dying about
capability of
they don't
what
use
this
it
might
amounts
be
of much. You have to be
going
creative,
forward.
imaginative, to
That
think
it's not
different.
scary. Like being
And so
probably
what makes people
natural
creative? What makes them
milestone in
take
our evolution
imaginative
of being
leap?
aware that there is
That's the
non-human
key
intelligence.
question you
It
gotta
honestly
ask.
sounds like it's
You also
an
ask
assault to
questions
so
like you
many
asked
of our
earlier,
belief
which
systems.
is what
But I
demons
think when you break
are
it down,
dangling in their head
it's
and
not
how
as
do they
scary as it
harness them
seems.
into drive?
And I think
So you look at all that and
when
you
I first
try
got
to
into the subject,
observe
I
really
didn't hang with
carefully
the New Age people
the
that talked
purpose
about higher dimensions,
of
higher
one of the
vibrations,
more
and this and that.
mundane things
But I'm
I
starting to
do
warm to this idea that
is
what's
a lot of
intended by us
writers
finding
try
the
to
deeper
give
truth
you
behind the
a lot
subject
of their opinions
is that it is a way
and
for us
preach
to
for
open our
what
mind
happened.
and be open to an idea that
As
there
I
are
said,
multiple
this mentor
dimensions.
said two
We
people
almost have to
sites
know.
come out,
We
preach a
tap into
story.
them every night when we sleep.
Be
That's
a
the first
story.
dimension. And as
Um,
David Gresham pointed out,
I
shadow
try,
on the ground is a dimension of our
whenever
own human
I'm
being.
trying to
We
convey
have to
a
just
thought,
open our mind to
there's 6
all of
magic
this. I think
words that I
when that
almost should
happens,
have
there might be,
written on a card
there might be
pinned above
a
my
closeness
desk,
we'll start to
which
feel
is,
towards each
let me
other
tell you a
on
story.
this planet in a
So
better
somebody
harmony, because I think
says,
that's what's needed.
how
Who
does
would disagree with that?
Elon Musk
Nobody.
figure out
And
the
the idea
talent
that there's a non-human
as a
intelligence
kid?
that's
I
not
think, well, let me
necessarily
tell you the story. I tell you the story of
um,
Jake McKinney.
um,
Or
uh,
This is not something I invented. I mean, this is way the good Lord does it in the Bible. I mean, has the best opening sentence ever in the beginning, comma, and then it's short. And secondly, to pick up on that lead sentence in the beginning, make it everybody in the 40th year of their life has grown from the 39th year and the 38th year. And so you want to show how people evolve and grow. I have the greatest of all nonfiction narrative episodes, Alice Mayhew, among other things, created All the President's Men that were good and broken. But she had a note she put in the margin of my book. That was a TikTok. It meant all things in good time. Keep it chronological. If it's good enough of the Bible, it's good enough for you.
Interesting. To me, that's a small
optimistic hope for a positive outcome for mankind.
Because it's a framework for how you structure things, but also how you understand, which is, if you keep it a chronological narrative, then you're showing how a person has grown from one experience you talked about to the next one. And that moral growth, creative growth, risk-taking growth, wisdom, that's the essence of the creativity, but you can't do it. There's Buildings Woman, which is a book of, that carries a narrative and tells how people learn something. I'm a big believer in narrative. If you're an academic, you sometimes, not today, but in like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there were two things you thought were there. One was having a great person theory of history in which you decided to do biography. The great professor his name was Doris Kearns.
His experiences, which are numerous and varied.
When he was going for tenure,
it sort of kickstarted for him
Lyndon Johnson was American, and they denied his tenure because it was beneath the dignity of the Academy to write history to one person. That's great. It opened up the field of biography to us non-academics. Starting with David McCullough,
for you yourself, we didn't really get into this in the beginning, and maybe this would have been a good place to start.
New
But
generation,
personally, have you had experiences that have changed over the course of your
But the second thing, besides telling it to people, is the Academy tended to disdain what they called imposing a narrative, in which you made a story. Because that meant you were leaving things out and making it into a narrative. Well, that's how we form our views of the world.
Well, let me ask you this question. In terms of gathering an understanding, how much of it is one observing? How much of it is
and obviously depends on the stuff. With Ben Franklin, it's all based on archives. And of course, we have 40 volumes of letters he wrote. That was a good old days. And every day is like 20 letters. The Musk book is based much more on observation than almost any of my books, because he opened up in a way that was breathtaking. Yeah. Even when he'd be sitting playing Polytopia or seizing at other people, he'd have me just sit there and watch it. I mean, I spent a lot of time with Jennifer Down on this side. I went to her lab and edited the human gene and, with the pipette and the test tube. But I would say I spent 30 hours with her. I can't count it. 100 hours just observing Musk. And I'm not sure that any biographer, perhaps since Boswell for Dr. John, has ever had quite as much up close, meaning 5 feet away at all times, access. And because of that, I go back to what I said a moment ago, I try to get out of the way of this. It's not about me. It's not. I try to just say, okay, here's what happened. Here's what happened the night he came in to Twitter for the first time. And let you form your own judgment.
What about the interviews? You had a lot of conversations. You give acknowledgement to the people you've done interviews
No,
with.
I'd be very interested in doing
Or
a
one,
whole
I have to
other
ask,
show on just
like,
that,
inspiring
post-MLM stuff,
interview of
and
myself.
getting your thoughts on that as well.
How?
I think we've
People
got
love
about
to
an hour and a half at this stage. Is
And
there anything
I've
that
had
you've gotten into so far
140, maybe
that you'd like
150
to
people go on this
share
together.
my whole story, how
One
I
of
got
the little things
into a
that
position
people won't
with
notice, but I'll
DST where
say
they
it
allowed
now,
me to have the phone
is
call
all of
and
them are on the record.
what we
Getting
talked
them to
about.
talk
Do you want to
is
get into that now?
balance.
That would be great.
But then at a certain point,
So-
say, I don't put
I
anonymous
discovered this
places.
website.
I
And
cite.
I discovered the website.
I say, if you're tough enough and you're going through this, and a lot of times it takes 2 or 3 calls back. Somebody will tell me a story. I say,
Majestic
"Oh, no, no, no."
operatives talking to each other.
But
And by the way,
I think it's important
sometimes
to know
multiple
where
times a
everything
month they would
came
have,
from. And with Musk, it's,
they would have,
you know, I had that
meeting.
from the very
All of them
beginning
together,
because I
and some of
was
them
a
would
magazine reporter. I worked reporter for the
meetings
Times
would be
Picayune in New
live
Orleans.
on the
I
website.
first day on the
on
job,
forum.
I had to go cover a
Minutes
murder.
would be put up live as they're happening.
Phoned in the story from a
And I have
payphone, and my editor, the
46
city editor, said,
PDFs of
"Well,
all of
did you
these
talk to the
meetings.
family?" I went, "No, Billy."
And I
I
had so many of these archived that I started to throw it
They
into
go
an
knock
AI
on the
to be
door. I
trained on
knocked on the
every
door.
meeting together.
An hour later, they
And
were
some
still
of what
talking.
it
They'll bring me out
summarized
to
was being
Europe.
discussed over the
Less than
years
one
in these
hour.
meetings.
People
It's
want
super
to talk
enlightening.
if you're willing
Another
to
thing we
just
covered.
listen.
Anyway, I was starting to
And
discover all this
whether
dialogue,
it be
and I saw
Henry
Dan
Kissinger, you
Wade
just
and
push the
Dan
button and say
and
Kissinger, and people tell you
we're
the
seeing there
story,
now.
all the way through Elon Musk.
And I'm like, okay, this is supposedly
Everybody's
Dan.
talking. Everybody in
Dan's
his
story,
family,
Dan
everybody's
himself here
inspired.
leaving
Everybody.
messages. I'm just going to go
I
with
think
it.
it's important to
I'm
listen to
not going to
people.
be an
And the other
antagonist.
thing
I'm
I
gonna go
learned
in,
as a
I'm going
reporter,
to
back
show
when I
my
was covering
support for
politics
things
in
that
New
they're talking
Hampshire,
about.
the early campaign,
I'm not going
I
to
learned
challenge them.
2 or 3 great reporters, a guy named David Broder and Tim
I really
Russell,
didn't
the
need to,
late
I didn't want to.
NBC.
I'm taking all
They
this
do what
as
was called
potential
doorknock.
data points.
You just walk in the neighborhood,
And they
knock on the
started to
door,
recognize,
and
I
ask
think,
people.
that some of the
Copy that?
messages I was leaving
They
and
said,
some of
"Here's
the
the secret.
questions I was asking
Don't ask any
was
leaders.
at a level that
Don't have any
provided
shame.
a level of
Just
respect that
say,
they had
hey,
for me.
I'm trying to figure out this election. What's
It
going
wasn't
on?"
that I had an agenda at hand, other
And
than
then
I wanted to be
stay silent.
cooperative and
But
find out
Musk,
what's
a
going
third
on.
secret.
Because
You know this.
between all of the cryptic qualities
Just
of
go
these,
silent. It's all.
the dialogue going on, I
Sometimes
thought there could be
a
something
minute,
here I
2
could
minutes, 4
pick up
minutes.
on.
Don't try to fill the
Well,
silence. If you're a
apparently
listener,
what happens every
you
year
gotta
on
learn.
the forum is Dan reaches
Okay.
out to the general
He's
public
not saying
again,
anything for
of
4
which there's
minutes.
very few
I
that
can outlast it.
are on this
It's tough.
board,
It's as humans, it's very
to
tough.
help
Respecting silence is
go
really,
to
really
Frenchman
difficult.
Mountain outside of Las
I've
Vegas
speaking
to
of
gather
demons.
some
In
silicon
their silence, all the demons show up in my head.
uh,
The fear, I think, is if I don't say
that he uses
anything,
in his Lotus
it's
experiments.
boring. And if I say something,
It's a very
it's stupid.
particular place.
And
It's a very
that's a basic
specific
engine that just keeps
geological
running.
area
Not
that
on the
has
podcast, well,
this
on the
kind
podcast,
of,
but also in
silicon,
interaction. And so I think there's that nervous energy in interaction with people.
stones.
You can never go
I reached
wrong
out, and
by
what
staying
the promise
silent.
was is he's going to get 5
If
people,
there's nothing
as he does
nasty
every
there.
year.
Not
He has
something
to
I've
ask them
mastered,
to come out to
but
Vegas. They will
I
go to
do,
Frenchman
when I'm a
Mountain.
reporter,
We'll
try
hang
to
out
master
gathering some
that.
of this
Which is,
material, and I'll buy you all lunch. We can have a dialogue. And
don't
it's a
ask
chance to
complex
just get together and
questions.
talk. That sounds cool. I'll do
Don't
that. I love hiking. I'm a
interject.
backpacker.
And when somebody hasn't fully answered the question,
So I
don't
wrote
say,
to
well, let me,
them
I haven't
privately,
put
wrote to him
just
privately.
stay silent.
Said, well, I'm an
And then they'll
avid
keep talking.
enthusiast.
You give them a
I'd love
chance
to
to
help.
keep talking.
An avid
Even if
hiker.
it's kind of
Would
finished,
love to
it's
be
still.
considered.
Sometimes we
an
haven't given you
opportunity.
enough instead of
Very
following up.
professional. About a week later, I get
No,
a message back from one of his
You're making it
handlers.
sound simple.
That
Is
said,
there
in regards to
a
your last
secret to getting
message,
people to open up
Dan
more?
has something
I'm
else in mind
somewhat
for you.
lucky
Stand by.
because, I started off
And
working for an
days go
early
by,
newspaper,
and
and people
they say,
back
Dan, I'd like
then,
to have an opportunity to
they
talk to you.
want to talk to the
He
newspaper
wants to talk
reporter.
to you about
But you also have a way about you. Like, I feel like you have
that he would love your
like
input
a
on.
cowboy in
I
a
think
saloon.
this is
Like, you
getting
just
weird
kind of
now.
want
This
to
is
talk.
really Dan,
Like,
because
there's
I'll know
a
his
flush.
voice.
I don't know.
They gave me a phone number
I don't know what it
and
is.
a date
Maybe
and
it's,
time.
I don't know if it's developed or you're born with it. But there's a.
And when
It
they
feels
gave
like
me
I
that
want to
phone
tell you a
number, I
story.
decided to do a bunch of searches on the forum if this phone number was
A
ever
couple of
given out.
things.
I found
I
a
did
number
learn
of these phone numbers
to be
only
more
changing by
quiet.
one digit at the
I'm
end.
sure I
Which
know
was really
that
interesting
I
to
was
me.
younger
So
or
I
even
made the call.
I'll
Dan picks up.
see videos
gives me, news radio. I'm always trying to interject a question. So you learn to be quiet sometimes. I haven't mastered it. I don't know. You learn to be naturally curious. Many reporters today, when they ask a question, they're either trying to play gotcha or trying to get a news scoop or trying to, dig something that can make news. And if you actually are curious and you really want to know the answer to a question, then people can tell that you asked it because you want the answer, not because you're playing a game.
I'm sure some of them off the record, some of them on the record, you had maybe just some incredible conversations. I was going to say some of the greatest conversations ever, but who knows? Some of the best conversations ever are probably somewhere in South America between two drunk people that we never get to hear. So I don't know. But is there advice you can give on what you've learned to somebody like me on how to have good conversation? Especially when it's recorded.
Well, they're actually curious. I mean, every question you've asked me is because I think you actually want to know the answer, and you've got the homework to be open and not to have an agenda. I mean, we all suffer from having too many agendas in the world.
Yeah, so that's just general curiosity. There's something when you talk about just one-on-one interaction.
I'm a graphic designer.
Whether it's the honor or
nowhere near the scientific field. If you
there's
look at something, you may have to
beautiful
preface
about that
what I'm about
person's
to look
mind.
at as some sort
It
of
feels like it's
understanding
possible
about the very genre of something I'm looking at. And then I'll just give
to
you a
discover
very
that
honest
together.
opinion. No problem. He says,
Efficiently.
in
And
our
that's
call, we
kind
also
of the
talked
goal
about
of the
Bill
conversation.
Hamilton.
Well, I
We
mean,
talked about
you're
a meeting that
among
Dan
the
wanted
top
to have with me that he was going to establish at a Southern California home near
in
the
the world
coast.
today.
He says, I'm going to have
You
my
have an
people out there.
earnestness
I'll
to
ask you to
you.
come.
Ben Franklin is the person who taught
We're
me,
going to meet apparently.
I mean,
And he
by
said, stay
reading
tuned on the website.
the most
You'll know
about
what I sent
on
you.
conversations.
We established
It
an
includes
encrypted
on
email
silence.
on Proton Mail. So we both had an email address to change information.
But it
Anyway, long
includes
story short, he starts sending me material.
trying to ask
None of it
sincere
is prefaced with
questions
anything.
rather than
He sends me
get a point across.
charts. He sends me
I mean,
data slides. He
it's
sends
somewhat
me.
Socratic.
Actually, at one point, he sent me a
But
video of an experiment.
Whenever
It had my
he
name as the
wondered,
title that starts the
I
video.
wanted to like start
So
a
what's the effort?
fireman's
That's
corps
interesting.
in
And I couldn't make sense of anything I was seeing. And I
he
would
would
write
go
back
to
to
his
him
group
on Proton
that he
Mail.
called the
Dan,
Leather Apron
whoever
Club,
the email.
and they would
I'm
pose
not
a
able to
question.
understand
Why don't we
what
have it?
genre of anything I'm looking
Well,
at.
what
I
was
asked
the
that
text?
I have
What was
some
the
sort of
And then
idea.
the second part is to
And
make
all I
sure
would, I
that
would
you
get
listen.
any
If somebody has
I would only
even
see
just
it on the
the
website.
germ of an
Occasionally
idea,
put these
give
cryptic
them
emails.
credit
They
for
started
it.
to call me
Like,
data dude.
as Joe
On
said,
the
the
on
real
website,
problem
he said,
is,
data dude, get ready for another drop tonight.
and
And I get an email
I
with
do
another
think
judgment. None of this
that
is making sense to me.
if I'm in situations,
I get
I mean,
an
even a
email
dinner,
from somebody else, not Dan,
somebody,
asking me what my bottom line is.
I'm usually curious, and
Because I
I'll,
had
the
reached out to
conversation
Dan
will
in one of these
proceed,
emails and said,
with
I know,
questions,
by the
and
way, for those who don't
I
know, Dan
guess it's
was
also because I'm
abducted
pretty
in
interested in
1973
what anybody's
at
doing,
Mayberry
wherever I happen
Park
to
in
be.
Lakewood, where he lived. He
I
was
think
abducted in
that's
the
a
park. It was a one-time
talent
event.
you have,
And
which is
in that
you're pretty
process,
genuine in your interest.
he was given an
There are
implant.
people
And Dan was aware all
like
his life he
Benjamin
had this
Franklin,
implant.
like the
I said, by the
Charlie
way, if
Rose,
you ever want to have that implant extracted,
who are interested in
I do
a
know
huge number of
the late
subjects. I
Dr.
think
Roger
that
Lear's
helps as well.
assistant.
To be
And I
interested
sent
in basketball and
one of the
opera
reports that
and
his assistant
physics
did on
and
the analysis
metaphysics.
of one of the implants.
That was a
Said if
Ben
you ever
Franklin.
want
That was
to
a
have that,
Leonardo trick, which is they wanted to know everything you could possibly know about
the
every
two of you.
subject.
He said, well, that's interesting you say that.
But
I used to work with
there's a
Roger
different
Lear on
aspect of this, which is
analyzing implants.
that I would love to hear how you solved it or if you faced it.
Suddenly
You're
somebody else
certainly
emailed me
disarming.
saying,
Sound like peppering you with compliments. Yeah. I try to get you
That's a
to.
very disarming method.
Yeah.
what do you mean? I'm
I've
here
recently
to
talked
help
to
you.
Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll talk again.
Well,
We unfortunately the schedule and complexities only had 1 hour, which is very difficult. Very difficult. With the charismatic politician. But he's also a charismatic talker, which is very difficult to break through in 1 hour. But there, people have built up walls. Because of demons or because of They're politicians, and so they have agendas and narratives and so on. It's to break through those. I wonder if there's some advice and wisdom you've learned on how to wear down through water or whatever method the walls you've built up.
I mean, you call it disarming, which I don't know that I am, but disarming basically means you're taking down their shield also. And you know when people have a shield. And you try to give them comfort. I had zero of that problem with Elon Musk. I mean, it was like disarming to me, which is, I kept waiting to say, okay, he's not going to the guy show, or he won't do that. But he was almost crazily open and did not seem to want to be spinning or hiding or faking things. And I've been lucky. Downer was that way. Steve Jobs was that way. But you have to put in time, too. In other words, you can't say, okay, there's a 1 hour interview, and I'm going to break down every wall. It's like on your fifth visit.
Yes. Well, actually, there's one of the things in my situation you learn. Fifth visit is very nice, but sometimes you don't get a fifth visit. Sometimes it's just the first date. And I think what it boils down to, and you said disarming, but there's something about this person that you trust. I think a lot of it boils down to trust in some deep human way. And I think with many of the people I've spoken with, sometimes the trust happens after the interview, which is really sad because it's like,
I've never been in your situation where I have a show. I usually have. I'm not a first page person.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But then I'm lucky. I mean, I say lucky, but I'm impressed. You know, French is a couple thousand-year-old medium, but there are those of us who love it.
Well, the nature of the podcast medium is that I'm a one-night stand kind of girl. Let me ask you about objectivity, quality lines. I mean, I don't know if you would say you're friend. You have to be careful with words like that because there's an intimacy. And how do you remain objective? Do you want to remain objective while telling a deeply human story?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be honest, which I think is akin to being objective. I try to keep in mind who am I writing to? I'm not writing for Elon Musk, per se. I haven't written the book, or maybe I don't think he's read it yet. I've got one person I'm writing for. Be open-minded to speak. And if I can put in a story and say, well, that will piss off the subject, or that will really make the subject happy, that's irrelevant, or I try to make that a minor consideration.
To your knowledge,
will
today
the
he is
reader
still alive and still actively working on
have
the
a
Lotus
better
Project, as
understanding
far as you
because I put this
Yeah,
story
as
in the
far
book.
as I'm aware, he is still alive.
I'm a bit of a romantic.
Real quick, see if there's any updates.
So to me, even your Einstein book had lessons on romance and relationships. So how important are romantic relationships to the success of a great man, great woman, great life?
Yes, the book
Well,
on Lotus is still on
sometimes
the way.
people who
And so are
affect the course of
now
humanity
2 projects.
have better
We have
relationships with
coded as
humanity than they do with the humans
there should be an
sitting
inspection
around them.
this year.
Einstein
Population seems to seriously
had
require some time to
2
see if they work
interesting
certain issues through
relationships
for themselves
with
during
Locke.
2024.
Maleva, his first wife,
Sometime
is a
during
sounding
2025,
board
we
and help with the mathematics of the special relativity paper in particular.
locations and assessing of research data.
But he didn't treat her well. I mean,
We will
he
chat again.
made her like sign a letter that she wouldn't interrupt him, she wouldn't, you know. And finally, when she wanted a divorce, he couldn't afford it because he was still attached to her. And so he offered her a deal, which is, I think, totally amazing. He said, one of these days, one of those papers
yeah, I mean, and then maybe
is going to win the Nobel Prize.
tied into.
if we get a
A number of
divorce,
people have said that Trump was breathing in
I'll
on
give you
this
the
and
money.
that was weighing whether or not to come
that's a lot of money,
forward
like $1
with
million.
what he was told. It's
And
just,
she's smart.
it's-
She's
it
a
gets so
scientist. She
murky.
consults with
This
the other
website is
scientists,
just
and after a week or
crazy.
so, she
Until we
takes
share
the
this
bet.
website,
Is that until, what, 1919 that he wins his Nobel
I'll
Prize?
do it on my end and see if
Here's the other aspect.
And she gets all the money. She buys 3 apartment buildings in Zurich. With his second wife, Elsa, it was more a partnership of convenience. It was not a romantic love, but he knew, and that's sometimes what people need in life. It's just a partner. I mean, somebody who's going to handle the stuff you're not going to handle. So, I guess if you look at my book, they're not great, inspiring guides to personal relationships.
Let me ask you about the process of writing itself. When you've observed, when you've listened, when you've collected that information, what's maybe even just a silly mundane question of what do you eat for breakfast before you start writing? When do you write?
First of all, breakfast is not my favorite meal. And most people would tell you that you have to start with a hearty breakfast. Look, Aspens.
Yes.
And morning is not my favorite day part, so I write at night. And because I love narrative, it's easy to structure it. Because I can make an outline that if I printed it out, notes would be 100 pages, but everything's in order. In other words, if there's a Burning Man and he's coming back to the grind, and then there's a Solar Roof thing, and then there's something, I put it all in order, day by day, as an outline. And that disciplines me when I'm starting to write, to follow the mantra from Alice Megy in that first episode, which is all things in good time. Don't get ahead of the story, don't have to fast. And then after you get it, so that it's all chronologically looking, then you have to do some plus story. You have to say, okay, we're going to do the decision to do Star Trek, or to build a factory in Texas, or to whatever. And then you sometimes have the organizational problem of, and that gets us all the way up to here. Do I keep that in that chapter, or do I wait until later when it's better chronologically? So those are easy.
Well, what about the actual process of telling the story?
Well, that's the mantra I mentioned earlier, which is whenever I get pause or I don't have to say something, I just say, let me tell you a story. And then I find the actual anecdote, the story, the tale that encompasses what I'm trying to convey. And then I don't say what I'm trying to convey. I don't have a transition sentence that says, Elon sometimes changes his mind so often he doesn't even remember whether he changed his mind. No, you don't need transition sentences. You just say, all right, here's the point I need to make next. And so you start with a sentence that says, one day in January in the factory in Texas, comma.
Well, one thing I'd love to ask you advice for young people. To me, first advice would be to read biographies. In a sense, because they help you understand of all the different ways you can live a life well lived. From having written, having studied so many great men and women, what advice would you give people on how to live this life?
I keep going back to the classics of Plato and Aristotle, Socrates. And I guess it's Plato's master, but he may be quoting Socrates. But the unexamined life is not worth it. And it gets back to the note I saw, which is, you don't have to figure out what is the big meaning of it, but you have to figure out why you're doing what you're doing. And that requires something that I did not have enough of when I was young, which is self-awareness and examining every motive, everything I do.
where does the examination lead you?
Some of these are more
Is
personal
it
than I can
to a
but there's
shift
still
in
plenty there that we have to weigh that
in life
into
trajectory?
consideration.
I mean,
There's a constant
it's not for
there's a
me
constant knee-jerk
sort of, all
reaction
right,
on
I've now
your
decided,
ufology
having
today
been
because so
a
many people
journalist,
watch
I'll run a
a
think
YouTube
tank or
video,
I'll run a
and then they feel like
network or I'll write a bio.
they've done the work.
It is actually something that's more useful on an hourly
Of course, you're
basis.
entitled to your opinion.
Like,
But when you take
why
what's
am I about
otherwise
to say
already a
that to
crazy
somebody,
subject
or
called
why
UFOs, and you say,
am I going
yeah, but
to
this one's really crazy.
do this
You're
particular act
demeaning the potential
with
that this
my
might have.
true
You know,
motive
in
here,
1989,
and
I had so
also
many friends
in the
that thought
broader
bubbles are
sense,
bullshit
to
because he
learn,
was
as I
giving
did
the
after a couple
frequency
years at
number of
CNN.
gravity. Because he said gravity is like a frequency.
I,
Well, that was not giving it.
my examination
Yes,
of my
no, it
life
doesn't
is
work.
that I'm not great at running complex organizations. I'm not great as a manager. Given the choice, I'd rather somebody else have to manage me than me have to manage people. But it took me a while to figure that out. And I was probably too ambitious when I was young and at Time Magazine. That was when I was green and, well, that was when I was in my salad days in Green and Judgment. And it was like chasing the next level at Time Incorporated, whatever it might be. And then one day I caught the brass ring and I became an editor and then the top editor. And after a while I realized that wasn't really totally what I'm choosing to do, especially when I got put in charge of CNN. I mean, all young people are almost by definition in their salad days.
I think you make an excellent point about ufology in general, and I think it's worth mentioning
what's
to the audience.
motivating
Yeah,
you,
because so
and
many
then you learn
people,
to
at least who watch
ask,
this show, are new to this.
well,
Have just
is
recently,
that
in the last few
really
years,
what I
come into
want?
this
Should I be careful
conversation.
of what I'm wishing?
And it's important to remember that ufology, for
One
one,
of
has always been
the big
somewhat of a circus
examinations
because there's no application, there's no review process. Like anybody can show up and start talking about anything. And so you get a lot of people who just will talk about anything. And then on top
No,
of that,
I don't
it's
think about it a lot, but I do think about Steve Jobs. Let me tell you a story. You know, the wonderful Steve Jobs story of, I think after he was diagnosed with
agencies for
he gave both a Stanford talk, but other things, in which he said the fact that we are going to die
deliberately injected into the
gives you
discussion to muddy the waters. And so that throws a confusion onto things that makes
which
it even
is
more
a
difficult
lot
to
of the
know
tech bros
what's
out in
true
the
and what's
Silicon
not.
Valley that are looking for
Which
ways
is
to
again
live
the reason
forever.
why
I can think
work so
much
far has
of
been so
nothing
fascinating
short.
because you have been able to
We
claim
read the
so
myth
much
of
to
Sisyphus,
verify
and we
who
know
this
how
person
bad it
is. At least we know this is a real person. He has
eternal life.
real degrees. He's got a
So,
paper trail, and he's given a
there
number of
was
interviews.
an ancient
And
priest,
regarding
the
the things
person
that he
who
says
walked
that are
behind the
crazy in a
king
story that's
and
crazy,
said,
and I use air
"Memento
quotes
mori."
around the word crazy
Remember,
because I
you're
think
gonna
as soon
die.
as you admit that this is
And
a
it
real
kept
conversation, UFOs, NHI,
people
and the fact that we're all sitting down having this,
from
people are watching this channel, we're doing this,
moving it.
like you're putting real time,
Teasing about
many
legacy.
hours of your life
The
into this.
lucky thing about
A
being
lot
a
of people are
biographer
where you are, and they're
is
where
that you
I
kind
am,
of know
and they
that the
are
legacy is.
desperately
There's going to be a
trying to
shelf,
piece this
and it'll
together
be of
because they know
interesting
that there's
people,
something real to it.
and
And I
you'll
think
have
the
inspired
knee-jerk
a
reaction that some people
17-year-old
may have to say, oh,
biology
well, that's
student
crazy.
somewhere to
To
be,
that, I would just say,
the
if only 10%
next great
of this is true,
biochemist, or
if only 5%
somebody
of
to
it's true,
start
which
a company
5% would
like
it take?
Elon
Once you
Musk.
open this door and you say, I'm
Um,
going to talk about aliens, we're going to have this conversation, I
and
think there's something there.
what I think
Everything's
more
on the table.
about,
Time travel's
I
on the
won't say
table.
getting back,
Interdimensional's on the table. Alien biologics is
I
on the
moved
table.
back to
The
New
timelines,
Orleans
parallel universes, all these things are on
for
the
a
table.
reason,
And what
because all
we're
the
finding
hurricane hit.
as we get more and
And
more
after
into this
Katrina, I was asked to
is
do
the science is catching up
like
to
shared
the
recovery. So
strangeness of this
I
story.
realized
And we're starting to see that
everything
now.
I've
And you're
got
hearing
going
people
for
like
me,
Gary Nolan, who
it
is
all comes from this
probably the
beautiful
foremost academic in this
gem
field right
of a
now,
troubled,
speaking publicly on this. So we're starting to
the
see
wonderful high
others,
school I went
Avi
to, the
Loeb,
wonderful
coming forward at Harvard.
streets where I learned to
We're
ride
starting
a
to do
bike.
this open research, and
You
my
know,
hope is that as we go forward,
and it's got challenges.
that
I'm never
as
going
the
to solve
conversation continues
challenges
to normalize and people
at the
become more
grand
comfortable, and as you
global
said, the stigma
level,
continues to
but I
live,
can go back
we'll
home
eventually get enough
and say
brains on
part
this
of
that
my
we can get to the
legacy is
bottom of it
going to be
in a much
I
more
tried
real
to
and
pay it
tangible way.
back
And
to my hometown. Even by keeping it to him, which I don't do as a favor. I enjoy the hell out of it. So he's like, all right, I'm part of the community. And I think we lose that in America because people who are lonely are lonely because they're not part of the community. I've got all my high school kids that are friends in New Orleans. I've got my family, but I also have Tulane institutions in New Orleans that have been there forever. And if I can get involved in helping the school system in New Orleans, helping the youth empowerment program, helping the innovation center at Tulane, I was even on the city planning commission, which worries about zoning ordinances for short-term rentals. You know, go figure. But it was like, no, immerse myself in my community because my community is just so awesome and good at allowing me to pendularize to change and has trouble year by year, hurricane by hurricane, making sure that each regeneration can be creative. And it's a city of creativity from jazz to the food to the Africa. So when I think of, I won't say legacy, but what am I going to do to pay it forward, which is a lower level way of saying legacy, I pay it forward by going back to the place where I began and trying to know it for the first time. That was a rip off of the TSL as well. I know what it is. Always say this sort of stuff. TSL, if you ever need to figure it out, before that part at the end that is, we shall not cease from exploration. The end of all of our exploring will be to return to the place we started and know it for the first time. Unknown but half remembered gate. It's just beautiful. And that's been an inspiration. What do you do in, I guess it's a Facebook where you call it Act 5. Well, you go back to the place where you came, and you don't sit there worried about legacy, but you sit there saying, how do I make sure that somebody else can have a magical trajectory starting in New Orleans?
Well, to me, you're one of the greatest storytellers of all time. I've been a Met fan, definitely not good, but I you can be really interrupted. I think probably Ben Franklin, so for I don't know how many years, 15 years, Einstein, all the way through today, has been a huge fan of yours. And you're one of the people that I thought surely would not lower themselves to appear and have a conversation with me. And it's just a giant gift to me.
Hey, I flew into Austin for this because I am a big fan, and especially a big fan because you take people seriously. Okay.
Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you for respecting me and for inspiring just millions of people with your stories. Again, an incredible storyteller, incredible human, and thank you for talking. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Walter Isaacson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'm going to leave you with one of my favorite quotes from Carl.
It makes you wiser. You're
People will do
wiser
anything,
to people's
no
bullshit.
matter how absurd,
You're
in order
less
to
likely to
avoid
be
facing
taken
their own
advantage of
souls.
politically.
One does not become enlightened by imagining
Put it that
figures of
way.
light,
Nobody can lie
but
to
by
me
making the darkness
because I know the truth now.
conscious.
For you to
Thank
tell
you.
me that, we need to have haves and have-nots, right? That's the way our society has to be set up. No, it doesn't, right? You're a liar, is what you are. The whole psychological aspect of this thing is a thing that I really harp on because
whenever we start a new project,
I think
it has to have these ingredients of simultaneous complexity. It has to be novel in terms of the synthetic biology, material science, robotics, engineering. All of these elements that are discipline-based or rooted must be novel. If you can combine novelty in synthetic biology with a novelty in robotics, with a novelty in material science, with a novelty in computational design, you are bound to create something novel.
The following is a conversation with Mary Oxman, an engineer, scientist, designer, architect, artist, and one of the kindest, thoughtful, brilliant human beings I've gotten to know. For a long time, he led the mediated matter group at MIT that did research and built incredible stuff at the intersection of computational design, visual fabrication, material science, and synthetic biology. Doing so at all scales, from the micro scale to the business scale. Now, he's continuing his work at a very new company, now called Oxygen, looking to revolutionize how humans design and build products, working with nature rather than with it. On a personal note, let me say that Mary has a long time been a friend, and someone who, in my darker moments, has always been there with a note of kindness and support. I am forever grateful to her. She's a brilliant, beautiful human being. Oh, and she also brought me a present, War and Peace by Tolstoy and Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. It doesn't get better than that. This Last Season podcast is supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, your friends, Mary. Let's start with the universe. Do you ever think of the universe as a kind of machine that designs beautiful things at multiple scales?
I do. And I think of nature in that way in general. In the context of design, I think of nature as everything that isn't anthropomorphic, everything that is not produced by humankind. The birds and the rocks and everything on that, elephants, whales.
Do you think there's an intricate way in which there's a connection between humans and nature?
Yes, and we're looking for it. I think that from, let's say, from the beginning of mankind, going back 200,000 years, the products that we have designed have separated us from nature. And it's ironic that the things that we design and produce as humankind, those are exactly the things that separated us. Before that, we were totally and completely connected. And I want to return to that world.
But being tools of engineering and computation.
Yes. I absolutely believe that there is so much in nature that we still have not leveraged, and we still have not understood, and we still haven't. And so much of our work is design, but a lot of it is science, is unveiling and finding new truths about the natural world that we were not aware of before. Everybody talks about intelligence days. Like, I like to think that nature has a kind of wisdom that exists beyond intelligence or above intelligence. And it's that wisdom that we're trying to tap into technology. If you think about humans versus nature, at least in the realm, at least in the context of definition of nature is everything but anthropomorphic. And I'm using Ron Milo, who is an incredible professor from the Weizmann Institute, who came up with this definition of anthropomorphic in 2020. When he identified that 2020 was the crossover year when anthropomorphism exceeded biomass on the planet. So all of the design goods that we have created and brought into the world now outweigh all of the biomass, including, of course, all plastics and wearables building cities, but also asphalt and concrete, all outweigh the scale of the biomass. Actually, that is the moment. You know how in life there are moments that be a handful of moments that get you to course correct, and it was a Zoom conversation with Ron, and that was a moment for me when I realized that imbalance, now we've superseded the biomass on the planet. Where do we go from here? And you've heard the expression more bones than bones, and the anthropomass, the Anthropocene, and the technosphere, which is outweighing the biosphere. But now we are really trying to look at, is there a way in which all things technosphere are designed as if they are part of the biosphere, meaning if you could today grow instead of build everything and anything, if you could grow an iPhone, if you could grow a car, and what would that world look like? Where the Turing test for sort of this this kind of, I call this material ecology approach, but this notion that everything material, everything that you design in the physical universe can be read and written as, or thought of, or perceived of as nature grown. That's sort of the Turing test for the company. Or at least that's how I started. I thought, well, grow everything. That's sort of the slogan. Let's grow everything. And if you grow everything, is there a world in which driving a car is better for nature than a world in which there are no cars? Is it possible that a world in which you build buildings and cities, but those buildings and cities actually augment and heal nature as opposed to their absence? Is there a world in which we can now go back to that kind of synergy between nature and humans, where you cannot separate between grown and made? And it doesn't even matter.
There's a term for the intersection between biomass and things that are growing.
Yes, in 2005 I called this material ecology. I thought, what if all things materials would be considered part of the ecology and would have an impact, a positive impact on the ecology, where we work together to help each other, all things nature, all things human. Again, you can see that wisdom in nature exists in fungi. Many mushroom lovers always contest like this here saying, well, we have the mushroom network and we have the mother trees and they're all connected, and why don't we just simply tap into mushrooms? So first of all, yes, they're connected, but that network stops when there's a physical gap. That network does not necessarily enable the whales in the Dominican to connect with an olive tree in Israel, to connect with a weeping willow in Montana. And that's sort of a world that I'm dreaming about. What does it mean for nature to have access to the cloud? At the kind of bandwidth that we're talking about, so think Neuralink for nature, since the first computer, and you know this by heart probably better than I do, but we're both MIT lifers. We today have computational power that is 1 trillion times the power that we had in those times. We have 26.5 trillion times the bandwidth and 11.5 quintillion times the memory, which is incredible. So humankind, since the first computer, has approached and accessed such incredible bandwidth. And we're asking, what is the whole phenomenon of beyond genes and evolution? There was a way to augment nature and allow it access to the world of bits. What does nature look like now? And can nature make decisions for herself, as opposed to being guided and guided and abused by humankind?
So nature has this inherent wisdom. You're also referring to augmenting that inherent wisdom with something like a large language model.
Exactly.
So compress human knowledge, but also maintain whatever is that intricate wisdom that allows plants, bacteria, fungi to grow incredible things at arbitrary scales, adapting to whatever environment, and just surviving and thriving, no matter where, no matter how.
Exactly. So I think of it as large molecule models, and those large molecule models, of course, large language models are based on Google and search engines and so on and so forth. And we don't have this data currently, and part of our mission is to do just that, trying to quantify and understand the language that exists across all kingdoms of life, across all 5 kingdoms of life. And if we can understand that language, is there a way for us to first make sense of it, find logic in it, and then generate certain computational tools that empower nature to build better crops, to increase the level of pest biodiversity. In the company, we're constantly asking, what does nature want? Like,
they've got some 2,000 cases.
What does nature want from a compute view?
If it knew it, what could aid it in whatever it
I think that's,
yeah, so we keep coming back to this answer of nature wants to increase information but decrease the empathy, right? To find order, but constantly increase the information scale. And this is true for what our work also tries to do, because we're constantly trying to fight against the dimensional mismatch between things made and things grown, right? And as designers, we are educated to think in X, Y, and Z, and that's pretty much where architectural education ends and biological education begins. So in reducing that dimensional mismatch, we're missing out on opportunities to create things made as if grown. But in the natural environment, we're asking, can we provide nature with its extra dimensions? And again, I'm not sure what nature wants, but I'm curious as to what happens when we provide these tools to the natural environments, obviously with responsibility, obviously with control, obviously with ethics and moral code. But is there a world in which nature can help fix itself using those tools?
And by the way, we're talking about a company called Oxman.
Yeah, just a few words about the team.
Yeah, what kind of humans work at a place like this? They're trying to figure out what nature wants.
I think they're first like you. They're humanists first. They come from different disciplines and different disciplinary backgrounds. And just as an example, we have a brilliant designer who is just a mathematical genius and computer scientist, and a mechanical engineer who is trained as a synthetic biologist, and now we're hiring a microbiologist. And a chemist, architects, of course, and designers, roboticists. So it's really, it's Noah's Ark, Kobe.
And they're always dancing between this line of the artificial, synthetic, and the real, the natural.
Yeah, the built and the grown, nature and culture, technology and biology, but we're constantly seeking to ask how can we build, design, and deploy products at three scales, the molecular scale, which I briefly hinted to, and there, on the molecular scale, we're really looking to understand whether there's a universal language to nature and what that language is, and then build a tool that I think and dream of it is the iPhone for nature. If nature had an iPhone, what would that iPhone look like?
Is there creating an interface between nature and the computational?
Exactly. It goes back to that 11.5 quintillion times the bandwidth that the teams have now arrived at, and giving that to nature and seeing what happens there. Can animals actually use this interface to know that they need to run away from fire? Can plants use this interface to increase the rate of photosynthesis in the presence of a smoke cloud? Can they do this quote unquote automatically without kind of a top-down brute force policy-based method that's authored and deployed by humans? And so this work really relates to that interface with the natural world. Then there's a second area in the company which focuses on growing products. And here we're focusing on a single product that starts from CO2, and it becomes a product that's consumed, it's used, it's worn by a human, and then it goes back to the soil and it's stored in edible.
So we're talking about CO2.
Yeah, it starts from CO2 and it ends with something that you can literally eat. So the world's first entirely biodegradable, biocompatible, biorenewable product.
That's grown.
Yes, either using plant matter or using bacteria. But we are really looking at carbon recycling technologies that start with methane or wastewater, and end with this wonderful reincarnation of a thing that doesn't need to end up in a composting site, but can just be thrown into the ground and grow olives and vines. There's a lot of textile-based work out there that is focused on one single element in this long chain. Let's create leather out of mycelium, or let's create textile out of cellulose. But then it stops there, and you get to assembling the shoe or the wearable, and you need a little bit of glue, and you need a little bit of this material, a little bit of that material to make it water resistant, and then it's finished. So that's one thing that we're trying to solve for, is how to create a product that is materially, computationally, robotically novel, and goes through all of these phases, from the creation, from the carbon recycling technology to the product. To literally, how do you think about, reinventing an industry that is focused on assembly and putting things together and using humans to do that? Can that happen just using robots and microbes, and that's it?
Doing it end to end. I would love to see what this factory looks like.
And the factory is great too. I'm very, very excited. In October, we'll share first renditions of some of this work, and in February we'll invite you to the lab.
I'm there. I've already applied. I can't hold back. I understand. Okay. Just before we get to number 3, it'd be maybe just talk about what it takes with robotics in general, the whole process of how to build a life form, stuff you've done in the past, maybe stuff you're doing now, how to use bacteria, this kind of synthetic biology, how to grow stuff by leveraging bacteria. The examples from the past.
Yeah, just take a step back. Over the 10 years, the Mediated Matter Group, which was my group at MIT, has sort of dedicated itself to project design logistic paperwork, but sort of thinking about that synergy between nature and culture, biology and technology, and we attempted to build this suite of embodiments, let's say, that they ended up in amazing museums and amazing shows, and we wrote patents and papers on them, but they were still ends of life. Again, the challenge, as you say, was to grow them, and we classified them into fibers, cellular solids, biopolymers, pigments, and in each of the examples, although the material was different, sometimes we used fibers, sometimes we used silk with silkworms, and with bees, and comb as the structural material. With vespers, we used synthetically engineered bacteria, these pigments. Although the materials were different and the hero organisms were different, the philosophy was always the same. The approach was really an approach of computational templating. That templating allowed us to create templates for the natural environment, where nature and technology could duet, could dance together to create these products. So just a few examples. With silk pavilion, we had a couple of pavilions made of silk, and the second one, which was the bigger one, which ended up at the Museum of Modern Art with my friend, an incredible mentor, Paolo Antonelli. That pavilion is 6 meters tall, and there we had different types of templates. There were physical templates that were basically just these water-soluble meshes of garments spinning. And then there were environmental templates, which was a robot basically applying a variation of environmental conditions such as heat and light to guide the movement of the silk.
There's so many amazing things. Try not to interrupt you, but like one of the things you've learned by observing, by doing science, that the environment defines the shape that they create, or contributes, or integrally plays with the shape they create. And so, and you get to, that's one of the ways you can guide their work. By finding the environment. By the way, you said hero organism is an epic term. That means that whatever is the biological living system that's doing the creation.
And that's what's happening in pharma and biomaterials and, by the way, precision ag. Food design technologies, as people are betting on hero organisms, is sort of how I think of it. And the hero organism is sometimes palm oil, or it's the mycelium. There's a lot of mushrooms around, good and bad, and it's cellulose, or it's fake bananas, or the workforce E. coli. But these hero organisms are being betted on as like really. What's the one answer that tells everything? Hitchhiker's Guide?
42.
42. These are sort of the 42s of the enchanted new universe. And back at MIT, we said, instead of betting on all of these organisms, let's approach them as almost like movement in a symphony, and let's kind of lean into what we can learn from each of these organisms in the context of building a project in an architectural scale, and those usually work with domains.
And then the competition templating is the way you guide the work of this. How many did you say? 17,000?
17,532. So each of these silkworm threads are about 1 mile in distance, and they're beautiful. And just thinking about the amount of material, just like thinking about the length of capillary vessels that grow in your belly when you're pregnant to see that incredible new life form. But back to the silkworms, I think I had 3 months to build this incredible pavilion, but we couldn't figure out how. We were thinking of emulating the process of how a silkworm goes about building its incredible architecture, this cocoon over the period of 24 to 72 hours. And it builds a cocoon basically to protect itself. It's a form of architecture, and it uses pretty much just 2 materials, 2 chemical compounds, sericin and fibrine. The sericin is the glue of the cocoon, the fibrine is the fiber-based material of the cocoon, and through fibers and glue, and that's so many systems in nature, lots of fiber and glue, and that architecture allows them to metamorphosize. And in the process, they vary the properties of that silk thread, so it's thicker or softer depending on where it is in the section of the cocoon. And so we were trying to emulate this robotically, where they 3D printed that is 6-axis Kuka arm on a piece. And we're trying to emulate that process computationally. We built something very large. And one of my students now, a brilliant industrial engineer, roboticist on my team, Marcus, said, well, we were just playing with those silkworms and enjoying their presence when we realized that if it's placed on a desk or a horizontal surface, they will go about creating their cocoon. Only the cocoon would be flat. Because they're constantly looking for a vertical post in order to use that post as an anchor to spin the cocoon. But in the absence of that post, on surfaces that are less than 21 millimeters and flat, they will spin flat patches using on top. Let's work with them to produce this dome as a set of flat patches. And the silkworm, mind you, is quite an egocentric creature. And actually, the furthest you go, you move forward in evolution by natural selection, the more egoism you find in creatures. So when you think about termites, right, their material sophistication is actually very primitive, but they have incredible ability to communicate and connect with each other. So if you think about the entire, all of nature, let's say all of living systems, as like a matrix that runs across 2 axes. One is material sophistication, which is terribly relevant for designers, and the other is communication. Until I started to have the termites ace on communication, but their material sophistication is crap, right? It's just relies on soil particles that are built to create these incredible termite mounds at the scale that when compared to human skyscrapers transcend all buildable scales, at least in terms of what we have today in architectural practice, just relative to the size of the termite. But when we look at a silkworm, the silkworm has zero connection and communication across silkworms. They were not designed to connect and communicate with each other. They're sort of a human designed species because the domesticated silk moth creates the cocoon. We then produce the silk of it, and then it dies. So it has dysfunctional wings. It cannot fly. It's not so. And that's another problem that the sericulture industry has is why didn't we in the first place author this organism 4,000 years ago that is unable to fly and is just there to basically live as to serve human needs, which is textiles. And so here we were fascinated by the computational kind of biology dimension of silkworms. But along the way, by the way, this is great. I never get to tell a full story. It's so great.
So much.
I'm always like people say, oh, speaking in paragraphs that are way too long. This is like 10 minutes.
I took that organization to the stars, and I kind of like drilled down on
really
that. That's what the analyst in
those
me
firms
was
are not,
doing.
yes, they're not designed to be like humans, right? They're not designed to connect, communicate, and build things that are bigger than themselves.
My resources, Tom DeLong.
So what happens when you have 17,000 communicating?
That's
And so I'm in my room
what
one night.
happens is that
There was a lot of creepy stuff
the
that
templating
took place
strategies,
prior to
and
this.
as you said correctly, there were
But
geometrical templating,
this
material
is the first
templating, environmental templating,
experience.
chemical templating if you're using
So I'm in my
pheromones to
room
guide
and
the movement of
I'm
bees.
asleep, and I
In the
feel
absence of a
somebody
queen,
grab
where
my
you have a
arm,
robotic queen,
my right
like-
arm.
like
As I'm
whenever
laying
you
there in
have
bed,
these templating
and,
strategies, you have
I kind
sort
of
of
open
control
my
over
eyes,
nature, right?
and
But the question is there a world in which we can
I'm
move
looking
from
around my
templating,
room,
from
and all
providing
of a
these
sudden my room is
computational
starting to get
material and
So
immaterial,
I tried to lift my hands to
physical
my
and
face
molecular
to,
platforms that
sweep
guide
the
nature,
sleep
almost
out of my
guiding
eyes,
a product,
and,
almost like a gardener,
my hands just kind of
to
flopped
a
there
problem
at
or
my
an
side,
opportunity
and
of
I was like,
emergence,
oh my gosh,
where that biological
I
organism
can't move,
assumes agency
you know.
by virtue of accessing
And then I
the robotic
remembered,
code and
oh
saying,
yeah,
now I
I
own the
woke up
code.
'cause somebody
I
grabbed
get
my
to do what
arm,
I want with this
and I
code.
can
Let me
still
show you what this
feel
pavilion may look like or
that
this
hand
product
on
may
my
look like.
arm,
And I think one
thought
of
to myself,
the
I should be
exciting
terrified. There's
moments for us
someone
is when we
in my
realized
room
that
right now
these
in the
robotic
middle of the night,
platforms that
right?
were designed
But
initially
it
as
wasn't. I was
templates
just kind of,
actually inspired,
I don't know,
if
I
I
was
may,
kind of
a
curious
kind
as
of
to what was going on.
collaboration
So
and cooperation between cell
being
forms that
paralyzed,
are
I kind of
not
fight
a
to turn my head
swarm-based
to the right to see
organism. They're
what's
not like the bees and
grabbing
the
me.
termites. They don't
And
work
I can
together
see
and they
this
don't have,
outline
social
of a
orders amongst
shadowy
them, the queen
figure.
and
It's
the
like
drones, etc.
humanoid, a head,
They're
a
all
torso, two
the
arms,
same in a way, right?
kind
And
of
and
bending
here,
over me.
what was so exciting
Right?
for us
It's
is that
just
these
this black
computational and
shadowy
fabrication
outline.
technologies enable the cell form to
And I'm
sort of
looking at this and I'm thinking,
kind of
there's somebody in my room.
hop from
Right.
the branch in ecology of worms to the branch in ecology
So
of
as I'm
maybe
watching this, all of a
human-like
sudden this
intelligence, where they could
screen
connect and
appears,
communicate by virtue of
in front of its face, where its
feeling
face
or
would
rubbing
be.
against each other in
And
an
it's
area that
like
was
this
hotter or
very
colder.
crisp,
And they were
high
the
definition,
product that we got at the end,
almost
the variation
super-
of density of fiber
to the point of being
and
super
the
realistic.
distribution of the fiber and the
and it starts
transparency. The
flipping
product
through
at the end
images of
seems
faces
like
of
it
people
was
that I know.
produced by a swarm silk
And then it
community.
stops on an image
But
of
of course it wasn't.
an
It's a
ex
bunch
of
of
mine.
biological agents
from
working
20 years
together
ago.
to assemble these things. That's really, really fascinating to us. How can
And as I'm looking at
technology
this, like all of a sudden my room starts to light up.
augment or
Like the
enable a
backdrop
swarm-like
behind this
behavior
shadowy
and
figure
features
just-
that have
My
not
room is
been
starting to
designed
light up in like this
to work
golden
as
light.
swarms.
So how do you
And like
construct
the light becomes
computation
these
templates
rays
in
of
which
golden light coming out of its head.
a certain kind of thing emerges? So
And I'm
how
looking
can you
at this and I'm
predict
like,
what
what
emerges?
is going on?
So,
Right? This is the
If you can
strangest thing I've
predict
ever
it,
seen in my life.
it doesn't count as emergence.
And I could, there was a smell too in the room.
Deeply poetic
I
line.
can't-
We can talk about
That's-
it.
I mean,
It's a bit like
It's
it's
kind of-
accurate, it doesn't count.
I guess like the
Right,
closest
Speaking of
thing I could
emergence,
use to describe it would be
and
like,
empowerment, because we're
like
constantly
right before it rains.
and
You can send
moving
ozone,
between those
like
as if
ozone
they're
or something.
equals in
That's
on the
kind of
team.
like
And
this
one of them,
smell
Christoph, shared with me
that I was
a
getting
mathematical
from it.
equation for
And so
what
like
does it mean to
I
empower
drift off
nature,
back to
and
sleep,
what does
right?
empowerment in
And I
nature
start
look
having this
like.
dream of this ex of
And
me,
that relates to emergence, and
mine,
we'll go back to
and me
emergence in
in
a few
this
moments. But I want
just
to
darkness.
I want to say it so
And
that
it's
I know
like a
that I've learned
sexual
it.
dream, right? And so
if I
I
learned it, I can
all of a
use
sudden
it
I'm
later.
opening my eyes and I'm back
maybe
in my
you figure
room
something
out
out
of the
as
dream,
you
go.
and I can see
Christoph
this
is the
entity
master
is on
here,
top
but
of me,
they
right?
really,
And it's got blue skin,
we were thinking
and
again, what does nature want? Nature
my hands
wants
are on her thighs, and
nature
she's
wants
obviously
to increase the
you know, having
information
sex with
dimension,
me,
and you do
right.
sympathy. What do we
And
want?
her skin
Kind of
is
want
much
the
thicker
same thing.
and,
We want
and
more,
tighter than normal
but,
human skin.
We want order,
and I'm kind
right?
of like,
And
I'm still kind of I'm paralyzed still.
conversation with Yosha about
And so I'm like fighting to scan up to see her face, and like I could
his
see her body
definition,
leading
or the
up to her
definition he
face, but then her
found,
face was blurred out.
was that
It was just
an
bizarre.
agent
I could not see her face.
is
So you're
empowered.
paralyzed in the
The
same way
entity
that
of the
like sometimes you
distribution
wake
of
up
all
and
of
have
its
sleep
states
half awake,
is
you're
high.
paralyzed. Like
while
paralysis kind of
the
thing, or do
entropy
you feel
of
paralyzed, like you were
the
impaired
distribution of
by some
a
outside
single
force,
state
like some
given a
technology was
choice,
being used on
given
you, or some
an
effect
action,
was being
is low.
applied to like
Meaning
subdue
it's
you?
that kind of
I don't know. I don't know
duality between
what the answer is.
opportunity,
I
starting like
remember
this, and going
experiencing
like
that
this, opening and closing.
as a child. I would
And
wake up
this really, I
and
think, is analogous to human
I would
empowerment.
hear
Given
voices in the house.
infinite, wide array of
remember this
choices,
very
what is the
clearly.
choice
I
that you
put this in
make
the book too.
to
This would happen
to
to me as
enable,
a
to
kid, and
empower,
I have
to
memories of
provide you with the agency that you
fighting to
need?
try and get out of bed.
Making that choice actually
Feeling like my
control
body
the trajectory of the
weighed
system.
1,000
So
pounds.
this applies to all.
Every limb is 1,000 pounds.
Yeah,
It's
and the
so
key thing
hard
is
to move.
it can apply to a
And
human
that
on an
was what
individual
it was.
basis,
I
but
mean,
or a silkworm or a bee,
I guess
or a
people
microbe,
describe that as
a
sleep
microbe that has
paralysis,
agency,
but
or by
one of the
virtue
reasons
of,
why I
of,
put that
of
in
a
the
template.
title is because I think
But
that
it also
people
applies
do
to a community of
experience sleep
people,
paralysis.
like with me.
It's
And
this is
so
what
we've
they're
done a lot of work
experiencing.
of moving from, you've asked how to grow things. So we've
And
grown things
it's not
using
trick or malfunction
co-fabrication,
of the
where
mind,
we're
so
digitally
much as,
fabricating
there's
with
something
other organisms that
something is
live
going
across
on
the
there,
various kingdoms
right?
of life,
Okay.
and those were
Yeah.
silkworms and
and so
bees.
that's
And,
kind of like my
And with
description
bees,
of it.
which
Your
we sent
body,
to outer space
everything
and
just
returned
weighs
healthily,
like
and they were
1,000 pounds.
reproductive.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell that story. You're gonna have to talk about the robotic queen in the
You're unable to do it. What
So
happens
we
next?
built
How does
what
the
we call a
situation
synthetic apiary, and the synthetic apiary was
so I'm
designed
looking in and out of
as
this,
an environment
dream
that was
state
a
several times
perpetual
and back in
spring
my brain.
environment for the bees of Massachusetts.
Obviously,
They go
because
on
something
hibernation, of course,
is
during the
actually
winter
physically
season,
happening
and
to me.
then we lose
So
80% of them or
it's
more
hard to
during
remain
that
asleep
period. We were
in that
thinking, okay,
state.
what if we created
And
this
so I was just kind of
environment
in and
where
out of it.
before you
And
template,
then
right,
I woke
before
up the next
you
morning
design
all of a
with,
sudden,
you have to design for, right? You
and
have
it
to
was
create this
the
space
daylight
of
was coming through my window,
mutualism, space of sort of shared
and I just
connection
kind of
between
sat
you
up
and
in
the
bed,
organism.
and
And
I
with
was
bees, it
like,
started as a synthetic apiary,
what
and we have proven that that curated environment where we designed the space
felt
with
sick,
high levels of control of temperature, humidity, and light.
even at the time
And
that
we've
this was
proven
happening, I
that
was
they
in a
were
state, I thought to myself, there's
reproductive
gotta
and
be some
alive,
kind
and
of
we realized, wow, this environment that we
craft,
created
parked in the
can help
backyard
augment
that
bees in
came
the
in.
winter season
Right.
in any
And,
city around the
it's
world
something that I put
where
together until much
bees
later, but
survive and
about
thrive
a week
in the
before
summer and
this
spring
incident,
seasons.
I
And could
woke
this
up
be a
in the
kind of a
middle of the
new
night.
urban
My
typology,
roommate,
an
his
architectural
room was
typology of
directly below
symbiosis, of
mine
mutualism between
downstairs,
organisms
and
and humans?
I woke
Where
up
these
because I
are,
heard
by
this
the way, the
glass
synthetic
breaking,
apiary was in a
and
co-op
then I
in,
heard,
nearby
the
Somerville.
back door open. I could
We
see
had,
a
we had
patio and a back
robots.
door
Our team,
right there off his
left there
bedroom.
every day
And
with
his
our
dog
tools and machines, and we made it happen.
You know, I
And the
could hear
neighbors
her
were very happy,
going
and,
off into
and
the
they got
distance,
to get
she's
a ton of
barking.
honey at the end of the winter. And
And
those
he
bees, of
texts
course, were
me
released into
as
the
this
wild
is
at the end of the winter, alive
right
and
after
kicking.
this, and he says,
So then,
I think
in
there
order
was
to
someone
actually experiment
in
with
the backyard
the
because
robotic queen
I woke up. He didn't have his glasses
idea or concept,
on,
we had
so
to prove
he's like
obviously
blind.
that we can create this space for
But he
bees.
woke
And
up,
then after
and
that,
you could see
we
like
had this
the
amazing
outline of a
opportunity to
person
send the
standing
bees
on the
to
deck.
space on Blue Shepherd mission
And
as
he
part of Blue
went to
Origin.
grab his
And
glasses
we,
and
of course,
he
said, yes, we'll take a
pushed the
swab.
lamp off his
I said,
nightstand
okay,
and it
hey, I'll
shattered
do
on the
next.
ground.
And that's in
And that was the
1982 had
glass
an
breaking
experiment
that I
where
had
we
heard.
sent bees
So
to
it wasn't like a
outer
poltergeist
space.
sound. It was him
The
making a
bees
sound, but he
returned,
was
they were
reacting
not
to something. Right.
reproductive.
Yeah.
And
Something that a person that
and
was
some of
standing
them
on the back
died,
deck.
and we thought, well, is there
And so he let
a
the
way
dog
in
out,
which we can
to
create
chase
a
whoever it
life support
was.
system, almost like a small mini
And then he
biolab
texted
of
me,
a queen
you know,
and
all
her
panicked.
retinue
And I was
that
like,
would
oh,
be
you know, it's
sent
probably
as
either
Blue Origin New Shepherd
in
mission
Maryland,
in this one cell.
particular area,
And
there
so
were
that
these
is the synthetic apiary was
deer
an
that would hop
architectural
the
project.
fence,
In
and they
this
would
case,
he
the
had, like,
second synthetic
tomatoes
apiary
and
was a
stuff growing
product.
out there on
Was right, so from
that
an,
patio. I said,
from an
"There's probably just some
architectural
deer out there
controlled
eating
environment
plants,
to a
don't
product
worry about it.
scale
It's not a
controlled
big
environment.
deal."
And this
But then when
biolab,
this happened,
this
I
life
was
support
like,
system for
wait a minute,
bees, was
you know,
designed to provide the bees
maybe
with
that was
all the
something.
conditions conditions that they needed. And we looked at that time at the national pheromone that the queen uses to guide the other bees, and we looked at pheromones that are associated with the bee, and thinking of those pheromones being released inside the capsules, the capsule of outer space. they returned
you weren't dreaming, and
back to our
it's because
Media Lab roof,
I was in a
and
dream,
those
right?
bees were alive and kicking and reproductive, and and they continue to create comb, and it ended with a beautiful Nature paper that the team and I published together. We gave them gold nanoparticles and silver nanoparticles because we were interested if these recycle wax. It was known forever that these do not recycle the wax, and by feeding them these gold nanoparticles, we were able to prove that the bees actually do recycle the wax. The reason I'm bringing this forward is because we don't view ourselves as designers of consumable products and architectural environments only, but we love that moment where these technologies, and by the way, every one of these projects that we created involved the creation of a new technology, whether it be a glass printer or the spinning robot or the light support system for the bee colony. They all involved a technology that was associated with the project, and I never, ever want to let that part go because I love technology so much. But also another element of this is it's always these projects, they're great, they reveal new knowledge about, or new science about the topic that you're investigating, be it, silkworms or bees or glass. That's why I say I always tell my team it should be at MoMA and the cover of Nature or Science at the same time, and we don't separate between the art and science. It's one of the same.
So as you're creating the art, you don't do something like
my experience of
is there something that stands out to you about these organisms?
Other
silkworms,
entities that clearly weren't necessarily that related.
Bacteria. What have you learned?
But they were all
that small and big.
They were all working towards the same end.
It's a beautiful question.
And I think that
what have I learned? I've learned that
I think that when people
we also worked with shrimp shells with Agua, where we built this tower on the roof of SF MoMA, which by a couple of months ago, and until it was on the roof, we've shown the structure completely biodegrade into the, well, not completely, but almost completely biodegrade to the soil, and this notion that a product or part of an organism or part of that organism can reincarnate is very, very moving thought to me, because I want to believe that I believe in reincarnation.
After some tragedy,
yeah, that's my relationship with God. I like to believe in believing. Most great things in life are
kind of tragedy in their lives. 20 years later, they're still
part of another conversation.
I feel like that's the quote that's going to take you weeks to really
that's kind of what is at
the core. That notion of I want you to want, or I need you to need, or there's always something, a deeper truth behind what is on the surface. And so I like to go to the second and tertiary derivative of things and discover new truths about them through that. But what have I learned about the organisms?
And why don't you like E. coli?
I like E. coli, and a lot of the work that we've done was not possible without our working on E. coli or other workhorse organisms like cyanobacteria.
How are bacteria used?
Death masks. The death masks.
There is a conclusion, there is a
So we did this project called Vespers, and those were basically death masks that was set as a process for designing a living product. What happened? I looked at it, I remember looking at Beethoven's death mask and Agamemnon's death mask, studying how they were created, and really they were sort of geometrically attuned to the face of the dead. And what we wanted to do is create a death mask that was not based in the shape of the wearer, but rather was based on their legacy and their biology. And maybe we could harness a few stem cells there for future generations, or contain the last breath of Lazarus, which preceded Vespers, was a project where we designed a mask to contain a single breath, the last breath of the wearer. And again, if I had access to these technologies today, I would totally incorporate my grandmother's last breath in a product. So it was like an air memento. With Vespers, we
where am
We
I
actually
going to
use
find
E.
answers
coli
about this? And
to
that
create
seemed to be
pigmented
the
masks.
place to
Masks
look
whose
based on
pigments
what I had just
would be
experienced.
recreated
So,
at the surface of the
so
mask.
it kind of made sense to
And
go down.
I'm skipping
that
over a lot
avenue,
of content, but basically
because
there
it
were
wasn't
15 masks,
it wasn't
and they
me
were
putting this in
treated
the
as
context of
three
something that I
sets:
wanted it to
the
be. I
mask
was
of the
making
past,
this
the mask of
great.
the present, and the mask of the
I
future.
did not believe in any of that.
The
I'm not
masks,
going to
there were
church.
5, 5, and 5, and the masks of the
Was
past were based
ridiculous.
on ornaments,
and I still
and
do to
they
some
were
extent.
embedded
But,
with
I
natural
thought that there was
minerals
nothing
like
to
gold.
any
Yes,
of that.
yes.
And we're looking at
Right?
pictures
It
of
was
these,
just
and
a
it's
dead
gorgeous.
end, and
Yes.
people have their
Extremely
beliefs, and,
delicate and interesting fractal
and there was
patterns.
nothing there. But,
that are
but apparently there
symmetrical.
was. This
They
is
look
what I was
symmetrical, but
getting
they're
at,
not.
'cause
This is
experienced
we
this, and
intended
so
for you to
that's
be
where I
tricked
started
and
looking
think
for
that they're all
answers.
symmetrical, but
There's imperfection.
there
So
are
in your case, it
imperfections
was
by design.
literally seeing a physical
All of
being
these,
in your room, and then this
all of these
amazing
forms and
light
shapes
show
and
experience that happens. You're
distribution of
watching
matter
what
that
appears
you're
to
looking
be
at
a
was
high-resolution
was
like visual
entirely
screen in front
designed
of you.
using a
Was it like a
program. So
hologram?
none of it
Changing
is manual.
faces? Like a disguise, like some
But
kind
long
of
story
camouflage
short,
kind of
the
thing? Or
first
was this more to evoke an
collection is
emotional
about the
response?
surface of the mask, and the second
I-
collection
I-
that you're
in the
looking
book,
at
I describe
about
it
the
as
volume
like
of the
it
mask
was almost like there was a
and what
tablet
happens to the
in
mask
front of
when all the colors from the
this
surface
entity's face, and
enter the volume of the
it
mask
just
inside,
was
create
projecting
pockets and
onto that
channels
tablet
to guide
things
light
that it
through
was
them.
pulling out of my head.
They were incorporated
You
with
know,
pigment-producing
for the
living
person that
organisms,
you would react
and then
to.
those organisms
Yeah,
were
and then, yeah,
templated
perhaps,
to
yeah.
recreate the patterns
And so
of the
they
original
knew
death
that
masks.
this,
And so
this
life
individual, whoever it
recycles
was,
and
knew that
rebegins, and so on and so
this
forth.
is the
The past
reaction
meets the
it
future, the
wanted
future
from
meets
me,
the
and
past.
so this is what
From
I'm
the
going to
surface to
see
the
now,
volume,
right?
from death to
This
life
is
to
this
death to
person.
life to death to life. And that, again, is a
And it was
recurring
just,
theme in the projects that we
was
take on.
nuts to think
But
about.
there, from a
know.
technological perspective, what was
But
interesting
also,
is that we embedded
at the same
chemical
time, it was
signals
very
in the
scary,
in the printer,
right? Because
and those chemical
at the
signals
time, you gotta understand,
basically interacted
like
with the pigment-producing
when
bacteria
something like that
in
happens,
E.
right,
coli,
and it's some kind of
that were
non-human
introduced on the
intelligence, and
surface of the
somehow
mask.
they
And
know
those interactions
who you
between
dated
the
20
chemical
years ago,
signals inside the resins
it
and
becomes a little
the
creepy,
bacteria
right?
at the
Because
surface of the mask
it's like, have
at
they
the
been
resolution that is native to the printer, in this case
watching
20
me
microns
somehow?
per
You know,
voxel,
they know
allowed us
what's
to
going on.
compute the exact patterns that we wanted to
And so
achieve. And we
it
thought, well,
does
if
get
we can do
very,
this with pigments,
it's
can we do this with
frightening.
antibiotics?
It's
If we can
very
do this with
frightening.
antibiotics, can we do this
And then,
with
and then
melanin?
the
And what are the
oddity
implications?
of
Again,
the
this
things
is
that
a platform technology.
occur after that, it's
Now that
just
we have it,
very,
what are the actual real world
they rock
implications
your
and potential
foundation for sure.
applications for this
It's a shocker,
technology?
it really is. And, like,
And we started a new
that's the thing.
area.
I mean, is it
One of
evil or
my
is it not? Well, it's
students,
sexual
Rachel,
assault.
her
I mean,
PhD
if
thesis
that's, you know,
was
what is that? First of all,
was
it's
titled
crazy.
after
It's
this
maybe
new
not
class of
breaking, but it's
materials that we
definitely
created
entering
through this
your
project Vespers,
domicile without your
hybrid
permission. So
living
some
materials,
being
HLMs.
somewhere else is becoming your,
And
and
these
it's
hybrid
sexually
living
at the very
materials
minimum.
really paved the
Assaulting
way
people, that
towards
is in and of
a whole
itself
other set of products that we've
difficult for a
designed,
lot of people. Just
like
kind of, grok.
like the work that we did with
But,
Melanie for the
And your
Mandela
reaction
Pavilion that
seems
we
to be
presented at
perfectly
SFMOMA,
natural and in line with
where
what
again we're using the same
anyone
principles
would
of templating, in this case not
experience
cell forms and not
afterward.
bees,
But
but
this,
we're
this
templating
path that it sets you
bacteria
on
at a
of
much,
synchronicities and strange events and
much
confluences
more
of things
finer
that sort of
resolution.
lead to you
And now instead
putting
of
this book together is
templating
really
using a
fascinating.
robot, we're
And you zero
templating
in
using a
in
printer.
particular the
But
Kabbalion,
compute
which I have
is very, very
right
much part of
here,
it. And
which was
the,
actually
what's nice about
weirdly on
bacteria,
my
of
coffee
course,
table,
is
which
that
it's never there. It's always on
from
the
an
shelf.
ethical
But when I was reading
perspective,
that in your book,
I think
looked
there's a
up, there's
range, right? So at the end
So
of the
that's
book,
where
again,
John's
I
at.
got an email from a professor in Japan who has been working on synchronous cells and said, well, if you did this big, amazing social pavilion, why don't we create,
So before that
glow in the light silk
the
dresses?
entity in my room, I had
And in
this
order
kind
to
of
create this glow in the light
very frightening
silk, we
experience,
need
a series of coincidences
to
where it
apply
became clear to me that something
genes
was
that
watching
are
me
taken from a
that,
spider to a silkworm. And
I didn't
this is
know
what is known as a
what it
transgenic
was, but they
operation.
were certainly
And we
aware
said
of
no.
everything
And
that I
that was was for us a clear decision that no, we will work with these organisms as long as we know that what we are doing with them is not only better for humans, but it's also better for them. And again, just remind you, we're
And so I did.
I forget the exact number, but it's around
didn't make a lot of
1,000
sense to me
people per single
initially.
shirt
In
that
fact,
are
initially I was like,
exterminated
I'm
in
not going to read
India
it.
and China and
Yeah,
world
this one
in
sounds
those
crazy.
sericulture
Which then,
industries
the following
that are
day,
being abused. Now,
there was
yes,
that
this
very
organism
frightening series of
this
events
organism
that was
was,
like, oh
was
no,
designed
yes, you will read
to
this.
serve the
And,
human species, and maybe
so,
we should maybe
you know,
it's
it
time
was,
to
in
retire
meeting
that
experiencers and talking to them,
that
a
conception
lot of them have
of
this
of
book.
organisms that are designed
And
for
that is
a
not
human-centric world, a human-centric set of applications. I don't feel the same way about E. coli. Not that I'm agnostic, organism agnostic, but still, I believe there's so much for us to do.
What is the Kabbalion and why is it so significant? Yeah, so his first,
And so in general, your
it was
design
authored
principle is to
anonymously
grow
by
cool stuff
the three
as a
initiates.
byproduct of the organism
Back in,
flourishing.
I think, 1908,
Not,
Yes.
not
was first
using the
released.
organism.
The
Right?
win-win, the synergy,
Win-win.
a whole
And
that's
since
bigger
then,
than the sum
they've
of
been
the
able
parts.
to
It's interesting. I mean,
discern, because it was published by this
it's
guy,
a gray area
publishing
for
company
genetic
called
modification
the
in an
Yogi
organism.
Publication Society. Right?
It just
Back
feels
in
like,
the early
I don't
1900s.
know, if you genetically modified me, to make
So
me
he was one of the authors of this book,
in the light.
and it basically
I
lays
You
like
have
out
enough of an aura.
the seven
Thank you.
universal
Fishing for
principles that
compliment.
govern the
Thank you.
universe.
But
Right?
you're absolutely right. And by the way, the gray area
It's a very
is
thin
where
book,
some of us
if
like
you
to
look
live
at it,
and like
right?
to thrive.
It's
And
super
that's
thin. You
okay.
can read
And
it
thank
in an
goodness
afternoon.
that there's so many of us that
And
like the black
I
and white
prefer to actually
and that
listen
thrive
to
in the
it.
black and
You
white.
go on YouTube
My
and listen to readings of it. It takes
Well,
about
but
3 hours.
to clarify, in this case, you're also
But it
trying
is
to
so
drive in black and white, and
Just
that you're
jam-packed
saying like the
with,
silkworm is a beautiful,
with information.
wonderful creature that is
For
not
as small
modified.
as it is.
Is that the
And
idea,
like
or
I
is it
said,
okay
it
to
goes
modify a little
over
bit as long
kind
as
of
we can
the
see
7
the
universal
benefits of the
principles
organism
that
as
govern
well
the
as
universe.
the final creation?
So
And,
silkworms, absolutely, let's not
It doesn't
modify
really go into a
genetically.
lot of detail
Let's not modify genetically.
into how those kind of
And then
manifest,
some,
those
because
7
why
principles
did we
manifest,
get
play
there
out.
to begin
The
with
author said
4,000
these
years
things
ago in the Silk Road?
You know, we'll
And
leave you to figure
we
that
should
out
never
for
get to a
yourself.
point where we evolve life
You know,
for the service
which is-
of mankind
which is
at the
difficult
risk
to do.
of these
I think,
wonderful creatures
You know, a lot of people don't
across the kingdom.
understand that book.
Across the kingdom of life. I don't
But I
think
certainly,
about the same
it's one
kind
of
of
my
ethical
favorites now.
range
And I love it. I love it.
when I think
And
about
it even
bacteria.
says in here that the
Nevertheless,
book kind of
bacteria are pretty
reminds you
wonderful.
when you're ready for
I'm
it.
moving to my
Isn't that
second
chapter?
chapter.
Take two.
Weird. Yeah,
Things are
and
getting
when
serious
I
now.
read that
Bacteria
after
are,
these strange
yeah, for
things
sure.
were happening
Let's
to
give
me,
bacteria all the love they
possible,
deserve. We
very
wouldn't be here
frightening
without them.
things.
They were here for, I
And
don't know what
read,
it is, like a
you know,
billion years before anything else showed
But
up.
in a way,
You're
if
ready
you
for
think
this
about it,
teaching.
they create
So
the
will
matter
this
that
book
we
come to you
consume,
such
and
as
then
law? You know, like
and
the
then
hair on the back of my neck
we
just
incarnate
stands
or
up.
dissolve
You know
into
what I
the
mean?
soil,
It's like,
and then creates a
what is
tree,
that?
and then that tree creates more bacteria, and then that bacteria. I mean, again,
What does it mean?
again,
Like,
that's
let's
why I
just
like
cut
to
to the
think
quick
about
throat. I mean,
not recycling
at
but
the end of the day,
reincarnating,
because
that
you reconcile
assumes
what's in the
kind of
Kabbalah?
imparting
Just
upon
simple,
nature
just very thin,
that
like you said,
dimension of
packed with
agency
information, but for
and
the
maybe
size, it's amazing.
awareness. But yeah,
and
lots of really interesting work happening with
or
bacteria.
GoFast videos. How do we connect those two dots?
Directed
How do
evolution
you
is one of
connect
them.
those
We're
two?
looking at
Well,
directed
I
evolution, so
connected
high
those
throughput
two
directed
dots
evolution
in
of
just that.
of bacteria for the production
I'm
of
kind of
products. And again, these products
mythology
can be
was something that I was somewhat
wearables,
familiar with
biomaterials,
because my father was
therapeutics.
very into that kind
And
of
in
thing.
that direction, computation.
Totally
I love Joseph
computationally, obviously
Campbell.
in the lab with
You know, I grew up
with the
watching,
hero organism, the hero bacteria.
Bill Moyers and Joseph Campbell
what's happening today
interviews on TV, which are
peaceful
excellent interviews,
microbial
by the way.
synthetic biology that lends itself to ecology.
And so,
And again, all of these
you know, I was
fields are coming
familiar
together.
with
It's
the
such
idea of the
a
hero's
wonderful
journey.
time to be a designer. I can't think of a better time to be a designer in this world.
Every hero
But
epic,
with
right,
high
matches
throughput
this
directed evolution, and
kind of
I should say that the
right,
physical
known as
space
the
in our
hero's journey.
new lab will have these
And so, you know, when
which we have
that
designed
happened to me, when all
that
this
are
happened to me, that was kind of,
that
I
they're designed like
realized
growth
that,
chambers or
you know,
grow
at the
rooms.
beginning of the journey,
And in those grow
there's
rooms, we
something
can
that grabs you,
basically
something that grabs your
program
attention.
top-down environmental
And then for
templating,
you,
or top-down environmental
as the
control
observer
of light,
of that,
humidity,
it
light, etc.
becomes
So
like,
light,
you
humidity,
know,
temperature.
villi or Monet.
while doing bottom-up genetic regulation. So it is a wet lab, but in that wet lab, you could do at the same time genetic modulation, regulation, and environmental templating. And then again, the idea is that in one of those capsules, maybe we grow transparent wood, and in another capsule, we transparent wood for architectural applications. In another capsule, we grow a shoe, and in another capsule, we look at that language, large language model that we talked about, and there's a particular technology associated with that, which we're hoping to reveal to the world in February. And each of those capsules is basically a high-throughput computational environment, like a breadboard that has, think of sort of a physical breadboard environment that has access to oxygen and nitrogen and CO2 and nutritional dispensing. And these little capsules could be stressed. They're sort of an ecology in a box. And they could be stressed to produce the food of the future, or the products of the future, or the construction materials of the future. Food is a very interesting one, obviously because of food insecurity and the issues that we have around both in terms of food insecurity, but also in terms of the future of food and what will remain after we can't eat plants and animals anymore, and all we can eat is false bananas and insects as our protein source. So there, we're thinking, can we design these capsules to stress an environment and see how that environment behaves? Think about kind of an ecological, a biodiversity, a kind of time capsule that is designed as a biodiversity changer, where you can program the exact temperature, humidity, and light combination to emulate the environment from the past. So Ohio, 1981, December 31st at 5 a.m. in the morning. What did tomatoes taste like? All the way in the future, 200 years ago, these are the environmental inputs. These are some genetic regulations that I'm testing, and what might be the food of the future, or the products of the future, or the construction materials of the future. Feel like, test like, behave like, etc. And so these capsules are designed as part of the lab. That's why it's been taking us such a long time to get to this point, because we started designing them in 2019, and they're currently, literally as I speak to you, under construction.
How well is it understood how to do this dance of controlling these different variables in order for various kinds of growth to happen?
It's not. It's never been done before, and these capsules have never been designed before. So when we first decided these are going to be environmental capsules, people thought, what are you building, what are you making? So the answer is that we don't know, but we know that there has never been a space like this where you have basically a wet lab and a grow room at that resolution, at that granularity of control over organisms. There's a reason why there is this incredible evolution of products in the software space. The hardware space, that's a more limiting space. That's because of the physical infrastructure that we have to test and experiment with things. So we really wanted to push on creating a wet lab that is novel in every possible way. What could you create in it? You could create the future. You could create an environment with plants talking to each other with a robotic referee. And the robotic referee, you could set an objective function, and let's say for the transaction-driven individuals in the world, let's say the objective function is carbon sequestration. And all of those plants are implemented with a gaming engine, and they have these reward systems, right? And they're constantly needing to optimize the way in which they carbon sequester. We weed out the bad guys, we leave the good guys, and we end up with this ideal ecology of carbon sequestering heroes that connect and communicate with each other. And once we have that model, that biodiversity chamber, we send it out into the field. And that's sort of what I'm talking about, augmenting plants with that extra dimension of bandwidth that they do not have. There's just last week, I came across a paper that discusses the in vivo neurons that are augmented with a point game, and in a dish they basically present sentence and the beginning of awareness, which is wonderful. Like that you could actually take these neurons from a mouse brain and you have the electrical circuits and the physiological circuits that enable these cells to connect and communicate and together arrive at sort of swarm situation that allows them to act as a system that is not only perceived to be sentient but is actually sentient. Michael Levine calls this agential material that has agency, right? So this is of interest to us because this is sort of, again, this is emergence based templating. You template until you don't need to template anymore because the system has its own rules, right? What we don't want to happen with API, we want to happen with synthetic biology. What we don't want to happen online in software with language, we want for it to happen with bio-based materials because that will get us closer to growing things as opposed to assembling and mechanically, putting them together with toxic materials and compounds.
If I can ask the project question for a second. You mentioned just like the silkworm, the individual silkworm got to actually learn how to collaborate in a swarm-like way. You're talking about getting plants to communicate in some interesting ways, give them an objective function. Is it possible to have some kind of interface between another kind of organism, humans, and nature? So like a human to have a conversation with the plant.
There already is. You know that when we cut freshly cut grass, I love the smell, but it's a smell of actually the smell of the stress that the leaves of grass are communicating to each other. So the grass, when it's cut, emits green leaf volatiles, GLVs, and those GLVs are basically one leaf of grass communicating to another leaf of grass. Be careful, mind you, you're about to be cut. These incredible life forms are communicating using a different language than ours. We use language models, they use molecular models. It's the moment where we can parse, we can decode these molecular moments is when we can start having a conversation with plants. So of course, there's a lot of work around plant neurobiology. It's a real thing. Plants do not have nervous system, but they have something akin to a nervous system. It has a kind of a ecological intelligence that is focused on a particular time scale, and the time scale is very, very slow time scale. So it is when we can melt these time scales and connect with these plants in terms of the content of the language, in this case molecules, the duration of the language, and we can start having a conversation. It's not simply to understand what is happening in the plant kingdom. Precision agriculture, I promise you, will look very, very different. Right now, we're using drones to take photos of crops of corn that look bad. And when we take that photo, it's already too late. But if we understand these molecular footprints and things that they are trying to say, the stress that they are trying to communicate, then we could, of course, predict the physiological, biological behavior of these crops, both for their own self-perpetuation, but also for the foods and the pharma and the type of molecules that we're seeking to grow for the benefit of humanity. And so these languages that we are attempting now to quantify and qualify will really help us not only better nature and help nature in its striving to surviving, but also help us, design better wines and better food and better medicine and better products, again, across all scales, across all
It's certainly repeatable, and time scales, like you mentioned, like these communications, these languages, like operate. Is there something different?
We need to start looking into this. And studying it and taking it seriously.
remember when we started the conversation talking about
it is very serious.
sort of definitions in the context of design and then in the
In
context
terms
of
of
being?
politics, I'll say this.
That question requires, I think, a kind of a shift.
This transformational change that people go
Humility.
through.
That requires a
It
kind of a
makes you
humility
wiser.
towards nature, understanding that it
You're a lot
operates
wiser
on
to
different
people's
scales.
bullshit.
We
So,
recently discovered
you're
that,
less likely to be
that the
taken advantage
molecular
of
footprint of a rose
politically.
of a plant in general during
I'll put it
nighttime
that way.
is different than its molecular
Like some
footprint during
politician,
daytime. So these
more
are
empathetic.
circadian rhythms that are
Yeah,
associated
and no
with
politician's
what
gonna stand
kind of
there and
molecules
be
these
able to
plants
convince you of some
emit,
lie.
given stress,
Like,
stresses, and given
Nobody can lie to me anymore.
there's a reason
Like, you
why
can't lie to me.
why the jasmine. A jasmine
Because
field
I know the
smells
truth now.
so delicious and
Right?
4
And
a.m. in
so,
the morning, and
For
there's
you to tell me that,
there's
we need
peace
to
and
have
rest
haves
amongst
and have-nots,
amongst the plants.
right? That's the way
And
our
you have to
society
sort of
has to
tune
be
into
set
that
up.
time dimension of the plant
no, it
kingdom,
doesn't.
and that of course requires all this humility.
You're a
In
liar.
a single capsule,
Is what you
to
are.
design a
And you're
biodiversity
projecting
chamber
psychologically.
will take years,
And
not months,
the
and
whole
definitely not
psychological
days.
aspect
And
of
to
this
see
thing
these
is the
products,
thing that I really
also
harp
that
on
humility
because
in design comes
that's
from
where
simply
I think the real
looking
world
at how
value
we
comes
are
in
today as a
for
civilization,
the
how we
everyday
use and abuse nature.
not
Like, just
only
think
in
of all
terms
these
of
Christmas
the
trees, right?
science
It's
and inventing
Christmas trees. They
technology,
take
but
years to grow. We use them for
also
one
just
night,
the
the holiest night of the year,
right?
and then we
I mean,
let
it's
them
very
go. And
profound that
think
no one
about
can ever
in
lie to you
nature,
again.
to
And
design
even
a
if they think
quote-unquote
they're telling the
product,
truth,
an organism spends
you know,
energy and
it's very
time and
strange that people can
thoughtfulness
lie
and many years.
and they think
Think
they're
about the
telling the
redwoods.
truth. And
To
you know
grow
they're just
these
a liar.
channels,
You
these
know, they're lying to
the
themselves.
cellulose layers and channels
and
and
everyone
reach
else.
these incredible heights.
It's hard. I
Takes
actually found
sometimes
for me
hundreds of years,
personally, it
sometimes
was really
thousands
hard
of years.
to go.
Am I afraid of
couldn't
building
watch
a company
TV.
that
I couldn't watch
designs
commercials. I
products
think
in
they
the
give
scale
me a
of
headache
thousands of
now.
years?
Like all
No,
of the media,
I'm
the
not.
mass
And
media machine
the
that's
way
just like
of
blasting
being
all the
in
time.
the
I
physical
can't do
world
it
today
anymore. I've tried, but I
is
can't. And now I have a young son, and I'm
not in
raising him to
tune
not
with the
really
time
watch TV.
dimension
It's
of the
very
natural
hard.
world as
It's-
a whole.
You start to see it everywhere, and you go,
that
"Oh my
needs
god, I
to
see it
change.
everywhere now." The
And that's
machines, like
obviously
Bill
very
Johnston
hard
used to
to
say,
do
this
in a
manufacturing consent all the time.
community of human beings that
I
is,
lost my thread. Where did I
at
want
least
to
in
go
the
with
Western
that?
world, that is based on
The
capitalism. And so
politics
here,
of it
the
seems to
wonderful
be
challenge that we have
becoming more
ahead
and
of us
more of an
is
issue
how
as this
do
thing
we
comes to the
impart
fore.
upon the
And I
capitalist
wonder
movement. We know that we need
if
to
that's
produce now
maybe the
products that
point,
will
like as
enter the
people
real world
become
and
more
be
awake and aware,
shared and
this
used by
it seems like
others
this confluence of
and
events,
still
right? Like you
benefit
had
the natural
the
world while
actual event
benefiting
itself in
humans. And that's a
2015.
wonderful challenge to
We
have.
had
So
the
integrate
COVID
technology
lockdowns.
with
Some of these
nature
events were
is
just
a
like
really
breaking
difficult
people.
problem.
They were breaking
It's
the pattern
because
of
with
society,
another
and
company,
that, especially during
Europe,
COVID, I found
just
particularly that a
you
lot of
basically
people
like you,
just
I think you
didn't
mentioned
have
you have
the machine running
nature,
anymore, so they couldn't run on
that
the hamster wheel for a little while.
there's
And they were
short-term
forced
products
to
that
take a
you
break.
come up with,
If they were lucky enough to be
but
able to
it's
do it, and
ultimately
didn't
a
have like
long-term
some job they
challenge
had
of
to
how do you
necessarily
integrate the
view.
machine with this
But that
creation
break
of
seems
nature,
to create
this
space for a
complex
lot of
creation of
people to
nature,
take
which
on
is the human
board
brain, and
this
then you're
other
speaking
thing
more
that
generally
was happening
nature.
in the sort of the
You
background.
know
And I
how
noticed that after 2017, the New York Times
company
article,
has an image.
the
Like
Netflix
just one
series,
single
and as
image
this has become more
that
and more of
embodies
the story.
the
Now you
spirit
look
of the
at it,
company.
maybe
And
15
I
years
think
ago,
for Neuralink
we
it
talked so
was,
much about UFOs,
to
you could lose your
me,
job.
that
You go on YouTube today and you do a
chimpanzees playing
search
a
and you
video
find like
game.
Joe Rogan
It was
interviews
just
so and so and it's
unbelievable.
got 30
But
million
with
views.
plants, there
It's
potentially is
mainstream in
a
a way
set of
that it hasn't been
molecules
before.
that
And I wonder if
impact
that's what it's
inspires.
going
I
to
like
take
that word,
to
the
snap
plant
people out
to
of this sort of collective delusion that we're
behave
all
or act in a
participating
certain
in.
way.
And do you
And
think
allows
there's a
still the
connection
plant the
between the larger
possibility of
events that are
deciding
playing
where
out,
it
like
or she or
AI
he
and
wants
climate
to go?
change and all of these other just
Which
the
is why
unrest around
our
the world
first
and the
product for
military
this molecular
posturing
space
that's
is going
going
to
on
be a
and what's
functional
going on
fragrance.
in the UAP
So here,
space. Are these
we're
two
thinking
things
about the
tied
future
together
of
or are they
fragrances,
happening
and the future of
just
fragrances and
next to each
flavors.
other? What can we learn? Yeah,
These
so
these
my
products
take
are
on the
in the industry as we know it today are designed for human-centric use and enjoyment and indulgence and luxury. They're used on the body for the sake of attraction and feeling good and smelling good. And we were asking ourselves, is there a world in which a fragrance can be not a functional fragrance? Because we could claim that all fragrances are functional. functional. But is there
And that's the
the
way I
fragrance
viewed them,
becomes
and I
functionalized
still
is
view them
again
that way.
imparted
It's almost
upon
like
or given
I
agency
live
to
on this
connect with
island of
another
children. It's like
organism?
Lord
Is
of the
there a world
Flies,
in which
right?
you and I can go down to your garden and use a perfume that will interact with the rose garden downstairs? I've just been enamored with the statements that are being made in the media around, oh, this is completely biologically derived fragrance and it's bio-based. And but when you look into the fragrance and you understand that in order to get this bio-derived fragrance, you went to glue through, 10,000 bushes of rose to create 5 milliliters of a rose fragrance. And all these 10,000 bushes of rose, they take space, they take water management and so much waste. Is this really what we want the future of our agriculture and molecular goods to look like? And so when we did the Aguahofu Pavilion on the roof of Economia, we calculated that for that pavilion we had 40,000 calories embedded into this pavilion that was made of shrimp shells and pegasus and apple skins and cellulose from tree pulp. And we calculated that overall the structure had 40,000 calories. Interesting way to think about a structure, right? From the point of view of calories. But as you left the gallery, you saw these clocks that were so beautifully designed by Felix on our team. And these clocks measured temperature and humidity, and we connected them to weather channels so that we could directly look at how the pavilion was biodegrading in real time. And in our calculations, I say this long-winded description of the pavilion to say within the calculation we incorporated how much electricity we use for our computers, for the 3D printers that printed the pavilion, and these were called energy calculations, right? Energy and materials. And when you think about a product, when you think about a shoe or a chair or a perfume or a building, you don't stop at the object. You want to go all the way to the system. Again, instead of designing objects, or singular embodiments of the will of the designer. You're really tapping into an entire system that is interconnected. And if you look at the energy budget that characterized the project Aguaja, it traverses the entire planet, right? Some of these shrimp shells were bought from places in the world we haven't thought of in terms of the apples and the shrimp shells and the tree pulp. And so going back to fragrances, it's really, really important to understand the product in the context of the ecological system from which it's sourced and how it's designed. And that is the kind of thinking that is not only desired, but is required if we are to achieve
having a bad day and projecting,
it's interesting because the system of thinking is
this virus and destroy everything.
Right.
And
which is why it's important to have a left brain and a right brain competing for
so
attention.
we have to become
And
much
intimacy,
more
yes.
responsible
you
and
mentioned
less tolerant of bullshit.
fragrance that kind of sends out a message to the environment.
What a
Essentially.
lot
A
of
message in a
kind
bottle.
of Jungian
message in a
psychoanalysts
bottle. So,
refer
like,
to as
You can
extroversion,
go to a rose
right?
garden and you
Projection
trick the
of the
rose garden
subconscious
into
rather than
essentially
You could if you wanted to, but maybe that
right.
is
And so
not true.
you throw it all out in the world.
right.
You
inspired.
throw your subconscious all out in the world.
Inspire,
'Cause that's
I
what
like
seems
the
real to
idea
you.
of providing nature with a
Right,
choice,
not
which
this
is why
inner
I love
stuff.
that elegant
And so
mathematical equation
the
of
danger in
empowerment
doing that,
and agency.
right, is
Power
that
the
the
rose garden
subconscious
to
in the mind
create a romantic moment
is very
for
destructive.
the wearer.
It wants to
of the
destroy
fragrance.
But
anything
now
that
again,
doesn't
you're
resemble itself.
again all of this
Right,
to go
and so
back to that
if you're
human-centric
embodying
notion
all
of
of that,
romance.
right,
But
it's
maybe there's
destroying
another
all
way
these
to
bad
do romance,
ideas,
right?
bad
That
habits,
we haven't
bad things
yet,
that you do.
that we haven't yet
And it's
explored,
making you
and
right
maybe
in the head.
there's a way
And,
to tap into
If you're
what happens to
projecting
those
that,
when it's dreaming.
you set out
Assuming
to
that
destroy
plants are
the
sentient,
physical
and
world,
assuming that
right?
we
Because
can
you want
tap
to
into
destroy
that
anything that
sentience,
does not resemble
what can we
yourself.
discover
This is
about
where
what does the rose want?
all forms
Like
of
what does
racism
it actually
come from.
want, and what does it need, and
so
what
people need to
are
understand
the
this about
roses
themselves so
and
that they can approach the
dreams.
But
the
do
human
you think there's some
subconscious
correlation in
much
terms of
more
romance, in
carefully
terms
and
of the word you
delicately,
sometimes use, magic?
but also so that they can
Is there
correct
some
others.
similarities in what humans want and what roses want?
One of the things that I loved, there was
I
a
think
recently
so.
this article
I think there is, and if I did not think so, I think this would not be a nice world to live in. I think
it was some kind of
we all want
virus
love.
that they found, which gave this
I
account of
recently
Plato's
read
death.
this beautiful letter
All of the articles
that was written by Einstein to his daughter. And it was discovered Einstein asked his daughter to wait 20 years until she revealed these letters. And so he did. This is one of the most beautiful letters I've ever read from a father to his daughter. And the letter overall is imbued with a kind of a sense of remorse or maybe even feelings of sadness. And there is some kind of melancholy note in the letter where Einstein regrets not having spent enough time with his daughter, having focused on your general relativity and changing the world. And then he goes on to talk about this beautiful and elegant equation of E equals MC squared. And he tells his daughter that he believes that love is actually the force that shapes the universe because it is like gravity, right? It attracts people. It is like light. It brings people together and connects between people, and it's all empowering. And so if you multiply it by the speed of light, you could really change the world for the better. And I call me a romantic. I know you are too. Which is why I so love being here. I believe in it. I totally and utterly believe in
Well, but let me just excerpt from Einstein's letter. There's an extremely powerful force that so far science has not found a formal explanation. It is a force that includes and governs all others, and is either behind any phenomena operating in the universe, and has not yet been identified by us. This universal force is love. He also said that the letter I deeply regret not having been able to express what is in my heart. Just quietly for you all my life. Maybe it's too late to apologize, but the time is relative. That joke drives that. I need to tell you that I love you, and thanks to you, I reached the ultimate answer. Your father, Albert.
And it's all in how we play it in the next
not having been able
10
to
years, 20 years. I mean, it's maybe a human lifetime if you want to get
maybe that's the universal
but not that long in the grand scheme of things.
Filling your days with
And those
busyness
decisions that all have to be made are
pursuits
based on the
and
level of
not
consciousness that we have to make them with. We can't even see the better decisions until we get there.
everything. It is everything. It is why I love that expression. And I forget who said this,
10,
but
20, 30 years, what is your
I
best
love
case scenario
my
outcome?
daughter
What would you like to
more
see happen
than
as this continues to unfold?
evolution required.
Well,
Right.
you know,
And I feel
I
the
kind
same
of am
way
reluctant
towards
to talk about that because
my
I
other
know
half.
that
And
these
I feel
opinions
that when you find that
they're not
connection,
popular, right? These opinions
everything
that I
and
have,
anything is possible.
and they never have been.
And it's a very, very, very magical.
Plato wrote about them in the Republic. He talks about
magical
kind
moment.
of the
So
some of the things that have to be done.
I believe in love. I believe in the
And
one.
I'm going to say it because
It
I
might be
don't.
the same thing, it might be a different thing, but let me ask you a ridiculously big
Anyone
philosophical
thinks there's
question
only
about
one
beauty.
way to do this.
If
and
the
one
SB said
way to
you
get
will
this
save
done.
the world,
One of the things that I don't like is that people raise their own children.
what is beauty to
Right?
you?
I think
You've
that
created through
children
this
need to be
intersection of
raised
engineering and nature.
with
You've created
civilization
some incredibly beautiful things.
in mind.
What do you think is beauty?
Right? We can't have this
That's a beautiful question.
system.
It is connected to the love question.
It is connected to the love question. Everything is connected to the love question.
Or we'll go screw yourself. Right? We cannot do that.
Beauty is
Because
agency.
we're
To
at a
me,
point with
something that
technology,
has
just like we were
agency,
talking about
it
before,
is beautiful. There is
that
this
anybody
special
having a
quote
bad
from
day,
Buckminster
can
Fuller,
ruin a
which
whole
I
lot of
cannot
stuff,
remember word for word,
you know,
but
and
I
so we
remember the
can't
concept,
have this tolerance.
which goes something
We would
like
have
this.
to
When
kind
I
of
work
reel
on
in
a
our
problem, I
tolerance
never
for that
think
kind
about
of
beauty. But when I'm done solving the problem and I look at what I've
kind of
created,
mentality,
and
it
it's not
really
beautiful, I know that I was
kind
wrong.
of drives home that civilization
It's
is
a kind of an agency that speaks to quote unquote the objective function of the creation, right? Whether for Bucky it's useless or useful.
So this idea of empowerment that you talked about,
Yes.
is connected to it.
Comes back to that, yeah.
What's the difference that you hinted at between empowerment and emergence? Is emergence completely lacks control? And empowerment is more controlled? There's an agent making decisions. Is there an interesting distinction there?
Yes, I think empowerment is a force with direction. It has directionality to it. Emergence is, I believe, multi-directional. Again, that depends on the application. Emergence is perhaps, in terms of sort of a material definition, is the isotropic spirit, when empowerment is the anisotropic counterpart. I think they overlap, because I think that
your family does for a living.
Empowerment
We've really got to get away from
a
that
way of
if we're going to move forward.
inspiring emergence. I think emergence does not happen without empowerment,
right?
but
They
empowerment can
themselves
happen
have
without
awful
emergence.
ideas about the
Do you
world
think of emergence as the loss of
and their
control?
place in
When
it.
you're thinking about the capsules and the
teach their
things they
children
create, is emergence
that
the thing
is
that
Look at this.
and that is
not
so
desirable?
damaging to a civilization.
I love that question, because
And we
to
just
some
can't
of
do
us
that.
the loss
We're
of
at a
control
point
is
where
control.
if we're
In
either going
design,
to lose
we're
everything,
used to like
and
extreme
we're
levels
gonna
of
go
control
back
over
to
form, the shape of a thing, how it behaves, and how it functions.
we're going to move forward.
And that's
Criticism.
something
You know,
we've
if I have
inherited from the
anything to
Industrial
say about it,
Revolution.
we're gonna move forward.
But
What else would
with
you-
nature, there is
let's
this
just follow that for a little bit. What
there's
else would
this
you like to see happen?
diversity
Like,
that
I actually think what you
happens
said is
without
more
necessarily
popular
having
than
a
you think.
reward
I mean,
process.
most
That
people
this
are
is
kind
good
of
or
fed up
bad.
with the
Things just
disparity
happen, and some of them
and
happen
wealth that's
because
going on
wins,
right
and
now.
some
I
of
think
them
a lot
happen
of people are looking
fails.
around going, is really every
You know,
billionaire
you
that
end up
comes down
with
the line,
this
are we supposed to just
incredible
trust them to solve all of our
potential
problems? Right. This
for
is it. Like,
diversity. So I
billionaires are just the
think
smartest
the
people now.
future of
And we all work for
design is
them.
in
Like,
that
are we
soft
going to sit
control, is
back
in
and really
the
let like
ability
12 guys
to
just own
design
everything? I
highly
think people
controlled
are there, and
systems
I
that
think a lot of people are
enable
looking for, okay, fine, let's
that
trash this
enable
whole
the loss
thing.
of
But
control,
what are we
and
going to put in its
creativity
place?
is
What's
very
the
much
right
part
word?
of
Like,
this.
what can we, how do we think
Because
about that? Stepping into that.
creativity is
Yeah.
all
Well, I
about
mean,
letting
you know, that
go
was why Plato
and beginning
was
again,
talking about the
beginning
idea
again,
of
beginning again.
philosopher kings, like
And
people
when you
who,
cannot let go, you
and
cannot be
not
creative,
necessarily
and
that these people have to be
you
kings, right?
you can't find
They can still be
novelty. But
democratically
I
elected,
think that
but
letting go is a
we have
moment
to kind of hammer
that
it
enables
home
empowerment,
that the people
agency,
who we want to
creativity,
elect
emergence.
have to be
And they're
people that
all
make us want to
connected.
be better.
They're sort of
right?
associate themselves with
They
definition of
can't play
destiny
to
or the
our
inevitable.
worst
A good friend of
selves.
mine shared with me
They can't
elegant
make us
definition
want to
of
be worse.
fate, which is
right?
the
There's got to be
ratio
some
of who you
inspiration
are and
there.
and
And
who you
if,
want
if you're
to be.
voting for someone and
Who
they
you are,
make
who
you
you want
want
to be.
be better,
Exactly. And that sort of
then
ends up defining
you're
you.
on the right track.
And those tools, I think,
If they
when
play and
you let
harp on
go,
your
you sort of
worst
find
fears
you
and
give peace to
just
your
the
will,
worst
right? Your
aspects
sense
of
of
yourself,
will. And
you're headed down the wrong road.
so I think that's very, very
And
important
you're going to destroy
in
yourself.
design, but also in life.
You said this
And so
fate is the
I think
ratio
that that's what I would like
Who
to
you
see
are,
going
who
forward.
who you want to be.
And
Do you think there's something to this
lived
whole
to
manifestation
see
thing, like focusing on a vision
collapse
of
of
what you
Athenian
want
democracy,
the
thought,
world to become,
well, maybe
and
democracy is
in
not
that
the
focusing,
best system,
you manifest
right?
it.
Because
Like
it's
Paulo Coelho said
in
in
a
The Alchemist,
democracy,
when
the
you want
leaders
something
are
hard
going
to
to
do,
tell you whatever you want to hear,
to achieve it.
right? Oh, you don't
There's
have
something
to
to
do
that?
anything,
I think so, yes.
right? You can
And I
just
always
sit
think
on your
of,
ass,
you know,
right?
what I do as
You don't have
the
to
culmination
think.
of
I'll do all your
energy,
thinking for
information,
you.
and matter,
You don't
and
have
how
to
to
worry.
direct
Pretty
energy,
little head.
information, and matter in the design of
And
a
that's just
thing or
that's a
in the
wrong
design
way
of
to
a
go
life.
about this.
I think
Everyone should
living is
be
very much
thinking.
a
Everyone should
process of
have
channeling
their head on a
these
swivel.
energies to where they need to go.
Everyone
I
should be
think
on
that
guard for
the
bullshit.
manifestation or part of that manifestation is
I'm sorry I keep
pointing
saying
to
that
the
word. I
moon in
curse like
order
a
to
sailor.
get to
Oh,
the
I do
moon.
too. But
And
go ahead.
that's why manifestation is also directional. It has that
So,
vector
but yeah, that's what I'd
quality
like
to
to
it.
see
That
moving forward.
that
And
I
you
think
know,
the agency is.
maybe a democracy
Have
is not
you,
the best thing
in
for
your own
that.
life, has there been
Maybe
things
it
you've
is.
done
I don't know.
where
But I think
kind
we're
of
going to have
direct
to at some point make that decision.
energy, information, and matter in a
We
way that
certainly need
opens up?
people in charge who
Yeah.
are true visionaries that
I
can
mean, you've
see,
also said somewhere,
you know,
probably misquoting that,
point A where we
you're,
are
you're,
now.
you're many
And
things.
point B,
New Mary are many
where
things.
these others
And
are,
you become new things
right?
every
With their
10 years.
technology.
Oh, I
They
did say
did
that
not destroy
somewhere.
themselves. And
That
how
every
did they do
decade
that?
is sort of switch.
Right.
That was an
And
old,
And
that was
how
a previous
are we
Mary that said that.
yeah,
to get
I
there?
did say some time ago that you have to sort of
And
reboot
that's
every
why
10
we need
years
visionaries, people
Um,
who know,
to keep creative
right,
and
how
keep
this
inventive
works
and
how
keep
this
fresh.
is going to go and how
There are
this is
things
going
you've
to
done in your life which is kind of
because anyone who
doors
hasn't
open.
experienced it doesn't know. They just don't. So I don't know.
I
I don't
think
know what the
everything-
answer to that is. I
everything.
think that we're in
And
for
everything
some
good I've found in
some
my life
rough
has
times
been
here.
found in that way of
You and many others, and to your point, I think about
letting go
when I was
and
much younger.
suspending my
I remember just a
sensitivity.
job
And
I had way
often
back
you will
when
find
I
me
was
say
sitting
to
in
the
my car in the parking lot.
suspend your disbelief.
I was eating a
I
sandwich
don't care
for
that
a
this
break,
is impossible.
and I had to go back
Let's
in.
assume it
It was
is.
terrible,
Where does it
crappy
take us?
job.
And that
And I
suspension of
remember one of the most
disbelief is
depressing
absolutely
moments
part
of
and
my life
parcel of
was sitting
creative
there
act.
eating that sandwich, looking at the parking
And,
lot, looking at
you
the
know,
strip mall, looking at like all of
I
just the
did so when
disgusting American landscape.
I
It's
was
just,
in medical
you
school.
know,
I was
our
in Hadassah
corporate landscape
and
is
in
just awful.
Hebrew University.
And feeling like
And
if this is
I remember I
it, if
left
this is the best
medical
we can do,
school for
then this just
architecture the day my
sucks.
grandmother passed
This
away.
sucks.
And
I
that
don't
was a
wanna
moment of
play
relief.
this game. This
That
is
was
awful.
a door that
There's
was
got
closing
to
that
be a
opened
better
other
way, and I wonder
opportunities.
to what extent, like
But that,
secrecy
of
and the
course,
cover up has
requires
to do with
letting
people.
go of
We
the
just
great
don't want
vision
people
of
to know, like,
becoming a
if there's an
doctor,
alternative,
letting go of the dream of,
and
being
people see
surrounded
that and they
by
go, wait a second, we can do it that way.
wonderful patients in the
Sebastian
science of
Younger is an
medicine and
anthropologist
the
who wrote a
research
book called
associated
Tribe,
with that
and
science,
in one of the
and letting
chapters
go
in
of
his
that
book, he
dream
describes this
and to accomplish another.
portion of American history where early colonists
And
would
it
leave
has
the
happened
colonies
throughout
and
my
join
life
with the
in different
natives and
ways.
become members of the
MIT
native
was another
tribes, but even
experience
if they
like
were
that, where
rescued,
people
they didn't want to leave.
pointed at
Once
me
they
as,
experienced
the designer
egalitarian lifestyle
for
that
whom the academic
native
currency is
people
not
of this
necessarily
country were living,
the citation
and they realized
index.
that alternative
And
was so
of
much
course,
better. They
in order
couldn't
to get
treat
tenure
them
at
back
MIT,
to the drudgery of their
you
regular
have to look at the
lives.
citation
And
index.
I do wonder, like, to
But
what
for me,
extent
it
this
was not that.
civilization or
It was
civilizations that we're
manifesting
dealing
our
with,
work in shows and
if
writing
it's basically
papers
like what if
and
you took a
writing
Buddhist
titles
monastery
and
where you took a bunch of Shaolin monks and you
celebration
gave
around
them
the work.
everything
And
they
we
need to
never
survive and you dropped them
saw
off on Mars and it came back in 10,000 years? Like, what would they,
between
what
those
society
ways of
would
being.
come out of
I
that
also
would
think
emerge
that
from
another
or a million years?
kind of
Is that kind of what we're
way
dealing
of
with?
being or a modality of being that I
A
found
piece of this
helpful
puzzle.
is, and
Yeah,
Viktor
I think
Frankl
you're
wrote this
exactly right.
incredible
And
book,
I
Men's
think
Search
that,
for Meaning After the
to
Holocaust,
your
and
point
he
about
writes different people
native tribes and kind of
pursue
tribal
life
living.
for different reasons. According to
One of
Freud,
the things that I like
the
about
goal
Dr.
of
Robert Moore, he
life
talks
is to
about the
find
idea of
pleasure, and
initiation,
according
right?
to
Not
Adler,
just in
it's,
terms of
to find power.
consciousness initiations, but
And
also in terms
and
of
for
young
Viktor
people,
Frankl, it was
right,
about
to
finding meaning.
to get
And
them on the right
when you
track.
let go of the titles and the
Right,
disciplines and the
because
boundaries
in
and the
tribal societies, they
expectations and the
understood
perception,
we're so few.
you are elevated to this really
If you were to have a
special,
30-year-old or a 40-year-old
yeah, spiritual,
man
but
child
definitely
within this
very, very
this
creative
society,
plane
it would
where
be
you can sort of
very
start
disruptive
anew
and
and look at the
it would
world
disrupt
through the lens of a
everything.
bacterium or
It
a
would be
robot,
chaos. And so they
or
didn't
you know,
tolerate.
or look at
Right,
ecology
and so
through
the
the lens
second
of
you
chemistry, and
became
look at
like this
chemistry through the lens
whiny
of robotics,
little
and look at robotics through the lens of
child on your mother's
you know,
hip, and
microbial
became
and so on and
demanding
so
and
forth.
whatever else.
And I feel that kind of
You
rebooting,
went through
not every 10
initiatory
years, but
phase
every
in
minute,
childhood,
every breath,
which would snap
is
you out
very,
of that
very
real quick.
important for a creative
know,
life and for just maintaining
and
this fresh
Part of that
mind.
is it's
To
not pleasant, right?
reboot, to
The
begin
child
again
may
with
even
every breath.
think through this
Begin again.
initiation that their
And that can
life
be
is in
confusing
danger,
for
even though
some,
it's not.
right?
You know, but
My team members,
maybe they need to think
you know,
that.
I like to change my mind. That's who I am.
They need
I
to
think,
that,
I
and
operate.
because they need to grow up, right? It's time to grow up and,
You know,
stop hanging on your mother's hip.
and we found
and your
another
mother's
technique
not
or
gonna
another
solve all
technology
your
that's
problems,
interesting,
and
and we thought that
you
that
can
we
no
were working on
longer
this
look to
functionalized fragrance,
others
but now
to
there's
solve
another
your
opportunity.
problems.
Let's
You
go there.
are the problem
me,
solver, and you will be
I would much rather, live
productive,
life
generative
like I
member
had to pick sort of my favorite Broadway show to enter and live through it with the Into the Woods. It's not a specific fairy tale. It's not
the only thing we've got
the Sleeping Beauty or Little Red Riding Hood. or Rapunzel. It's all of them. It's sort of moving into the forest and seeing this wonder and getting close and learning about that, and then moving to another wonder. And life is really about tying all of these little fairy tales together in work and also in life.
I'm afraid to leap into
I'm afraid to leap into that.
Speaking of MIT, you got a tenure at MIT.
This is what you've made
to New York and start a new company that with a vision that doesn't span a couple of years, but potentially.
It makes me furious. I'm like,
I did. It was my destiny to start a company. And do I have mornings when I wake up and I ask myself, what the hell am I doing? Yes, I have those mornings.
What do you do with those mornings?
I embrace them, and I find gratitude, and I say to myself, thank goodness I am so lucky, to have the ability to be frustrated in this way. So I really, really embrace these frustrations, and I take them, I wrap them in a bubble, and I look at it, on the outside of my aware mind, and I laugh at them, I smile at them.
I do.
If I could return actually to the question of beauty for a second, I forgot to ask you something. You mentioned imperfection in the death masks. What role does imperfection play in our conception of beauty? What role does imperfection play in nature? There's this Japanese aesthetic concept of wabi-sabi, which basically embraces imperfection. Nothing lasts, nothing is finished, and nothing is perfect. What do you think of that?
I totally agree that change is the only permanence, that imperfection is there only to signal that we are part of a bigger thing than ourselves, that we are on a journey, that we're, that things are in movement. And if they were perfect, of course, when things are perfect, it is just so boring. We end up with stereotypes. And as humans, but I think just in general as living beings, we're here to find meaning, and that meaning cannot be found without struggle and without seeking to, not to perfect, but to build towards something better. When I was a child, my mother, who I love so much, always explained to me how important it is to spell and to fail and to fight and to argue, and that there's a way, that there's a culture to failing and to imperfection. So I think it is necessary for something beautiful to be imperfect, and it is a sign that it is a sign of nature, because nothing in nature is perfect.
What about human relations? What does a modern citizen need to be? We usually have their head on a swivel. We switch on. A component of love? Not listen to bullshit. Like, what role do you think? How does that, what does that look like in everyday life? What does that look like?
That's a
really
I think
what it looks like is just understanding the psychology of the human mind.
Flaws
because once you understand that as a baseline, you can identify anything. Right? You can identify, that guy over there, he's projecting. And he just
the flaws are there to present a vulnerability.
Or this political leader over here that's running for that office, I can see right through them. They're projecting.
A sign of those vulnerabilities.
And they won't get my vote.
And I think
so at the very least, we all need to understand
love,
the human subconscious,
Bill, we
how that manifests, and what that looks like,
about what
so that we can
drives
identify it
behavior, and for him it's
and
incentive,
identify it in other
as
people.
you might expect.
Right.
And he will repeat this sentence to me,
so that you
incentive
understand
drives
how
all human
important
behavior.
the human subconscious
But I would say to me it's love, very much so.
These are around people, right? They always have this.
And I think flaws are part of that,
right? They
because flaws are a sign of that vulnerability, whether physical, whether emotional vulnerability. And those these vulnerabilities,
right? So they're doing that
they either tear us apart or they bring us together.
That we are all connected to.
The vulnerability is what is the glue.
And
I
that
think,
is
I think
that's
that
why that's
the
important.
vulnerability
And so when people
enables
talk about
connection.
they're evil
The
entities
connection
or
is the glue.
whatever,
And
I
that
don't
connection
buy it.
enables
And I'll tell you why,
accessing
because
a higher ground
the
as
second
a
I
community
had
as opposed to as an
some
individual.
deviation
So if
from
there is
center,
a society of the
right,
mind, or
and
there are
that
higher
shut
levels
off
of awareness
almost
that can
immediately,
be accessed
any kind of
in
telepathic
community as
connection would have
opposed
been
to,
lost at that point.
again, going
You
through
know,
the
you're
silk
no
line as
longer
opposed to
capable
on the
of that.
individual level. I think that those
and
occur
so
through the flaws
I
and
just
the
don't,
vulnerabilities, and
I
without
just don't
them,
buy it,
we,
you know.
we cannot
And
find connection,
and so that's
community.
why we
And
need
without
to head in
community,
that
we
direction.
can't build what we
We
have
need to
built
do
as
this
a
research. We need
civilization,
to understand the human
for the past
subconscious.
hundreds of
A
thousands
lot
of
of this
years.
work has
So I
already been
think
done. We
not
just
only
need
are
to
they
teach it.
beautiful, but they have a
Right.
functional role
Jung
in
was
building
wonderful. I think
civilizations.
Dr.
Yeah,
Robert Moore
there's a
kind
sense
of
in
nailed
which
things down
love
better
requires
than Jung
vulnerability.
did.
Maybe love is the leap into that
And
vulnerability.
And
I think there's certainly
I
even
think
simpler ways to describe
flaw,
these things. Like they all
think
talk
about it,
about
like
archetypes,
physically.
right?
I'm
And
thinking about
everybody's like, well, what does that
a
mean?
brick
Well,
that's
I don't
flawed,
even
but in a way,
know how to.
I think of a flaw as,
I
a,
don't,
as an
there's nothing I can
increased
do with
surface
that,
area.
right? But if you just describe them as not archetypes,
Yeah,
but just
that's
psychological lines of
Good line.
Right, a surface
along
area
which you
that,
can
like,
develop
if
Good
you're
yourself.
line.
emotionally
The
right,
more you can develop yourself
introduces
to
this whole new
resemble
dimension to a human or a
the
brick.
structures of
And
the
because
human
you have more surface
subconscious
area,
in
you can,
these
you know,
archetypes or lines of
use more
psychological
care and
development, the closer
build a
you get to
home.
it.
And yeah, I think of
And
it as
that's
accessing this
the
additional
direction we
dimension
need to go.
of surface
Because
area that
that's the
could be
truth.
used for good or bad, right? To
We've gone for almost like an hour
connect,
and
to
a half.
communicate,
I don't want to keep you too much
collaborate.
longer, but I would like to ask
It makes me
for
think of
people who
that
have
quote
recently
from
come into this
this
conversation,
incredible movie I
you have
watched
such
years
a
ago,
broad perspective. What would
Particle
you,
Fever, I think it was called,
what would you tell
documentary
people?
about the Large Hadron
You
Collider.
recommend
It's
a
an
number
incredible
of
film
books in your book. You
where they
refer back
talk
to a
about
number of different
the
books.
things that
What
are
would be
least
maybe your
important for our
top 2 or
survival
3
are the
books that
things
you
that
would
make us
recommend
human,
people who are new to this
like
space read
the
to
pure
help them on this
romantic
journey?
act, or the notion of.
It could be more than 3, but I
And
just,
Viktor Frankl talks about
but
that
I
too.
would say certainly
He talks about feeling the sun
archetype
on
of
his arms
initiation
as he's
by Dr. Robert
as
Moore
he is
would be one.
um, working the
Another
soil in
that I don't mention in this
2
book,
degrees
actually,
Fahrenheit
I didn't come
without
across it until
clothes.
much later,
And
was by
the
a guy
officer
named Dabrowski.
berates him and says, well, what have
He
you
was a
done?
Polish psychologist. He
Have you
wrote
been a
book called,
businessman before you came
Personality
here to the
Shaping
camp?
Through Positive
And he says, I
Disintegration.
was a doctor. And he said, you
That is
must have made a lot of money as a doctor. And he said, all my work I've done for free. I've been
I
helping
think
the poor.
any kind
But
of
he keeps his
experiencer would be able to pick that book up and read it and see
humility,
themselves in
and
it.
he keeps
And the
his
way that they integrate trauma
modesty,
is
and he keeps
kind of
his
what attracts the phenomenon
preservation
to you,
of the
because
spirit.
you're more likely to get it and to put it
And he says
together
the
and
things
to
that
integrate
actually make
things
him
rather than
able to
the person who's
make
not
him
good at
able to
integrating
outlive
trauma.
the terrible
So that would be the
experience in
second
the
book. The
Holocaust.
third
Was
one, let's see.
really cherishing this moment when the sun hits his skin, or when he can eat
Yeah,
it.
this one's kind of
A grain of rice,
it's one
a
of my
single grain of
favorites,
rice.
but
So I
it's
think
not for everybody.
cherishing is a
There was
very
book
important
by,
part of
Mabel Collins, who also
living a
published
meaningful
the
life, being able to
Yogi
cherish
Publication
those
Society.
simple
She was an
things,
English school teacher.
Like to notice them.
to notice
She
them,
wrote
to
a
pay
book called
attention
I
to
Love
them
the White
in the
Lotus.
moment. And
And that was
I do this
that
now
book
more
is
than
just
ever.
like, it is
I mean,
insane.
there
It
is
is
some
a wonderful
Bukowski has this poem.
and
Like,
I don't understand how that hasn't been made into a
Or-
movie.
There's a story of a young man
Because it
like
would
us
certainly be
going to like North Carolina or something like
kind of a
this, and he
hero's
stopped off in a
journey,
cafe.
have great
And he has
special
this-
effects.
There's a waitress.
Like all
and
the
just-
elements are there.
he talks about
It
that
would
he
be
notices the
fantastic.
magic.
Somebody
Something indescribable. He just notices the
What is it?
magic
Can
of
you set
it.
it
He
up
gets
for us
back on the
just a
bus
little
with the rest of the
yeah,
passengers.
so it's
None
it's
of
a
them
story
seem to
she
have noticed
wrote.
the magic.
And it's
And
about this boy, Senza,
if you just
who's living at,
Allow yourself to pause and just to
and it kind of
feel
ties
whatever
into what
that
we're
is.
talking about
Maybe,
here.
maybe ultimately it's kind of gratitude.
He's living at the time of the collapse of the
Or-
Egyptian Empire,
I don't know
right?
what it is.
And his mother takes him to.
I'm sure it's just chemicals in the brain, but it's just
temple,
so incredible to be alive. And noticing that, and appreciating that, and being one in that with others.
Yes.
And
And that goes back to
and so
to the fireplace, right? The first technology. What was the first technology? It was fire. First technology to have built community, and it emerged out of a vulnerability of wanting to stay away from the cold and be warm together. And of course, that fire is associated with not only with comfort and the ability to form biorelevant nutrients in our food and provide heat and comfort, but also spirits and kind of a way to enter a spiritual moment, to enter a moment that can only be experienced as in a community as a form of a meditative moment.
Matthew, thank you so much.
There's a lot to be said about light.
In an email once I get this ready to post and put up.
I think an important part of
thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
These moments.
Keep up the good work. Your show's excellent, by the way. I love it.
I think it's a real thing. I really truly believe that we're born with an aura, surface area that is measurable. I think we're born into the world with a with an aura, and how do we channel that? It really is sort of ends up sort of defining the light in our lives.
Do you think we're all lonely? Do you think there's loneliness in us humans?
Oh yes. Loneliness is part. Yes, I think that we all have that loneliness, whether we're willing to access that loneliness and look at it in the eye or completely,
called Extraterrestrial, the first sign of intelligent
completely
life
avoid it or deny it.
It feels like it's some kind of foundation for longing, and longing leads to this combination of vulnerability and connection with others.
Open-minded.
Yes.
It feels like that's a really important part of being human, being lonely.
Very. We are born into this world alone. Again, being alone and being lonely are two different things, right? And you can be together but be lonely, and you can be alone but not be lonely at all. We often joke, Phil and I, that he cannot be lonely. He cannot deal with being by himself. He always needs people around him. And I strive long, must have creative solitude, must find pockets of solitude and loneliness in order to find creativity and reconnect with myself. So loneliness is a recipe for community, in my opinion, and I think those things complement each other, and they're synergetic, absolutely. The yin and yang of togetherness. And they allow you, I think, to reset and to tune in to that ratio we talked about of who you are and who you want to be.
If you go to this place of creative solitude, what's your creative process? Is there something you've noticed about what you do that leads to your good work?
I love to be able not only to lose focus, but kind of to focus on the peripheral view and to allow different things to occur at once. So I will often, in my loneliness journeys, I will often listen to, like Leonard Bernstein, anything I can find online by Leonard Bernstein. It's reading a nature paper, it's War and Peace, it's really revisiting all the texts that are so timeless for me with opportunities that are very, very timely. And I think for me, the creative process is really about bringing timeless problems or concepts together with timely technologies to observe them. I remember when we did the Mandela Pavilion, we read, The Whiteness of the Whale, the albino, the different, the other. And that got us to work on melanin. And melanin also is sort of an output of the deaf man. So lots of things happening at the same time really allowing them to come together to form this view about the world through the lens of a spirit being or a living being or a material, and then focus on the world through the lens of that material. The glassworks was another project like that, where we were fascinated by glass because obviously it's superb material for architecture, but we created this new glass printing technology for the first time that was shedding light on the biomechanics of fluid glass, the math and physics of it was never done before, which was so exciting to us. But revealing new knowledge about the world through technology, that's one thing. The reincarnation between things material and immaterial, that's another thing. Lenny Bernstein, Warren T. Tolstoy.
You tweeted Tolstoy quote from War and Peace. Of course you would. Everything I know because of love.
Yeah, I love this quote.
So you use these kind of inspirations focus you and then find the actual idea in the periphery.
Yes, and then connect them with whatever it is that we're working on. Whether it's, high throughput directed evolution of bacteria, whether it's, recreating that Garden of Eden in the capsule, what it looks like, the food of the future. It is a little bit like directing a film. Creating a new project is a bit like creating a film. And you have these heroes, you have these characters, and you put them together, and there's a narrative, and there's a story. Whenever we start a new project, it has to have these ingredients of simultaneous complexity. It has to be novel in terms of the synthetic biology, material science, robotics, engineering. All of these elements that are discipline-based or rooted must be novel. You can combine novelty in synthetic biology with a novelty in robotics, with a novelty in material science, with a novelty in computational design, and you are bound to create something novel, period. And that's how I run companies, and that's how I pick the people. And so that's another very, very important ingredient of the cutting edge across multiple disciplines that come together. And then in the background, in the periphery, there's all these messages, the whispers of the ancient oldies, right? The Beethoven, the Picassos, and
Beethoven's always whispering to you.
yeah, how could one not include Beethoven in the whispers?
I'm gonna ask you about Beethoven and getting kids from because I'm a play piano my whole life, obviously know a lot of Beethoven. And it's one of the private things.
By the way, me too. I play in private only.
And some of them already died.
Yeah, people sometimes, even with guitar, people ask me to play something, and it just feels like certain things are private.
Yeah.
It's weird. I mean, it's a difficult. And some of the times I have performed publicly, it is ultimately when vulnerability is very, very, very difficult for me. And I'm sure I know it's not for a lot of people. Anyway, we will return to that, but as you've mentioned, combination of knowledge across multiple disciplines, and that's what you speak and build teams or people you work with. I just wanted to kind of linger on this idea of what kind of humans are you looking for in this endeavor that you're taking on? Fascinating to me.
They might be better than us.
One of the things somewhere else,
So there's
a previous version,
that we're talking about.
version 5.7, as Mary said somewhere, that there's 4 fields
So
that
sentient,
are combined to create this intersection of biology and engineering, both
is
in
consciousness.
computational design, additive manufacturing, material engineering, synthetic biology. I'm sure there's others. How do you find these humans? Machine learning is in the mix.
Of consciousness
I manifest
is
and
the
they
essential
come.
element
Yeah.
that permeates
There are a few approaches.
if there's alien civilizations out there that they have something
They show
like
up.
consciousness as well. Or is this
Send your messages on the water. Those job descriptions that you saw, the first ones I wrote by myself. And you find interesting people and brilliant people when you look, like we talked about second derivative, when you look under and under and under, and if you look deep enough and
have conscious and we do have
specialized enough.
technology.
And if you allow yourself
The
to
technologies that we are
look
developing
at the cracks, at
are
the flaws,
also
at the
means for our own
cracks
destruction. As we
between
can
disciplines and
You know, we
between
can
skills, you
change the
find
climate
really,
if we are
really
not careful
interesting
enough.
diamonds
We
in
can
the
go
rough.
into
And
nuclear
so
wars. So
I
we are
like
developing
for
means
those job
for our
descriptions
own
to
destruction through
to
self-inflicted
be
wounds.
those messages
And
in a
it might
bottle
well
that bring
be
those really
that
interesting people
creatures
our
like
way.
us are not
I mean,
long-lived,
they have to
that
have
the
food.
crocodiles
They have
on
to have
other
a shine in
planets
their eye.
live for
They
billions
have
of
to be hungry
years.
and food.
They don't destroy themselves,
Job
they live
so
naturally.
famously said,
And so if you look
a friend
around,
of mine,
the most common thing would
who's
be
a dean of
dumb
a well-known
animals that live for
architectural
long
school, said,
times, not those that have
today
consciousness.
architects don't want to be architects. Architects
In terms
don't
of
look up
changing
to
the
the
environment,
architects as role models.
since
Architects
humans
are no longer role
developed
models.
tools,
Architects want to build by virtue of not building, right? Architects want, she said, we're back in the 60s when we think about architecture, back in the hippie movement.
And
I
that's
think,
something
I
animals
think
without
that in a way,
consciousness cannot
they have
really
to be
do.
somewhat of a hippie,
And so
somewhat of a
in
a
terms
kind
of
of
looking
jack
for
of all trades,
things
master of
that
all.
are new, that
And yet with
went
humility.
beyond
And
the
yet
circumstances
with
they were born into.
humility. Now that is
I
hard
would
to
think
find.
that even if they're short
And
lived,
that is why,
these
when
are
I
the
start an
creatures that
interview, I
make the
talk about
biggest
childhood
difference to their
memories, and I
environment.
asked
And we
about
can search for them.
music, and I asked
Even if they're
about
short lived,
connection.
most of the
And through these
civilizations are dead
interviews,
by now.
you can learn
Even
a
if
lot
that's the case,
about
sad
a
to think
person's
about, by the
future
way. Well, but if you look
by
on Earth,
spending time
those were
hearing them
cultures
talk
that
about
existed
their
throughout
past.
time, and they're
Do you
dead by
find
now.
that educational
The
that
Mayan culture was very
PhDs
sophisticated,
versus
died,
like
but
what's
we
the
can
life
find evidence
trajectory?
where we
Yours
can
is
learn
interesting.
about it just by archaeology,
Like,
digging into the ground,
what's
looking.
the life trajectory
And so we
that
can do the
leads to
same
the
thing
kind
in
of person that
space.
we want to be?
Look for dead civilizations.
It's,
And
people
perhaps we can
who
learn a
have
lesson why they
ideally
died
had industry
and
experience
behave
and
better
know
so
what
that
it's
we
like
will
to be
not
in the
share
quote
the
unquote
same
real
fate.
world.
So I
They're
think
dreamers
there
that are
is a lesson
addicted
to
to
be learned
reality
from the
as
sky.
opposed to realists that are
And by the way, I
addicted to
should also
dreams.
say, if we
You know,
find
they
a
have that
technology that
innocence
we
in
have
them,
not
they have the
dreamed of,
hunger,
that we
they
can
have
import to
the
Earth,
idealism
that may be a
without
better strategy for making a fortune
being
than
entitled,
going to
and
Silicon
with
Valley or
understanding
going to Wall
the
Street.
systems that govern
Because
our
you learn,
world
you make a
and
jump,
understanding how
start,
to utilize
and do
these
something of
systems
the
as
future. So
Trojan
that's one way
horses
to
to
leap,
bring
is
those
actually to
values into the
find,
world.
to literally
There are
discover
individuals who are
versus come up with the
feel
idea,
comfortable
but in our
in this friction between
capacity, the cognitive capacity, which would look
you
like
know,
it would feel
highly
like cheating in
wondrous
an
and
exam where you
dreamy
look
and
over the shoulder of the
incredible
student next to you.
fantasy
But it's not
renditions
an
of what the world
example.
could
It is
be
great
with
when you're coming up with
extremely
technology that could change the fabric
and
of
extremely
civilization.
brilliant skills in terms of their
There
disciplinary
is,
background. So
in
PhD
my
with
neck of the
industrial
woods of artificial intelligence,
experience in a
there's a
certain
lot of
field, or
trajectories one can imagine
double
of
majoring
creating
two fields that
very
make
powerful
no sense whatsoever in their
beings,
combination.
Yeah.
I think that
technology
really,
that's
really attracts
essentially,
me. And
Especially that
even called
spans
super intelligence,
the
that could
technology,
achieve
biology.
space
Yes.
exploration, all those kinds of
technology,
things
biology,
without
nature, culture. I mean,
right,
the
without
secret
something
to one
that
thing
to
is
us
through the lens
humans
of another, and I always
looks
believe
like
in that kind of
consciousness. And there,
translational design
you know,
ability.
there is
To be able to
sad
see something through the lens of
feeling
another,
I have that
and always allows
consciousness
you to
too,
think
in terms
again,
of us
begin
being
again,
humble,
reestablish,
we
redefine,
humans
suspend your disbelief,
take too
revisit.
seriously. As we
And
think
when
it's
you
special
revisit
just
enough
because
times,
we
like
have it.
100
It
times,
could be a thing
or
that's actually holding us
like
back. It's
200
kind of
times,
why
and
it
you
will be.
revisit the same
So it will be.
question through the
I should
lens
say
of
something
any
about
possible
AI
discipline,
because I
and
think it
any
offers a
possible
very
scenario,
important
you get eventually you
step
get
into
to
the
the truth.
future.
I have to ask
If you
you,
look at the Old
because
Testament,
you
the
look
Bible,
at the interplay
there is this story
of
about Noah's
the
Ark
machine
that you might
and
know about.
the
Noah
natural world. Is there a good
knew about
definition
a
to
great
you
flood
of
that is
what
about
is
to
life?
endanger all
What
life
is
on
a
Earth.
living
So
organism?
he decided
Mhm.
to build an ark.
I think like
The
440
Bible
million
actually
years
talks
ago,
about
there were all
specifically
these
what the
planets.
size of this ark
That,
was, what the dimensions were. Turns out it was
Ionosphere, I
quite
believe,
similar to
actually,
that
that
God
God,
we will discuss in a few minutes.
that was like
But
the first extinction,
at any
right?
event, he built this ark
5
and he put
extinctions. We
animals
are
on it so
apparently
that they
the
were
6th.
safe.
We are in the eye of the storm. We are in the
Now,
6th
you can think
extinction. We are
about
going
doing the
to be
same on
extinct as we speak.
because
I mean,
there
death
are
is upon us, whether
risks
we
for
want to admit
future
it or not. And
catastrophes.
actually,
You know, we
they
could have
found
the
in
self-inflicted
Argentina and in various places around the world, we found these spores of forest plants that existed on the planet, and they emerged out of this cyanobacteria with the first spores, and then they found these spore-based plants. And because they didn't have seeds there, only spores, the spores became sort of the fossils by which we've come to know of their existence. And because of these spores, we know that this first extinction existed. But this extinction is actually what enabled plants to redirect, right? So the death of these first plants, because they cling to the rocks and they generated a ton of phosphorus that went into the ocean by clinging to the rocks, like 60 times more phosphorus than without them, and then all this phosphorus basically choked the oceans and made them super cold and without oxygen, they got sick. And then we lost the plant kingdom. And then because of the death of these first plants, they actually enriched the soil and created nutrients for these new plants to come to the planet. And those planets had like more sophisticated vein systems, and they were moving beyond spores to seeded plants, etc., flowering plants. So in a way, one mass extinction sort of led in the Ordovician period sort of led to life as we know it, and where would we be without plants in a way? So I think that death is very much part of life, and through that definition, that kind of planetary wide definition in the context of hundreds of millions of years, life gains a completely new, sort of new life, and that's when the particles become a wave, right? Where humans we are not alone, and we are here because of those plants, right? So I think death is very much part of life. So in the context of, the redwood tree, perhaps, life is defined as 10 generations. And through the lens of the bacteria, perhaps life is defined as a millisecond. And perhaps through the lens of an AGI, life is defined as all of human civilization. So I think it really is a question of
and we're extremely proud.
This time scale again, the time scale and organism, the life form that's asking the question to which we can answer what is life.
What do you think about this? If we think of ourselves as in the eye of the storm and another extinction, the natural question to ask here is, you have all of nature, and then you have this new human creation that is currently being termed artificial intelligence.
On the landscape of a huge beach. That's not very impressive.
How does your work play with the possibility of a future super intelligent ecosystem, an AGI that joins and supersedes humans?
So, what does it teach you?
First, to be humble, modest. I'm glad you asked this question.
You never have significant power.
And are you hopeful and terrified?
Both.
And second, you
I'm
should
hopeful and terrified. I did watch your interview with Eliezer Yudkowsky, and I loved it.
Because you were scared, or because you were excited, or because there was a...
First of all, I was both. I was totally scared, shamed, excited, and totally also inspired, because he's just such an incredible thinker. And I can agree or disagree with what he says, but I just found his way of thinking about AGI and the perils of humanity as a result.
There's an inevitability to what he's saying. The advice to young people is that prepare for a short life.
Yeah.
He thinks it's very almost simple. It's almost common sense that AGI would get rid of humans. That he can't imagine a trajectory eventually that leads to a place that doesn't have AGI at all. There's just too many trajectories where a super intelligent system gets rid of humans. And in the near term. So that theory of thinking is very sobering. To me, maybe it is for you as well. It's super inspiring because I think he's wrong, but it's like you almost want to prove him wrong. It's like, no, we humans are clever. Women are
it
how
is
many
a
should
bit like
be
jumping into
injected
super
into
cold
interstellar
water,
space?
sort of a
The
kind
conclusion
of a
is
fist
no.
in your face. It wakes
We
you up,
shouldn't
and
find
I like
anything
these
with
moments so
bad
much.
stars. To me, I apologize.
And
Maybe
he was
my
able to bring
stupidity,
that
but
moment to
it
life,
was surprising to
even
me that
though
so few
I think
interstellar objects
a
from
mother
outside the
can
solar
never
system have
think that way,
been
ever.
detected.
Um,
No,
and
nothing.
and
None has been
it's a little bit
you
like
do
that
maybe
notion of
talk
I
about
love
it,
her
that
more
there's
than
been,
evolution requires.
1 or 2 rocks
On your
since then.
question
Well,
about
since then, there
AGI
was
nature,
one
look,
called
I
the
think
Borisov. It was
we've been through a
discovered
lot
by
in
an
terms
amateur
of
Russian astronomer.
to get here. We
Gennady
sort of moved
Borisov.
from data,
And that
right, the
one
ability to collect
looked like a
information, to
comet.
knowledge, the ability to use this
And
information to
just
utility,
like
from
a
knowledge
comet
to
from
intelligence,
within
and
the
what is
solar system. But
intelligence?
this is
The
a really
ability
important
to
point.
problem
Sorry to
solve and
interrupt
adapt
you
and
showed
translate.
that
So that's
it's
sort of
unlikely
from
that a rock from
data to
another solar
information to
system
knowledge. I think the next
would
frontier
arrive
is
to
wisdom.
ours. Right. And so
And what is wisdom?
detection of
Wisdom
this
is
one
the
was
ability to
surprised by
have
itself,
or
to me.
find
Yes.
insight
And
about
but
the world,
so at
and
first they
from
thought maybe
wisdom
that
to
it's a comet
spiritual
or an
awareness,
asteroid,
which
but
is
then
sort
it
of transcends
didn't look
wisdom
like
and
anything
is
we've
able
seen before.
and to chart the world
Borisov
into
did
new
look like a
territory.
comet.
But I
So
think
people
what is
asked me
interesting about
afterwards and said,
AGI is that it is sort of almost
doesn't
like
it
a
convince you
self-recursive
if Borisov
thing, right? Because it's
looks
like a
like a
washing
comet, doesn't
machine
it
of
convince
like
you that
a third
Oumuamua is
derivative
also
Wikipedia.
natural?
It uses
And I
kind
said,
of like
when I
language
went
to
on the
create
first date
language
with
to
my
create
wife,
language to create language.
she looked
It
special
feels
to
like
me.
novelty is being
And since then I met
complicated.
many women.
It
That
doesn't
didn't
feel like
change my
it's
opinion of my
regurgitating.
wife. But
And that's so
that's not an
fascinating
argument.
because,
But
you know,
anyway,
these are not
so
just
why
stochastic
did
pairs. This is sort of a new
why did
form of
Oumuamua
emergence,
look
perhaps,
weird?
of,
Yeah, let me explain.
of novelty,
So first
as
of
you
all,
say, that
astronomers
exists
only
by
thought
virtue
the amount
of
of light,
using
sunlight that
old
it
things
reflects.
to create
And
new
it
things.
was tumbling, spinning
Um,
every 8
but
hours.
it's not
And
as
as
if
it was
the
spinning, the
AGI has
brightness that we
self-awareness, right? It's
saw
not as
from
if
that
it
direction,
has,
we couldn't resolve it
maybe,
because it's
maybe,
tiny. It's
maybe,
about
maybe,
100
maybe
meters,
it has,
few
but
hundred feet.
as
size
far
of
as I
a
can
football
tell,
field.
it's
And
not as if
we
AGI
cannot
has
on Earth
approached
with existing
consciousness or
telescopes. We cannot
sentience
resolve it.
just yet.
The only way to actually get a photograph
Probably
of
getting
it
there,
is to
but
send the
the
camera
language
close to it.
appears to present
And
itself
that
as
was
if
not possible
as
at the
if there
time
is sentience there,
that
but it doesn't.
Oumuamua
But I
was
think that's the
discovered
problem.
because
At
it
the
was
point
already
where
moving away
this
from us
AGI
faster than
sounds
any
like
rocket
me
can
and
send.
speaks like me
It's
and
sort of
behaves
like
like
a
me
guest that
and
appeared
feels
for
like me
dinner,
and
and
breathes
then
like
by
me.
the time
And
we
my
realized that
daughter
it's weird,
knows the
the
AGI to
guest is
be
already
me as
out
sort
the
of the
front
end of
door into the dark spring.
the end of
Yeah,
everything,
what
right?
we
Is
would
the
like
end of
to
human
find is
agency.
an object like it
But
approaching us,
what
because
is
then you
the
can
end of
send the
human
camera
agency to
irrespective of how
humans?
fast
I
it
think is
moves.
the beginning of
And
agency to
if we were
nature.
to find it in
Because if you
July
take all of this
2017,
agency, if you take
that
all of
would have been
these
possible
language
because
models
it was
that
approaching
can
us at that time.
summarize
Actually,
all
I
of
was
human
visiting
civilization
Mount
and
Haleakala
consciousness,
in Maui,
and then
Hawaii,
upload
with my
that to
family for
nature
vacation at
and
that time
have
in
nature
July
now
2017.
deal
But
with
nobody
that
knew
world of consciousness that it never had
at the
access to.
observatory
So
that
maybe
Oumuamua
through
is
Eliezer's
very
lens, the
close.
sort of
That's sad to think
short-lived
about that
human
we had the
becomes sort of a
opportunity at
very
that time.
long-lived
Yes, to send up a
human,
camera. But
like,
don't worry. I
sentient
mean, there could be more.
weeping
There could be
willow.
more because
Maybe
you know,
that's the end
I
and the
operate
beginning,
by the Copernican principle,
and
which says
maybe
we don't live at a special
on the
place,
more
and we
optimistic
don't live at
side
a special time.
for us humans,
And that means,
it's
you
a
know, if we
different
serve in
form
the
of
sky for a
existence
few years,
where
and we had
everything we
sensitivity
create
to
and
this
everything we
region between us
consume
and
and
the sun,
everything
and
we
we found
process
this object
is
with
all
bad stars, you know, there
made
should be
out
many more
of
that we will
six,
find in the future.
six
surveys
elements,
that
and
might
that's
be
it.
even
And
better.
there's only those six
And actually,
elements
in
and
3
not
years' time, there
118
will be
elements.
the so-called
And
LSST, that's a
and
survey
it's
of
all
the
the
Vera-Rubin
stuff of
Observatory
biology
that
plus
would be
some,
much more sensitive
fair
and could
amount of
potentially
bits,
find
bits, genes, and
more
atoms.
like
Well, I
object
think the
every
A
idea,
lot
month.
of data.
Okay, so
Wow,
I'm just waiting for
I think
that.
the idea
And
of
the main reason
connecting
for me to
AGI
alert
to nature
everyone
through your
to
work
the
is
unusual
really
properties
fascinating.
of Oumuamua is with the hope that next time
Unlocking
around, if we
this
see something as
incredible
unusual, we
machinery
would take a photograph, we would get as much evidence as
that is
possible.
AGI and connecting it to the incredible machinery of wisdom that nature has evolved through billions of years. A very crazy, intense evolution.
Exactly.
Was changing over
And
8
unlike,
hours by a factor
again,
of
I'm
10,
going back to
meaning that
therapy
the area
evolution,
of
unlike
this object, even though we can't
this sort
resolve
of
it, the
high
area on
throughput
the sky
brute force
that
approach,
reflects sunlight
if there is a way
was
to
bigger
utilize
by a
this
factor of
synergy
10.
for diversity and diversification.
Like, so even if you take a piece of paper
how,
that is razor
like,
thin,
what happens
there
if
is a very small likelihood
you
that
ask
it's exactly
a
edge on.
ChatGPT question
And
that
getting
it
a
takes
factor of
10,000
10
years to answer
change in
that
the area
question?
that you see on
Like,
the
what does
sky
that look
is
like,
huge.
right?
It's
When
much
you
more
like
than any.
completely
It means that
switch
the object
the
has
time
an
scale,
unusual geometry. It's
and
at
you
least a factor of
can
few more than
afford
any
the
of the
time to
comets
answer
or
the
asteroids
question.
that we have seen before.
And
You measure
again,
reflectivities,
I
it's not
don't
just
know,
geometry,
but that world to
the
me is
properties of the
possibly
surface of
amazing.
that thing.
Do you
Well,
think there's
if you assume the reflectivity is the same,
when we
okay,
start
then
to
it's
think
just
about time
geometry.
scales,
If you assume the reflectivity
looking
may
at
change, then it could
all
be a
the possible
combination
trajectories
of
might
the
take
area
of this
that you
living
see as the
organism that is
reflectivity,
Earth.
because different
Do you
directions
think
they
there's
reflect
others like it?
differently.
Do you think there's other
But the point is
planets
that
with
it's
life
very
forms
extreme.
on them? They're just doing
And
their thing this kind
actually
of
the
way.
best fit
Is
to
you,
the light current that we saw
what you're doing,
was
you're,
of a flat object, unlike
you're
all the
directly
cartoons that
playing
you have
with
seen
what's
of a
possible
cigar
with
shape.
life,
A flat
lifelike
object with
things.
the 90%
That kind of maps
confidence
the
gives
question
a
of
better model for
what
the
kind of
way
other
that the
things are
light
possible
varies.
elsewhere.
And
Do you
it's
think
like, meaning like a pancake,
there's
like a
other
pancake, exactly.
worlds full of
And
life, full of
so that's
alien
the,
life out there?
the very
I've
first
studied
unusual
the
property. But
calculations
to me,
that
it was not
point
unusual enough
towards the
to think that it might be
verdict
artificial. It
that
was not
the possibility of
significant.
life in
Then there was no
in and
cometary.
around us
No
is
dust,
very, very
no
low.
gas
We are
around
a
this
chosen
object.
planet
And
in
the
a way,
Spitzer
right?
Space
There's
Telescope
water and there's
really
love. What else do
search
you need?
very deeply for
Um,
carbon-based molecules.
And
There was
that sort of
So it's definitely not
very
a comet the way people
peculiar
expected it to be.
juxtaposition
Can you
of
maybe
conditions,
briefly
the
mention
oxygen,
what
the water,
properties a
the
comet
carbon,
that you're referring to usually
again,
has?
is in
So
a
a
way
comet
a
is a
miracle
rock
given
that has some
the
water ice on the surface.
massive
So you can think
extinctions
of
that
it
we've
as an
been
icy
through
rock.
as life
Actually,
forms.
comets were
And
discovered a
that
long time
said,
ago, but
I cannot believe that
the
there
first
is
model
no other
that
life
was
form. I
developed
want to
for
believe
them was by Fred Whittle,
more than I know
was at Harvard, and
that
I think
that
the legend
yes,
goes
that
that he
there
got the
are
idea
life
from
forms
walking through
in,
Harvard Square and seeing
in the white fountain that
during
is the
a
black
winter
hole.
day and seeing these
Right,
icy
that
rocks.
there are
you know,
these
and
life
so a
forms that
comet is
are
icy. Is
light
icy on asteroid is
light
just a rock.
years
It's just a rock.
away
Yeah.
from us,
So
and
when you
that
have
are
ice
that
on
are
the
forming
surface,
other forms of
when
life
the
forces.
rock gets
So
close to the
I'm much
sun,
more worried
the
about
sunlight warms it up.
probably the
And
thing that you're
the ice
working on,
sublimates,
which is that there's all kinds of
the one thing
life
about ice, water
around
ice,
us that we're
is
not
it doesn't become liquid
communicating.
if you warm it
Yes.
up.
So there's
in vacuum,
aliens,
without
in a sense,
an
all
external
around us
pressure.
that
Then
we're
it
not
just goes
seeing,
straight
that we're
into
not
gas.
talking to, that we're
And
not
that's what you see
communicating.
as the tail of
Because
a
that
comet.
three just
The
seems
only
the
way
more
to get
likely
liquid water
situation.
is
They're
to have an
here.
atmosphere like on
Here,
Earth
they're all
that has
around
an
us
external
in
Yeah.
different
pressure.
forms.
Only then you
That
get
there is a
liquid.
connection.
And that's why
There's a
it's
thing that connects
essential
all
to
of
have an
us, all
atmosphere
of
to a
living
planet in order
beings
to have liquid water and the
across the
chemistry of life.
universe. And like,
So
we're
if you look
not,
at Mars,
we're just
Mars
beginning to
lost its
understand any of it.
atmosphere.
And I think
Yeah.
that's
Therefore,
the important
no liquid
problem.
water on the
I
surface
feel like you
anymore.
can get
I mean, there
there
may have been
with the
early,
tools of
and
science
that's what the
today by
Perseverance
just
said,
studying life.
survey.
Unlock some
The
really
Perseverance
fundamental
mission
things that
that
maybe
we
you
tried
can
to find
start
out
to answer questions
had
about
liquid water,
what is
whether there
consciousness.
was life perhaps on
Maybe
it
this
at
thing
the
that we've
time.
been
But
saying
at some
about
point, it lost its
love,
atmosphere,
but in this
and then the liquid water was
honestly in a
gone.
serious way.
So
And
the
then
only
you
reason
start to
that we can
understand
live
that
on Earth
that there
is
is
because
alien
of
life
the
all
atmosphere.
out there.
But a
And it's
comet is in
much
vacuum, pretty
more
much, and
complicated
when
and
it gets
interesting
warmed up
than we
on the
kind of
surface,
realize.
the
To
water
look into
becomes
human-like,
water ice becomes
exactly human-like
gas, and
things.
then you see
The
this
variety
cometary
of
tail
life that's
behind it.
possible.
In addition
And
to
I
water,
totally
there
agree with
is
you. I
that
think
there are
again,
kinds of carbon-based molecules of dust that comes off
define
the
alien,
surface, and
right?
those are detectable. It's
define
easy to detect.
intelligence,
It's very
define life.
prominent.
Right.
You see these
And
cometary
Marvin
tails
Minsky
that look
used to
very
say
prominent because they
intelligence is a
reflect
suitcase
sunlight,
word.
and you can see
Right?
that.
It's
In
a
fact,
word
it's
so
sometimes
big.
difficult
It's
to
a
see
word
the
like
nucleus of
sustainability,
the comet
and it's a
because
word
it's
like
surrounded and
rock and
shrouded.
roll. And
And in this case,
suitcase
there was no
words
trace
are
of
always
anything.
very, very
Now,
dangerous.
you might say, okay,
Speaking of
it's
rock
not a
and
comet.
roll,
So
you've
that's what the
mentioned
community
music,
said.
you mentioned
Okay, it's
Beethoven
not
a bunch
no
of
problem.
times.
It's still a rock. It's
You've
not a
also
comet,
tweeted about
but
about
it's just the wrong.
the Getty Kissing performance
Okay, no problem.
and so on.
Then,
What
and that's the
you
thing
say
that
about the
convinced me
role
to
of
write
music
about
in
it.
your life?
And then in June
Love music.
2018, you know, significantly
I always
later,
wondered, why is it that
there was the
plastic
report
arts,
that
meaning
in fact the
architecture and
object
sculpture and painting, can't get us to cry, and
exhibited an
music
excess push
gets us to cry so quickly and connect so quickly. There's something about music that it is, and no wonder that clients also use it. But that is the top of the creative pyramid, in my opinion. And
It's a weird mystery that was but by the way, to push back, a good bridge will make you cry.
a good I will say, when I visited the Sagrada Familia, I had that kind of spiritual reverence towards that spatial experience, and being in that space and feeling the intention in the space and appreciating every little gesture. So it's true. It is the universal language. It's the language of waves, right? It's the language of the waves, not the language of the particles. It is the universal language, I believe.
So that's what I mean by
and that is definitely one of my loves.
And you said that if you weren't doing what you were doing now, perhaps you would be a film director. So I have to ask, what do you think is the best film of all time? Maybe top three.
Yeah. Maybe The Godfather.
Godfather, okay.
The Godfather is definitely up there. Francis Coppola is one of my heroes. I have met him. Yes. I was very, very lucky. We were very lucky to work with him on his new film, Megalopolis, which is coming out, I hope, in 2024. And think about the cities of the future in the context of new materials and the unity between nature and culture. Godfather is definitely up there. 2001 up there. I would watch that film again and again and again. It's incredible. The last scene in
so the sunlight
2001,
reflects
that,
off the surface and gives it a push, just like you
watch
get
the
the
last
push
scene
on
of
a
2001,
sail
then listen to
on
the
a boat,
coast.
from the wind reflecting off it.
And then go to the
Now,
garden, and that's
in order
pretty
for
much,
this to be effective,
it
turns out
the
the
end and
object
the
needs to be
beginning. But
extremely
that
thin.
scene, that last scene from
It turns
2001
out
is
it needs to be less
everything.
than a millimeter thick.
It says so much with so little,
Nature does not produce
and it
such
leaves.
things. So, but
It's sort of the
we
embodiment,
use it
I
because
believe,
it's called
of
the technology of a light sail.
ambivalence,
So
and
we are for space exploration. We are
there's
exploring
opportunity
this
to
technology
believe
because
in the beginning
it
of
has the
humankind,
benefit
the
of
end of
not
humankind,
needing
the
to
planet,
carry the fuel with
child,
the spacecraft.
star,
So you don't have the
the
fuel, you
star
just have
child of the future.
you just have a
Was there a
sail,
death? Was there a
and it's being pushed
reincarnation?
either by sunlight or by a laser
That
beam
final
or whatever.
scene to me is something
So
that
perhaps
I
this
go
is a
back
light
to
sail. So this is
and
actually the
study.
same
And
technology
every
with
time
the
there's a
Starship
different
project.
reading of that
Yes.
scene that
So
inspires me.
okay,
So
they will
that
afterwards
scene.
say, okay, you work on
Then
this
the first scene,
project.
The
You
Godfather, still one of
imagine,
the best scenes of all time.
Obviously,
Sort
my
of a
imagination
portrait
is
of
limited by what
America,
I know.
the ideals and
So
values that are
I
brought
would
from
not deny
Italy.
that
A family of
working on
loyalty,
light
of
sails expanded my
of
ability to
values,
imagine
of
this
how
possibility.
different values are
But let me
constructed.
offer
Yes.
another interesting
Loyalty and
In
the human
September
spirit,
this year,
how
2020,
Coppola celebrates the human spirit through
2020,
the most simple
there
gestures
was another
in
object
language
found,
and acting. And
and it was
I think
given the
in
name
Kubrick you see
2020
this highly
SO by
curated
the
and controlled
Minor Planet
and
Center. This is
manicured
an organization actually
vision of
in
creating a
Cambridge,
film. And with
Massachusetts, that
Francis,
gives names
it's
to objects,
like an
astronomical
Italian
objects
tribute.
found in the
It's
solar
like
system.
anything,
Yeah.
anything can happen at any moment in time.
To make it look like
And being on the set with
an
him
object in the solar
is
system, and it moved in an
is an
orbit
experience I'll
that
take with
was
me
similar
to
the
my
orbit of the
grave.
Earth.
It's
But not
very,
the same
very, very
exactly.
special.
And you said
And
music is
therefore
also
it was
part of
bound
that.
to the sun. But it also exhibited
Yeah. Actually, the
deviation from what you
Godfather,
expect based on gravity.
that tune,
Extrapolated
That
back
makes
in
me
time
like
and found that
emotional every time at some
1966
weird level.
yeah, it's one of
intercepted
these
the Earth.
tunes I'm
And
sure
then they
that,
realized, they went to the
has,
history books and they realized, oh, there was a
you
mission
know,
called
if you play
Lunar
to
Surveyor, Lunar Lander,
a
Surveyor
Jasmine,
2.
you'll get the best
That
sense
the
of
rocket
it.
booster, it
Things
was a
like this.
failed mission,
But I think that
there
that
was a
particular
rocket booster
tune
that
I
was
learned
kicked into space.
staccato.
And presumably this is the rocket
As
booster
something
that
very,
we're
very
seeing.
happy and joyous.
Now, this rocket booster was sufficiently
And
hollow
then
and
made
thin
into this
for us to
stretched in
recognize
time
that
and
it's pushed
became
by sunlight.
kind of the
So here is my
refrain
We
of
can tell from the orbit of an object, obviously this object
nostalgia
didn't
and
have any
melancholy
cometary
and
tail.
loyalty and all of
It
these
was
values that
artificially
ride on
made.
top of this
We
one
know that
single
it was
tune.
made by us.
You can play it in all kinds
And
of different
it
ways.
did
I play it on
deviate from
guitar
an
and all
orbit
kinds of
of a
different
rock.
ways. And
So
I think in
just by
Godfather
seeing
3,
something
the sun
that
plays
doesn't
it
have
on
cometary
top
tail
about it.
and deviates from an
I think
orbit
this happens
shaped
in
by
music,
gravity, we can
but
tell that it's
sometimes a
artificial.
melody
In the case of Oumuamua, it couldn't have been sent by
and
humans
the
because
Strauss melody in
it just
2001.
passed near us for a few
And when
months.
you
We know exactly what we were
juxtapose
doing at that time.
this,
And also it was moving
these
faster than any
melodies
object
with
that we can launch.
the
And
scene,
so obviously
you get
it came
this
from
again,
outside the
hold
solar
it bigger than
system.
some of its parts, where
And the
you get
question
this
is who
moment
produced it? Now,
that
I
is,
should
I
say that,
think,
when I walk
like these are the
on
moments I
vacation
would
on the
send,
beach,
with
I
the
often
next
see
Voyager to
natural
outer space.
objects like
It definitely
seashells
sent
that are beautiful.
The
and I look
Godfather
at them
in 2001.
and every now and then I stumble
Beyond that,
on a plastic bottle.
Golden Record.
And that
You
was
are
artificially
incredibly
produced.
successful scientist,
And my
engineer,
point is that
architect,
maybe
artist,
Oumuamua
designer.
was a
You've
message in a
mentored
bottle.
a lot of
And
successful
we should see
people.
this
Can you
is
give
simply another
advice to
window
young
into
people listening to
searching
this?
for artifacts from
How
other
to
civilizations.
have a successful
Where do you
career
think it could have
and
come from?
how to have
And
a successful life.
if it's
Look,
so,
I think there's
from a scientific
this
perspective,
beautiful line in Shelter
the
in the Sky. How many
narrow-minded
times
view,
have you
as
seen
we'll
a full
probably
moon
talk about throughout,
in
is,
your life
you know,
and actually
you
took the
can only
time
stick to the
to
things
ingest
that
and
to
explore
naturally
and reflect upon
originating
the full
objects
moon?
like
Probably
asteroids and
20, I
comets.
believe he
Okay,
says.
that's the space of possible hypotheses.
I
And then if we
I
expand
spend time
beyond
with a
that,
full moon.
you start to think, okay,
I
these are
take my
artificially
time with a
constructed,
full
like you
moon.
just said, it could be by
And
humans.
I
It
pay
could be
attention to a
by,
full moon.
by
And
whatever
I
that
think
means, by some
paying
kind of
attention
extraterrestrial alien
to the
civilizations.
seasons and
If
taking
it's the
time
alien
to
civilization
appreciate
variety,
the
what is
little
this
things,
object that
the simple
next to look
things
at? And next
is
to
what
look at.
makes a
And
meaningful
let me
life.
lay out. I mean, we don't have enough evidence to tell.
I was very
If we had a
lucky to
photograph,
have
perhaps
had,
we'd have more
to have
information.
grown up
But
in
that was,
a home
there
that
is one other peculiar fact about Oumuamua.
taught me this way of being.
Well, other than it was
My
very shiny.
parents,
that
my
I did
grandmother
mention that,
played a
we
very
didn't detect
important
any
role
heat from it,
in my growing
that
up.
implies that it's rather small and shiny.
And
But the other peculiar fact
and
is
that
that it came from
ability
a
to
very
pay
special frame of
attention
reference. So
and
it's sort of like finding
be
a car
present is
in a
so,
parking lot, in a
I
public
could not
parking lot
emphasize it
that
enough.
you
It's
can't
so
really tell where
crucial.
it came from. So there is this
And be
frame of
grateful.
reference where
And be
you average
grateful.
over the
I
motions of all
think
the stars in the
gratitude
neighborhood of
and
the sun.
presence,
So you find
appreciation
the so-called
are
local
really
standard of rest of the galaxy.
the
And
most
that's,
important things in life.
A frame
To
of
take a
reference
short
that is
tangent
obtained by
about your
average the
grandmother,
random motions of all the
who's
stars.
played a
The
big
sun is
role in
moving
your life.
relative to that
What
frame at
do
some
you
speed.
remember? What
But this
lessons have you
object
learned
was
from
at
her?
rest in that frame.
She had this
And only
blanket that
one
she
in
would give me
500
every time I came
stars
back
is
from
so
school
much
and
at
say,
rest
you know,
in that
do your
frame. And that's
homework
why I was
here
saying it's like a park.
and meet with your
It was
friends
parked
here. And it
there.
was always in her
And
garden.
we bumped
Her
into
garden,
it. So
in
the
my mind,
relative
was
speed between the
ginormous. But
solar
when I,
system
last
this
I went
object
there
is just
and
because
saw the site,
we are moving.
which has now become
Like it
the
was
site
sitting
for
still.
another
Now you ask yourself, why is
tall
it
building,
so
was a
unusual in that
tiny little
context? You know why?
garden.
Because if it was
That
expelled
to
from
me
another
seemed
planetary
so large
system,
when
most
I was
likely it will
growing up,
carry the
because
speed of the
it had
host
everything.
star
It had
that it came from. Because it was,
it
the
had
most
big
loosely
trees,
bound
it had
objects are in
olive
the
trees, it
periphery
had mushrooms,
of
it had
the
the
planetary
blanket. I was
system,
doing my
and
homework there. It
they
was
move very
everything, and
slowly
I
relative
needed
to the
nothing,
star, and so
nothing
they
else.
carry
And
when they are ripped apart from
and
the
that was
planetary
my
system, most of
Garden
the
of Eden.
objects will
That
have
was my
the
childhood.
residual
And
motion
she
of the
taught
star,
me,
roughly relative to the local star.
we would
But this one
lie
was
on
at rest
the
in local.
blanket and look
Now,
at the clouds and
one thing I can think
reflect
of
upon the
is if there
shapes
is a
of the clouds and
grid
study the shapes of the plants. And there was a
road
lot of
posts,
wonder
like for
in that
navigation system,
childhood
so that you can find
with
your
her.
way
And
in the
she
local
taught
frame.
me the
Then that would be one of the
importance
like
of wonder
sensors of this fascinating thing.
in
So that
sort
could
of
be
in an
not
eternal
necessarily
childhood
great,
and
but just
living
evenly
adulthood
in
as
some
a
definition,
child.
evenly
And
spread
so
out.
I'm
Some
very, very
objects like
grateful
these,
for that. I
they're
think
just
it is
out
the sense
there,
of
a lot
wonder.
of them. Another possibility is that these are relay stations, that for communication.
Speaking up
You
was
might
always
think in order
something
to
that
communicate,
she
you need a
adhered
huge
to
beacon,
speak up your
a very
truth,
powerful beacon.
to be
But it's not
straightforward,
true because even on Earth, we have
to
these
be
relay
positive.
stations, so
These
you
are
have
things that I also
a
got
not so
from my
powerful
mom.
beacon, so it can be heard only out
And from my
from a
mom, the
limited
sense of
distance. But
humor.
then
She
you relay
had
the
the
message,
best sense of
and it
humor
could be one
of
of those. Now,
that
after
I
it
could
collided
think
with
of, and
the
was
solar
just
system, of course, it got the
just a
kick. So
joy
it's
to
just
be
like
around.
billiard ball.
And my father taught me everything. My father taught me everything I know. My mom taught me everything I feel.
That's a good way to put
My
it.
grandma taught me everything I incite.
Boy, I see the sense of wonder that just carries to everything you do. So I think you make your grandmother proud.
in the direction
well,
of the
what about advice for how to have a
habitable
career?
region around the sun to find
So
out
you
if
had
there
a
is
very
life.
interesting
Now,
career
it takes
Mhm.
tens of
and a
thousands of
successful
years for
career,
such a
but
probe
not
to
an
traverse the
easy
solar
one.
system from the
It
outer
took a
edge of
few
the Oort
leaps.
I
cloud
did take a
all
few
the way
leaps
to
and
where
they
we
were
are.
uncomfortable.
And
My
it's a
father,
long
and I'll
journey. So when we
never
started the journey from the edge of the solar
forget.
system to get to us now, we
I
were
think we
rather
were
primitive
like
back
listening to a
then.
Rolling
We
Stones
still didn't
song
have any
in the
technology. There
kitchen,
was
and
no reason
my
to
dad,
visit. There was grass around
who's actually
and so
born
forth.
in Boston,
But
he's American,
maybe it is a problem.
he
So
said,
you said 10,000 years. That's fast. So it takes that long. Tens of thousands.
I
Tens of
started to
thousands.
have these second thoughts about
And the
continuing
other
my
thing I should
education in
say is,
Israel, and
it
I
could be
wanted
just
to go. I was on my way to London to the
layer of
Architectural
something else,
Association
like,
to do my diploma studies
something
there.
that was ripped apart,
And
like
he looked
the
at me and he
surface
said,
of
"Get out
an
of here,
instrument
kiddo.
that was.
You gotta get out
And
of
you
here."
can have lots of these
And
pieces, something breaks.
you've outgrown
Lots of
wherever
these
you're
pieces
at. You
spread out like a space
need,
junk.
you need to move forward.
And,
Another thing he had taught me,
it can be
the feeling of
space junk
discomfort, as you
from
say, the feeling of loneliness and discomfort is imperative to growth. Growth is painful, period. Any form of growth is difficult and painful. Birth is difficult and painful. And it is really, really important to place yourself in situations of discomfort. I like to be in a room where everyone in the room is more intelligent than me. I like to be in that kind of state where the people that I surround myself with are orders of magnitude more intelligent than I am, and I can say that that is true of all of my team members. And that's the intellectual discomfort that I feed off of. The same is true for physical exertion. You've got to put yourself in these uncomfortable situations in order to grow, in order to find comfort. And then, on the other hand, is love. Is finding love and finding that that human, this other human that complements you and that makes you a better version of the one you are and even of the one you want to be. But with gratitude and attention and love, you can go so far. To the younger generation, I don't speak of a career. I never thought of my work as my career ever, and there was this constant entanglement between life and work and love and longing and being and mothering. It's all the same. And I appreciate that to some people that doesn't work in their in their arrangement of will versus comfort versus the reality. But for me, it has always worked. So I think to the younger generation, I say don't think of your career. Career is something that is imposed upon you. Think of your calling. That's something that's innately and directionally moves you, and it's something that transcends a career. Similarly, you can think about the difference between, learning versus being educated. Being educated is something that's given to you. It's external, that's being imposed, that's top-down imposed. This learning is something that comes from within. It's also the difference between joy and happiness. Many times I'm sad and I'm still joyous. And it's very, very important to understand the difference between these externally perceived success paths and internally driven, value-based, ways of being in the world. And we together, when we combine all of these, the broken puzzle, let's say, of substance and vulnerability, we get this bigger gestalt, this wondrous world of a future that is peaceful, that is that is wholesome, and that proposes or advocates for that kind of synergy that we've been talking about.
Well,
it's all fun.
Well, thank you for this video conversation. Thank you for all the work you're doing, and I just have to say that thank you for noticing and listening to me. You're somebody from just today and from our exchanges before this. Like there's a sense where you care about me as a human being, which I could tell you care about other humans. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for having empathy. Just like, really listening and noticing me, that I exist. So thank you for that. Been a huge fan of your work. Been a huge fan of who you are as a human being. It's just an honor to be a certain. Thank you.
I feel the same way. I'll just say the same.
And I look forward to hearing the response to my job application.
Oh, you're accepted.
Oh, damn. All right.
I'll
Excellent.
speak of you all the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
man. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ariana. The Sports Talk that please look at our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words.
By the way, I should start from the point
everything
that
I know.
Even biological,
I know
life,
because of love.
just without technology,
Thank you for
getting
listening.
into the game,
Hope to see you.
could look like something we have never seen before. And take, for example, the nearest star, which is Proxima Centauri. It's 4.25 light years away, so they will know about the results of the 2016 elections only next month in February.
Listen, when it comes to romantic relationships, it's not 100%.
It's very far away. But if you think about it,
And I've never seen
this
a violation of that.
star is a dwarf
Where
star.
it's like, yeah, it's mostly good, and then there's like the negotiation.
Twice
But
as
already
cold
you're-
as the sun. Okay, and
You,
it
and that
emits
doesn't mean
mostly
someone has to be
infrared
perfect.
radiation.
Relationship has to be perfect,
So
but
if there are
it's
any
got to feel
creatures on
100% inside. Like, yes,
the
yes.
planet close to it that is habitable, which is called Proxima B.
The following
There is a planet in the
conversation with
habitable
my dear
zone, in the
friend,
zone
Andrew,
just at the right distance where
It's
in
fourth time on
principle
this
liquid water
podcast.
can be on the
It's
surface.
my birthday,
If
so
there are any
this is a
animals there,
special birthday
they
episode
have
of sorts.
infrared eyes
Andrew flew
because
down to
our
Austin
eyes
just to
was
wish me a happy birthday.
designed to
We
be
decided to do a
sensitive to
podcast
where
last
most of
night.
the sunlight
We
is in
literally
the
talked for
visible
hours
range.
beforehand,
But
and a long time
Proxima
after,
Centauri emits
late
mostly
into
infrared.
the
So
night. He's
the
one of my
nearest
favorite
to see each other.
communicators,
And in the
brilliant
nearest
scientist,
star system,
incredible
these
teacher,
animals
and
would be
a loyal friend.
quite strange. They would
I'm
have
grateful for Andrew.
eyes that are
I'm grateful for
detectors of infrared,
good
very
friends,
different from ours.
for all the support
Moreover,
and love
this
I've
planet
gotten over the
Proxima
past
B
few years.
faces the star
I'm
always from the
truly
same
grateful
side.
for this life.
So it has a
For the
permanent day
years,
side
the days,
and
the
a permanent
minutes, the
night
seconds
side.
I've gotten to live in
And
this
obviously the
beautiful
creatures
earth
that
of
would
ours.
evolve
I
on
really
the
don't
permanent day
envy
side,
just
which is
yet.
much warmer, would be
I
quite
think
different
I'd
than those
really
on
like
the
to
permanent
stick
night
around.
side. Between them, there would be a
I love you
permanent
all.
sunset strip.
This is the Let's Live
And
Me
my
podcast.
daughters said that
And
that's
now,
the best
dear friends,
opportunity for
here's Andrew.
high value real estate because you will see the sunset throughout your life.
Run a little bit more.
The
Losing
sun
weight?
never sets.
I'm not trying to lose weight,
on
but I
this
always do the
strip.
same.
So these
I've worked
worlds
for
are
years,
out
basically,
of our
lift 3 days a
imagination.
week,
Even the individual
run 3 days a week.
creatures, the sense of sweet that they're
But one of the
operating
runs
with
is a
may be
long
very
run,
different.
one
Very
is
different.
medium.
So I think when we see something
So,
like that, we will
what I
be shocked.
decided to do this year
Not to
was
speak
just
about seeing
extend the
technology.
duration.
So I don't even
long
dare
run.
to imagine.
And I like to
And
see
I think obviously we
I
can
never
bury
wanna
our
be
head in the
so
sand
heavy that I
and
can't.
say it's never ending.
Like I want to be able to
Many
go
of
out
my
and run
colleagues
10 miles
say,
if I have to. So sometimes I
and
do.
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And I want to be
If
able to
you
sprint
never
if I
look,
have to.
you will never find. If you're not ready to find
And
wonderful
lifting in
things,
objects
you will never
feels
discover them.
good. It feels good
And
to
the other thing I would like to say is
just look at the objects. But I've also
reality
started training
doesn't care whether you
ways
ignore it or not. You can ignore reality, but it's still there.
for 3-month
So
cycles.
we can all
And it gives your
agree,
joints a rest.
based on Twitter,
Yeah, so probably.
that
I think it also is interesting to see how training differently
was a
changes your
rock.
cognition.
We can all agree.
That's probably
And you will
hormone
get a lot
related.
of
You have got
likes,
hormones downstream
have
of
a
training
big crowd of
heavy versus
supporters,
hormones
and
downstream of
everyone
training
will be
lighter.
happy and give each other awards
I
and
think my
honors and
cognition
so
is
on.
better when I'm doing
But
more.
might still be an alien artifact. Who cares what humans agree on?
Not to say
There
that
is a reality out there, and we have to be
but there is
modest
because
enough
there's real value.
to recognize
There's a lot of
that
angry
we should
people.
make our statements
No,
based
but
on
lifting
evidence.
heavy and then taking 4 to 5
Science
minutes rest
It's not
is
about
far and
ourselves.
away a
It's not
different
about glorifying our
challenge
image.
than
It's not about getting
running
honors,
far
prizes.
for
A lot of the scientific, a
that's
lot of the
just like getting in an ice bath. People
is
say, "Oh well, how is that any different than working
creating your
out?"
echo chamber.
Well, there are a lot of
Students,
differences. But one of them
postdocs
is that
repeating your
it's
mantras so
very
that
your voice
within
heard
1
loudly
second.
so that you can get more honors,
So
prizes,
I think
recognition.
subjecting the body to a
That's
bunch
not
of
the purpose of
different
science.
types of
The purpose
stressors
is to figure out what
is
nature
really
is.
valuable. So
Right?
yeah, I've been playing
And
with the
in the
variables.
process of doing that, it's a learning
Well, I
experience.
like
You make mistakes.
long
You know,
and
Einstein
slow.
made 3 mistakes at
Or,
the
like
end
you
of his
said,
career.
the effect
He
it has on my
argued that
cognition.
in the 1930s, he
The
argued that black
wordlessness
holes
of
don't
it,
exist.
the way it
Gravitational
puts
waves
you
don't
in
exist.
the way it
And
seems to
quantum
clean out
mechanics
the
doesn't
clutter.
have
You know,
spooky
it can
action
take away
at a
that
distance.
hyper focus and
And
put
all
you more in
3
a
turned
relaxed
out to be wrong.
focus.
So the point
For
is
sure.
that if you
Well,
work
for
at
me,
the
it brings the
frontier
clutter to the
of,
surface at
then you
first.
make mistakes.
Like
It's
all these
inevitable
thoughts.
because you can't tell what is true or not.
You know, I've
And
been,
avoiding
I got
making
knee
mistakes in
barred
order
pretty
to
hard.
preserve your image makes you extremely
They try
boring.
to break
Okay,
your knee.
you will
Oh,
get
yeah,
a
so you
prize,
tap.
but you will be
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
boring
So it's,
scientist because you will
hyperextending
keep repeating things we already know.
pretty hard.
If you
So,
want to make progress, if you want to
in ways I don't
innovate,
understand,
you have
kind
to
of
take
hurts
risks.
to run.
And you
I don't
have to
understand
look at
what's
the
happening
evidence.
behind there. I need
It's a
to
dialogue
investigate
with
this.
nature. You don't
It
know
basically,
the
this,
truth
the
in advance.
hamstring
You
flex,
let nature
like
tell
curling
you,
your leg
educate
hurts a
you.
little bit.
And then
And that results
you realize that
in
what
this
you thought
weird,
before
dull,
is incorrect.
but sometimes
And
extremely
a
sharp
lot of my
pain
colleagues
in the back of the knee.
prefer to be in a
I'm
state
working,
where they have a
I'm working
monologue.
through this. Anyway,
You know, if you look
but
at these
walking
people that
doesn't
work
hurt.
on
So I've
string
been
theory,
playing around
they
with
have a monologue.
walking
They know what,
recently,
and in
like for
fact,
2 hours.
their
And
monologue
thinking,
is centered
'cause
on
I know a lot of
anti-de-Sitter
like
space, which we
smart
don't live
people
in.
throughout history
Now,
have
you know,
walked
to me,
and
it's just
thought.
like the Olympics. You
You
know,
have to, like,
you define 100
play with
meters,
things that have
and you
worked
say
for
whoever
others,
runs this 100
not just
meters
through exercise,
is the
but
best
to like
athlete, is the
integrate
fastest. You
this
know,
very light
and
kind
it's
of
completely
prolonged
arbitrary. You could have decided
exercise
it would be
into
50
a
meters or
productive
20
life. So
meters.
they do all their
Who cares?
thinking while they
You
walk.
just measure
A
the ability
meditative
of
type of
people this way.
walking.
So
It's
you
really
define
interesting.
anti-de-Sitter
It
space,
really
this
works.
space where
Yeah,
you do your mathematical
the
gymnastics.
practice I've been doing
And then
a
you
lot
find
more
you
lately
do
is I
the
walk
best and
while
you give
reading a book.
jobs based on that.
In the
You give
yard, I'll
prizes
just pace
based
back
on
and
that.
forth or walk in a
But
circle.
as we said
Audiobook,
before,
or you
you
can
know,
No,
nature
hard
doesn't care about
copy. Where you
you
just
know
hold,
the
I
prizes
hold
that
read
you
a book
give
and I'm walking.
to each
And
other.
I usually have a
It
pen and
cares,
I'm underlining.
you
I
know,
have
it
this
has
whole
its
system
own
like underlining
reality,
stars,
and we
exclamation
should
points,
figure
goes
it
back to
out.
university of
It's
what
not
things
about
I'm going
us.
back to.
The scientific
Which
activity
things
is
I
about
export to notes and that
figuring
kind of
out
thing.
nature. And sometimes we
But
may be
from
wrong.
the
Our
beginning,
image will not
when I
be
opened my
preserved.
lab, at that time in San
But
Diego before I moved
It's
back to
that's the
Stanford,
fun, you know.
I would
Kids
have meetings with my
explore
students
the
and
world
postdocs by just
out of
walking in the
curiosity,
field
and I
behind the
always
lab.
want to maintain my
You
childhood
know,
curiosity, and I don't
and
care
I
about
bring
the
my
labels that I have.
bulldog
In fact,
Costello,
having
bulldog master
tenure
at the time,
is
and he's a slow
exactly the
walker,
opportunity
so
to
he's a
behave
slow
like a
walker.
child
But
because
I
you can
can
make
think much more
mistakes.
clearly that way. There's a
I was asked
Nobel
by the
Prize
Harvard
winning
Gazette, you know,
professor
the
at Columbia
the
University School of
Pravda
Medicine,
of
Richard
Harvard.
Axel, won the Nobel Prize, co-won the Nobel
What
Prize
is the one
for the
thing
Buck
that
for
you
the
would
discovery of
like
molecular
to
basis
change
of
about
action.
the world?
He
And
walks in voice
I
things
said
as his
I would
favorites.
like my colleagues
And now
to
with
behave
Rev
more
or
like
these other,
kids.
maybe there are better ones,
That's the one thing I
Rev,
would like them
where
to
you
do.
can convert
Because
audio files
something
into text
bad
very quickly and
happens
edit
to
from there.
these
So
kids when
I
they
will
become
often
tenured
voice
professors.
dictate
They start to worry
first
about their
drafts,
ego
things like that.
and about themselves more.
I totally
about
agree on the long
the
run.
purpose of science, which is they're
integrating that
curiosity
harder
driven,
to
figuring
do
out
is
from evidence. Evidence is
and then
the
the
key.
gym,
So when
you
an
know,
object
are you,
shows
you weight
anomalies,
train?
like,
You just seem naturally.
what's the
So,
problem
like,
discussing? You know,
it's
whether
true.
it's
Yeah,
artificial
true.
or not.
I mean, we
You know,
did
so
the one
there was, I should
very
tell, there
beginner,
was
because
a
I'm a very beginner
mainstream
of jujitsu
paper
class
in
together.
Nature
And
published saying
as I
it
mentioned
must be
then,
natural.
what do people
That's
miss it? Lex is
It's
freakishly
unusual,
strong.
but it must be
I
natural.
was born genetically
And then at the same time,
like Costello.
Exactly. You guys have a
some other
similarity.
He had
scientists
wrists like,
tried to
it's like
explain
you
the
and Jocko and Costello
And they came
have
up
these
with
like wrists
interpretations
and
like,
elbows that are
it's a
super
dust
thick,
bunny.
and then you look around, you see tremendous variation.
A
Some
collection
people
of
would
dust
have like
particles pushed by
the
sunlight.
wrist width of a whippet
Something
or
we've never
Woody
seen
Allen,
before.
and then other people like your
Or
Jocko.
it's a hydrogen iceberg.
There's this one
It actually
Jocko
evaporates like a
video or
comet,
thing on
but hydrogen
YouTube or
is
something. Have you seen the
transparent.
that you don't see it, and that's why we don't see the commentary there.
The comments, I love the comments on YouTube.
In
Because
both
occasionally they're
cases,
funny.
the objects will not
The best is when Jock was born, the doctor
we
looked at
discussed it
his
in a paper that I wrote afterwards.
parents and said,
But
"It's a man."
my point is, those that try to explain that usual
Notice
purpose
that comment.
Oh, yeah,
went
that
into
was great.
great
That's what I
length
missed
and
about Rogan being on
discussing
YouTube.
things that we have never seen
Oh,
before. Okay?
So
Even
this is
when you think
technically a
about the
birthday
natural
podcast.
origin, you have
What
to come
do you
up
love
with
most about
scenarios
getting older?
of things that were never seen before.
It's
And
like
by the way, they look less
the
plausible to me
confirmation
personally.
that comes
But my
from
point is, if we discuss things that were never
getting
seen
more and more
before,
data, which
right?
basically says,
why not discuss?
yeah, the first
why
time
not
you thought that
contemplate
thing,
an
it was actually
arbitrage?
right, because
What's
the
the
second,
problem?
third, and fourth,
Why
and
do
fifth
people
time,
have
it
this
turned out the exact same way.
pushback?
In other words,
And,
there have
I
been
worked
a
on
few
dark
times in my
matter,
life where
and we don't know
I
what
did
most of
not
the matter
feel
in the universe is. It's
easy
called
about
dark
saying
matter.
I
It's just an
felt
acronym
signal from my body.
We simply
This is
don't
not
know.
good.
So it could be all kinds of particles. And over
I
the
didn't
years,
trust
people
it.
suggested weakly
But I knew
interacting
it was
massive
there.
particles,
And then
axions, all kinds of particles. And
2 or 3
experiments were made.
bad
They
experiences
cost
later,
hundreds of millions of
I'm
dollars.
able to say, every
They
single
put
time
upper
there's a
limits,
signal from the body
constraints that ruled
informing my
out
mind.
many of the possibilities that were
This is
proposed
not good.
as natural
Now,
initially.
the reverse has also
The
been true,
mainstream
that
community
there are a number of
regarded it
instances
as
in
a
which I feel
mainstream
sort of
activity to
immediate
search
delight
the
in
nature of
this.
the dark matter.
Kind of almost
And
astonishingly
nobody complained that
simple
it's
experience of
speculative to consider
feeling
weakly interacting massive
comfortable,
particles.
at
Now,
peace with
I ask
something,
you,
delighted
why is it
at an
speculative to
experience. And
consider
it turns out
extraterrestrial
all,
technologies?
literally all of
We
those
have
experiences
the
of people
proof that it
turned out to
exists
be
here on Earth.
experiences of people
We also
that
know
are still in my
that the
life and that
conditions
I
of
still
Earth are
delight in every day.
reproduced
In other words, what's
in
great
billions of
about getting
systems
older
throughout the Milky
is
Way
that
galaxy. So
you
what's more
stop
conservative than
questioning
to say, if you arrange for
the
similar
signals that come from
conditions,
the
you get the same
deeper
outcome?
recesses of
How
your
can
nervous
you
system
imagine
and say,
this
hey,
to be
this is not
speculative? It's not
good.
speculative at all.
Or, hey,
And nevertheless, it's
this is
regarded
great.
at the periphery.
More of this.
And at the
Whereas I
same time,
think
you
in
have
my
physicists, theoretical physicists,
teens,
working on extra
my
dimensions,
20s, my 30s,
supersymmetry,
almost 48,
super string theory, the multiverse. Maybe we live in a
I
simulation.
didn't
All
trust,
of
I
these
didn't listen.
ideas that have no
I actually put a lot of work
grounding
into
in reality.
overriding these signals
Some of
and
which
learning to fight through them,
sound to me
thinking that
like,
somehow that was
you know,
making me
just like
tougher or
what someone
somehow
would
that was
say,
making me
science fiction, basically.
smarter,
Because you
when
have
in
no
fact,
way to
in the
test
end,
it,
those people that you meet that were
through experiments. And
difficult or
experiments really
whatever
are
names
key.
for it.
It's not just the quotes.
Man, you're
You say,
like,
okay, forget about
shit, you know?
experiment. And some
Or,
philosophers try to say, if
this
there is a
person is amazing,
consensus, what's the
and
problem?
they're really
The point
wonderful,
is,
and I
it's
felt
key.
that.
And that's what Galileo found.
So
It's
you've
key
learned
to
to
have
trust your
feedback
gut
from reality.
versus
You
like the
can think
influence
that you
from
have
other
$1
people.
billion.
I've learned to trust my gut
Rich
versus
than,
the
Elon Musk.
forebrain
That's fine. You can
over-analysis,
feel very happy
overriding
about
the
it.
gut.
You can
Other
talk
people
about it
often
with friends and all
in
of
my
you
life
can be
have
happy
had
and
great
think about what you can do with the money.
Right?
Then you go
I
to an
benefit
ATM
tremendously
machine
from
and
an
you make an
early age of
experiment.
being in a
You check
large
how much money you
community.
have in
Most of the
your
guys have
checking
some close
account.
female friends and always have
And if it turns out
as
that
well.
you
Who
know
will
you
tell
don't
me
have much,
that's a
you
bad
can't
decision, or this person not so good,
materialize
be
your
careful,
dreams.
or
Okay, so you realize you
or
have a
that's
reality
great.
check.
So oftentimes
And
my
point is,
community and the
without
people around me have
experiments
been
giving you a
more
reality check,
aligned
without
with
the ATM
the
machine
correct
showing you
choice
whether your ideas are
than
bankrupt or
Really?
not,
yes.
without
When you
putting
were younger,
skin
like
in the game.
like
Well,
friends,
Skin in the game,
parents,
I
and so
mean,
on.
don't
I don't
just talk
recall ever
about
really.
theoretical ideas. Make
I
them
mean, I grew up
testable.
in it, you know,
If
we
you
don't have
don't
to
make
get
them
like my
testable,
childhood thing, but
they're
my
worthless.
sense was
They're
that
just like theology.
I
That
learned
is
that
not
recently
testable.
in a
By
psilocybin
the way,
journey.
theology
My
has
first
some
high
tests
dose
that give you
psilocybin,
that's interesting.
which was
Three
welcome
examples.
back,
Yes.
done with a clinician. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Turns out that
I
my
was
book
worried there for a second at one
already
point.
inspired
Why
a
not
PhD
coming back?
student at Harvard
But in
English
any event,
department
yeah, I grew up
pursue
with
a PhD
some
in that
wild
direction.
kids. You know, I would say about a
She
third of my
invited
friends
me
from
to
childhood are
the
dead or in
PhD
jail.
exam a couple of months ago.
About a third have gone on to do
And in the
tremendously
exam,
impressive
one of
things,
the
start
examiners, the
companies
professor,
and athletes,
asked her,
academics,
do you know why
scientists,
Giordano Bruno was burned
clinicians,
at the
and
stake?
then about a third are living their lives as
And she said,
typical.
"Oh, I think it's because he was an obnoxious guy
happy
and
family people
irritated a lot
with
of
jobs
people."
that they
Which is true.
mainly serve the
But the
function
professor
of money.
said,
They're not sort of
no,
career into their
it's
career for career's
because
sake. But
Giordano Bruno said that other
so
stars
some
are
of my
just like
friends
the
early on
sun,
gave me some bad ideas.
and they could have a planet
But
like the Earth
most of
around
the
them
time, my bad ideas came
that
from
could host life. And
overriding
that was offensive to the
that I
church.
knew
Why was it
that my
offensive?
body and
Because there
I
is
would
the
say my body
possibility that
and
this
brain
life
were telling
sinned.
me to
Okay?
obey.
And if
And
that
why I say
life
body and brain is that
sinned
there's this
on
brain region
planets
in
around
insula,
other stars,
which
it should have been
it
saved
does
by
many things,
Christ.
but it represents
Then
our
you need
sense of
multiple
internal
copies of Christ.
sensation,
And that's
interoception.
unacceptable.
And I was
How
talking to
can
Paul
you have
Conti about this,
duplicates
as
of
you
Christ?
know,
And so
I
they burned the
respect
guy.
tremendously. I think he's one of the smartest
Susan,
people
it
I've
was
ever met.
about.
I think for different
Okay,
reasons.
I'm
he
just
and
like
Michael
loading
Hughes.
this whole link because that's kind of brilliant.
Smartest
So
people I've
he
ever
was
met.
actually
But
already
Paul's
in
level
this
of
list of
insight into
stars
human psyche
anticipating
is
that there could be other
absolutely
life
astounding.
form. Yeah, like why
And
if this star, if there's other
he
stars, why would it be
says
special?
the opposite
Why
of
would our
what
star be
most
special? He was making the right argument, and he would just
most people say, oh, the supercomputer brain
say
is
like
four
there
brain.
should be other
It's like a monkey brain with
like
extra real
places
estate
that should
put
be
on
other
there.
like
Four brain is
and
what
I
human
used copies of Christ. Yeah, so that was
engines
offensive.
are
So
superpowers.
I said to
All
that I said to that professor, I said, great,
He's
you know,
done a
I
whole series
wanted
on
to
mental health
introduce some
that's coming out
scientific
from our
tone to the discussion.
podcast in September. So this
And I
is not
said,
attempt to plug that, but
this
you
is
can
great because
elaborate.
now
Wait,
you
Paul,
basically
wait,
laid
you're
the
gonna think
foundation
Paul?
for
We
the
already did.
experimental
Yeah,
test
so
of
Paul,
this
no,
theology.
yeah, so Paul Conti
What is
got
the
a,
test?
we did, he and I
We
sat down,
now
we did
know
a 4
that
episode
other stars are
series
like the sun.
on mental health.
And
It's
we
not
know
mental
they have
illness,
planets
mental
like
health.
the Earth around them.
About how to
So
explore
suppose we
one's own
find life
subconscious,
there, and we figure out
explore
that
the
they
self,
sinned.
build
Then
and
we ask
cultivate
them,
the
did you
generative
witness
drive. You'll learn
Christ?
more about what that
And
is.
if they say
It's far
no,
more eloquent.
it means that this
I
theology
am,
is ruled
and
out.
he provides
So
essentially
there
a
is an experimental test. So this
set
is
of
experimental
steps
test
to
number one.
explore the self.
Another
That
experimental
does not
test,
require
you know,
that you work with a therapist. This is self-exploration that is
in the
rooted
Bible,
in
you know, in the Old Testament,
psychiatry, it's
Abraham,
rooted in neuroscience. And I don't think this information exists anywhere else.
heard the
I'm not
voice,
aware that it
voice
exists
of
anywhere else.
God, to
And
sacrifice
he essentially distills it all down
his
to
son,
one
right? Only son.
8.5 by 11 sheet
That's what the story says. Now
provide for
suppose
people. And
Abraham, my name, by the way,
he says there, I don't want to give
a
too
voice
much away
memo
because
up
I would detract from
his cell
what
phone.
he does so
He
beautifully.
could
But
have pressed
if I
this up
tried and I
and
would
recorded the voice of
anyway.
God.
Um,
And
but
that
he
would have been
said,
experimental evidence
that
that God
the
exists.
subconscious
Right.
is the super.
Fortunately, he didn't. But
All the stuff
it's an
working
experimental
underneath
test,
our conscious
right?
awareness that's
there
driving
is a
our
third example I should
feelings and
tell.
our what we think are
And
the
that is
decisions that
Elie
we
Wiesel
thought through so
attributed
carefully.
this story
And
to
that
Martin
only
Buber.
by exploring
But
the
it's not clear whether
subconscious
it's true or not.
and
In any
understanding it a
event,
little bit,
the story goes that
can we actually,
Martin Buber, you know, he was a philosopher, and he said,
and I
you know, the
think that
Christians
so that
argue that
the
Jesus, you
mistake
know,
is that
the Messiah
thinking can override
arrived
all.
already.
It's a certain
And
style
will come
of
back again
introspection
in
and
the
thinking
future.
that
The Jews
allows us
argue
to read the
the
signals
Messiah
from our
never
body,
came
read the signals from our brain,
and will
integrate
arrive in the
the
future.
knowledge that we're
So he
collecting
said,
about ourselves
why argue?
and to use all
Both
that in ways
sides
that are
agree
adaptive.
that the Messiah will arrive in the future. When the
When we think
Messiah
of
arrives, we can
the
ask
shadow,
whether he or she
what's there?
There's
came
this idea,
before, you know, like visited us, and then figure it out. And one side,
we all
so
have
again,
all
experimental test of
all
theology.
of us have the capacity
Even
to
theology,
be good, etc.
if it
That some
puts
people express.
skin in the game, you know, if it makes a prediction.
But he also
it could
mentioned
be
that there's a
tested,
unique
right? So why
category
can't
of people,
string
maybe 3 to
theorists
5
test themselves? Or why can't, you know,
that don't
even
just
cosmic
have all
inflation, that's another model that,
they actually spend a lot
you
of
know, one
time
of the inventors from
exploring
MIT, Alan Guth,
the
argues that
darker
it's not
recesses, the
falsifiable.
shadows, their own shadows.
My point is, a theory that cannot be
I'm
falsified
somebody
is
who's
not helpful.
drawn to goodness
Because
and
it
to light
means that you
and
can't
joy
make
and all those
progress, you
things like
cannot improve
everybody
your
else. But
understanding
no, I think
of nature. The only way
maybe
for
it's
us
part of how I
to
grew up.
learn
It
about
was the
nature
crowd I
is
was
by
with.
making hypotheses that are
Maybe,
testable,
but then again, even
doing
when I
experiments
started
and
spending
learning
more
whether
time with
we are
academics and scientists,
to be, and
um,
couples that the curiosity of the mind
pure
is that
ambition.
allows us to explore all
I
kinds of
recall
possible
a
hypotheses,
colleague
but
in
always
San Diego
the
who
pursuit of
it was very clear to me did not actually
scientific
care
rigor
about
around most
understanding the
hypotheses
brain,
is
but understanding the brain was just his avenue to
evidence.
exercise
Knowledge is
ambition.
of
And if he gave him something else to work on, he worked on that. In fact, he did. He left it and worked on something else. I realized he has no passion. Brain like all of them.
Can we talk a
I
little bit
assume that all
about the
scientists
drinking
do.
equation?
So do I. I
Another
don't do it.
framework
But some people
which
just
to have this
draw.
kind of discussion
It's about
about
winning.
possible
Doesn't even
civilizations
matter
out
what they
there.
win.
So let me
Which
ask,
to me is
within the
crazy, but I think
context of the
that's a
drinking
shadow.
equation, maybe
It's something to
bigger,
explore,
how
not one I
many
explored.
alien
I
civilizations do you
think
think are out
the
there?
shadow parts of us
Well,
are
it's
very
hard to tell
important
because
to
the drinking
understand.
equation
And
is
look,
again one
better
defined
to
by
understand them
ignorance.
and know
It's
that
just
they're there
a set of
and work with
factors.
them
The only one
than to
that we know
not
or
acknowledge
actually
their
two that
presence
we know
and have
quite
them
well
surface
is
in the form
the
of
rate of
conditions
star
or
formation in the Milky Way
behaviors
galaxy,
that
which we measured by now,
damage us.
and
So one
the
of the
frequency of
processes
planets like the
of
Earth
getting mental
around
health
stars,
is to bring those
and at the right distance to have life. But
Yes,
other
and,
than that, there are lots
and
of
he
implicit
Paul describes
assumptions
10
about all the other
covers
factors
one
that
can
will
look
enable
into
us to
for
detect the signal.
exploring the self. There's the structure of self and the
I should
function
say
of
the
self.
Drake equation has a
Again,
very
this all be
limited
spelled out in
validity
the
just
series in a lot
for
of detail. Also, in
signals from
terms of its
civilizations
relational
that are
aspect between people,
transmitting at the time that
good
you're
partners
observing.
and good relation. You get really
However,
into this from a very different
we can do
perspective.
much better than that.
Yeah,
We can
fascinating
look for
stuff. I was just sitting there.
Artifacts that
I
they
will
left
say this.
behind, even if they're
That
dead.
4-episode
You
series
can
with
look for
Paul
industrial pollution
is
in the atmospheres of planets.
today the most important
Why
work
do
I've
I
ever
bring this
done. involved in,
again, to show you the conservatism of the mainstream.
Because it's very clear that we are not taught how to explore it, and that very few people actually understand how to do that. Even most psychiatrists, because you mentioned something about psychiatrists. You know, if you're cardiothoracic surgeon or something like that, 50% of your patients die, you're considered a bad cardiothoracic. But with no disrespect to psychiatrists, there are some excellent psychiatrists out there. There are also a lot of terrible psychiatrists out there. Unless all of their patients commit suicide or have committed suicide, they can treat for a long time without it becoming visible that they're not trapped. He's superb at his craft. And I think he would say that, yes, exploring some shadows, but also just understanding self, like what, really understanding like who am I and what's important, what are my ambitions, what am I striving? Again, I'm lifting from some of the things that he described exactly how to do this. People do not spend enough time addressing those things. And as a consequence, they discover what resides in their subconscious through the sometimes bad, hopefully also good, manifestations of their actions. We are driven by this huge 90% of our real estate that is not visible to our conscious awareness. And we need to understand that. You know, I've talked about this before. I've done therapy twice a week since I was a kid. I had to. I'm back in school. I found a way to, either through insurance or even when I didn't have insurance, it's connection jobs, writing for National Magazine, and I was a postdoc, so I could pay for therapy at a discount because I was a postdoc. I think, for me, it's as important as going. And people think it's just eliminating our problems. No. You work with somebody feeling good. They're forcing you to ask questions about who you be, what you do. It's not just about support, but there's support, there should be rapport, but then also there should be most people who get therapy, they're getting support, rapport, but insight is not usually relied on. A really good psychologist or psychiatrist can help you on deep insights that transform your entire life. Sometimes when I look inside exploring who you truly are, you come to this question. Do I accept once you see things? Do I accept this or do I fix this? Is this who you are fundamentally? And it will always be this way, or is this a problem to be fixed? Like, for example, one of the things, especially recently, living down over time, I've discovered about myself, probably has roots in childhood, probably has roots in a lot of things, is I deeply value loyalty, maybe more than the average person. And so when there's disloyalty, it can be painful. So this is who I am. So do I have to relax a bit? Do I have to fix this part? Or is this who you are? And there's a million. That's one. Like, loyalty is a good thing. Provided that when loyalty is broken, that it doesn't disrupt too many other areas of your life. But it depends also on who's disrupting loyalty. Coworker versus partner versus exclusive romantic partner, structured romantic partner life. You know, I mean, I have always experienced extreme
technological civilization wants to
joy and safety and trust.
So what's the problem of defining it?
Yeah, mostly male friendships, which is only safe to say mostly male friendships, but female friendships.
The problem is that there is a taboo. We're not supposed to discuss extraterrestrial intelligence. There is no funding for this subject. Not much. Very
yeah, I
little.
love being crewed up.
Young people,
No, for
because
sure.
of the bullying
And I'm with you.
and all about the social media and elsewhere, young
But
people
you know,
with talent
that's
that are
one little
curious
thing,
about
and
this,
there's many other
these
things
questions
that
do
are
not
extremely
enter
self-critical.
this field
And
of
you look
study.
at I look at myself.
Obviously, if you step
I'm
on the
regularly
grass,
very self-critical. There's a
it will
self-critical
never
engine in my
grow,
brain.
right? So
And I
if you
talked to
don't
actually
give
Paul
funding,
about this, I think on the
obviously at
podcast,
the beginning, the
quite
mainstream
a
community
bit.
says,
And
well,
he's
nothing
saying
was
this is really
discovered so
bad
far.
thing.
Obviously, nothing will
Like,
be
you need to
discovered.
fix
If
this.
it's talented,
You need to be able to
people
be
go to other things.
regularly
You
very
never search for it
positive.
well enough.
I
You will
kept
never
disagreeing
find
with
anything.
no.
I mean, look
This
at
is like who I
gravitational
am.
wave
Like you,
astrophysics.
it
It's
seems
a
to work.
completely new window into
No
the
mess
universe,
with thing. It
pioneered
seems
by
to be
Ray
working.
Weiss,
It's
the
fine. Like I oscillate between being really grateful and being self-critical. But then you have to like
thanks
figure
to
out
some
what is
administrators at the National Science Foundation,
maybe
which
there's
received
some
funding
security
despite the fact
that's to
the
do with
mainstream
childhood.
of the astronomy
And you're trying to prove
was
something to
very
somebody from
resistant
your childhood. It's kind of
to it.
well,
And
a
now
couple
it's
things that I
considered a
think are
frontier.
hopefully
all
valuable
these people
for
that I
people. One
remember,
is
there's a post of a young poster. These people that
one
bash
way
these
to
fields said
destroy
bad things about
your
people.
life
Said nothing
is
will come out
to
of it.
spend time trying to control
Now
your
they
or
say,
someone
oh
else's.
yeah, of course, the Nobel Prize
So
was
much of
given
our
to the,
destructive behavior,
to the lack of
thinking,
collaboration.
comes from
Of
wanting
course,
something that we saw or
they're
did
supportive of it.
or heard
But my point
to
is,
not be true,
if
rather
if
than
you
really looking
suppress
at that
innovation
close to what it
early
really
on, there
was.
are lots of missed opportunities.
Sometimes those things are traumatic, and
The discovery of
really get close to them
exoplanets is one example.
for them.
In 1952,
And that,
there was an
there are a
astronomer
bunch of
called
different ways to do
named
that with support from
Otto
others.
Struve, and
Hopefully
he wrote a
some
paper
of that
saying,
as well. I don't think we can rewire our deep preferences and what we find
close to their host
despicable or
star.
joyful.
Because if they're close
I
enough,
do think
they
that
would move the star back and forth,
it's really a
and we can
question of
detect
what
the signal.
allows us peace.
Okay,
Like,
and
can
so
you be at peace with the fact that you're very
astronomers on
self-critical
time
and
allocation
enjoy that, get some
telescopes
distance from it,
for
have such a
40
feeling about
years.
it? Or is it
argue
driving you in a way
this
that's
is not
keeping you
possible
awake at night and
because we know why
and forcing you
Jupiter
back to the table to do work in a way that
so
feels
far from the sun. You
self-flagellating?
cannot have Jupiter so
Doesn't
close
feel good.
because there is this region
You know,
where
can you
ice
get
forms
that
far from the
humility
sun,
and awareness of
and
how you're,
beyond that region is where
up your
Jupiter-like
mind's
planets
flaws? And I think that
and there
that
was a
can
theory
create
behind it which ended up being
this
wrong
great
by now
space
with today's standards.
to get space from.
Anyway,
So, you know, you can
they
have
did
a sense
not
of humor
give
about how
time on telescopes to
neurotic
search
we can
the
all
such
be.
systems
I mean,
until
neurotic
the
is
first system was
actually
discovered
a bad term
4
in classical
decades after
sense.
Otto Struve's paper.
Psychologists and
And the
psychiatrists,
Nobel
Freudian,
Prize was awarded
so
to
that
that
the best case
just
to be
a
neurotic,
couple of years
to
ago.
actually see
And
one's own
you ask
issues
yourself,
and work
okay,
with them,
so
whereas psychotic
science
is
still
the
make
other,
progress.
it's
What's
the
the
other way,
problem?
which
The
is
problem
obviously not
is
good. So I think
that this baby came out
the question of
early,
whether or not to work on something
there was
or
a delay
to
of 4 decades.
just accept
So
it
the
as
progress was
part of
delayed.
ourselves, I think
And I wonder
really
how many
depends
babies were
if we
not
feel like
born
it's holding us
because of
back
this
or not.
resistance. So there
And
must be
I
ideas
think
that
you're
are as
asking
good as
perhaps
this
the
one
most
that
profound
were suppressed
question
because they
about
were
being a
bullied, because
human, which is,
people
you know,
ridiculed
what
them.
do you do with your body? What do
That
you do
were
with your mind?
actually
I mean,
good ideas, and
it's also
these are
a
missed
question we
opportunities.
started off
Babies that
talking
were
about
never born.
fitness failures for whatever reason.
I'm willing to push this
you know,
frontier of the search for
do I need to run an
technologies,
ultra?
technological signatures for
Marathon?
this message.
I don't feel
Because
like it.
when I was young, I was in the military.
David
In Israel,
Goggins
it's
does, and
obligatory to
he
set
does a
up.
whole lot more than that. So
There
that for
was
him,
this
that's
saying
important.
that,
For
one
me,
of
it's
the
not
soldiers
important to do that. I don't think he does it just so he can run
his
the
body
ultras.
on the barbed wire.
There's
So
clearly
that others
something else in there for
can
him,
go
and guys
through.
like campaign
And I'm willing to suffer the pain
tremendous
so
respect
that
for
younger people
and how they do it.
in the future will be able to speak freely
Just one need
about
to
the
make
possibility
their
that some of the
body more
anomalies we
muscular,
find in the
stronger,
sky
more
are due
endurance,
to
more flexibility.
technological signatures. It is quite obvious.
Read harder
This is why
books.
I like
I
folks in
think
our
doing hard
attention
things
space,
feels good.
Elon Musk, and
I
a
think
few
it,
others
I know
speak
it
about
feels
this.
good.
And
I
they
know
look
that
at the long
the
arc.
worst
They say like, what?
the worst
You know,
way to feel
it's kind of
is
you call
when
it like first
I'm
principles
procrastinating
thinking,
and I
or you
don't do
call
something.
it
Whenever I do something,
really
I eat
is
it, I
like
break through that
if we
point
just
it's hard,
zoom out
and I'm
from
doing it.
current
In the end, I actually
bickering
feel
and
like
our
I'm
current
infused with some sort
like
of
discussions and
super
what science is
chemical,
doing.
and
Look
who
at the
knows if
long arc of the
it's probably a
trajectory
cocktail
we're headed at.
of endogenous
Which
chemicals,
questions
but I think it is good to do
are
hard things,
obviously
but
fundamental
you have to be careful
to
not to
science,
destroy your body,
and
your
it
mind,
should
and
be
your
asked,
process.
and which
And
is
I
the
think
space
it's
of
about
hypothesis
whether or
based
not you
on.
can achieve
And like exoplanets is a really good
sleep
example
well.
of one that was like
Stress isn't bad
an
if you can sleep
obvious
well.
one that I
You
recently
can
talked to
stress all
Sarah
day, go,
Seeger.
go, go, go,
It
go,
was
go, go.
very taboo when she was
And
starting
it'll
out.
optimize your
Remember the
focus, but
exoplanet? That was
false
even in the 90s.
being in a hard
It's
relationship.
obvious should not be a taboo subject to me.
That's not good. Other
Probably
people
ignorant, but
like it. Can you
to
be
me,
at peace with it?
exoplanets seems like it's
And I think,
ridiculous that
we
that would
all,
ever be a
you know,
taboo subject to
have
not
different
thought,
RPMs.
to not explore.
We all kind of
That's
idle
very
at different
good. But even
RPMs.
for her, it's
Some
now
people are being
taboo
mellow
to say,
Costellos, and others are kind of like, we
what,
need more friction
you know,
in order
to
to
look for
feel
industrial
at
pollution.
peace.
Right?
But I think ultimately
It's
what we
like, I
want
find that
is to
ridiculous.
feel at
I
peace.
mean, why you take that next
Yeah,
step? It's ridiculous
been
for
through
another
some
reason.
really low
Not
points over the
because
past couple of years.
of just the
And I
scientific
think
benefits that we might have by
the
exploring it,
reason could be
but
boiled
because
down
the public cares
to the
about
fact
these
that I haven't
questions.
been able to
Yes,
find
and the
a place of
public
peace,
funds science.
a place
So how dare
for
the scientists
people
shy
or
away from
moments that
addressing
get
these
deep
questions if they
in
have the
peace.
technology technology
I-
to do it.
Yeah,
It's like saying, I don't want to look through Galileo's
I think you
telescope.
put it
It's
really
exactly the
beautifully.
same. You have the
It's
technology
you
to
have to
explore this
dig
question,
out, given
to
who
find
you are,
evidence, and you shy away from it.
various
You might ask,
characteristics
why
in your
do
mind,
people shy
all
away
the
from it?
things, all the contents
And
of the
perhaps it's
cupboards.
because of fact that there is science fiction. I'm not a fan
and
of science
ultimately,
fiction
one good
because it has
representation of that to be able
an
to laugh
element
at all
to it
of
that
it.
violates the laws of
Whatever,
physics in many
whatever's
of the
going on
books
inside your
and
mind to be able to step back and
and
just
I
kind of
cannot
chuckle at
enjoy
the
the
beauty and
mistakes where I see
absurdity of
the
the
laws
whole
of
thing.
physics violated.
And keep going.
But
There's
who
this
cares
beautiful,
that,
as
the
I
fact that there
mentioned,
is science
like
fiction?
every
I mean,
podcast lately,
if you have the scientific methodology to
because
address
I just think Tim
the same
Armstrong's
subject,
writing
I
is
don't care
pure
that other
poetry,
people,
and then I do like
spoke nonsense about this subject
you know,
or
and
said
he's written
things that make no
music for a lot
sense.
of other
Who
people
cares?
too. Is
You do your scientific work,
advertise that much.
just like you explore
Humble,
the
but
dark matter,
I am that, by the
and
way.
you explore the possibility that
Oh yeah,
Oumuamua
I'm going to see them in Boston.
is an artifact. You just
literally
look
flying
for
there
evidence
for
and try to
well, I'll take the
deduce
train up from New York.
what it
I'm
means.
going to meet a friend of mine named Jim Tebow, who's
I have no problem with
a
doing
guy who
that.
owns a lot of
And to
companies,
me, it
secret
sounds like any
industry.
other scientific
We're
question
meeting
that
there
we
like
have.
a couple of
And given
kids to
the
go see
public's
them play.
interest, we have
Amazing,
an obligation
amazing
to do that.
people, amazing
By the way, science to
music,
me
very intense,
is
very
not an
intense, but
occupational
it
thing.
embodies all the
It
different
doesn't allow you to
emotions.
feel
That's why I love it,
superior
right?
to other humans that are unable to understand the man.
But you know,
To me,
there's
it's a way
going
of
back to what
life.
you said,
You know,
I think
if there is a
there's
problem in the
there's
faucet
a song, the first song
at home,
Indestructible
I
album.
try
I
to
think
figure out
there's
what
a
the problem is, and with the
sort of
plumber, we
he's
figure
talking
it
about like
out.
shock and
You
disbelief
know,
of
we look at the
discovering
clues,
things
and
about
the
people
same thing
that were
in
close to
science.
you.
You know, you look at the
It's,
evidence, try to
I
figure out
won't,
what it
won't
means.
sing it, but you know,
It's
I know
common sense
there.
in a way.
But
And,
there's this one
it shouldn't be
lyric
regarded
where
as
that's
something
really stuck in my mind
from
for
the public. It should be a
that album
reflection
came
of
out
the
in
public's
2003,
interest.
which
And
is
I think it's actually a crime
you know,
to resist the public.
that
If the public
nothing's
says,
what it
I
seems.
care
So I
about
just
this,
sit here
and
laughing.
you say, no, that's not sophisticated enough for
Can't
me.
get
I
distracted.
want to do
There's this
intellectual
piece of like,
gymnastics
you got to learn how
out
to
in the
push out the
cyberspace.
saving
To me,
stuff
that's a crime. Yes.
and go forward.
100% agree.
And I remember hearing that lyric and then writing it down. And, you know, that was a time when my undergraduate advisor, who was like a mentor and a father to me, you know, who was head off in the
to
back
have the
of
tools to explore this world,
like
to be
3
children, to be the most
before.
effective at
And then
being
my
children,
graduate advisor,
are the
who I
ones
was
that
working for at
resist
that
being
time, who I
children.
loved and adored, was really like a
But
mother.
there is
She
a
was
large
pregnant with
number
her 2 kids,
of people
died at 50,
that
breast cancer. And my
embrace
postdoc advisor,
childlike
you know,
wonder
first day
about
of
the
work at
world
Stanford,
and may not
as a faculty
necessarily
member,
have the
sitting
tools
across the
to do
table,
it.
and
That's
fifth
the
of them had a
much
heart
more
attack
public.
right then he died
And
of
so,
pancreatic
you know,
cancer at the end of it.
and
I
I
remember
wonder if
just
I
thinking
could
like,
ask you,
kept going back to that song over and over, like, and where people
UFO
would,
sightings.
I haven't had many betrayals in life. I've had a few, but just thinking like we're seeing something and learning something that like you can't believe it. And I mentioned that lyric off that first song, Indestructible, on that album, because it's this like just the raw emotion of like I can't believe it. What I just saw is so
excited
disturbing.
they are by the possibility
But I have to just keep going forward. There's certain things that we really do need to push, not just into our periphery, but also to the gutter and keep going. And that's a hard thing to learn how to
because
do.
we're talking about
But if you're going to be functional, you have to. And actually, just to get at this issue, do I change or do I embrace this
do you think
aspect?
it's
So,
possible that
about
those hundreds of
6 months,
thousands of
it was
UFO
April
sightings
of this last year, I did
is
some
an actual
intense
one,
work
some
around some
number
things that
is
were
an
really
actual
challenging.
sighting
And I
of
did
a
it alone, and
alien
it may have
technology,
involved some
and
things.
that we're not,
And I expected to get peace
we did not,
through this. I
we're
was like, I'm
too
gonna let go. And
close-minded
I spent 11 hours
to look to
just
see.
getting more and more frustrated and angry.
To answer
This
this
thing that I was
question,
trying to resolve.
we need
And I
better
was so
evidence.
unbelievably
My
disappointed
starting
that
point,
I couldn't get
as
that.
I said,
right.
out of modesty is that we are not
This is not how this is
interested.
supposed to work.
And
I'm supposed
therefore,
to
I
be
would
feeling
be
peace.
hard
The
pressed
clouds are
to
supposed to
imagine that someone
And
wants
so
to really
a
smile
week
at
went
us.
by.
So
And then another
I
happened.
would think, as a
And then
starting
someone
point,
who's a
we
pretty I
don't
trust
deserve
very much
attention, and we should expect
explained this to
someone.
them
But who
because I was
knows?
getting a little concerned.
The problem
What's going
that I
on?
have
This is
with
worse
UFO
now.
sighting
And they
reports
said,
is
this is very simple.
you know,
You have a
50 years
giant
ago,
blind
there were some
spot,
reports of fuzzy
which
images,
is
you know,
your
so
sense
sort
of
like
justice
things.
and your sense of
By now,
anger
our
are
technologies
linked
are much
like an
better. Our
iron
cameras
rod.
are much more sensitive.
And you relax.
These fuzzy images
And
should
as they
turn
said
into
that,
crisp,
I
clear
felt the anger.
images.
And so there was something that I think it is true. I have a very strong sense of justice, and my sense of anger, then at least, was very strong. So it's great to have a sense of justice, right? I hate to see people. I absolutely do it. And I'm human. I'm sure I've wronged people in my life. I know I have. I totally have tried to apologize. It's not always possible. Still have a lot of work to do.
For example, pilots report
but
about them, or
where I see injustice, it draws in my sense of anger in a way that
because it
I
may
think is just
pose a
eating me
national
up.
security
And,
threat
but it was
if another
only
country
hearing
has
that link
technologies that we
that I
don't
wasn't
know
aware
about,
of before.
and they're spying
It
on
was in
us.
my
We need to know
subconscious,
about it.
obviously.
And therefore, we should examine
Did
everything
I
that
feel
looks
the
unusual.
It wasn't,
But to
there's
associate
no
it with
amount of
an
plant
alien
medicine or
life
MDMA or
is a little
any kind
too
of
far for me.
chemical you can
Until
take that's
we
naturally
have
just going to dissipate
evidence that
what's
stands
hard
up
for
to the level of
it needs,
scientific
if one
credence,
embraces
you know,
that, or if one chooses to do
we
it
are
through just talk
100%
therapy
sure
or journaling or friends or
from
introspection or all of the
multiple
above,
detectors
there
and,
needs to be
through
an
a scientific
awareness
process.
of the things that
Now
we're
again,
just
if the
not aware of.
scientific
So I
community
think the
shies
answer
away
to your
from
question,
these
do you
reports,
embrace or do
we
you
will never
fight
have
these
that.
aspects of
It's like
self?
saying,
I think you get in your
take
subconscious
photographs
through
of
good
something
work with
because I know
somebody
what it is,
skilled, or
then you will never
sometimes that
know
involves
what
the
it
tools
is.
I just mentioned,
But
in
I
various
think
combinations,
if
and
some
you
scientific grants,
figure it
let's
out.
put it this way, if
You
funding will be
figure out
given
if
to
it's serving you.
scientists
Obviously, it was not
to
bringing
follow
peace.
on
It
some
was
of these
undermining my
reports
sense of
and use
justice, was
scientific
undermining my
instruments
sense of
that are
justice.
capable of
And so,
detecting those
understanding this link,
sightings
now I would say
with
that
much better
in
resolution,
understanding
with
this
much
link
better
between
information.
justice and
That would be
anger, now I
great
think
because
it's a
it
little
will
bit more
clarify
like,
the matter. These are not,
it's not like a
as you
Twizzler
said,
stick bending, but
hundreds of
at
thousands.
least
These are
it's not
not
like an iron
once in
rod.
a
Like,
lifetime
when I
events.
see somebody
So
wrong,
it's
I
possible
just
to take
start
scientific instrumentation and
So you're able to
explore,
step back.
go
Now,
to
then,
the
that's,
ocean,
like, to me, the
someone
ultimate
reported that there are
place to
frequent
read
events that are
is
unusual,
laughter.
and check it out.
I
Do a
just hear
scientific
laughter.
experiment. What's
Exactly.
the,
That's
why
that's the
why only
lyric.
do
I
experiments
can't
deep
believe
into
it. I
the
just
ocean
hear
and
laughter.
with a
I
sheer
can't get distracted.
or
Just
do
because
other
at some
things.
point,
We
but
can
the
do scientific
problem I
investigation
think
of
is just
these
laughing at
sightings
like that gives you
and
distance.
figure out what they
But the
mean.
question is,
I'm very much in
does
favor of
you
that,
stop
but until we
engaging
have
with
the evidence, I would be
it?
doubtful
I
as to what
experienced this.
they actually mean.
I mean,
Yeah, well, to be
recently I
humble,
got to see how sometimes I'll see something
was
that's
not that interesting.
like this crazy
It's kind of,
just
you
laugh,
make me realize
but then I
that
continue
because
to
it's so
engage in
taboo,
it,
that
and
the
it's
people
taking
that
me
have
off
the equipment,
course.
meaning
And so there is a
we're
place
just
where,
talking,
I mean,
everybody
I
has
did realize this is
cameras now,
probably a kid show
but
too,
to
so I
have
want
a
to
large
be
scale,
rated, but
like,
at some point, for certain
sensor,
things, it makes sense to go,
network that collects data, that regularly
But
collects, just like we
also,
looked at the weather,
laugh at yourself for
collecting
saying, fuck
information,
that.
yeah, and then move on.
connects that
So the
information
question is,
to
are
these
you get
reports,
stuck or do
and
you
like
move on?
have it not be
Sure.
a taboo thing.
Sure, but like there's a
millions
likeness of
of
being
billions
a
of dollars
type of
funding
laughter. I
this
mean, I've
effort
got,
Sure.
that,
because you know I
by
spent
the
there
way,
with you on today. You
inspires
gave me this
millions
burnt
of
hair.
people.
Do you know what
This
this
is
is? I have
exactly
no
what you're
idea.
talking about.
I'm sure there's actually,
This
there should be a
scientific
people in live
community
episode on
is
this.
afraid
It's
of a
a
topic
cologne
that
that's burnt
inspires
hair,
millions of people.
and it's like
absurd.
supposedly
But
really
if you put
intense smell, and
blinders
it
on your
is.
eyes,
Typically, it's
you don't
not
see
gonna
it.
leave you.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
okay. Well, that's okay. I'll take
I
a
should say
chunk.
that
I'll whiff
we do
it
have
as if
meteor-
I were
You
looking
have
at
to
a
actually
chemical
spray
These
it
are
on
rocks
yourself. Is that
that by chance
So I'm
happen
reading
to
an
collide
amazing
with the
book
Earth.
called
And
An Immense World
if
by
they're
Ed
small,
Yong.
they
He won a
burn up in the
Pulitzer
atmosphere,
for
but
We Contain
if they're big
Multitudes or
enough,
something like that. I think it's the
tens
title
of
of the
meters
book.
or more,
And the
hundreds of
first
meters,
chapter is all about olfaction and
the
the
outer
incredible
layer
power
burns
that
up, and then the
olfaction
core
has.
of the object makes it
How
through.
do you-
It doesn't
how do you-
leave
And
you.
this is our
For
chance
those
of
listening,
putting our hands
it doesn't
around
quite
an
smell
object.
terrible.
If
It's
this
just
meteor
intense,
came
and it
from
stays with you.
interstellar space, so
This
one
to me
half
represents
of discovery
like
is to
just
search
laughing at
for
absurdity.
interstellar
So
meteors.
I have to ask. So
With a
you were
student of mine,
going
we
to
actually
Yeah,
went through the record and
yeah.
So
we
is
thought
that
that we
fight
found one
between,
example of a meteor that was reported
actually did
that
happen?
might
I think
have
Elon
come
is a
from
huge believer of
interstellar
this
space.
idea.
And
The most
another
entertaining outcomes,
approach
the
is,
most
for
likely,
example, to look at the moon.
and
The
you
moon is
almost
different
like
from the Earth
there's
in the sense that it doesn't have an
almost
atmosphere.
the sense
So
that there's
objects
not a
do
free
not burn up
will,
on
and the
their way
universe
to
has a
it.
kind of
It's sort of like a
deterministic
museum. It collects everything.
gravitational
comes around
field
there.
pulling
Yeah,
towards
space,
the
yeah.
next
And there is
spot.
no geological
And
activity on
he's
it.
just a player
So
in
on
that
Earth,
game.
every 100
So
million
from that
years,
perspective, I
we
think
could have had
it
computer
seems like
terminals
something like
on
that
Earth
is
that
inevitable.
would have been a civilization like
Like a little
ours.
scrap
up in the parking lot of Facebook or something like that.
Exactly.
Sorry, Meta. Yeah, but it looks like they're trying to build
lost.
duck
You cannot excavate and find it
So
evidence for it
I think
because
he
in
is
archaeological
approaching it
digs,
as a sport.
because the earth
Elon is
is being
approaching it
mixed
as a
on these time scales, and everything that was
spectacle.
on the surface
And
more than 100
I mean, the
million
way
years
he
ago
talks about
is
it is a
very
huge fan of
deep
history. He
inside the
talks
earth
about
right
all
now
the
because of
warriors
geological
that fought throughout
activity.
history.
Yeah.
He wants to
But
really
on
do
the
it at the
moon,
Colosseum.
this doesn't happen.
And
The only thing
the
that happens on
Colosseum
the
is
moon is
for
you have
400 years.
objects
I was
impacting the moon, and
so much
they go
great
10
writing about
meters
it.
deep, so they produce some
I think
dust.
over
But
400,000
the moon
people have
keeps
died.
everything. It's like a museum. It keeps everything on the surface.
So this
So if we
is
go to the moon,
this historic
I would
place that
highly
had so much
recommend
blood, so much
regarding
fear,
it as
so
an
much
archaeological site
anticipation about all
and
of
looking
this.
for
So
objects
he loves
that are
this kind of
strange.
spectacle.
Maybe it collected
And
some
also
trash
the
of the
meme of it.
interstellar space. If we could
Hilarious
just bring
absurdity
her
of it.
on a
With
tricky
two
question.
tech CEOs
battling it out on sand in a place where gladiators fought to the death, and then bears and lions ate prisoners as part of the execution process.
It's also going to be an instance where Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk exchange bodies. There's one of the things about fighting, you know. I think it was in that book, it's a great book, Fighter's Heart, where he talks about sort of the intimacy of sparring. I only rolled jiu-jitsu once, but there was a period of time where I boxed, and I don't recommend. I got hit two guys, and definitely got hit back. That's sparring Wednesday nights.
Transmitting, just like you said, that
And you know, when you spar with somebody,
detecting
even if they
some
hurt
other
you,
alpha
especially if
civilizations,
they hurt you,
but just the
see that person afterwards, and there's
how
an
long those
intimacy.
civilizations last.
It was in that book,
Do you have a
Fighter's Heart, where he's
of
exchanging bodily fluids with
that
a
might
stranger,
last?
right?
Like
And
what are the great
there's
filters that might
you're in your
destroy
primitive
civilizations that
mind,
I should be
and
thinking
so there's an
about?
intimacy there that persists. So
what
you go together
how
through
can
process
science
of
give us
fear,
more hints?
anxiety.
So,
Yeah, when they get you, you nod and you watch somebody like that, somebody, you know, not so much in professional
we are
fighting,
not
but if
special.
people are sparring,
live in
they
a
catch
special
you,
place.
you acknowledge that they caught you.
Not in a special time. And by the way,
And on the
it's
flip
just
side of that,
modesty
we train, and then after
encapsulated
that,
in
we say
scientific terms.
Diablo 4.
Right? You're saying I'm not special. No, I find conditions here.
It's a video game,
exist.
so it's like it's a
So if you adapt the
pretty
Copernican
intense
principle,
combat in a video.
you
You're
basically say
fighting like demons.
our
Last
civilization
video game
transmitted
played
radio
with
signals for
There you go.
100
I met him
years.
recently. One night.
Roughly.
You want?
So
Wait, hasn't come out.
probably
Oh,
it would last
yeah.
another 100
Yeah, I
or
asked
200 and that's it.
Mike.
Because we don't
Kids
live
are
at a
great.
special
They come
time.
in like they're super smart.
So that's,
Goodness gracious.
you know,
They ask
well, of
great
course,
questions.
if we get our act together
I asked Mike what he did
and
with
we
the piece of
somehow
Evander's
start
ear
to cooperate rather
that
than fighting
bit
each
off.
other,
Does he remember? He's
killing
like,
each
get
other,
back to him.
wasting a lot of
Here you go.
resources,
Sorry about that.
things that would
He
destroy
sells
our
edibles
planet,
that are in the shape of ears or little
maybe we can
Um,
lengthen that period.
Yeah, that
If we
is
get
his
smarter.
life.
But
He's
the most natural
and
assumption
yeah,
is to say
his
that we
family
would live into
get
the
a sense
future
that
as
they're
much as we
really
live
great.
from the time that we started to develop
Mike
means
Tyson?
for our own
That's
destruction.
a heck of a journey right there of a
Which
man.
is
Yeah.
quite pessimistic,
My
I must
now
say.
friend Tim
So,
Armstrong.
several
like I said,
centuries,
he's
that's what I would give. Not unless we get our act,
Mike Tyson's
unless we
life
become
is
more intelligent than the
Shakespearean.
newspapers report every day.
Yeah.
Okay, point number one. Second,
Or
and by the way, this is relevant, I should say, because
probably
there was a
only in
report
America
about
have a tail, too.
perhaps
Speaking
a
of
radio
Shakespeare, I
signal
recently got
detected
to know
from
Mary
Proxima
Oxford, who's an
Centauri.
incredible
What do you make of that signal? I think it's
scientist that
an
works at the
Australian guy with a
intersection
cell
of
phone next
nature
to
and
the observatory or
engineering,
something like that.
and
Because
she
it was the
reminded me
telescope
of
in
this
Australia.
Anna
Quite
Markova line. This
So
is
it's not
this
a
great
human
Soviet
created
poet
noise. Yeah, which is always the
from
worry.
over a
Because
century
actually the
ago.
same observatory,
Each
the
of our
Mars
lives is a
Observatory,
Shakespearean drama raised to
detected a couple of years ago some
So I have
signal,
to ask, why do you
and then
think
they
humans are
realized that it comes back
attracted to
at
this kind of
lunchtime.
Shakespearean drama?
And they said, okay, what could it be? And then they figured
Is
out
there
that
some
it must
aspect
be the
we've been
microwave
talking
oven in the
about
observatory
the
because
subconscious mind
someone was
that
opening
pulls us
it
towards
before it finished,
the
and
drama,
it was
even
creating
though
this radio
the
signal
place of mental
they
health is
detected
peace?
with a telescope every lunchtime.
Yes, and yes.
So
You have
just
some
as a cautionary
that draw
remark,
towards
but
drama.
the reason I think it's human-made, without getting
If
to
you
the
look at the
technical
empirical data.
details,
Yes, I
is
mean, you're right. If I look at the
of this
empirical data, I mean, I
very
think
short
about who
window
I
by which
chose
we
to
were
work for
transmitting
as an
radio
undergraduate,
signals
right? I
out
was
of
a
the lifetime of the
barely
Earth.
finished high
As they
school,
said,
I
100
went to
years
college,
out of 4.5
barely,
billion years that the Earth
this is really
existed.
embarrassing.
So what's the
Not
chance
something
that
to
another
aspire to, but,
civilization, a twin civilization of
going out
ours,
of the dorms for
is
fighting,
transmitting radio
trying to
signals
pass my
exactly at the
classes,
time that we're looking
girlfriend and
with
I
our
split
radio
up,
telescopes?
the squad got
10 to the minus
I was getting in
7,
trouble with law.
So
Eventually
the
got back
other,
to
the
go
other
back to school,
argument I have
start
that
working
is
for
that,
somebody. Who do I choose
is
to
that
work for?
they detected it in
A guy who's
very
an ex-Navy
narrow
guy
band
who
of
smokes
frequencies,
cigarettes in the
and that
fume
makes
hood,
it
drinks coffee,
it cannot
and we're
be
injecting rats with
natural
MDMA.
processes,
Yeah,
very
and
narrow band.
you know, I was drawn
Just
to
like
it,
some
like the personality,
radio
his energy.
transmissions
But I
that
also
we
he was a
produce.
great scientist. Worked out a
But
lot on
if
thermal
it were to
regulation,
come
right?
from the habitable zone, from a transmitter on the
Um,
surface of
You
Proxima
know, go to
B,
graduate school.
this is the
I'm working
planet
for
that
somebody
orbits Proxima
and
Centauri.
decide
Then I
that
calculated
working
that the
in
frequency
her
would
laboratory
drift.
wasn't quite right for me, so I'm
And through
literally
the Doppler
sneaking into
effect,
the laboratory
just
next
like
door and working for
when you
the
hear a
next
siren
door because I liked the relationship
on the
that she
street,
had
when
with
the
a
car
certain set of
approaches
questions,
you,
and she was a
it has a different
quirky
pitch
person,
than when
and
it
you know,
goes
so
proceeds
drawn
away
to
from you.
drama,
That's
but
the Doppler
drawn to
effect.
I like characters.
And when
I
the
like people
planet
that have
orbits the
texture.
star,
Yeah,
Proxima
and
Centauri,
I'm not drawn to raw ambition. I'm drawn to people that seem to have a real passion for what they do and uniqueness to them.
as
that
compared to when
I
it precedes. So
you know,
there should be a frequency
not
direct.
kind of,
Just
I'll say
because
how
of
it
the
is.
motion
I can feel their
of
heart for
the
what they
planet,
do, and
and I
I'm drawn to
calculated
that.
that it
And
must
that
be
can
much
be good.
bigger than
The same reason I went to work with Ben Barrett
so it cannot
as a postdoc.
just be a
It
transmitter
wasn't
sitting on
because
the
he was the
planet
first
and
transgender
sending in our direction,
the
right?
National
Using
Academy of Sciences.
unless
That
they
was the
want
feature of who he was. I love how
cancel
he loved
the
Korea.
Doppler effect,
He
but
would
then
talk
they
about
need
these
to know
cells
about
like they were
us,
the most
because in a different
enchanting things
direction
that
it
he'd ever
cannot be
seen in his
cancelled, but
life.
in our direction
This
they
is
can
like the
cancel it
biggest nerd I've ever met, and I love
So
it. I think I'm drawn to
this
that.
direction of Proxima
This is
Centauri,
another
but
thing that
I have a
Conti makes,
problem imagining
elaborates
a
on
transmitter
quite a
on
bit
the
more in the
surface
series
of a
on mental
planet and
health
how it
coming out,
goes
but
on
there are
emitting
different
it.
drives within us. There's this,
But my main issue
there are
is
aggressive
really
drives,
with the
not always
liking,
for fighting, but
given
for
what we know about
intense
ourselves.
interaction.
But
You look at Twitter, look at
duration
some of
of
the
this
look at
Copernican
people clearly have an aggressive drive.
so
There's also a
nevertheless, these
pleasure
particular
drive.
signals
Some
likely
people
to be
also
human
have a
interference,
strong pleasure
perhaps,
drive.
but
They want to experience
do you
pleasure
find
through
the
food,
Proxima
through sex,
be
through friendship, through
interesting, or
adventure,
the more
you know.
general question
But
is,
I
do you
think the
think we
Shakespearean
humans
drama is the
will
drama of the
venture
different
out
drives in different
into
ratios and different
outside
people.
our solar system
I know somebody, and
and
she's
potentially
incredibly
colonize
calm,
other
has an
habitable planets?
extremely high
Actually,
pleasure
I
drive,
am involved
loves
in a
taking
project
great care of
whose
herself
goal
and
is
people
to
around
develop
her,
the technology that would
through
allow us
food
to
and
leave
through
the solar system
retreats
and
and
visit
through
the
all these
nearest
things, and
stars.
make spaces
And that is
beautiful
called the star shot.
where she goes. And
In
just these
2015,
things that
in
are
May
just so
2015, an
unbelievably
entrepreneur from
feminine
Silicon
and
Valley,
incredible,
Barry
these
Miller,
gifts that
came to
people
my
are
office at
kind and
Harvard
thoughtful about what
and
they like.
said,
And then,
would you be
but
interested
I would say
in
very little
leading a
aggressive
project
drive
that will do that
from my read.
in our life?
And then I know other
Because
people
as
who
we discussed
have a
before,
ton of
to
aggressive
traverse
drive
those
and very
distances,
little pleasure drive. And I
with
think
existing
so. There's this
rockets
alchemy
would take
that
tens of
exists
thousands
where
of
people
years.
have these things in different
And,
ratios, and then you blend in,
that's too long.
the differences
For
in
example,
the
to get to
chromosomes,
Proxima
and
Centauri
differences in
with
hormones, and differences
the
in
kind
personal
of
history. And what you end up with
spacecrafts
is
that
a
we already
species
sent, like New Horizons or
creates
Voyager 1,
incredible
Voyager 2.
recipes of
You need
drama, but also
you needed to
also
send them
relief
when
from
the first
drama.
humans left Africa.
I mean, I
So that they would
realize this
arrive
isn't the
there
exact
now.
topic of the question, but
That's a long time
someone I
to
know
wait. So
very
if you're
dearly,
able to
actually,
do it within our lifetime,
ex-girlfriend of mine,
10,
long-term
20
partner
years,
of
meaning
mine,
it has to
said
move
me
at the
something
fraction
recently.
of
I
the
think
speed
it
of
hit the nail on the
light.
head, which
So
is that
can we send a
ideally,
spacecraft that would
for a
be
man,
moving at the
they
fraction of the speed of light?
eventually
And
settle where
I
they
said, let
find.
me look into that for 6 months.
They feel peaceful.
And with my
They
students
can be
in
themselves.
postdocs, we arrived to the conclusion
I'm sure
that the
there's
only
a
technology that can do
equivalent
that
or mirror image of
is the
that
light
for
sail
women.
technology, where
But this particular post that you sent
you
was
basically
and
produce a
I
very
totally
powerful
agree. And
laser
so
beam
it isn't
on Earth.
always that
So you
we're
can
seeking
collect
friction,
sunlight
but for periods of our life we seek friction, drama, adventure,
photovoltaic cells,
excitement,
whatever, and
fights,
convert it into
and doing
stored
hard things. And then I think
produce a
at
very
some
powerful
point,
laser beam that
I'm
is
certainly coming to this
100
point now where it's
gigawatts.
like, yeah, that's all
and
great. And
focus
that's
it
a lot of
on a
boxes.
sail in
But have a lot of
space
close calls,
that
flew
is
really close to the sun
roughly
on a lot of
the
things,
size
with
of a
life and
person,
limb and
a couple of
heart and
meters or
spirit,
a few
and
meters,
some of
that weighs only
people
a
close to
gram
us didn't
or a few
make it.
grams.
And sometimes not making it means the career they wanted went off a cliff,
Through
or
the man, you can show that
their health went
you
off a
can
cliff, or their
propel
life
such
went
a
off
sail.
a cliff.
If you shine
But I
on
think
it
that
for a few minutes, it will traverse
there's
a
also the
distance that is
Shakespearean
5 times the
drama
distance of
of
the moon.
the characters that exit the play and are living their lives happily in the backdrop. It just doesn't make for as much
people are like, I know it sounds crazy, but it's actually
That's one other thing
work.
that's a
It's
benefit.
one of those
You could say it's a benefit of getting older is
science. And the point is,
finding the Shakespearean
people
drama.
didn't get excited
Finding
about
the joy
space
in the
since the
peace.
Apollo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that
And it's about
I think
time,
there's
you know,
real
for us
pieces.
to
I think the other thing
go
is
into space.
this notion of
A
checking
couple of
boxes
months
is a
ago,
real
I was asked to participate
for
in a
me.
debate
I have
organized
a
by
morning
IBM
meditation that I
and
do.
Bloomberg News.
Well, I wake up
And
now,
the
I get my
discussion
sunlight,
centered
I
on the
hydrate,
question,
I do
is
all
the
those
space
things
race
that I
between
talked
the
about.
US and China
I've started a
for
practice of
humanity?
prayer in the last year,
And all
which
the
is
other debaters
dish for me,
were
which is
worried
talk about
in
about
the
the
morning.
military
Yeah, can you
threats.
talk about it? Sure,
And
yeah.
I just couldn't
And
understand what
then
that
I have
was
a
because
meditation that I do
military threats
that
come
actually is
from
where I think
hovering
through what the
above the
different roles
surface of the earth, right?
So like I start very
We
basic.
live on a two-dimensional
I
surface.
say,
We live on the surface
and
of the earth.
we
But
are
space is all about the third dimension, getting far from
animals,
Earth.
right?
So
Human,
if you go to Mars or you go to a star or
man,
another star,
a
there is no
scientist,
military
teacher,
threat. What are we
friend,
talking about?
brother.
Space is
I mean,
all
I go through
about
this list and I think about the different
feeling
roles that I have
you know, we are
and the
one
roles that I still
civilization,
want
in fact,
in my life
not
going
fighting
forward
each other,
that I
just
haven't
going
yet
far
fulfilled.
and
It just
having
takes me,
aspirations for
it's sort of an
something that goes
inventory of
beyond
where I've
military.
been, where I'm at,
So why would
where I'm
we
going, as they say.
be worried that the space race
And I don't know
will
why
beat?
I do it, but I
That's
started
actually
doing
brilliant.
it
And
this last
you know,
year.
there's
I think
something that
because
in our discourse about
it helps
the
me
space race
understand
is
just how many
sometimes
different
it's synonymous
contexts I
with
have to
wars
exist
like
in,
that,
and
right?
remind myself
Really,
that there's still more that I
there's a
haven't
lot
done
of ego
that I'm excited
added with
about.
that. I remember
So within each of those contexts, there's like
there's a
things
lot of
that
pride
you
in
want
Russian.
to kind of accomplish to
Soviet Union
define
was the
that.
first to space.
Yeah,
There's
and
a
I'm
lot of pride
ambitious,
in
so
American
I
side
can.
that
You know, I'm a
was the
brother.
first
I have
element.
another sister,
But
and
yeah,
I
you're
love her
exactly right.
tremendously.
There's no
And I think
aggressions.
I want to be
There's no
the
wars.
best brother,
And beyond that, if you think
which
about
means
the
maybe
global
a call,
economy
maybe just
right now, there
we
is a
do an
commercial
annual trip
interest.
together
That's
for our
why
birthdays.
Jeff
Our birthdays are
Bezos
close
and
together. We
Elon
always do
Musk
New
are
York for our
interested
birthdays,
about,
and we've gone for the last
you know,
4
Mars.
years. Like
So
really,
there is
like
a
reminding
commercial
myself of
interest
that
which
role,
is
not because I'll
international.
forget,
It's
but
not.
because I have
It's
all these
driven
other
by
roles.
money. It's not by
I
name,
say the
by
first one, I'm
pride.
an animal,
And you know,
because I have to remember
nations
that I
can
have a
sign
body that
treaties.
needs care.
First of all,
Like
there are
any
lots
of
of
us, I
treaties
need
that were
sleep,
signed even
food,
before the
hydration.
First
I
World
need
War and the
that I'm
Second World
human,
War and
that
the World War II.
the brain
So
of a human is
who cares? You know, like,
marvelously
humans,
complex, but also
treaties do not safeguard
marvelously
anything. You know, but
self-defeating
beyond
at
that,
times.
even
And so
if
I've been
nations
thinking
sign
about these
treaties
things in the
about
context of
space
the different roles.
exploration,
And the whole thing takes about
you
4 or
might
5
still
minutes.
find
I
commercial
just find it
entities that
brings me a
will
certain amount of
find a
clarity
way
that
to
then
get
allows
their
me to react
launches.
every
And
day.
you
The
know,
prayer
so
piece,
I think we should
I've
rethink space.
I think I've been
It
reluctant
has
to
nothing
talk
to do with
about
national pride.
until
Once again, nothing to do
now,
with our egos.
because
It's
I
about
don't believe
exploration.
in
And
pushing
the biggest
religion on people,
problem I
and
think in human
and
history
I think
is that
that and I'm
humans
not.
tend to think about
It's a highly
egos
individual
and
thing,
about
and I do
their
believe that one can be an
own
atheist and still pray,
personal
or agnostic and still
image,
pray. But
rather
for
than
me, it really came
look at the
about through
big picture. You know,
understanding
we will not
that
be around
there's
for long.
certain
We are just occupying a
aspects
small space
of
right now.
myself
Let's move
that
out of this.
I just
The
couldn't
way that Oscar Wilde
resolve
said,
on my
I
own.
think is the best.
And
He
no
said,
matter how much therapy,
all of us are in
no
the
matter
gutters,
how much,
but some
and
of
I haven't
us
done a lot of it, but
are
no
looking
matter
at
how
the
much
stars.
plant medicine or other forms
And
of
the more
medicine
of us are
or
looking at the
exercise
stars,
or
the likelier we
podcasting
are
or science
for this thing,
friendship
this
or any of that,
experiment we're
I was
going on
just
to
not
last,
going to
to
resolve.
last a while.
And
as
so
opposed to end too quickly.
I started
You know what I mean?
this
It's not
because
just about science of being
someone
humble.
close
It's
to me
about the survival of the human species.
said,
It's being
a
humble.
male friend
To me,
said,
it's
you know,
incredibly
prayer is
inspiring. The
powerful.
Starship project of,
And I said, well, how?
I mean, there's something
I don't know how,
magical
but
about being able to
you
go to
can get
another
it can allow you to get
planet
outside
and take
yourself.
a picture even.
You give up control
Within
and
our
at the same
lifetime,
time take
I mean,
control.
that
I don't even like to say take control, but
crazy
the
technology.
whole notion is that,
I should tell you how
again,
it
forgive
was
me, but there's no
conceived.
other way to say it.
So,
The whole
I
notion is
was
that
at the time,
like God works
so
through
after
us,
6 months
whatever God
passed,
is.
after the visit of your
He,
villa,
him, her, whatever,
I was
life force,
usually I
like
go
nature,
in
whatever it
December
is,
during the winter
right,
break.
that it works through
I go
us.
to Israel.
And so I do a prayer. I'll
I
just
used to
describe
go
it
to
where
see
I
my family,
ask. I
I
make an
get a
ask
phone call
to help
just
remove my
before the weekend started. I get
defects,
a phone call.
my character defects.
Yuri
I
would like
pray
you
to God to
present your
help
concept,
remove my character defects so that I can
in 2 weeks
show up
at his home.
better in all the roles
I
of my
said,
life.
well, thank you for letting me
do
know
the
because
work,
I'm
which for
actually
me
out
is
of the
learning
door of
and
the
teaching.
hotel to go
Learning
to
and
a goat
teaching.
farm.
And so you might say, well, how is that different than a meditation? Well,
because my wife
I'm
wanted to
acknowledging
have
something
some,
bigger than me,
to go to a
bigger
place
than
that is
nature,
removed
as I
from
understand it, that I
civilization, so to speak.
cannot understand or control,
So
nor do I
we
want to.
went
I'm
to
just
that goat
giving
farm.
over to that. And
you know,
does that make me less of a
make a
scientist? I
presentation,
sure
and,
I'll hope not. I
there was no
certainly know.
internet connectivity.
There's the head of our
except in
neurosciences
the office of the goat
at Stanford
farm. So
until recently.
the following morning at
I
6
talked to him
a.m. I
directly
sit
about
with
it.
my
Bill Newsom
back
has talked
to
about his
the
religious
office
life.
of that goat
Um,
farm, looking
For
at
me,
goats
it's
that were
really
reborn,
a way of getting outside
and
myself
typing
and then
into my
understanding
laptop
how
the
I can do
presentation,
this.
the PowerPoint presentation
And
about
the character
our
defects part is
ambitions
real.
for visiting
Right?
the
I'm a
nearest
human. I
star.
have defects honest, like
And
I
that
got a
was
lot
very
of
surreal
flaws
to me that
in me, like anybody, but and
like
trying to
in many ways,
acknowledge them
origins,
and asking
our
for
dreams,
help
like,
to remove them,
looking
not
out
magically,
that
but through right
so
action,
that is incredibly inspiring.
through my right action.
But it's also
I do that
inspiring
every morning, and
putting
I have to say that
humans
it's helped.
onto
It's helped a
other
lot. It's helped me be better to myself, be better
moons
to
or
other people.
planets. I still
I still
find
make
going to the
mistakes,
moon really exciting. I don't know,
but
maybe I'm just a sucker
it's
for it.
becoming a
But
bigger
it's
part of my
really
life.
exciting, and
And I
Mars
never
is
thought
a
I'd
new
talk about
place,
this.
a new planet, another
But
planet that might have
think,
life. I mean, there's something magical to that,
it's clear
or
to
some
me that
traces of previous life. You might think
if
that
we
humans
don't
cannot really survive,
believe
and
in
there are risks by
something
going there.
again, doesn't have to be traditional, standardized religion. If we don't believe in something bigger than ourselves, we, at some level, we are self-destruct. I really think so. And it's powerful in a way that all the other stuff, meditation, all the tools, is not, because it's really operating in a much
humans also make the leap and adapt
and,
to habitat in space. You know,
you know,
now you can
yeah,
build a
I think that's all I can
look like an
talk about it.
in the Bronx,
Mostly because I'm still working out,
but have
the scientist in me wants to understand how it works, and I want to understand. And the point is to just go,
just like the space station, but bigger.
there's
And it will be a platform in
lack of
space.
better
And the
language
advantage
for
of
it,
that
there's higher power
is
than
if
me,
something bad
what I
happens
can
on
control.
Earth,
I'm giving up
you have
control.
that complex where
And somehow
humans live,
that
and
restores a sense
you
of
can also
agency
move it back and forth depending on how
for
bright
right
the sun
action.
gets.
I
Because
think perhaps part of that is just the humility that comes
within a
with
billion years, the
acknowledging
sun
that
would
something
be
bigger
too
and
hot,
more powerful.
and it will boil off all the oceans on Earth.
It's,
So
I
we
mean,
cannot stay here for
go
more
through
than
life
a
as
billion
a
years.
hard driving person, forward, center, and mass. I remember being that way since I was little.
I prefer
like
like
shorter
term deadlines.
On the weekend, learning about medieval weapons and giving lectures about it in class when I was 5 or 6 years old. We're learning about tropical fish and cataloging all of them at the store and then organizing them. Make my that drive me or my mom drive me to some fish store and spend all my time there until they throw me out there. All of that, but I also remember my entire life I was super.
I think it's worthy, but
when things were good and things weren't good, but mostly when things weren't good, because it's important to pray. For me, it's important to pray each morning, regardless. But when things
these are energetic
weren't right, I couldn't get sense in. I would secretly pray, but I felt kind of ashamed of that for whatever reason. And then it was once in college, I just didn't remember. I was having a hard time with a number of things, and I took a run down to Sands Beach, Santa Barbara, and I remember I don't know if I even have the right to do this, but I'm just praying. I just prayed for
possible that humans
the
cannot
ability
really
to be
survive
brutally
on the
honest
surface.
with
Now
myself
it may mean that we need
and
to
with other
take
people
guns
possibly about a particular
underground
situation.
or create some protection.
I think
This
now
is something that can be
I
engineered.
got off to college because of my girlfriend who
we can start from the moon
essentially
and then move
family,
to Mars. That would be a
frankly
natural
more than my
progression.
biological family was
It's a big
at a certain stage of
issue.
life, and we reached a point where we were
Dealt with. I don't
diverging.
think
It was incredibly
it's a
painful.
showstopper.
It was like
I think we can
losing everything I
overcome it,
had.
but
And it's
just
like, what
like
do I
anything
do?
in
How do I
science and technology, you have to
I
work
was
on
ready
it for
to
a while,
quit and
figure out
join
solutions.
the fire service just to support
But
us
it's not
and
as
to move forward.
rosy as Elon Musk talks about. I mean,
And
Musk
it's
can
just but
obviously
praying,
be
just
optimistic.
saying I can't
I
figure
think
this out on
eventually
my
it
own.
will boil
So
down
like
to
I
figuring
can't figure
out
this out. And how frustrating that is. No number of friends could tell me, and inner wisdom couldn't tell me, and eventually led me to the right answers. She and I are friendly friends to this day. She's happy married with a child, on good terms. But I think
it's a necessary precondition
it's a scary thing, but it's the best thing.
And in that sense,
Can't control this. And asking for help, I think, is also the key. You're not asking for some magic hand to come down and take care of you. You're asking for the help to come through,
benefits we get
right?
from
So that
that,
your body is
we're never going to go.
right works.
And like
Isn't it
most
interesting that
decisions
this
we make in
secret
life,
thing
most
you're
decisions
almost
we make
embarrassed
as a
by
human
that you did as a
species
child is
are
something you.
irrational.
It's another
If
thing you do as you get older, is you
if you
realize
look
like
just
those
today,
things are part of
if
you.
you look
It's
at
actually a beautiful
long
thing.
arc
A lot of the
of
content of the
possibilities
podcast
that
is
might bring,
deep application
just like humans,
content and talk about everything. Eating
you
disorders, bipolar disorders,
and by the way, it was
depression,
for
a lot of
everybody,
different
but
topics,
it
but
was a
the
commercial
tools or the
interest
protocols,
that
as you
drove
say,
that.
right? Sunlight doing all the rest.
Trade,
Um,
and
a lot of that stuff
again,
is stuff I wish I had known. When I was in graduate school, if I'd known to go outside every once in a while, get some sunlight, not just in the lab.
That what we ultimately
I might not have been
is not
like
new worlds,
really
that
tough round of
nothing,
depression when I was a postdoc. I was working
have
twice as
much more
hard.
to offer than
And
just commercial
when my body would break
interest
down or I get sick a lot, I don't get sick much anymore. Occasionally, about once every 18 months to 2 years.
That's why I think we should be open-minded and explore. And
I used to break my foot skateboarding all the time. I understand what's wrong with my body. I'm getting injured. I can't
I'm
do it
not
every once.
optimistic
I
that we will
developed
survive
slowly at
more
a
than a
long
few
arc of
centuries into
puberty.
the future.
Um,
Because people do not
but
think long term.
so that was part of it. I was still developing, but
Only survive for
the
the
body
short
strong,
term.
how to build endurance. No one
thoughts about this, but
information
what
wasn't
are
there.
the
So a lot of what I
things
knew
that
out there
worry
was
you the most
information
about,
that I wish I had.
from the
Once
great
I
perspective
had
of
it,
universe, which is
it's
the
like,
great
wow,
filters that
A, this
destroys
stuff really works. B, it's
intelligent
grounded in
civilization.
something.
But for our own
Some
species here,
sometimes certain protocols
cells are a combination of, animal, human, and the animal-human studies, sometimes clinical trials, sometimes there's some mechanistic conjecture for some, not all. I always make clear. But in the end, like, figuring out how things work so that we can be happier, healthier, more productive, suffer less, like reduce the suffering of the world. And I think that, well, I'll just say thank you and for asking about the prayer piece. Again, I'm not pushing or even encouraging that anyone. I've just found it to be tremendously
a colleague of mine that is mainstream.
Well, prayer in general, you said information and figuring out how to get stronger, healthier, smarter, all those kinds of things. Part of me believes that deeply. You can gain a lot of knowledge and wisdom through learning. But part of me believes that all the wisdom I need was there when I was 11 and 12 years old. And then it got cluttered over. Well, listen, I can't wait for you and Conti to talk again, because when he gets going about the subconscious and the amount of this that sits below the surface like an iceberg, and the fact that when we're kids, we're not obscuring a lot of that subconscious. And sometimes I can look a little more primitive. I mean, a kid that's disappointed will let you know. A kid that's excited will let you know. You feel that raw exuberance, that raw dismay. And I think that as we get older, we learn to cover that stuff up. We wear masks, and we have to be functional. And I don't think we all want to go around just completely raw. But as you said, as you get older, you also get to this point where what are we really trying to protect? And I have this theory that certainly my experience has taught me that a lot of
it was revolutionary, and we still don't fully understand it. It's a pain for us to figure out.
Why it is. So I understand from the perspective whether or not they show up strong or not.
Why do you have a
that
sense
they're
that
really
that's also
afraid of?
That might be a problem.
Like they're just afraid. Like sometimes the strength is even a way to try and not.
Because when you look at society,
it's different than being strong for its own
by the same principles.
I'm not just talking about physical strength, but intellectual strength, money. I'm talking about expressing drive. I've been watching this series a little bit of Chimp Empire.
Oh yeah.
So Chimp Empire is amazing, right? They have the head chimp, but the alpha and the group, and he's getting older. And so what does he do? Every once in a while, he goes on these vigor displays. He goes and grabs branches, he starts breaking, he starts thrashing. He's incredibly strong. They're all held watching. I mean, yeah, I immediately think of people like the deadlifters. I just think vigor displays are vigor. This is just the primate showing that displays the vigor. Now, what's interesting is that he's doing that specifically to say, hey, I still have what it takes to beat this kid. Okay? Then there are the ones that are subordinate to him, but not so far behind.
It seems to be that there's a very clear, like, numerical ranking. There is. Like, it's clear who's a number 2, number 3.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Who gets to mate first, who gets to meet first. This is just another animal society. But Bob Sapolsky would be a great person to talk about this because he knows tremendous amount about it. But so number 2, 3, and 4 males are aware that he's getting bigger displays, but they're also aware because in primate evolution they got some extra forebrain too, not as much as us, but they got some, and they're aware that the vigor displays are displays that, because they've done them as well in a different context, might not just be displays of vigor, but might also be an insurance policy against people with weakness. Okay, so now they start using that prefrontal cortex to do some interesting things. So in primate world, if a male is friendly with another male, wants to affiliate with him and say, hey, I'm backing you, they'll go over and they'll pick off the parasites. So the grooming is extremely important. In fact, if they want to ostracize or kill one of the members of their
truth. They will just leave it alone. No one will groom it. And then there's actually a really disturbing sequence in that show of them. The parasites start to eat away on their skin. They get infections. They have issues. Made with them. They have other issues as well. And can potentially die. So the interesting thing is number 2 and 3 start to line up a strategy to groom this guy. But they are actually thinking about overtaking the entire truth, setting the alpha. But
and by the way, there are interesting
the current alpha did that to get where he is. So he knows that they're doing this grooming thing, but they're not, might not be sincere about the grooming. So what does he do? He takes the whole truth on the lady to another truth and sees who will fight for him. This is advanced contracting of behavior for species that normally we don't think of as sophisticated. So it's very interesting, and it gets to something that I hope we'll have an opportunity to talk about, because it's something that I'm obsessed with lately, is this notion of overt versus covert contracts. Right? There are overt contracts where you get the money or you exchange a number of things in an overt way. But then there are covert contracts, and those take on a very different form and always lead to, in my belief, bad things. Well, how much of human and chimp relationships are consequences? Well, here's one thing that we know is true. Dogs and humans, the dog to human relationship is 100% overt. They don't manipulate. Now, you could say they do, in the sense that they learn that if they look a certain way or go on their back, they get food. But there's no banking of that behavior for a future date, where then they are going to undermine you and take your position. Okay, so in that sense, dogs can be a little bit manipulative in some sense. But now, okay, so overt contract would be, we both want to do some work together, we're going to make some money, you get X percent, I get X. That's overt. Covert contract, which is, in my opinion, bad, always bad, would be, we're going to do some work together, you're going to get a percentage of money, I'm going to get a percentage of money. So that's just like the overt contract. But secretly, I'm resentful that I got the percentage that I got. So what I start doing is covertly taking something else. What do I take? Maybe I take the opportunity to jab you verbally. Maybe I take the opportunity to show up late. Maybe I take the opportunity to get to know one of your coworkers so that I might start a business with them. That's covert contract. And you see this sometimes in romantic relationships. One person, we won't set the male or female in any direction here and just say, I'll make you feel powerful if you make me feel desirable. Okay, great. There's nothing explicitly wrong about that contract if they both know and they both agree. But what if it's, I'll do that, but I'll have kids with you so you feel powerful, you'll have kids with me so I feel desirable, but secretly, I don't want to do that. Or one person says, I don't want to do that. They both don't. So what they end up doing is saying, okay, so I expect something else. I expect you to do certain things. Or I expect you to pay for certain things. Covert contracts are the signature of everything bad. Overt contracts are the signature of all things good. And I think about this a lot because I've seen a lot of examples of this. Like anyone, we participate in these things, whether or not we want to or not. And the thing that gets transacted the most is, well, I should say, the things that get transacted the most are the overt things. You'll see money, time, sex, property, whatever it happens to be, information. But what ends up happening is that when people, I believe, don't feel safe, they feel threatened in some way. They don't feel safe. What they do is they start taking something else while still engaging in exchange. And I'll tell you, if there's one thing about human nature that's bad, it's that feature. Why that feature? Or is it a bug or a feature? Social status. I think it's because we were allocated a certain extra amount of prefrontal cortex that makes us more sophisticated than a dog, more sophisticated than a chimpanzee, but they do it too. And it's because it's often harder
retrospect, they collected
deal with
wonderful data,
in the short term
but
to deal with the
misinterpreted it.
real sense
Because we
of
now know
this
that the position of Venus
scary,
or
this feels
Jupiter or
threatening,
whatever
than it
has
is to
nothing
play
to
out
do
all the iterations.
with
It
the
takes a lot
outcome
of
for
brain
one.
work.
Playing
Chess
has
and go simultaneously, trying to figure out where
so
things are going
we
to end
can
up.
have a
And you just don't know.
prejudice
So it's a way I think
collect
of
data
creating
without
a false
actually
sense of
doing
certainty.
the right thing.
But I'll tell you, covert
That's
contracts,
such a Pisces
the only
thing to
certainty
say. I
is that
looked
it's
up
going to
what
end
your
up. The
astrological
question is
sign
how
is.
bad. Conversely, over contracts always
Well,
end.
so you mentioned Einstein predicted
Always. The
that
problem
black
with
holes
over
don't
contracts is
exist,
that
or just
you
or
can't be
don't
certain
exist
that
in
the
nature.
other person is not engaging in the
Einstein came
covert
up with
contract.
the
You can
theory of
only
rabbi
take
in
responsibility
1915,
for your
November
own contract.
1915.
Well, one of the
A
challenges
few
of
months
being
later, another
is
physicist,
looking at another
Carl
human
Schwarzschild,
being,
he was
figuring
the
out
director of the Potsdam
the way,
Observatory, but he was
their
a
way of
patriot, a
being,
German
their
patriot.
behavior,
So he
which
went into
of
the
the
First
types
World
of
War fighting for
contracts
Germany.
because they
While
look
he was at the
awfully the
front,
same on
he
the
sent a
surface.
postcard to
And
Einstein
one of
saying,
the
a few
one of
months
the
after the
challenges of
theory
being
was
human
developed,
is the
saying,
decision we all
actually, I
make
found a solution to your
is, are you
equations,
somebody that takes a leap of
and
trust,
that was the black
trust
hole
other
solution.
humans and are willing
And
to take
then
the
he
hurt,
died a
or
few
are you
months
going to
later.
be
And Einstein
cynical and
was a
skeptical
pacifist,
and
and he
avoid
survived. So
most
the lesson
interactions
from this
until
story is
they're
that if you want to work
over a
out
long
the
period of time
consequences of the
after you
theory,
trust.
you
Yeah, I
can
never
have
liked
more
the phrase
pacifists.
history repeats itself
But the
when
point
it
is
comes
that
to
this
humans,
solution was known
because it doesn't
shortly after
apply
Einstein
if
came up with
the
this theory.
people
But
or the person
in
is
1939,
actively
Einstein wrote
working
a
to
paper
resolve their own
in the
problems.
Annals of
I do think that
Mathematics
if
saying,
people are willing
even
to
though
do
the solution
dedicated,
exists, I don't think it's
introspective work,
realized in
go into
nature.
their subconscious,
And his argument was,
do the
if
hard
you
work,
imagine
have
a
hard
star collapsing,
conversations, and get better at hard
stars often
conversations, something
spin,
that I'm constantly
and the
trying to
spin
get
will
better
prevent
at.
them from making
I
a
think
crack.
people can change,
Point.
but they have
So,
to want to change.
Can you
It
maybe
does seem like
one of the many things
deep down,
you
we all can kind of
work
tell
on,
the difference
you're
between
an expert
overt
in
and covert. Like we have a good
black
sense.
holes? Can you
I
first
think
say
one of the
what are black
benefits of
holes? And
having
second,
this
how
characteristic
do
of
we
mind
know
where I
that
value
they
loyalty.
exist?
I've been extremely fortunate to spend most of my life in overt relationships, and I think that creates a really fulfilling life. But there's also this thing that maybe we're in this portion of the podcast now, but I'll just phrase this late at night. That's right, it's certainly late for me, but I'm 2 hours in today on
the event
you could also
horizon
say
of the
that you
black
came
hole,
here.
once you enter into it
I
with a
did.
spaceship,
I did.
you
And
will
the podcast
never
is
be
just
able
like
to
a
tweet back to your friends and tell them.
yeah, some
By the way, I asked
close
the
friends of
students in my
yours
class,
have arranged
freshman
for dinner
seminar
that
at Harvard, I
I'm
said,
really looking forward to.
let me give you
see
two
what's tonight, but next
possible
couple of
journeys that you
nights.
can take. I said,
Your
suppose
circadian
aliens
clock
come to Earth
is one of the
and
most robust
suggest
features
that
of
you
your
would board their
biology. I know
spaceship.
you can be nocturnal
Would
or
you
you
do
can
it?
be diurnal.
And
You're
the
mostly
second is,
nocturnal.
suppose you
Certain
would board a
times of the year
spaceship
relax,
that
but
will take you into a black hole. Would you do it?
very few
So,
people can get
all
away
of them
with
said
no sleep. Very few people
to
can
the
get away
first
with
question,
chaotic sleep-wake schedule.
yes,
So
under
you have
one
to obey a
condition,
24-hour,
that I'll
aka
be able
circadian
to maintain my
rhythm
social media
if you want to
contacts
remain
and
healthy
report
of
back,
mind
share
and body.
the
We
experience
also
with them.
have to
I know that,
acknowledge
but
that it's
personally, I have no
aging
footprint on
isn't
social
linear.
media. Yeah, which is
Right.
as a
So,
matter of principle.
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
my wife asked me when we
the
got married,
degree of
and
change
I
between years
honor
35
that.
and 40
And
is not going to be the
I need to
degree
get
of
married
change
to such
between
a
40 and
woman.
45. But I will say this.
Well, she
I'm
was wise
48 and I
enough to
feel better in
recognize that
every
risk,
aspect
but
of my psychology
it
and
saves me
biology
time, and it
now
also keeps me away
than I
from
did when I was in my
crowds. I don't
20s.
have the
Yeah, so
notion of what
quality
a lot of
of
other people think, so
of
I can
thought,
think independently.
time
exactly.
spent,
But putting
physically
so
I can do what I
I
did
was surprised to
then,
hear
which
that
is
for
probably says
students,
more about
it's
what I could do
extremely
then than
important
what I
to
can
share
do now.
experiences,
But if
even
you
if they
keep
go on a
training,
spaceship with
you can
aliens, they
continue to get
still
better. The
want
key is to not get
to
injured.
brag
And
about
I've
it
never
rather than
trained
look around and
super
see
hard.
what's going
I
on.
train
This is not
hard,
an option.
but
We
I've
have
been
black
cautious to
holes.
not extensively train more than
So
2 days
for
in
the
a
black
row.
hole,
I do
they
a
said
split
no,
between 3 days
because
a week, and
obviously
a
you
run,
can find your
one
death
full day off,
after
take a week off every 12 to
you get
16
into
weeks.
it.
I've not been the
You
guy
can crash into
hurling the heaviest
singularity.
weights or running
There
the
is this
furthest
polarity in the
distance. But I
center.
have
So
been the guy who's
inside the
continuing
event
to do it when
horizon,
a lot of
we
my
know
friends
that
are
all the
talking about
matter
knee
collects.
injuries. Hey,
Now,
um,
we can't
But of course, with sport, you can't account for everything.
Because
And,
Einstein's theory breaks down.
and I have to acknowledge that.
And we know why it breaks down, because it doesn't have quantum
unless one is
mechanics that talks about small
powerlifting,
distances.
weightlifting and running,
We don't
you
have
can
a
get
theory
hurt.
that
That's not like
unifies quantum
skateboarding
mechanics
where
and gravity
if you're going
so
for it,
that
you're
they
going to
will
get hurt.
predict
That's
what
what you're landing
happens
on concrete.
in near singularity. And in
with
fact,
jiu-jitsu,
I
like
once,
people are trying to
a
hurt
couple
you
of years
instead
ago,
of
I
you
had
say
a
stop.
flat
So
in
with
my
a
basement.
sport, it's different.
And
These days,
I
I don't really
invited the
do a
plumber to
sport
come over
any
and
longer.
figure out, and we
I
found
work out.
the sewer was
I
clogged
used to
because of
continue to
tree
do
roots
sports,
that
but I
got
kept getting
into it.
hurt, and
And we
frankly
solved
now
the
like
problem.
a rolled ankle.
But then I thought to
I may
myself,
put out a little small
well,
skateboard park.
isn't that what happens at the
Because
singularity of
people
a
have been
black
saying,
hole?
we want to see the
Because
kickflip. And you say,
the
well,
question is, where does the
yeah,
matter go?
okay,
If
I might put
in
out a
the
little
case
park
of
because
the
some of the guys that
home,
work on
I
the
never
podcast.
thought about it, but
I think by
the
now,
water, all the water that we use,
I
goes
should
in,
at least do it.
through the sewer to some
Making it
reservoir
up.
or somewhere.
I
And
probably will.
the question
But I
is,
think
what
it's doing a
happens inside
sport
the black
different.
hole? And
That's how you get
one
hurt.
possibility is that there is an
Overuse
object
and
in the
doing
middle,
it an
just like a
actual
star,
sport.
and
And so,
everything collects there.
have to
And the
those
object
do
has
an
the
actual
maximum
sport.
density that we can imagine.
And
like
that's a
plant
difficult
density.
decision. Like
It's the
a
ultimate
lot of people
density
have to
that
make.
you
I
can
have to
have.
make with jiu-jitsu, for example.
Where
Like if you
gravity
just
is
look
the
empirically,
strongest
I've
of the
trained
other
really
forces.
hard for all my life in grappling sports and
So
fighting
you can
sports,
imagine this
all this kind of
object,
stuff.
very
And
dense
I've
object
avoided
at the
injuries
center
for
that
the most
collects
part.
all the matter.
And I would
Another
say
possibility is that there
I
is
would
some
attribute
tunnel
that
that, just
to
like the sewer, it takes the matter
training
into
a lot.
another place.
Sounds counterintuitive, but
And we don't know the answer
training
where.
well and
But
safely,
I wrote a
and
Scientific
correctly,
American essay
keeping
about
good
it,
form, saying no, and then you
admitting
say
our
no.
ignorance.
So
It's a
training's a lot,
fascinating question. What
taking it
happens to the matter
seriously.
that goes into black
Now,
hole?
when the
I
training is
actually
kind of
recommended to
a
some of my
side,
colleagues that
really
work
a
on string
side
theory.
thing, I find that the injury
At
is
the closing of a
becomes
conference, I'm the founding
higher
director of the Black Hole
probability
Initiative
when you're just
at
doing
Harvard,
it
which
every
brings
once in a
together
while.
astronomers,
I
physicists,
think you said
philosophers,
something
and
really
mathematicians.
important.
And
The
we have
saying
a
no.
conference once
I
a
mean,
year.
the times I have
And at
gotten
the end
hurt
of one
training
of
is
them,
when,
since I'm the
hey, let's
director,
hop
I
on
had
this
to
workout together, and
summarize.
it
And
becomes a,
I
let's
said
challenge each
that
other
I
to do
wish
something
we could
outrageous.
go on a
Sometimes
field
that can be
trip
fun
to a
though.
black
I
hole
went up to
nearby.
Campaign's gym and
And I
he does
highly
very high
recommend
repetition weight
to my
workouts or
colleagues that work on
circuit
string
form.
theory to
I was
enter
sore
into
for
the
2
black
weeks,
hole,
but
because then they can test
learned
that
a lot
theory when they
and
get
didn't get
inside.
injured and
But one of the
investigate.
string theorists in the audience, Nimar
But
Kanihama,
the injury has
immediately
been really
raised his
difficult
voice and
psychological
said,
thing for
"You
me
have an
because
ulterior motive for
so
sending
I've
us into a
injured
black hole."
my finger, pinky
Which I
finger,
didn't deny,
injured my
but
knee.
Maybe your kitchen is filled with spit.
But I'm trying to figure out.
That's true. That's true. Can you say
Why it's like if you look at Lex's kitchen, there's
that black
some
holes
really good
exist?
snacks. I had some right before.
Right. So it's an
He's
interesting
very good about keeping cold drinks in the
question,
fridge.
because black holes were
And
considered
all the water
a
has
theoretical
elements in it, which is
construct.
great. I love that.
And Einstein even denied
But
their
then
existence in
there's a whole like
1939.
hospitals worth.
But then,
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So
in
here's
the
the thing.
in the
You
mid
things gonna pop
1960s,
out like this, right? Pinky finger.
quasars were
I'm trying
discovered.
to figure out how do
These are
I
very
put this
bright
to where that I
sources
can
of light,
still program, still play
100
guitar,
times brighter than
but
their host
protect this
galaxy,
kind of torque
which are
motion that
point-like
creates a
at the
huge amount of pain.
at the center
It's
of
not a
the
bit of a
galaxy.
jujitsu.
And
Jiu-jitsu, but it's
it was
not the
immediately
kind of,
suggested
it's probably more like a
by
skateboarding
Ed
style injury,
Salpeter
which
in
is
the West and by Yakov
it's
Zeldovich
unexpected
in the
and
East.
silly.
That
And
So the
these
thing that
are
happens is
black
like I didn't break
holes
my foot
that
doing anything
accrete
important.
gas,
I
collect
broke my
gas from their host galaxy
tip
that
in
are
the
being
dark
fed with gas.
stepping off a
And they
curve.
shine very brightly because
So
as the gas
that's why they're called
flows
accidents.
towards the black holes,
If you get hurt doing
just like
something
water
awesome, that's a
running
trophy
down
that you have to work through. It's part of your
uh,
payment to the
the
universe.
gas swirls
If you get hurt
and
stepping off a
then
curve
rubs against
or
itself
you're doing
and
something
heats up
stupid,
and shines very brightly because it's very hot.
Since we
Those
brought up
black
Kim
holes.
Empire, let me ask you about it.
By viscosity,
I think we
it
talked about
heats up.
relationships.
And in the case of black holes, it's the turbulence.
it's the morning
turbulent
meditation.
viscosity
The
that
night is so
causes it to
young.
heat
You
up.
are human.
So
No, but you are
we get
also
these
animal.
very bright sources of
That's why
light.
you so
Just
short.
No,
black
I always say,
holes are
listen, any
supposed to be
discussion
dark.
on the Human
You know,
Law
nothing
podcast
escapes from
about
them, but
sexual health or
they
anything, or
create a violent environment
critical force.
where gas moves
Consensual,
close to the speed of
age-appropriate,
light
context-appropriate.
and therefore shines very brightly, much
Species
more than
appropriate.
any other source in the
Can I just
sky.
tell
And
you
we can
about
see
sexual
these
selection?
quasars all the way
I've
to
been
the edge
watching
of the
Life in
universe.
Color with
So we
David
have
Attenborough.
evidence
I've
now that
been
the
watching a lot of
universe
nature
was
documentaries. Talking about inner
about
peace. It
7%
brings
of
you so
its
much
present
peace to
age,
watch nature.
infant.
At its worst, worse than Elvis Presley.
Already back
The
then,
Life in Color is a
black
series
holes
on
of a
Netflix
billion
where
times the mass of the
it
sun. Which is
presents some
quite
of the most
remarkable.
colorful
It's like
animals on Earth,
finding
and kind of tells the
giant
story of how they
babies in a nursery.
got there through natural
How
selection.
can these black
You
holes
know, you have
grow
the
so
peacock with
fast?
the
Less
feathers,
than a
and
billion years after the
such
Big
incredible
Bang,
colors. Like
you
the
already
peacock
have a
has
billion
these
times the mass of the sun
tail
in these
feathers,
black holes. And
the
the
male.
answer is presumably there are
They're
very
like gigantic
quick
and they're super colorful, and there are these eyes
processes that
on it. It's not eyes. It's like eye-like areas, and they wiggle their ass like to show the tail. They wiggle the tails. Eye spots. The eye spots. Yes, thank you. You know this probably way better than me. I was just quoting it. But it's just I'm watching this, and then the female is as boring looking as possible. Like she has no colors or nothing. She's standing there for just seeing this entire display. I'm just wondering, like, the entirety of life on Earth, not the entirety, post-bacteria, is like, at least in part, maybe in large part, can be described through this process of natural selection, sexual selection. So, dudes fighting, and then women selecting. It seems like it's just the entirety of that series shows some incredible birds and insects and shrimp. They're all beautiful and colorful and they're incredible. And it's all about getting laid. It's fascinating. And there's nothing like watching that and Chimp Empire to make you realize we humans, that's the same thing. That's all we're doing. And all the beautiful variety, all the bridges and the buildings and the rockets and the internet, all of that is just kind of, is at least in part, it's kind of a product of this kind of showing off for each other.
And the second was the message,
all
which
the
was
words and all this.
the
Anyway,
collision of two black holes.
well, there's
Because
a
we could see the
well,
pattern
relationships. Well, right. Before you ask about
it was
relationships, I
fully
think
consistent
what's
with the
clear is
prediction
that
that Schwartz made
every
of
species,
how
it seems,
the space-time around the
animal
black hole
species,
is, because when
wants
two black
to
holes
make more
collide,
of itself
you can
and
sort of
protect
map
its young.
from the
But to
message
protect
that
its
you get, you
young
can
is
reconstruct
non-obvious.
what really
So
happened.
not
and it's
destroying
fully
it
consistent.
of
And in
itself, that it
2017
can't get
and
more to
2020,
reproductive
there's two
content
Nobel
age. I mean, I think that,
prizes, right?
we have a natural, healthy
black
people
holes.
have a natural
Maybe describe
reflex
the
to
same
protect.
massive way that you've already been doing.
I don't know. And those that get,
Nobel
wait a
prizes.
minute, wait.
Yeah, so the
I've seen
2017
enough
was given
animals
for
with murdering
LIGO
each other. Sure,
collaboration for
other,
discovering
sure. There's even simplicides.
gravitational
Right.
waves from collisions of black
First of all,
holes.
I just want to say that I was delighted in your delight around
Nobel
animal
Prize
kingdom
in
stuff. This
Physics
is a favorite
was given
theme
for
of mine as well. But there's,
two
for
things.
instance,
One was
fascinating
theoretical work that was
data
done
on
by
physics.
Roger Penrose in the
For those that grew up on
1960s,
farms, they'll be familiar with
demonstrating
flea
that
market.
black holes are inevitable.
They're cows that
when the
have
stars collapse.
multiple
And
calves
it was
inside
mostly
them,
mathematical work.
and
actually,
there's a
Stephen
situation in
Hawking,
which the calves
also
will secrete, if
contributed
there's more than
significantly
one
to that
inside, will
frontier,
secrete
and
chemicals that will
unfortunately, he is not alive, so
hormonally
he could not be
castrate
honored.
the calf
So
next to them so they
Penrose
can't
received
reproduce.
it
So
on his
already
own.
in the womb they are fighting
And
for
then
future resources.
two other
That's how early this
astronomers
stuff can
received
start.
it as well.
With chemical warfare
Andrea
in the
Ghez
womb
and Reinhard
against the
Genzel,
siblings.
and
Sometimes
they
there's
provided
outright
conclusive
siblicide.
evidence
Siblings
that
are born,
there
they
is a black
kill
hole
one
in the
another.
center of the Milky Way galaxy
I'll speak of biblical
that
stories.
weighs
Right?
about 4
There
billion
are
times the
instances
mass of the
of
sun. And they
cuttlefish,
found the evidence
beautiful
from the motion of
cephalopods,
stars
like
very close to the
octopuses,
black hole.
and that is the
Just like
plural.
we see the planets
Yeah,
moving around the
amazing
sun.
meme.
There are stars
internet.
close to the center
Yeah,
of the
that became a
galaxy.
meme or a little
And they
discussion.
are orbiting
Yeah,
at
it's
very
spread
high
pretty quick.
speeds.
And now we
Of
just
over
resurfaced
thousands
it.
of kilometers per second, thousands of miles per second.
Think
Think
in
about
any
it.
event, the male cuttlefish will
Which
disguise
can
themselves
only
like
be
as
induced
female
in
cuttlefish
those
infiltrate the
distances if
female
there is
cuttlefish
a 4 million
group and then mate with them.
solar mass
All
object
sorts of
that is extremely compact.
types
And
of
the only
covert.
thing that is
There
compatible
we
with the
go.
constraints
So
is a
I
black
think
hole.
that
And
it's like a drinking game,
they
and every
actually
time they
made
say
a
covert
movie
in
of the
contract
motion
in
of these
this
stars around the
episode, you have to
center.
take
One
a
of
shot
them
of
moves around the center over a
please don't do
decade,
that. You get
6
by the end.
over time
So that's
scale, we
just
can
a
monitor.
small tangent. It
And
does make me wonder how
it
much
was
intelligence
separate
covert
in a way.
contracts require. It seems like not
So
much.
combining
If you
LIGO
do it in
with
the animal kingdom, there's some kind of
the detection of
instinctual.
black hole at the center
It
of
is
the Milky
based
Way
perhaps
and
in
in
like
many other
the,
galaxies.
yeah, it
Like
could be
quasars.
simple algorithm.
Now I would
If
say
there's some ambiguity about numbers
black hole
and
research
I'm not with these
is
guys and
it's very much in
then flip to
fashion.
the alternate
We
strategy.
saw
I
it
actually have
back
a story about this that I
2016
can
when
tell. I
we
used to have
established
cuttlefish in my lab in San
the
Diego.
black hole initiative.
We went and got them from a guy out in the desert, put them in a lab. It's amazing. And they had a postdoc who was studying prey capture and cuttlefish. They had a very ballistic, extremely rapid strike and grab of the shrimp. And they
we were using high-speed cameras to characterize all this, looking at binoculars. They normally have their eyes on the side of their head. When they see something they want to eat, the eyes translate to the front, which allows them stereopsis, depth perception, allows them to start. They're doing some unilateral eye removals, and this, etc. Okay, this has to do with eye spots. This was during a government shutdown period where the ghost shrimp that they normally
I don't know if you've heard, but there is a claim
that we would ship in from the Gulf down here weren't available to us, so we had to get different shrimp. What we noticed was that the cuttlefish normally would just sneak up on the shrimp. We learn this by data collection. And if the shrimp was facing them, they would do this thing with their tentacles of kind of enchanting the shrimp. And if the shrimp wasn't facing them, they wouldn't do it, and they would ballistically grab them. Well, when we got these new shrimps, the new shrimp had eye spots on their tails, and then the cuttlefish would do this kind of attempt to enchant, regardless of the position of the shrimp. So what does that mean? Okay, well, it means that there's some sort of algorithm in the cuttlefish's mind that says, okay, if you see two spots, move your tentacles. So it can be, as you pointed out, it can be a fairly simple operation, but it looks diabolical. It looks cunning, but all it is strategy.
Yeah, but
To be
it's still
disrupted by the very
somehow
strong gravity close to the black hole,
annoying.
and that would produce a
Yeah,
flare.
I
That
don't
you
think
can
that
observe.
So exactly.
calling it an
You can
algorithm
how
doesn't.
frequently these
I
flares
feel like
Well, there's a circuit there
with
that gets
LSST
implemented
on
in
the
a certain
Berlin
context,
Observatory,
but
found
that
that you can
circuit had to
actually
evolve.
test these
You do realize
hypotheses,
super
and if
intelligent
you
AI
don't see
will look at us
flares,
humans and will
then
say
you
the
can put
exact thing.
limits on the
There's a
existence of the
circuit
black
in
hole
there
in the solar
that
system. It
evolved
would be
to
extremely
do
exciting
this
if there was a black hole.
algorithm A and
Planet
algorithm
9 was a
B,
black hole
and
because
it's trivial.
we could
And
visit
for us
it.
humans,
And
it's
you know, and we
fancy
can
and beautiful
examine
way
it.
poetry about it. It's because
And
some we
it will
don't
not be a
understand
matter
this.
of an
Because
object
they
that
want
is
that
very
AI
removed from
algorithm
us.
cannot see into
Another
what it
thing I
can.
should say
It
is
doesn't
it's
understand the
possible that the black hole
underworkings
affected
of
life on Earth.
what allows all of this
Uh,
conversation stuff to
The
happen.
black hole at the
And
center
we
of
can't
the
do
Milky
this.
Way.
How could AI see it? Maybe it will.
How?
Maybe AI
You
will
know, that
solve
black hole right now
and
is
give us
dormant.
access to our
It's very
systems.
faint.
Maybe your AI
But
friend,
we know
or
that it
coach,
flares.
like
When
I
a
think
star like
Jason
the
and
sun
others
comes
are
close to
arguing
it,
it's going to happen at some point.
the
It's
star
going
will
to
be
say, hey,
spaghettified.
Lex,
Basically,
you're making
become
decisions
a
lately
stream of gas,
that are not
like a
good for you,
spaghetti.
but it's because of
And
this
then the gas would fall into
algorithm
the
that
black
you
hole,
picked
and
up
there
in
would be a
childhood.
flare.
That if
And
you
this
don't
process
state your
happens once every
explicit needs
10,000
up
years or
front,
so. So we expect that
you're not going to
these
get
flares
what
to
you
occur
want. So
every
why do it?
10,000 years.
From now on,
But
you need
we
to actually make a
also
list
see
of every
evidence for
absolutely
the
outrageous
possibility that
thing that you
gas
want, no matter how
clouds were
outrageous,
disrupted by the black hole,
and
because the
communicate that
stars that are
immediately,
close to the
and
black
that will
hole
work.
are residing in a
We're
single
talking about cuttlefish and sexual
planes.
selection.
And the only
We
way we
went
can
into
get that
some,
is
where
if they
do we
form
go?
out of a
Well,
piece
you
of
said you were
gas,
excited.
just like the
I was,
planets
I
in the
was,
solar
I was
system.
excited. Well, you were
So
just saying, what
there
about
is
these
evidence
covert
that gas
contexts? And
fell
level two,
into
then
the
I think
black
it's
hole
simple
and powered
contextual engagement of
possibly
a
a
circuit,
flare. And
which is not just nerds
these
people saying they
flares
do different strategies,
produce
that
X-rays
there has to be
ultraviolet
a circuit
radiation
there,
that could damage
hardwired
life.
circuit, maybe learned,
If,
but probably
if the
hardwired,
Earth was
that
close enough
can be
to the
engaged, right?
center
You
of the
can't
galaxy,
build neural
where
machinery
we
out
are
of
right
in
now,
a moment.
it's not very risky
You need
for us.
to build
But
that circuit over time.
there
That's
is
what is
a
building it over time. You select for it.
theoretical
The
argument that
cuttlefish
says
that
the
did not
solar
have that
system, the
alternate
sun,
context-driven
was
circuit
closer to the galactic
didn't
center
survive
early on, and then it
when
migrated
there was
outwards.
when all
So
the
maybe,
shrimp that they
maybe
normally
in the
disappear in
early
the eye-spotted shrimp
stage of
showed up.
the solar
And there were a
system,
couple
the
that had some
conditions
miswiring. This is why
were
mutation,
affected,
right?
shaped by these
That's
flares.
real.
Of the black hole at the
They
center
had a
of the galaxy,
mutation
and
that had
that's
some
why for the
alternate
first 2
wiring, and that
billion
wiring
years there
got
wasn't
selected
any
for it. It
oxygen
became
in the
a mutation
atmosphere.
that was
Who knows?
adaptive
But
as opposed to maladaptive. This is
it's
something
just
people don't
interesting
often
to think that,
understand about
from a
genetics, is
theoretical
that
concept
it
that
only takes a
Einstein
few
resisted
generations
in
to evolve
1939,
a trait, make it
it may
worse,
well be that
but it takes a long
black
time
holes
to
have
evolve
influence
an
on our
adaptive
life,
trait.
and that it's
There are
just like
exceptions to
discovering
that,
that
but
some
most often that's true. So the species
stranger
needs a lot of generations.
affected
We are hopefully
your
still
family,
evolving as a species,
and
and it takes a
in
long
a way
time,
your life.
but to evolve
And,
more
you know,
adaptive
if
traits.
that happens to
But
be the
it doesn't
case,
take
the
long
second
to
Nobel Prize
devolve
should be given not
adaptive
not
traits so
for
that you're
just the
getting
discovery
sicker
of
or
this
you're not
black hole at
functioning
the
as
center of
well.
the galaxy, but
So
perhaps
choose
for
your mate
the
wisely.
Nobel Prize in chemistry for the effect that it had on life.
I can tell you, good.
That resulted in some kind of
Who said, why did I bring up
yeah,
sexual
so
selection?
the,
It's the
yeah, the
relationship.
chemical
So,
effects,
sexual selection
biology,
is
you know,
huge.
those kinds of things.
Even,
In
I
terms
don't think you've done an episode on relationships.
No, I did an episode on
environment.
taxing,
so fascinating.
but not on relationships. The series with Conti includes one episode of the 4 that's all about relational understanding and
how to select a mate based on matching of drives and all the demons inside the conscious Haudenosaunce demons, and they dance well together, and how generative means how what he explains it is how devoted to creating growth within the context of the family, the relationship, the work. When we ask about mating rituals and how to find this relationship, I mean, you're really big on friendship.
Just think about philosophy, read philosophy books, and Jean-Paul Sartre was one of my favorites.
And that I think extends
He
itself
was honored with the Nobel Prize in Literature.
one of the deepest kinds of friendships you can have, which is a romantic relationship.
And he said,
What,
the hell with it, why should I give
mistakes,
special attention to
successes,
this
and
committee
wisdom can you
of people that get
impart?
their self-importance from
So
awarding
we made
me
some
the prize?
mistakes. I've also made some good choices in this realm.
Why does that merit my attention? So
First of all,
he gave up
we have to define what sort of
there are two
relationship we're
benefits
talking
to
about.
that.
If one is looking for a
One,
life partner, potentially
that
somebody to
you don't
establish
you're
family
not
with
working
or
your
without
entire
kids,
life
with or
in the
without
direction
kids,
that
right?
would
Families
satisfy the
can
will of other people.
I certainly
you work
experienced being a
independently,
family
you're not after
in a
these
prior
owners.
relationship where it was the two of us and our
Just
two
for the
dogs.
same
And
reason
it
that
was
if you're not
family, like we had a
living
little
your
family.
life for making a profit or money, you can live a more fulfilling life because you're
I
not
think
being swayed by the wind.
based on
of
my
how to make money
experience
and so forth.
and based on
The second
input from
aspect of it
friends
is,
who
that
themselves have very successful
often,
relationships. I must say I've got
these
friends
prizes,
who
they,
are in long-term,
they
monogamous,
distort the way we do science because
very happy
instead of people are willing
relationships
to
where
take
there
risks,
seems to be
and instead of
a
having
lot of love, a lot
announcements
of
only
laughter,
after a group of
a
people
lot of
converges
challenge,
with a
and a
definite
lot of
result,
growth. And both people, it
the
seems,
natural
really
progression of
want to
science is
and
based
enjoy
on
being.
trial and error.
Just a pause on that.
Reporting some results
One
and perhaps
thing
they're wrong, but
to
then other
do,
people
I
find
think,
perhaps
by way
better
of advice,
evidence
is
and then you
listen to
figure
people
out
who
what's
are
going
in
on.
long-term
And that's
successful
the natural
relationships.
way that science
That's
is,
like,
it's a learning experience.
seems dumb, but like,
if you give
we
the public
both
an
know and are
image
friends
by
with
which
Joe Rogan. We've
scientists
been
are
in a
always
long-term, really great relationship, and
some
he's
of my
been an
colleagues say we
inspiration to
must
me.
do that
So you
because
take advice
otherwise
from
the
that
public
guy.
will never
Definitely.
believe us that global warming
And
is really
several
taking
members of my
place.
podcast
But that's not true
are
because the public
excellent
really believe
relationships.
you if you show the
I think
evidence. So the point
one
is
of
you should
the
be sincere.
things
When
that
the
rings
evidence is
true
not
over and over again in the
absolutely clear, or
advice
where there are
and
disputes about the
my
interpretation of the
experience
evidence, we should show
is
ourselves. The
find
king
someone
is
who's
naked.
really
Okay, there is
great
no point
friend.
in
Like,
pretending
build a
that the
really
king
great
is
friendship with
dressed.
that person.
Saying
Obviously,
that
not just a
scientists
friend
are
if we're
always
talking
right.
romantic
Scientists are
relationship,
wrong.
and of course, sex is super
The
important,
only way to make progress
but
is
it
by
should
the
be
evidence
part
giving
of
us the support that we
that
need to
particular
make
relationship alongside
airtight
or
arguments.
meshed
So
with
when
the
you say
friendship.
global warming is taking place,
Can
if
it be
the
a
evidence
majority of the
is fully supportive,
positive
there are no
exchange?
holes
I
in the
suppose it
argument,
could, but I think the
then
friendship piece is
people will
extremely
be
important
convinced
because
because
what's
we're
required
not trying to
in a
fool them.
successful
When the evidence
relationship
was not
clearly
complete,
is
you also show them that the evidence is
joy
not
in being
complete.
together,
holes, you show that there's holes in the case,
trust,
the methodology we're using to try to close those holes.
Exactly.
a
Let's sincere.
desire
I pretend.
to
So if
share
there were no, in a
experience,
world where
both
there were no
mundane
prizes, no
and
honors,
more
we would
adventurous,
act like kids,
support
as I
each
said
other,
before. We would really be
acceptance,
focusing on the ball and not on the
a
audience.
real
Yeah, the prizes get in the way.
even admiration, but
so
certainly
powerful.
delight in
Do you think,
being with the
in
person.
some
Earlier we were
sense,
talking about
a few
peace,
people have turned
and I
down
think
the
that
prize,
sense of peace comes
being a
from
much
knowing
more powerful
that the
statement?
person you're in friendship
I don't know
with
if
or
you're
that you're
familiar
in
with
a romantic relationship
in
with,
the
with
space
both,
of mathematics, with the
let's
fields
assume
of
healthy relationship, the best
and
romantic
Google
relationship
probed
with the
it.
friendship
Yes,
component of
turned
that
down the
person.
prize.
Like you
Is,
just really delight in their
I've
presence,
committed,
even
one
if
of
it's a
the
quiet
reasons I started this
presence.
podcast is saying I'm going to definitely
And
talk to people.
you
I'm going to
delight in
talk
seeing
to
them
people
delight.
that keep telling me it's impossible.
That's clear.
I love hearing that
The
because
trust
I'll
piece is
talk to
huge,
both. Anyway, but
you know, and that's where people start. We want to focus on what works, not what doesn't work, but that's where
why
I
he
think
turned down the
people
prize.
start
Is that
engaging in
a
these
powerful
covert
statement
contracts. They're
to you?
afraid of
What
being
I read
betrayed,
is
so they
that
betray.
you're talking about the mathematician.
They're afraid of giving up too much vulnerability, so they hide their vulnerability.
Community,
Or in the worst cases, they feign
mathematicians,
vulnerability.
to his earlier work.
Again, that's a covert contract that just simply undermines everything and becomes one plus one
Attend to
equals
the
2 minus
details
1.
and didn't treat him with proper
Conversely,
respect
I think
because
if
he was
people
not considered
can have really
one
hard
of them.
conversations. This is something I've had to work really hard on in recent years, and I'm still working hard on.
About the current
But
scientific culture,
the friendship
which is,
piece seems to be the thing that
based
rises
on,
to the top when I talk to friends who are in
social
these great relationships.
interaction.
Like
rather
they
than
give
on
so
the
much
merit of
respect
the argument.
and love
And on
and
the evidence in the context of physics.
joy
So
in
in
being with their
mathematics, there is no
friend, is the
empirical
person that they want to
basis.
spend
You're
as much of their
exploring ideas
non-working,
methodologically consistent.
platonic friendship
But
time with,
nevertheless, there is
and the
this
person that they want to experience things with and share things with.
and I think
And it
he
sounds
was so
so
frustrated with
kind
his
of
past
canned and
experience
cliche nowadays,
that
but
he
I think
didn't even bother
if
to
you step
publish
back and
his
examine
papers.
how most
He
people go about
just
finding a
posted them on
relationship,
the archive.
like,
And
oh, like my
in a
attracted,
way,
of course,
saying,
physical attraction is
I
important in
know
other
what
forms of
the
attraction
answer
too.
is. Go look at
And they sort of enter
And
through that
then,
portal,
again,
which makes
long look at
sense.
history,
That's the mating day,
his
right?
work
That's the
on
peacock
archive will be
situation.
remembered,
That's
and all the
hopefully not
prizes,
the cuttlefish
most of the
situation.
prizes will be forgotten, so people don't
But I think that
think about this.
there seems
When
to
you look
be
at Roger Penrose, for
a
example,
history of people close to me getting into great relationships where they were friends for a while first, or maybe didn't sleep together right away. That they actually intentionally deferred on that. This has not been my habit or my experience. You know, I've gone the more, I think, typical. Like, oh, there's an attraction, like this person, there's an interest, you kind of explore all dimensions of relationships really quickly, except perhaps the moving in part and the having this part, which is the bigger step, harder to do without severe consequences. But I think the whole take it slow thing, I don't think is about getting to know someone slowly. I think it's about that physical piece, because that does change the nature of the relationship. And I think it's because it gets right into the more hardwired primitive circuitry around our feelings of safety, vulnerability. There's something about romantic and sexual interactions where it's almost like it's like assets and liabilities, right? Where people are trying to figure out how much to engage their time and their energy and multiple. I'm talking about from both sides, male, female, or whatever sides. But where it's like assets and liabilities, and that's where it starts getting like into those complicated contracts early on, I think. And so maybe that's why a really great friendship and admiration is established first. Even if people are romantically and sexually attracted to one another, that piece can be added in a little bit later in a way that really kind of just seals up the whole thing. And then who knows, maybe they spend 90% of their time having sex. I don't know.
It's the necessary evil, I suppose,
if you decide, obviously. But there's something there about staying out of a certain amount of
sometimes you have to do some stuff that fits in. You publish and you get 10 years.
Risk of having to engage covert contract in order to
in principle explore things that
but
are not accepted by others. And unfortunately, it's not being
love at first sight kind of idea is in part realizing very quickly that you are a great friend. Because I've had that experience of friendship recently. It's not really friendship, but like, oh, you get each other. We're humans, not in a romantic setting. Yeah, just friendship. But not, dare I say, I felt that way about you. But we also, this dude's cool, and he's smart, and he's funny, and he's driven, and he's giving, and he's got an edge, and like, I want to learn from him. I want to hang out with him. Like, I think that was the beginning of our friendship. Was essentially, that set of internal realizations. Keep going. Like, and a sharp dresser. Yeah. It just looks great shirtless on horseback. Yes. No. It's listen. I mean, it's just like what some people might say on the internet. It's a purely platonic friendship. Somebody asked if Andrew Cooper has a girlfriend, and somebody says, "I think so." And then the third comment was, "This really breaks my heart." Like that, Alex and Andrew are not an item. We are great friends. We are not an item. It's official. I hear over and over again from friends that have made great choices, awesome partners, have these fantastic relationships for long periods of time that seem to continue to thrive. That's what they tell me, and that's what I observe. Establish the friendship first, and give it a bit of time before sex. And so, I think that's the feeling. That's the feeling, and these are we're talking. Micro features and macro features. And this isn't about perfection. It's actually about nature. I like quirky people. I like characters. I'll tell you where I've gone badly wrong. I see other people.
it's not a rule. The
there
rule
is no
is that
rule
you
that
need
says that
evidence
you
to
have
guide
to
you, especially
be
when
attracted
dealing with
to all
quantum
attractive
mechanics, which is really not
by any
intuitive.
means. It's
And,
very important to develop a sense
so
of taste
there are two places
in
where
romantic
the two
attraction. I
theories
believe
meet.
what you
One is
really
black
like in
holes.
terms of a certain
And
style,
there is a puzzle
a
there.
certain
It's called the information
way of
paradox.
being. And of course
in
that
principle, you can
includes
throw the encyclopedia Britannica in a
sexuality,
black hole. It's a lot of
and sex
information.
itself, the verb. But
And
it,
then
I
it will
think
be
it
gone because a
also
black
includes
hole
their just general way of
carries
being.
only
You
three
know, and when you really adore somebody, you like
properties
the way
of
they answer the
qualities: the
phone.
mass, the
And when they don't answer the
charge,
phone
and
that
the
way, you
spin,
know something's off, and
according
you
to
want to know.
Einstein. But
And
then
so I think that
when Hawking tried to bring in quantum mechanics
the more
to the game, he
you can
realized
tune up
that
your powers of
black
observation,
holes
not
have a
looking for things that
temperature
you like,
and they radiate.
and the more that stuff just kind of washes over you,
It was
the
sort of
more likely you are to quote unquote fall in
anticipated
love.
by
As a mutual friend of ours said to me,
Jacob
listen,
Bekenstein.
when it comes to romantic relationships, if it's not
Hawking wanted to prove
100%,
Bekenstein wrong and then figured this out.
it ain't.
And so what it
And
means is
I've
black holes
never
eventually
seen
evaporate.
a violation of
And they
observation.
evaporate into
Where
radiation that
it's like,
doesn't
yeah,
carry
it's
this
mostly good, and
information
there's like the negotiations.
And then
Look,
the
we're
question
already
is,
here.
according to quantum mechanics,
Beautiful. That
information
doesn't mean
must be
someone has to be
preserved.
perfect. The relationship
So
has to be perfect, but
where did
it's
the
got to
information
feel
go
100%
if
inside. Yes,
a
yes.
black hole is
and-
gone? And where
I
is the
think
information that was
Diceroff, when he was
encoded
on
in the
here,
encyclopedia when
your podcast,
it went into the black hole?
mentioned something that, like, I
to
think the
that
words were,
question, we don't
or maybe
have
it
an
was in his
answer
book, I
yet.
don't
It's
recall,
one
but
of those
that
puzzles
in love
about
is
black
one of these
holes.
things that
And
we
it touches
story
on the
into.
interplay between
We
quantum
create
mechanics
this
and
idea of
gravity.
ourselves in the future,
Another
and we
important
look at
question
our
is
past
what happened
time
at the
together, and then you
beginning
can
of the
story
universe?
into it.
What
The
happened
very few
before the
things
Big
like that.
Bang?
I can't story
And
into
by the way, on that I should say,
looking
there
for
are
stars.
some
I have to actually go do something. I mean,
it's in principle,
yeah,
if
and
we
love
figure
is
it
also
out, we
retroactively
have a theory of
constructed.
quantum gravity.
I mean, anyone
It's
who's gone through
possible
a
to
breakup
imagine that we will
understands the grief of
figure
knowing,
out how to
this
create
is
a
something I
universe
really
in the
should be
laboratory.
in for whatever reason.
By
Because it only takes
irritating
one,
the
the other
vacuum,
person doesn't want to be
you
in
might
it.
create
In it,
a baby
but then
universe.
missing
And if we
so
do
many
that,
things, and that's just the
it will
attachment.
offer a solution to what happened before the Big Bang.
I have to
Perhaps
ask you
the
a
Big
question
Bang
that
emerged from the
somebody in our
laboratory of another
amazing team wanted
civilization.
to ask.
The baby
Who's happily
universes are
married?
being born
Another, like
out
you
of
mentioned, incredible
laboratories.
relationship.
And inside the baby
They're
universe,
amazing
we have a
friends.
civilization
There you go.
that brings to existence
This
another
is
baby
like
universe.
nothing
So
to it is, so I
just
can
like
say some
humans,
stuff.
right? We have
Which
babies
is,
and they
it
make
started
babies.
out as a
So in
great
principle, that would solve the
sexual
problem of
connection.
Yeah, well,
why
there you go.
there
But
was
they
a Big
became
Bang
very close
and
friends after that.
also what
So there
happened
you go.
before the Big Bang.
Speaking
So
of
the
exciting
kids
paths
are
to
the umbilical cord.
he has
is
a wonderful
connected
son,
to a
and he's
laboratory
wanting to have a
of a
second kid. And he
civilization
wanted
that
to ask
produced our
the great
universe once it figured out
woman,
quantum
is
gravity.
there
Is,
like sexual positions or any kind of things that can help
Big Bangs all the way down.
maximize the
So
chance
if we
that they
collect
have
data
a
about
girl
how the universe
versus a
started,
boy?
we
Is
could
it a
potentially
wonderful
test
boy? They want a
theories
girl.
of, or
Is
let me
there a way to
educate
control the
us
temperature?
about
Well,
how to unify quantum mechanics
This
and
has been
gravity.
debated for a long time, and I did a 4.5-hour episode on fertility. And the reason I did a 4.5-hour episode on fertility is that, first of all, I find reproductive biology fascinating, and I wanted a resource for people that were thinking about or struggling with having kids for whatever reason. And it felt important to me to combine the male and female components in the same episode at all times.
They don't have a single
thing. We talk about IVF, okay, the data on
they cannot make predictions
this is
about
very
black
interesting.
holes.
But let me just say a few things. There are a few clinics now, particularly some out of the United States, that are spinning down sperm and finding that they can separate out fractions, as they're called. You know, they spin that sperm down at a given speed, and they'll separate out at different depths within the test tube that allow them to pull out the sperm on top or below and bias the probability towards male and female. It's not perfect, not 100%. It's a very costly procedure. It's still very controversial. Now, with in vitro fertilization, to extract eggs, you can do introduce a sperm directly by pipette, process called Pixie, or you can set up sperm eggs in the dish, and you get a number of different embryos, meaning the eggs are fertilized, they're duplicating, start forming blastocysts, cells, or the embryo. Then you can do karyotyping, so you can do look for XX or XY, select the XY, which then gives rise to
And that's why we're stuck.
that way. So there is that kind of
I should say,
sex selection.
despite what physicists portray, that we live
With
through
respect to position, there's a lot of lore
in our
that,
understanding of the
if
universe.
the
We're
woman is
actually
on top
pretty
or
much
the
stuck,
woman's
I would say, because
bottom,
we don't know the nature of
penetration
the dark matter.
behind,
Also, the
whether
matter
or
in
not
the
it's
universe, we don't know what it
female
is.
offspring, and frankly, the
And
data
we don't know how the
are
universe
not
started.
great, as you can
We don't know
imagine,
what
because
happens in this
those would be interesting
terror of
studies
a black hole. Because if
One, perhaps.
dark matter as well,
There is studies. There is
they kind of
there are some.
hypothesis,
There are,
hypothesis
they're
where
not.
he
I guess
mentions,
there's more lore than science.
and there's a lot of there are a lot of other variables that are hard to control. So, for instance, if it's ejaculation during intermission, during sex penetration, etc.,
that would
then you can't measure, for instance, sperm volume as opposed to when it's IVF, and you can actually measure how many milliliters, how many forward motile sperm. It's hard to control for certain things, and you can vary between individuals and even one ejaculation to the next. Okay, so there's too many variables. However, the position thing is interesting in the following way. And then I'll answer whether I can bias to
comment about what is
dark
matter.
as long as we're talking
I have other questions about
but as long as we're talking about sexual
So
position,
most of
there
the community
are
believes that
data
it's a particle
that support the
that
idea
we haven't
that
yet detected.
in order to
It doesn't
increase the
interact with light,
probability
so
of successful,
But the question is, what does it interact with, and
that
how can we find it?
indeed the woman
And,
should
for
not
many years,
stand upright after
physicists
sex,
were guided by the idea
and
that
should
it's some
after
extension of
after
the standard
the
model of
ejaculated
particle
inside her,
physics.
and should
But then
adjust her
they said,
pelvis
oh, we will
15
find some
degrees
clues
upwards.
from the
I mean,
Large
you
Hadron
know,
Collider about
Some of
its
the
nature.
fertility
Or maybe it's
experts,
related to
MDs, will say
supersymmetry,
that's
which is
crazy,
a new
you know,
symmetry that
but
we haven't found any
others
evidence for.
that
In
I
both cases, the Large
sought
Hadron
out,
Collider did
and
not give us any
not
clues.
specifically for this answer,
And other people
but
search for
researching that episode said
specific
that, yeah,
types
you
of
know, what you're
particles
talking
in the
about is trying to get the
laboratory and
maximum
didn't find
number of
any.
sperm and
A couple of years
semen,
ago,
and yes, the
actually,
semen can leak out, and so
around the time
keeping
that I worked
the
on
pelvis
Google,
tilted for about
I also
15 degrees for about
worked on the
15
possibility
minutes,
the
obviously
dark
tilted
matter
in the
particles
direction
may have a small electric
upstream,
charge,
not downstream,
which is
so
a
to speak.
speculation.
Would
Nobody
gravity,
complained about it.
you
And
know,
it was published, and
so for
I
maximizing
regard it more as a
fertilization, you know,
speculation
the
than
doctors
artificial origin
I
of
spoke to just
Oumuamua.
said, look,
And
given that
to me,
if people are trying to
I
get
apply,
pregnant,
as
what
far
is
as I'm concerned,
spending
I apply
15
the same
minutes on their
safety
back?
rules in both cases.
You
There
know,
is an
this sort of
anomaly
thing.
that
Okay, so
led me
then
to that
with respect
discussion,
to
which has to do with the
female
hydrogen
getting
being
a
cold in the
female
early universe
offspring,
more than we expected.
XX,
So we suggested
you
maybe
know,
the dark matter
offspring,
particles have some small charge. But
selectively,
you
there
deal with
is the idea
anomalies by
that as
exploring
fathers get older,
possibilities.
they're
That's
more
the only
likely
way
to
to
have
do it, and
daughters
then
as
collect
opposed to
more
sons.
data to check
That's
those.
a,
And
from the papers I've read, is
searching
a
for
significant but
technological
still mild significant
signatures
result. So with
is
each
the
passing
same
year,
as any other
this
part
person
of
increases the
our
probability they're
scientific
going to have a
endeavor.
daughter, not a
We
son.
make hypotheses
So that's
and
interesting.
collect
The
data,
probability
and I don't see any reason
I mean,
for having a
it's
taboo.
not, you know,
In
it's
your
a
childlike,
it's not trivial.
open-minded
trivial
excitement and
difference.
approach to science,
But if they want to ensure having
is truly inspiring.
a daughter, then
The
they should
question
do
I
IVF and
think is
select an
useful to
XX
ask is by
embryo.
way of advice
And
for young
when you
people,
go through
a lot of
IVF,
young
they
people listen
genetically screen
to
for
this,
karyotype, which
whether
is
from all over the
XXY,
world, teenagers,
and they look at
undergraduate students,
mutations,
even
genotypic
graduate
mutations
students,
for things like
even like
trisomies,
even young faculty,
and employees,
even
all
older
the stuff you
faculty.
don't
They're all
want.
young at heart. There's
There is a lot of
or
lore.
do you have
There are
advice?
different
Let's focus on
So there are a lot of variables.
There's a lot of variables, but there haven't been systematic studies. So,
undergraduate, do you have advice
I
to give
think
to young people
probably
like
the best
that
thing to do, unless they're going to
today
do IVF,
about
is
life,
roll the
maybe in
dice.
general,
And,
maybe
I
life of
think
curiosity.
with each
and
passing year,
science.
they
Definitely.
increase the
But
probability of
first, I
getting
should
female
confess
offspring.
that I enjoy
And
working
with,
with young people.
but of course, with
much
each passing year, the egg and
and the
sperm
reason
quality
is
is
they
great.
don't carry
So,
a baggage
you know,
of
get after it
prejudice.
soon.
They're
So,
not so
I
self-centered.
went down a rabbit
They're
hole.
open
There's
to
like
exploration.
sexology. There's journals.
My advice,
yeah,
I mean,
on
one of
sex,
the
sure.
lessons that
Okay,
took me
so
a while,
and some of them, not
I
all,
should say,
quite reputable.
I lost
Um,
important
and
opportunities
some
as
of
a
them
result of
really
that. So that I
pioneering
would
in the
regard
sense
it as a mistake.
they've
my
taken
part
on topics that are
was to
you know,
believe experts,
considered
so quote unquote.
outside the main frame of what people talk
On
about.
a
They're very
number of
important.
occasions, I would come up with an original
We have
idea,
episodes coming out soon.
And then
For instance, the head of
suggest it to an expert,
you know,
someone that works in the
urology,
same
sexual
field
health,
for a while,
reproductive health at Stanford, Mike
and
Weisenberg, but also
the expert would dismiss it,
you know, one
most
of
of
the
the time
female
because
urologists,
it's
sexual
new
health, reproductive health,
and was not explored,
Dr.
not because
Rina
of the merit.
Malik, who is
And
on
then
has a
what happened
quite
to me
active YouTube
several
presence.
times is
She does
that
these really really
someone else
like
listening to the
dry,
conversation or
scientific presentation, but very nice. She has a lovely voice, and but she'll be talking about, erections or squirting or like, oh, is it like she does like very kind of internet type content. But she's a legitimate urologist, reproductive health expert, and in the podcast we did talk about both male and female orgasm. We talked a lot about sexual function dysfunction. We talked a lot about pelvic floor. One interesting factoid is that
it's the natural reaction of someone that cares
only
about
3% of sexual dysfunction
more than
is
about the matter that we are discussing.
hormonal,
And so I
endocrine
said,
in nature.
I would not. I don't
It's
care how
more
many
often
likes I
related
have
to
on
some
Twitter.
pelvic floor
I don't care
or
whether the experts say
vasculature,
one
blood
thing or
flow
another. I will
related
basically
or
exercise
other
my
issue.
judgment.
And then when Eisenberg came on the podcast,
Turns
he
out that
said
I'm
that
wrong.
far
I
less
made a mistake.
sexual dysfunction
That's part of the
is psychogenic in origin
scientific endeavor.
than people believe, that far more of it is pelvic floor neurovascular. So, there's there are the myths of, I mean, it's not saying that it's that psychogenic dysfunction doesn't exist, but that a lot of the sexual dysfunction that people assume is related to hormones or that is related to psychogenic issues are related to vascular or neural issues. And the good news is that there are great remedies for those. And so both those episodes detail some of the more salient points about what those remedies are and could be. One of the again,
is there a memory
factoids, but it was interesting that a lot of people have pelvic floor issues and they think that their pelvic floors are quote unquote messed up. So they go on the internet, they learn about Kegels, and it turns out that some people need Kegels, they need to strengthen their pelvic floor. Guess what? A huge number of people with sexual and urologic dysfunction have pelvic floors that are too tight, and Kegels are going to make them far worse. And they actually need to learn to relax their pelvic floor. So it's seeing a pelvic floor specialist. I think in the next 5-10 years, we're going to see a dramatic shift towards more discussion about sexual and reproductive health in a way that acknowledges that, the clitoris comes from the same origin tissue as the penis, and in many ways the neural innervation of the two, while clearly different, has some overlapping features that, that there's going to be discussion around anatomy and hormones and pelvic floors, and in a way that's going to erode some of the kind of like cloaking of these topics.
When I was a teenager,
they've been cloaked for a long time. There's a lot of
fortunate to go to some of these,
there's a lot of bullshit out there about what's
later
wrong.
on, and I'm very different.
Now the hormonal
colleagues,
issues, by the way, just to clarify,
because my
can
upbringing was
impact
quite different.
desire.
And the only
So
reason
a lot
I'm
of people
doing
who have
physics or
lack of
astrophysics is
desire
because
as
of
opposed to lack of
circumstances.
anatomical function,
At age 18, I
female or
was asked to
female,
serve in the
that can
military,
originate
and
with either things like
the
SSRIs
way
or
for me to pursue intellectual work
so it's a pretty vast topic.
was
Okay, you're one of the most productive
because
people
that was the
I know.
closest to philosophy. And I was
What's
good
the
at
secret to your
physics,
productivity?
so they admitted
How
me
you
to an elite program
maximize the
called
number of
that
productive hours in a
allowed
day?
me to
You're a
finish my
scientist, you're a
PhD
teacher,
at age
you're a
24
very
and
prolific
to
educator.
actually propose the first
Well, thanks for the kind words.
international
I
project that
struggle
was
like
funded
everybody
by
else,
the
but
Star
I
Wars initiative from Ronald
am
Reagan.
pretty
And that brought me to
relentless
the
about
US to visit Washington, D.C., where we were funded from.
meeting deadlines.
And then on one
I
of the
miss them
visits,
sometimes, but
I
sometimes
went
that means
to
cramming, sometimes that
the
means
Institute for
starting early.
Advanced Study at
But
Princeton.
Has that been hard since you
And
dropped the podcast?
met
You
John
there's certain
McCall, that
episodes.
later offered me a 5-year fellowship
I
there,
mean, you're
under
like
the condition
taking
that I'll switch to
incredibly
astrophysics.
difficult topics,
At which
and you
point,
know they're going
I
to be
said, okay, I
there's
cannot
going to
give
be a
up this
lot of
opportunity.
really
I'll do
good
it.
scientists listening
Switch
to
to
those.
astrophysics.
They're very
It felt
skeptical and
like a
careful
forced
eye.
marriage, kind
Like
of
how
an
hard
arranged marriage.
you struggled
And
meeting
then
that
I
deadline.
was offered the position
Yes,
at
we pushed out
Harvard because
episodes.
nobody wanted that.
I haven't
first selected
advertised
someone
this,
else.
but I
And
have
that someone said, I
another
don't want to become
fully
junior
tenured professor
faculty
that's
at
been
the
started
Harvard Astronomy
checking
Department because the
my-
chance for
my,
being promoted
um,
are very small.
podcasts and
So he
helping
took
me
another job, and then
find
I was
papers. He's
second
a
in
close friend
line.
of
They
mine.
gave it to me. I
Incredible
didn't care much because I
expert in
could go back to the
neuroplasticity.
farm anything.
And that's been helpful, but I research all my
And after 3 years, I was tenured.
Although
And
my niece
eventually, a
in the
decade
summer
later, became the
internship
chair of
was
this
finding
department
amazing
and
papers,
served
which
for
she did
9
last summer
years
as well.
as the chair of the
She's
astronomy
good at
department.
it. Just stick that kid on the
At that
internet.
point,
She gets great
It became clear
stuff.
to me that I'm actually
Cancer
married
is
to
one
the
of
love
the
of my
things
life,
that
even though it was an
what's
arranged
the
marriage.
hardest?
There are many
Finding the
philosophical
papers
questions
or
in astrophysics
understanding
that
what
we
the
can
paper is
address.
saying
But I'm still
or
very
finding
different than my
those
colleagues.
Because you have to, you read a bunch of reviews, figure out who's getting cited, call people in the field, make sure that this is the stuff. And I did this episode recently on Academy about this. And there's this whole debate about S versus R ketamine, SR ketamine. And I called 2 clinical experts at Stanford at a research at UCLA helped me. Even then, a few people had gripes about it. I don't think they understood what section that I was perhaps could have been clear about. But yeah, you're always concerned that people either won't get it or I won't be clear. So the researching is mainly about finding the best papers. And then I'm looking for papers that establish thoroughness of understanding that are interesting. Obviously, it's fun to get occasionally look at more odder or more progressive papers that are what's new in the field, and then where there are actionable takeaways to export those with a lot of thoughtfulness. I think that going back to the productivity thing, I do. I get up, with the sun, I get my sunshine, it all starts with the radio. I think that's really important. So much so that if I wake up and I don't feel rested enough, I'll often do it. I'll sleep deep rest, go to Nidra, or go back to sleep for a little bit, get up, really prioritize one big block of work for the thing that I'm researching. I think a little bit of anxiety and a little bit of concern about deadline helps. Turning the phone off helps. Realizing that those peak hours, whenever they are for you, you do not allow those hours to be invaded unless there's a nuclear bomb goes off. And a nuclear bomb is just a phraseology for could be family crisis would be good justification for an emergency, obviously. But it's all about focus. It's all about focus in the moment. It's not even so much about how many hours you log. It's really about focusing on how much total focus you can give to something. And then I like to take walks and think about things. And sometimes talk about them in my voice recorder. So I'm just always churning on it all the time. And then of course, then you turn it off and engage with people socially, and not podcasting 24 hours a day in your head is key. But I think I love learning and researching and finding those papers and the information that I love teaching it. And these days I use a whiteboard. Before I start, I don't have any notes on the phone. Then the whiteboard that I use beforehand is to really sculpt out the different elements and the flow, get the flow right, and move things around. The whiteboard is such a valuable tool. Then take a couple pictures of that when I'm happy with it, put it down on the desk, and these are just bullet points, and then just churn through, and nothing feels better than researching and sharing information. And as you did, grew up writing papers, and it's hard. I like the friction of it. You want to get up. When I was in college, I was trying to make up deficiencies from my lack of attendance in high school. So much so that I would set a timer. I wouldn't let myself get up, use the bathroom. Never had an accident, but I was, it was like listen to music, classical music, Rancid, a few other things, Bob Dylan maybe thrown in there, and
I'm not afraid. And you know what? Epicurus was a very wise person.
And then hit the 2 hour mark and you're pain.
According to Lucretius, Epicurus didn't live anything right.
There's something about the human brain that likes this kind of friction points and working through them. And you just have
as long as he's
so,
around,
yeah, productive, and my life is arranged around it. And that's been a bit of a barrier to personal life at times. But my life's arranged around it. I've set up everything so that I can learn
it's an
more
interesting
people,
philosophy of life. You shouldn't be afraid of something that you will never encounter. Right?
some of my home life.
There's a finiteness to this experience.
But I do, still watch Jim
every day.
Still got time to watch Jim Look, the great Joe Strummer.
For being honest, whatever it is,
Clash,
it's going to last
my
forever.
favorite Mescaleros, he said,
We often kind of
Strummer quote, no input.
contemplate the fact that it ends. We kind of plans and goals.
You need experience, you need outside things in order to foster the process. But
this is especially
yeah, just those the grindstone, man.
then you start.
That's what I'm happy to do with my life.
It doesn't.
I don't think anyone should
I don't
do
know
that.
if you're cognizant of that. I mean,
Here's how I'm showing up.
but you have to be careful not to be depressed
Like
by
me,
it because
so
otherwise
they
you lose
swipe
the vitality.
right.
Right?
I'm
So
not on the
I
app,
think the
dating
most
app. So
important thing to
that's the other
avoid
thing. I keep waiting for when
you are short-lived.
listens
is
to like streaming podcasts. It's
a sense of
podcast,
appreciation
like
that you're alive.
Andrew
That's the
Bumble or
first
whatever
thing.
it is. But
But
I don't even know
more
are those their
importantly,
fields.
a sense
I don't
of
know what
honesty.
what are the
Because
apps.
how can
I've never
anyone
used an
be
app.
our
I always
if they kept
found
at the same
troublesome
time
how
this
little
notion that
information
they're
is
so
provided
clever,
on
you
apps.
cannot be
Well, they're
our
the
God
ones that are
because
like a stock.
anything that you advocate for,
You know,
you will not be around to
sort of
do
like
that in
companies
100
will
years.
actually
So
fill
people
them
will
with
just forget and move on.
people that
And,
look a certain way.
if you
And
keep that in
So do
mind,
they
the Caesars in ancient Rome,
always
they had a person next to
heartbreak
them
is in there.
telling them,
well,
don't
you know,
forget
I'm
that
guilty
you're
of
mortal.
liking real.
There was a person with that duty
I
because the
tried,
Caesars
yeah.
know that they're all powerful.
No, but I have a feeling you're going to convince me to.
They had, for a good reason, someone they hired.
Yeah, I've also struggled
Whisper
finishing
in their ear.
projects that are
Don't forget
new.
that you're mortal.
That are something new.
Well, you're
Like for example, one of the things I really struggled finishing is something that's in Russian that requires translation and overdub and all that stuff. The other project that we're working on for like over at least a year,
what do you think is the meaning
off
of
and
it all?
on, but trying to finish something we've talked about in the past.
That's an excellent
Still
question.
on
And
it.
if we ever find
Project on Hitler
an
and World
alien
War
that
II.
we can
I've
converse
written
with,
so much
I would
about
like
it.
to answer
I
this.
just don't know why I
would
can't
like to
finish. I
ask
have
for an answer
trouble,
to this
like,
question because
really.
would they have a
I
different
think I'm
opinion?
terrified being in front of
Well,
the
they
camera.
might be wiser because they've
Like
been
this?
around for
Like
a little
this.
while, but
Well,
I'm
actually,
afraid they will be
solo.
silent. I'm
Well,
afraid
there's
they
one
will
to do
not have
solo.
notes.
I mean,
And
seriously, because we've done
I
this
think,
before, right? Our clandestine
it's
study missions.
the
I'm happy to sit in the
process
corner
that
and
you should
read
get
my book or do something. If you want to. It
satisfied.
feels good to
Just
pick out
just
something
the
familiar.
feeling of somebody else.
Definitely.
What do you? I mean, how do you?
Okay, so
You don't
it's
seem
not so
to.
much that there is a meaning.
You seem
In fact,
to have been
there is
fearless to just
as
sit
far
in
as I
front
can
of the
tell,
camera
things just
by
exist,
yourself to do the episode.
and it's
It was weird. I mean, the first
I
year of
think
the
it's
podcast,
inappropriate
it
for us
just
to
spilled out.
assign
It was just,
a
I had
meaning
all
for
that
our
stuff. I was
existence,
so
'cause,
excited about. I've been talking
you
to
know, we-
everyone
as a
who's
civilization will
listening
eventually
and
perish,
anyone
and
even when
nothing will be,
run
just
away,
another
I'd be
planet
talking,
on which
you know,
life
before
died,
there was ever a
and
camera. Wasn't on social
if you
media.
look at the
2019, I posted
big
a little
scheme
bit. 20 years ago, I started doing a podcast.
who
But
cares? Like,
yeah,
who
I had
cares?
I just
And how can we assign significance to what we are doing?
zest
So
and
you
delight
said the
in this
meaning
stuff.
of
So
life
can you
is
remember
this.
someone to tell you about this stuff?
Well,
I just
you
felt
will
like
be
here's the
around
opportunity.
in a million years, so,
Let it
but,
burst,
you know,
and then
it cannot
as
be
we
the
got into
meaning
topics
of
that are a little
life,
bit
because
further away from my
nothing will be
my
around.
home
So
knowledge,
I think we
you
should
know,
just enjoy the process, and
I still
you know,
get
it's like
super
many
excited
other
about
things
it.
in life.
It's
You
music in the
enjoy
brain
good food,
episode I've been
okay,
researching for a while.
and you can enjoy learning.
It's so,
Why?
so
Because it
interesting. There's
makes
so many
you
facets. Singing versus
appreciate better
improvisation,
where, you know, the environment that you live in.
music
And
versus
sometimes
listening
people
to
think
music versus
religion, for example, is in
learning
conflict
music.
with
I mean,
science.
it just goes on and on. There's just so much.
Spirituality.
And that's so interesting. I
That's
just
not true.
can't get it off. And I think,
If you see a watch,
you know, you put a camera in front of me, I sort of forget about it.
Outside,
And
you
I'm
know,
just
you might say,
trying to
"Oh, that's
keep-
interesting," but then if you start to open it up and learn about how it
Maybe I
works,
need to find
you
that
appreciate
there as
it
well.
more.
But like for
So
me, a lot of the
science is
joys
the way
in
to
the
learn about how the world works.
and the camera, there's
It's
something.
not in conflict
well, the
to
best lecturers, as
the
you
meaning
know,
that
and
we
you're
assign
a
to all of
phenomenal
this, but
lecturer, so you
it
embody this as
helps
well.
you
But
appreciate the world
when I teach
better.
at Stanford,
So
I
in fact,
was
I
directing
would
this
think
course
that
in
the religious
neuroanatomy and
person
neuroscience
should
and the medical students, and I
promote
noticed
science
that the
because
best lecturers who
gives
come
you a
in
better
and
appreciation
the
of what's
teaching
around you.
material from a place
You know, it's like, you know, if you
standing,
buy,
but they're
in
also
a grocery, buy
experiencing it
something,
as
you know,
a
like
first-time
a
learner
bunch
and
of
at the same time. So it's sort of embodying the
that are
delight
packed
of it,
together,
but also
and
the
you
authority
can't see
over
from the
not
outside
authority,
exactly
but
what
the
kind of
sort of
fruits are
mastery of
inside.
the
But
material.
if you open it up
And
and study,
It's
you
really this
appreciate better the
enlightenment that the
merchandise
students are
that you get,
looking
right? So
onto, and of
you
course
pay the
they
same amount of money,
and
but
deserve the
at
best
least you know what's inside.
material.
So
So
why don't we figure out what the world is about?
yeah,
you know,
just
what
tap
the
into
universe,
that
what
energy of
is the
learning
dark
and
matter
loving it, and
will help us appreciate,
along for the ride.
you know, the
Or
bigger
yeah, I get
picture,
accused of being
and then you can
long-winded, but
assign
you
your
know,
own
things get taken out of
flavor
context.
to what
That
it
leads to
means.
greater misunderstanding. And also, I look at because I come from a lineage of three dead advisors.
That a person
Three.
like you exists
All three.
at the center
So
of scientific
I don't know
community
when
gives me faith
the
and hope
Reaper's coming
about
for me. I'm doing my best to
this,
stay alive a long time, but whether or not
this
it's
big
bullet
journey
or a
that we
bus
call
or
science. So
cancer or whatever,
thank you for writing
old
the book
age,
you wrote
I'm
recently
I'm trying to get it all out there.
Many other books and articles.
Best I can. And if it means you have to hit pause and come back at it, it's
Thank you
good.
for wasting all this
This
time
seems like a
with me,
reasonable
because
compromise to me. I'm not going to go
this was not a waste of thought, and thank you for having me.
go
I
longer
learned
than I
a
need
lot
to, and
from
I'm
your
trying to
questions
shorten
and your remarks.
But
Thank you.
again, that's
Thanks for listening to
kind
this
of how I
conversation
show up.
about Elon.
It's like
Thank you
Tim
to our
Armstrong would say
sponsors.
about writing songs.
Zero
I have to
fasting
write
app,
every day.
Fasting
Every day.
element,
Was Greg ever
like
stopped
drink,
creating? No. Has Joe ever
sun
stopped
basket,
preparing
meal
for comedy?
delivery
Are you ever?
service,
stop
Pessimist
to think about world issues and technology and who you can talk to. And it seems to me you've always got a plan.
Fast breaking, delicious
Like,
meals.
the thing I love about your
Podcast
podcast the most,
very little, as
to
far
be
as I
honest,
know,
these
to do
days,
with fasting.
is the surprise of
Choose wisely,
like,
my
I don't know,
friends.
yeah.
If you wish,
It's
click
almost
the
like
sponsor
I
links
get a
below
little
to get a
nervously
discount and
excited
support this
about
podcast.
when a new
And
episode
now,
comes. Like
let me leave you some
no
words
idea.
from Albert Einstein.
No idea. And
The
you know, I
important
mean,
thing
I
is
had
not
some
to stop
guesses based on what
questioning.
you told me during the break. And
Curiosity has
you
its
got
own
some
reason for
people where it's
existence.
just like,
One
whoa,
cannot help but be in awe when he
there?
contemplates the mysteries of
Can't
eternity,
wait.
of
Click.
life.
You know,
The
they're,
marvelous
you know, I
structure
think
of
that's
reality.
really cool. Like, you're
It is
constantly
enough
diving
if
deep.
one tries
So
merely
you're
to
doing
comprehend a little
so
of this
well,
mystery.
man. Such a
every
high
day.
level. And
Thank you for
I think it's
listening.
also
Hope to
important
see you
for
next
people to
time.
understand that what you're doing, Lex, there's no precedent for it. Sure, there have been interviews before, there have been podcasts before, there have been discussions before, but it's not like how many of your peers can you look to find out how best to do the content like yours? Zero. There's one peer, you. And so, you know, that should give you great
I was on the run
peace
for 4 months,
and
stole
great excitement
$600,000.
because you're
I was in
a
Las Vegas,
pioneer.
Nevada.
You're
One
literally.
day I had stolen.
I don't want to take an unnecessary tangent, but I think this might thread together two
Went
of
in the
the things
next,
we talked
the
about,
next
which
morning, I woke
I
up,
think is
signed on to
pretty key importance.
cartersmarket.com,
One is
which is
romantic
my
relationships,
for
and
the
the other is
Iceman.
creative process.
And there's my name.
And this again is something I learned from Rick, but that he and I have gone back and forth on, and that I think is worth elaborating on, which is earlier we were saying, you know, the best relationship is going to be one where you really bring
talking
peace.
about me being part
I think peace also can be translated to, among other things,
So of course they're all
lack of
they're all
distraction.
every
So when
base
you're with
after,
your
like,
partner, can you really focus on them and the relationship?
The following is a
Can you
conversation with Brett Johnson,
not be
a
distracted
former cyber criminal
by
who built the first organized
things that you're
cybercrime
upset about
community
from
called
your
Shadow
past or from
that is
your
the precursor
past with
to
them
today's
or
dark
their,
net and dark
and
net
of course the same
markets.
is true for them,
He's
right?
referred to
I
by
do
the
feel
United
that way
States
too.
Secret
So they
Service
can really
as,
focus.
quote, the original
Also,
internet godfather.
when you're not
He
with
has been
them,
the central
can you
figure
focus on
in the
your work?
cybercrime
Can
world
you
for almost 20
not
years.
be worried about whether or
Placed
not they're
on the
okay
US
because you
most
trust that
wanted
they're an
list in
adult and they can handle
2006
things or they
for
will
being
reach out and
convicted
make
of
things.
39 felonies for
They're going to
cybercrime.
communicate their needs
Escaped from
like an
prison,
adult,
and then
not
eventually
creating
being locked
messes
up,
just to get
served his
attention and things
time,
like that,
and now
or
is helping people
or
understand
disappearing.
and fight cybercrime.
So
This was a raw,
peace
honest,
and focus,
emotional, and real episode. Brett
and
has caused a lot
distraction
of
is
pain
the
to a lot of
enemy
people,
of peace and
and
focus.
yet his own story
So
is
there's
full of
something
trauma,
there, I believe,
pain,
because
and also redemption.
people that have this strong generative drive and
This is
want
a good
to,
time to say
you know, be
that I
productive
have
in their home
and
life, in
will
the sense of have
talk
a rich
to people
family
who have
life,
served time in prison.
partner life, whatever that is,
Perhaps
and in
people
their work
who
life,
currently are in prison.
you know, the ability to really drop
Try
into
to
the
do my
work and
best to both
you
empathize
might have
with
the
the person
sense like, I
across
hope
from
they're
me
okay, or
and
you
not
know,
let them
need
sugarcoat
to check
and
my
explain
phone or
away
something, but just
and
know
dismiss
we're
the
good.
crimes they
So
committed.
peace and
This
focus,
is a
I
tough
think,
line
and
to walk
present, being
because if you
present
close your
are
heart
so
to the
key,
other
and they're
person,
key at every level
you'll
of
never
romantic
fully understand
relationship.
their
From
mind and their
you know,
story.
certainly presence and focus, you know,
If you open the heart
everything
too
from
much,
sex to
you can
listening
be
to
manipulated, where the conversation reveals
raising a
nothing
family to
honest,
tending to the house,
real.
and
It's
in
requires
work, it's
skill
absolutely
and
critical.
willingness to take
So
the
I think
risk.
that those things are kind
I
of
don't know about the skill part,
mirror images of
but
the
I'd like
same
to take the
thing,
risk.
and they're
I
both
always wear
important
my heart on my
reflections of the
sleeve.
other.
If I get
And when
hurt
you
for
start
it,
to just, you know, when work is
that's life.
not going well, then
As I've said, I
the
want to understand
relationship, the
what makes
focus
a
on
person do
relationship can
these
suffer, and
crimes.
vice
The
versa.
particular characteristics,
It's crazy how
whether
important that
temporary
is.
or
How
permanent madness,
how incredibly
justifications, but also their humanity.
wonderful it could be to
I
have
believe
a
each of
person
us
in your
have
life
the
that have
capacity to become both the criminal and
able
the victim,
to create.
predator
Yeah,
and
and
prey.
you supply
It's up to us to
the
avoid
peace
these
and focus
paths,
for their
to find the
endeavors,
path
whatever
to
those are.
redemption.
I mean,
It's
that
on each of us.
symmetry there.
It's our
Because
responsibility
clearly
and
people have
burden
different needs, and the need
of being
you just
human
really
in a
trust. You know,
complicated,
like when Lex is working,
dangerous world.
he's in his
This is the
generative
Let's
mode,
Read
and
podcast, supported Bleacher
I
Better
know he's
sponsors
good,
in the
and so then
description.
they
Now,
feel
dear friends,
sure they contribute to that, but then also
Johnson.
what you're doing is
You were
supporting them in
convicted
whatever way.
of 39 felonies for
And I think that
cybercrime,
sometimes you'll see that people
placed
pair up
on the
along
US
creative,
most wanted
or
list in
musical,
2006,
or
escaped from
computer
prison.
scientists, but
You
I
built
think,
the first
again, going back
organized
to this
cybercrime community
Conti
called
episode
Shadow
on
Crew that is the
relationships,
precursor
that the
to
superficial
today's dark net and
labels
dark
are
net
less
markets.
important, it seems, than
And
just
the desire to create that kind of relationship together. And as a consequence,
question,
the
how
work
Did your career
mode. And for some people, they're people aren't working, and some
My life
people
in
are.
crime
But
begins
I
when I'm
think
10 years
I
old.
think that's the good
10
stuff.
years old, man.
You
Think
know,
about
and,
that.
and I think that's the big learning in all of it is that the further along I go, with each birthday, I guarantee you, what I want is simpler and simpler, and harder and harder to create, but oh so worth it. The inner and the outer piece. It's been over 2 years, I think, since Costello passed away. Still tears me. I cried about him today.
My mom was basically
It's proportional to the love. Yeah, I'll cry about it. It wasn't putting him down. It wasn't the act of actually, that was a beautiful thing. I didn't expect it to be, but it was in my place when I was living in Topanga during the pandemic, where we watched the podcast. And I did it at home, and I hated the vets. I did it at home, and it was he gave out this huge right at the end, and I could just tell he had been just not a lot of pain, fortunately, but he'd just been working so hard just to move it all. And the craziest thing happened. I never had an experience like this. I expected my heart to break, and I felt it broken. I felt it.
The methodologies
Parents split.
hustled
Very child felt it. I felt it when Barbara died.
We see that a lot with cyber criminals, you know that.
So as well, and so many friends, like way too many. I mean, end of 2017, my friend Aaron King, Johnny Fair, John Eichelberg, stomach cancer, suicide, all in a freaking week. And I just remember thinking, what the? But when it comes, like, when you just heartbreaking, you just carry that. And it's like, but that's just a short run, you know? And I don't say that for a sob story. It's just for a guy that wasn't in the military, didn't grow up in the big city, like the unusual number of deaths, like close people.
Every relationship she's ever had.
When Costello went, the craziest thing happened. My heart warmed up, like heated up, and I wasn't on MDMA, and I wasn't. Like, I was just the moment he went, it just went. And it was like a supernatural experience. I just never had that. I put my grandfather in the ground. I was all there at the funeral. And that one time I had like to have ever done it, and it just heated up.
It may have been the part where she accused
and it was almost like, and you can make up these stories about what it is, but it was almost like he was like, all right, I have to be careful because I will cry here. I don't want to. It was almost like he was like,
kicks her through a closet.
All that effort, because I put so much effort into it. I was like, it was like giant.
And that was the last time.
It was incredible. You know, and I'm not embarrassed to shed a tear or two about it.
So sorry to take us there.
Holy shit.
For people who know you,
that's how close
people should definitely watch some of your lectures online.
What do you think you can find
charismatic and fun.
I mean,
jolly.
when, and excuse me for yelling up, but it was just, I mean, it's freaking job, right? I get it. But for me, it was the first real home I ever had. But when Costello went, it was like we had this home in Topanga, we set it up, and like, he was just so happy there. And I think it just, it was like this weird victory / massive loss. Like 11 years, he did everything to make him as comfortable as possible. And he was super loyal, beautiful animal, but also just funny and fun. And I was like, I did it. Like, you know, I gave much of myself to this being as I felt I could without making it.
Like I said, my mom was a fraudster. My dad was a good guy.
And so I don't know. When I think about Barbara, especially, I well up, and it's hard for me. But I mean, I talked to her before she died, and that was a brutal conversation. Saying goodbye to someone, especially with kids, and that was hard. I think that really flipped the switch in me. Well, I always knew I wanted kids. I said, I want kids. I don't want kids. That I was like, I want them. Will I be able to find that kind of love? Yeah. I think because it was the caretaker. It wasn't about what he gave me.
We can't take it anymore.
The more I could take care of it,
in the first instance, I guess I was 7 or 8. My sister and nieces a year.
I don't know. So
my dad actually files
I miss him every
every day.
Mom was pretty forced
Every
at that
day.
point.
And it's
My
like
mom
every day.
kind of goes crazy.
You're
My dad,
you got a heart
my
that's
dad,
so
my
full of
sister
love. I
was
can't
my
wait
mother,
for you to
that's
have
that
kids.
Eastern Kentucky mentality.
For you to be a
Men stay with men.
father. Yeah, well, I can't wait to do the
So,
same when you know.
he was 5
Besides, I'm
me
ready.
and my dad, we lived in an apartment. My
And
mom
then
was
I will still beat you to it.
with her
As I
grandparents
told
and
you
her
many
parents
times
built some
before.
back and forth
I think you should.
And I remember I was sleeping in the bed. We had a single wide bed. My
I mean,
dad
look at
slept
the people in
on the
our
sofa.
life.
If I
Because
woke
we're
up
kind of the,
there was some sort of
if you
ruckus.
haven't realized it already, like we're the
So I wake up and I'm walking in the living
of
room.
the podcast.
And my mom
But you know, like
has a
Joe
knife to my
and
dad's throat.
Peter
And
and
basically, you're not going to steal my son.
Segura and
My mom was this individual that
the rest, right?
when
That
she
they're
knew she
like
went so far, like I said,
tribal
she was always
elders,
this
right?
person that tested.
And we're
Can I do this
we're
to
not
you?
the youngest in the crew, but we're if you look at all
She
those
was
guys,
also this person
they all
that
have
if she
kids.
went too far,
They all
she
enjoy
knew
their kids,
it, and she would always
and
try to
their kids bring
divert
tremendous
that
meaning
into
to their
something
life.
else. All right, so she knew at that point she went too far. So what does she do? She gets up,
You didn't go
crying,
off and start a family,
goes to the bathroom,
start a family.
and pretends to slit her wrists.
Yeah, I think that's
So
the
that
goal.
my dad, Ray,
And the kids of the goal.
mad and not responding.
Kids not only make them their life more joyful, brings love to their life, it also makes them more productive, makes them better people, all that. It's
I think with her,
kind of obvious.
Yeah, I think that's what Costello wanted.
she
I
was
think
an
that's the
MD,
story.
she had a very good nurse, but she didn't
Yeah.
want to
and
It
don't
was a
fuck
good
this
test.
up.
And
It was a lot of so with her it was easier for her.
Andrew,
Oh,
I love
man.
your brothers.
Love you too. Thank
It was
you.
against
Appreciate it.
businesses, against people.
We will talk often on each other's podcast for many years to come. Yes, many years to come.
Thanks for having me on here. There are no words for me.
She did anything she could for money. And of course, I get involved with that. What happens is
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert.
great grandfather
In the midst of winter,
my mom
I found
all
what was
three of
within me
us.
an
Yeah,
invincible
we're going, I'm
smile.
taking the kids. We're going
That
back
makes
to
me
Eastern
happy.
Kentucky to attend the
Which
funeral.
says that no matter how hard the world
That was
pushes
her
against me,
Me and
within
Ace
me,
didn't know she
there's
got back
something
in any
stronger,
clothes at all. She stores
something
her
better,
clothes in the trunk of the
pushing
car.
right back.
And she leaves my dad.
Thank you
I
for
don't get to see
listening.
my dad
I
again
hope to see you
for, I think 5,
next time.
6 years, something like that. My mom, like I said, she used to bring me home in front of my dad. She would, he'd sit there and cry, beg her not to do it. She'd do it anyway. When she leaves him,
There is a certain
she kept up
perspective
that.
where you might be
So,
thinking, what is the longest possible
living at my
game that you could play?
grandparents' house,
The fourth
my
game is, for
grandfather, he had
instance,
converted the house.
cancer
He
is
raised
playing
the
a shorter
house
game
up
than your organism.
and built
Cancer
apartments
is an
underneath
organism
it.
playing a shorter
So
game
me and my sister and my
than
mom
the
lived
regular
in one of the
organism,
apartments
because the
underneath,
cancer
and,
cannot procreate
that
beyond the
whole
organism,
family was just
um,
nuts.
except for some
Nuts. My
infectious cancers,
granddad,
like the
Paul,
ones that
he
eradicated the
went,
small devils.
this is
You
a man that
typically end up with the situation where the organism dies together with the cancer, because the cancer
so
has destroyed the
there's
larger
no such
system
thing as
into playing a
Vietnamese going
shorter game.
upstairs to eat.
And so
If they
ideally you
found out
want to,
Vietnamese
I think,
was
build
taking a
agents
bath,
that play
we were
the
allowed to
longest
bath
possible
in
games.
2 inches of
And the
water.
longest possible
One time
games
a
is to
week
keep
because he didn't
entropy
have
at
to
bay
pay
as
water.
long as
There's
possible by
rules.
being
You
interesting
know,
stuff.
if you couldn't have the TV on.
The following is a conversation with Yosha Bach. It's their time on this podcast. Yosha is one of the most brilliant, fascinating minds in the world, exploring the nature of intelligence, consciousness, and computation. And he's one of my favorite humans to talk to about pretty much anything and everything. This is the Let's Freedom Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Yosha. You wrote a post about levels of lucidity. Quote, as we grow older, it becomes apparent that our self-reflexive mind is not just gradually accumulating ideas about itself, but that it progresses in somewhat distinct stages. So, there's several of the stages. Stage 1, reactive survival. Stage 2, personal self, young child. Stage 3, social self, adolescence, domesticated self. Stage 4 is rational agency, self-direction. Stage 5 is self-authoring, which is wisdom. There's 2 more stages. Stage 6 is enlightenment. Stage 7 is transcendence. Can you explain what the interesting parts of these stages? And what's your sense why there's stages of this of lucidity as we progress through life?
in this too short life.
So
This model is derived from concept by the psychologist
Yes, you can't wear the hoodie and put the red
He
down here because my
talks
mask
about
red.
the development of the self as a process that happens principle by some kind of reverse engineering of the mind. That you gradually become aware of yourself and thereby build structure that allows you to interact people with the world in yourself. And I found myself using this model not so much as a developmental model. I'm not even sure if it's a developmental model because I saw my children not progressing exactly like that. I also suspect that you don't go to the stages necessarily in succession. And it's not that you work through one stage and then you get into the next one. Sometimes you revisit them. Sometimes stuff is happening in parallel. But it's, I think, useful framework to look at what's present in the structure of a person, how they interact with the world, and how they relate to themselves. So it's more like a philosophical framework that allows you to talk about how minds work. And at first, when we are born, we don't have a personal self. Instead, we have an attentional self. And this attentional self is an extremely instant task. It's building a world model. And also an initial model of the self. Mostly it's building a game engine in the brain that is tracking sensory data and uses it to explain it. And sometimes you could compare it to a game engine like Minecraft with those colors and sounds. People are all about physical objects. Their creation of our mind at a certain level of foretraining, models that are mathematical, that use geometry, and isolation of objects and so on to create scenes in which we can find ourselves in practice. Yeah, and this personal self is something that is what is created after the world is finished, after it frames into the system, after it has been constructed. And this personal self is an agent that interacts with the outside world. And the outside world is not the world of quantum mechanics, not the physical universe, but it's the model that's been generated in our own mind. And this is us, and we experience ourselves interacting with that outside world that is created outside of our own mind. And outside of ourselves, there are feelings, and they presented our interface to the outside world that pose problems to us. These feelings are basically attitudes that our mind is computing, that tell us what's needed in the world, the things that we are drawn to, the things that we are afraid of. And we are tasked with solving this problem of satisfying the needs, avoiding the aversions, following our inner commitments, and so on, and also modeling ourselves and building the next stage. So after we have this personal self in stage 2 online, many people form a social self. And this social self allows the individual to experience themselves as part of the group. It's basically this thing that when you are playing in a team, for instance, you don't notice yourself just as a single node that is reaching out into the world, but you're also looking down. You're looking down this entire group and you see how this group is looking at this individual. Everybody in the group is, and sometimes emulating this group spirit to some degree. And in this state, people are forming their opinions by assimilating them from this group mind. They gain the ability to act a little bit like a hive mind.
But are you also modeling the interaction of how opinions shape forms through the interaction of the individual nodes within the group?
Yeah, but the way in which people do it in the stage is that they experience what are the opinions of my environment, they experience the relationship that I have to the environment, and they resonate with people around them, and get more opinions in this through this interaction, through the way in which they relate to others. And at stage 4, you basically understand that stuff is reinforced independently what other people believe, and you have agency over your own beliefs at stage. You basically discover epistemology, the rules about determining what's true and false.
You start to learn how to think.
Yes. I mean, at some level, you're always thinking, you are constructing things. And I believe that this ability to reason about geometric representation is what we mean by thinking. It's an intrinsically reflective process that requires consciousness. Without consciousness, you cannot think. You can generate the content of feelings and so on outside of consciousness. It's very hard to be conscious of how your feelings emerge, at least in the early stages of development, but thoughts is something that you always control. And if you are a nerd like me, you often have to stage 3, because you lack the intuitive empathy with others. Because in order to resonate with a group, you need to have a quite similar architecture. And if people are wired differently, then it's hard for them to resonate with other people and basically have empathy, which is not the same as compassion, but it is a shared perceptual mental state. Empathy happens not just via influence about the state of others, but it's a perception of what other people feel and where they're at.
You cannot have empathy while also not having a similar architecture, cognitive architecture as the others in the
I
group.
think, yes, but of my experience that's true, but you need to build something that's like a meta architecture. You need to be able to embrace the architecture of the others to some degree, also find some shared common ground. And there's also this issue that if you are a nerd, humanists often betrays you. Typical people have difficulty to resonate with you. And as a result, they have difficulty understanding you unless they have enough wisdom to feel what's going on there.
Well, aren't we using the whole process of the stage 3 to figure out the API to the other humans that have different architecture, and you yourself publish public documentation to the API that people can interact with for you? Isn't the whole process of socializing?
My experience as a child growing up was that I did not find any way to interface with the stage 3 people, and they didn't do that with me. So, yeah, of course, I tried it very hard. But it was only when I entered a mathematics school at 9th grade, lots of other nerds were present, that I found people that I could deeply resonate with, and had the impression that, yes, I have friends now, I found my own people, and before that, I felt extremely lonely in the world. There was basically nobody I could connect to.
And what happens is
I remember there was one moment in all these years where I was, there was a school exchange, and it was a Russian boy, kid from the Russian garrison stationed in Eastern Germany, who visited our school, and we played a game of chess against each other. And we looked into each other's eyes, and we sat there for 2 hours playing this game of chess, and I had the impression this is a human being. He understands what I understand. He didn't even speak the same language.
I wonder if your life could have been different. You knew that it's okay to be different. Whether like accepting it. The interface is hard to figure out. It takes a long time to figure out. It's okay to be different.
And I met me and my mom and my sister were walking into the
It was
school.
not my main concern. My main concern was mostly that it was alone. Like, it was not so much the question, is it okay to do this? I couldn't do much about it, so I had to deal with it. But my main issue was that I was not sure if I would ever meet anybody growing up that I would connect to at such a deep level that I would feel that I could belong.
So there's a visceral, undeniable feeling.
And I noticed the same thing when I came to the nurse school, that I think at least half of the two-thirds of these kids were severely traumatized as children growing up, and in large part due to being alone.
And I walked in the first day, and this English teacher, her name's Carol Combs. I walked in and
I'm not alone anymore. It took me some time to update and to get over the trauma part, and I felt that in my 20s I had lots of friends and I had my place in the world. I had no longer doubts that I would never be alone again.
Is there some aspects where we're alone together? You don't see deep loneliness inside yourself?
She's like, no. She's like,
Sorry.
drama.
Okay, so that's the anomaly of progression through the stages. It's not like you caught up on stage 3 at some
So
point.
we are at stage 4. And so basically I find that many nerds jump straight into stage 4, bypassing stage 3.
They return to it.
Academics take.
Yeah, of course. Sometimes they do, not always. The question is basically, do you stay a little bit autistic, or do you catch up? And I believe you can catch up. You can build this missing structure. And I basically experience yourself as part of a group, learn intuitive empathy, and develop a sense, perceptual sense of feeling what other people feel. And before that, I could only basically feel this when I was deeply in love with somebody and listening to it.
There's a lot of friction.
It was like Jesus
Doing
Christ,
that way.
that's
Like, take only with certain people as opposed to it comes naturally.
Yeah.
But
But this is something that
The
basically
high school
later
that I came from was Weisberg.
started to
The
resolve
first time
itself.
that Weisberg came against us,
To a large degree.
she told me, I was talking to her about a year ago, and she
In
told me,
many
she's like,
ways,
Brad,
growing up in
she said
Germany,
that first meet against Weisberg, she said,
meditation did help. I had some very crucial experiences
and said, oh, you've got that Johnson boy on your
getting
table.
close to
And
people,
she said, my
building
response
connections,
was that Johnson boy is
counting a lot in my student years.
So, but
So
did
were you
that, and
paying
then
attention
with
Yeah.
theater,
to the
I ended up my senior year.
feeling
I
of
won Best Actor and
Loving other
Actress
people
on
and
stage.
being loved by
I'm
other
the only guy to
people,
ever do that on
and
stage.
building a
So,
space in which you can be
did
safe
pretty
and
well,
can
man.
experiment
Did pretty
and
well. Had scholarships
touch
coming
a lot
out of
and
high school and everything
be
else.
close to
I'm
somebody
the
a
idiot
lot.
that turned them down. That's
Because over time, basically,
You
at
make a
some
hell
point
of
you realize,
of
oh, it's
all
no
the many
longer
things you could probably
that I feel
do.
blocked
You make a
out,
hell
but
of
I
a
feel connected
actor.
and I
I'm very
experience
good on stage.
what somebody else
I'm
is at.
very good
And
on stage.
normally my mind
Acted
is
professionally
racing very
or
fast at high
not
frequency,
professionally.
so it's not always working like this. Sometimes
Stuff
it
like
works
that. What
better,
happened
sometimes
was
it works
so
less.
I
But
turned
also
down
don't
the
see this as a pressure. It's more,
turned down
it's
the
interesting
scholarships.
to observe
Feel scared of
myself
leaving. I
which
guess
frequency I'm at,
started community college.
uh,
And
at which mode somebody else is
community
at.
college there hires a new theater
Yeah.
director out of
and
California.
mine
He
is so
knew the
beautiful in that
guy
way.
that ran the
Sometimes,
San Jose
sometimes
State.
it comes so natural to me, so
Named
easy
Edward
to
Manuel
pay
was his
attention,
name.
pay
His
attention to
claim
the
to
work
fame, he had
for
written
each other
the
people
three
for it.
ninjas.
And sometimes the
The
stress
three little ninja
over
kids
silly
back in
things
the 80s. He had
is
written this for
overwhelming.
them. And
It's
it
so
made a
interesting.
shitload
The
of
mind's that roller coaster in
So
that way.
he invites
At
Ed
stage 5,
Manuel
you
to come down
discover
and see
how
the play.
identity is
And
constructed.
So it's
You
all fresh.
realize that your
values.
values are not
So
terminal,
I
but
put
they're
that on.
instrumental to
I
achieving
was doing like
a
it was
world that you like and aesthetics
18 different
that you
things.
prefer.
Yeah.
And
So Ed sees
the
the
more
show,
you
he's
understand
like,
this, the more you get
scholarship.
agency over
So,
how your identity
look, he
is
said, right now
constructed.
you're a big fish in
And
a
you
small
realize
pond.
that
We'll make you a big fish in a
identity
big
in
pond. I was
interpersonal
like,
interaction is
deal.
a costume,
So I took the scholarship.
and you should be able
And he
to
was
have
like, I'll be back in
agency
2
over that
weeks.
costume.
So he
Right? It's
flies out.
useful
2
to be a
weeks later,
costume. It
this guy
tells
flies back
something
in.
to
He
others,
drives down the
and
road.
it allows to interface in
I'm out
roles.
shooting ball.
But being locked into
Because
this
of friends.
is a big limitation.
He
The word
pulls up,
costume kind of implies
and he gets out of
you're
the car, and I was
fragile
like, I'm
in
going
some
to him.
way.
I was like, hey, man, I'll
Is
walk
costume
you in. You can meet my
a
parents.
good word for
He's
you?
like,
We
nah,
don't
I
present
got it.
ourselves to
I was
the
like,
world.
okay.
In some sense,
So I
I
keep shooting
learned a
ball.
lot
He
about
walks in the
costumes
house.
at Burning Man. Before that, I did not
Stays
really
about 15
appreciate
minutes.
costumes and saw
Walks
them
out,
more as
lights the
uniforms.
sheet,
Like
does
you're
a
in a
suit
suit if you are working in a
gets a
bank,
coat,
or if you are
leaves.
trying to
I'll never
get
forget. Had no
startup
idea
funding
what
from a VC
takes me
in
a couple
Switzerland.
weeks.
Right,
What happened
then
is
you
my
dress
mom,
up in a
he
particular
walks in and
way, and it
introduces
is
himself.
mostly to show the
My
other
mom
side
pulls a
that
knife
you are
on the
willing
guy.
to play by the rules and you understand
I'll
what the
kill
rules
you.
are.
You are
But
not going to steal my
there
goddamn son from me.
is something deeper. When you are
Scares the
Burning
guy
Man,
to
the
death.
costume becomes
He looks out.
self-expression, and there
And
is no boundary to
kind
the
of broke my spirit at
self-expression.
that
You're
point.
basically free
You know, I
to
was like,
wear what you want, to express other
so
people what you feel like this day, and what kind of interactions you want to have.
Is the costume a kind of projection
scams, crimes, everything
of
else. I had already
who
been,
you
I
are?
was a minor.
That's very
I'd
hard to
already
say
been kind
because
of
the
brought up
costume also
on that side
depends
of
on
the
what
family
other
with the
people
crimes
see in
we've
the
done.
costume.
My mom was,
And this
drug
depends on the
trafficking,
context that the other
and stuff,
people understand. And you have
illegally
to
mining
create
coal,
something if you want to that is legible
charity
to
fraud,
the other side,
illegally
and
mined
that means
wildcat
something to
coal.
yourself.
So you,
Can you
explain
Do we
that?
become
So
prisoners of the costume?
to
Because
properly
everybody
mine
expects
coal,
us
Some
to.
people do, but I think that once you realize that you wear a costume at running,
you know,
a
they can
variety
get
of
a piece of
costumes,
equipment, so
you
you make
realize
an
that
ocean
you cannot not wear a costume.
or an auger or what have you.
Like basically
So you
everything that
start
you
mining,
wear
but you
and
don't get the
present to
permit,
others
so you don't have to
is
fund and do the, you don't have to pay.
something
Back then it was like
that is to some
$3,500
degree
for a
in
2-acre
addition
permit or
to
$5,000
what
for a 2-acre
you are
permit, but
deep
you
inside.
strip mine
To this
the
stage,
coal on that,
regardless
then you have
of
to pay for
the
the
full
reclamation on
adult
top of that. So once
comma
you
wisdom,
uncover the pit,
why is
take
this
the coal
full adult?
out, you have to cover back up the
Why
pit,
would you say this is
sow
full?
grass, make sure everything is
And why is it
environmentally friendly,
wisdom?
got a silt
It
pond,
does allow you to
everything else.
understand
So it takes you by
why
an
other
acre
people
of
have
land
different
to some
identities.
acre of land,
And
and then you can, there's a whole
and
process you're supposed
it
to go
allows
through,
you to
fire
understand that the
laws, bringing
difference
people
between
involved
people who
in
vote for
mining,
different
the
parties and might
smallest
have very different opinions and different value systems. It's often the accident of where they're born and what happened after them, after that to them, what traits they got before they were born. At some point you will realize the perspective where you understand that everybody could be you in a different time, and if you just keep those bits.
How many costumes do you have?
All that crap on
I
top
don't
of it.
count.
All right, the reclamation is
But
pretty
more than one.
expensive. So if
Yeah,
you're
but
uncovering a pit of coal,
how you use to do
we had,
content.
so a ton of coal is basically about 36 cubic
It's
inches.
just a
Is
matter
what
of energy
2,000
interest.
pounds of coal
When you are
weighs
wearing
here in Eastern
your
Kentucky.
pajamas and you switch out of your pajamas
Bituminous coal.
into,
The fact that
say,
you know
a
this
work
is
shorts
awesome.
and pants, you're making a costume
The
change,
fact that you
right?
know
And
that
if you're putting on the gown, you're making a costume
ton
change.
of
You could do the same with personality.
Yeah, you learn this shit, right? You
You
rattle
could,
this shit off. So,
if that's what you're into.
uncover the
There are
pit, and
people
you
that
gotta sell
have
the
multiple
pit. Well, the
personalities
thing
for
is that
interaction in
where you
multiple
go sell
worlds. Like
coal,
if somebody
you
works
sell
in
it
the
to
store
one
and
of these other
put
coal
up
tipples
with
that
storekeeper
they're buying the
personality,
shit
when
illegally.
you're working,
So
when
back
you
then, a
present
ton of
yourself
coal
at work,
was,
you
I
develop
think, like
a
36
personality
bucks
for this.
per ton. Is
And
what
the
that
social
is.
persona for
And
many
you'd have to
people
go
is
out and you'd
in
test the
some sense
BTUs
subtle,
on you
that
take
they are
a
playing
sample
like
to
a
the lab, test
marionette.
the BTUs, you
If they
take them
play
into
this
the
all the time, they might forget
British thermal unit.
that there is
So you
something
test how
behind
what the
this.
BTU of
There's
coal
something what it
was,
feels
how
like to be in
pure the
your
coal,
skin.
how pure the coal is,
And
what
I guess
what
it's
BTU
very
it burns
helpful
at.
if you're
Back
able
then,
to
a
get
good
back into this.
BTU
And for
was
me,
below 9.
the other way around is relatively hard.
So
I mean,
burn
it's pretty
coal,
hard to
36
learn
dollars
how
a
to
ton.
play
You take that
consistent social
sample over
roles.
to
It's much
the coal
easier just
temple
to be
and
real.
say, okay, we'll buy
Or
this for you.
not
How many
real,
trucks you
but
got, or how many tons you got? And you say this is what we've got. Then you'd hire the trucking company.
No, it's
And
not
where you
quite
get
the
it
same.
out,
So basically, when
you
you
know,
are
you've got
wearing
the
a
agents
costume
that
at Burning
are
Man, let's
looking
say you
for you
are
by
an
this point because
extraterrestrial
people that
friend.
you've bought the
It's something where
rights
you
to
are
be able to
expressing
handle
in some
this.
sense
You
something
said you're going to
closer
give
to
them $2
yourself
a
than
ton,
the
whatever
day
this
in
is.
which you hide yourself
Well, the other
behind
people there, are you
standard
paying them
clothing
off?
when you go out in
Or are
the
you
city
not? Well, if you're
in
not
the
paying
default
them
world.
off, guess what? They
And
know
so
your ass
this
is
costume that you're wearing at Burning Man
illegally.
allows
They're
you
going
to
to
express
report you.
more
All of a
of
sudden, you got
yourself.
all these inspectors that are coming around
Have
and everything.
a
They
shorter
know what you're
distance
doing.
of
So they're looking for you to
advertising
get
to
the pit
people
out. So when do you get the pit out?
what kind of
Right
person
dead
you
of
are,
night.
what kind of interaction you would want to
You're
have with
looked
them.
at up
And
2 o'clock in the morning,
so you get
hauling
much
his ass out. Is what you're
earlier
selling
into
out there. So,
media stress.
and your
And
mom
I
ran
believe
operations.
it's regrettable that we do not
You said you
use
worked
the
the mine too.
opportunities that we
Yeah,
have
learned how to run a
with
loader, run a
custom-made
dozer,
clothing now
learned how
to
to clean off
wear
a pit.
costumes that are much more
Everything like that.
stylish, that are much more custom-made,
So
that are not
this is
necessarily
the
part of a
lifestyle
fashion in
you
which
grow
you
up in.
express
You
which
learn how to
milieu
do
you're
this
part of
stuff.
and how up-to-date
So
you
I know
are,
how to do charity
but you
fraud as
also
well.
express
Insurance
how you
fraud.
are as an individual
Charity
and
fraud.
what you want to
We
do
do a
today
great
and how you
job.
feel
Some of these
today and
are
what
charity
you're
fraud.
excited
It's
about it.
much more
Well,
romantic.
it's easier now
It was
in the
basically
digital world
it was
to
basically standing beside the road
explore different
with a sign
costumes.
and a bucket.
And that's the kind of
Taking
idea
a
with
collection
virtual reality. That's the idea. Even with Twitter, in
for
two-dimensional
children,
screen,
stuff like
you
that.
can
Then
swap
later
out
on, I
costumes.
branched
You can
off.
be as weird as you
When
want.
I started off on my own, I would set up my own
For
charity
Burning
company
Man,
and do some telemarketing.
order
I collect
things,
checks, things like
make
that. You know, we're going to talk about that.
There's more
But
effort
actually,
to
can we just
put
step
on
Better
it.
back
to make
and
them yourself.
talk about
Sure,
your
but
mom,
it's just
your
easier
dad,
to do.
given all of that,
Right?
It's not
given all
about
the
easy, it's about
abuse,
how to get it right.
the
And for me,
complex
the first
ways
Burning
that
Man
she played
experience, I
with
got adopted
love.
by
We're
a
going to see
bunch
how
of people
far
in
she can
Boston
push you
who
and
dragged me
the
to
people
Burning Man,
around
and
her, and they
we
still love her
spent a few weekends
today.
doing
Do you
costumes
love her?
together. And that was an
You know,
important
I
part of
called
the
my dad
experience where we
yesterday.
camp
My
bonded,
dad,
where people got to know
he's
each
dying
other,
now. He's got a heart
and
condition. He's like,
we
"We'll get
basically
the
grew into
operation
the
fixed."
experience that
He's
we
like,
would have
"Mike,
later.
I'm ready to
So
go."
the
And I'm like,
extraterrestrial
I looked at
prince
this,
is
hell, I'm
based on a
52
true
now.
story.
Yeah.
Prior to 52, I'd have been
I
like,
can
no,
only
you need to do
imagine
this.
what
But I
that
looked
looks
at him
like.
and I was like, I understand.
Okay,
I understand.
so
Six.
You're
stage
done.
6,
And
at some point
so
you
he's like,
can
I'll get the
collapse
operation. I was
the
talking to him
division
yesterday. He asked me, he's
between
like, have you ever
staff,
seen your mom? And I
personal
was like,
staff,
Dad, I'm
and
not
work
done for
generator
2
again.
years.
And
And
a lot of
I
people
told him, I was
get
like,
there by
I
meditation,
love my
or
mom,
some of them get there
but
by
my mom
psychedelics,
is not a good
some
person.
of them by accident.
She's not.
And you
And
suddenly
he
notice
told me, I was
that
talking to him on
you
the
are
phone
not actually
yesterday,
a person,
and he
but
told me
you
that
are
it
a
took him
vessel that
several
can create a
years
person.
to really understand
And
that.
the person is
You know,
still
he
there,
loved
you
her too,
observe that personal
but it
self,
takes,
but you
when
observe the
you
personal
get
self from
abuse
the
like
outside.
that, especially my dad came
And
from
you
a good
notice it's a
family,
representation.
everything
And you might also notice that the world that is being created is the representation. If not, then you might experience that I am the universe, I am the thing that is creating everything. And of course, what you're creating is not quantum mechanics and the physical universe. What you're creating is the same engine that is updating the world, and you're creating your visions, your feelings, and all the people inside of that world, including the person that you identify with yourself in this world.
Are you creating the game engine, or are you noticing the game engine?
You notice how you're generating the game engine. And I mean, when you're dreaming at night, you can have a lucid dream. You can learn how to do this deliberately, and in principle, you can also do it during the day. And the reason why we don't get to do this from the beginning, and why we don't have agency of our feelings right away as we do the game, because we have the necessary amount of wisdom to deal with creating this dream that you're in.
you don't want to get access to cheat codes too quickly. Otherwise, you won't enjoy
So stage 5 is already pretty rare. Like stage 6 is even more rare. It's both basically fighters, mostly with advanced Buddhist meditators and so on that are dropping into the stage and can reduce it at will and spend time in it.
So stage 5 requires a good therapist. Stage 6 requires a good Buddhist spiritual mentor.
It is, for instance, could be that it's the right thing to do. But it's not that these stages give you scores or levels that you need to advance to. It's not that the next stage is better. You live your life in the mode that works best at any given moment, and when your mind decides that you should have a different configuration, then it's good in that configuration. And for many people, they stay happily at stage 3 and experience themselves as part of groups, and there's nothing wrong with it. And for some people, this does work, and they're forced to build more agency over their rational beliefs in this and construct their norms rationally. And so they go to this level. And stage 7 is something that is more or less hypothetical. That would be the stage in which it's basically a transhuman stage, in which you understand how you work, in which the mind fully realizes how it's implemented, and can also in principle enter different modes in which it could be implemented. And that's the stage that, as I understand, is not open to people yet.
It is possible to become technology.
Yes, and who knows if there are biological agents that are working at different time scales than us that basically become aware of the way in which they're implemented on ecosystems, and can change that implementation and have agency over how they're implemented. And what I find interesting about the discussion about AI alignment, that it seems to be following these stages very much. Most people usually in stage 3, also according to Robert Keegan, I think he says that about 85% of people are in stage 3 and stay there. And if you're in stage 3 and your opinions are the result of social estimation, then what you're mostly worried about in the AI is that the AI might have the wrong opinion. So if the AI says something racist or sexist, you're all lost because you will assimilate the wrong opinions from the AI. So you need to make sure that the AI has the right opinions and the right values and the right structure. If you're at stage 4, that's not your main concern. So most nerds don't really worry about the algorithmic bias in the model that it picks up, because if there's something wrong with this bias, the AI ultimately will prove it. At some point, we'll get it there that it makes mathematical proofs about reality, and then it will figure out what's true and what's false. But you're still worried that the AI might turn you into paperclips because it might have the wrong values. Right? So if it's set up with the wrong function that controls its direction in the world, then it might do something that's completely horrible and there's no easy way to fix it.
So that's more like a stage 4 rationalist kind of worry.
And if you are at stage 5, you're mostly worried that the AI is not going to be enlightened fast enough, because you realize that the game is not so much about intelligence, but about agency, about the ability to control the future, and the identity is instrumental to this. And if you are a human being, I think at some level you ought to choose your own identity. You should not have somebody else pick the costume for you and then wear it, but instead you should be mindful about what you want to be in this world. And I think if you are an agent that is fully malleable, that can rewrite its own source code, like an AI might do at some point, then the identity that you will have is whatever you can be. And in this way, the AI will maybe become everything, like a planetary control system. And if it does that, then if we want to coexist with it, it means that it will have to share some purposes with us. So it cannot be a transactional relationship. We will not be able to use reinforcement learning as human feedback to hardwire its values into it. But this has to happen. It's probably that it's conscious, so it can relate to our own mode of existence, where an observer is observing itself in real time. This is the temporary frame. And the other thing is that it probably needs to have some kind of transcendental orientation, building shared agency. In the same way as we do when we are able to enter with each other into non-transactional relationships. And I find that's something that, because the stage 5 is so rare, is missing much of the discourse.
I lied to
I
family,
think
friends,
that
everyone I
we
knew.
need in some
I was
sense
a truly despicable
focus
person.
on how to formalize love, how to
One of my
understand love,
Ukrainian
how to build it
associates script
into the
had
machines
someone
that
who
we're
only had
currently
money
building and
kidnapped
that are
and
about to
tortured.
become smarter than
He
us.
posted pictures of it
Well, I
online.
think this is a good opportunity to try to sneak up to the idea of
Used to
enlightenment.
flood his enemies' email
So
addresses
you
with
wrote
child
a
pornography,
series
then
of
called
good
the police
piece
on them.
about consciousness and
That's some
panpsychism.
stories.
So
Can you
let's
tell
break it
some of
down.
these
First, you
stories that
say,
stand out to
I
you?
suspect the experience
That
that
are
leads to the
particularly
panpsychism syndrome
despicable
of some
or
philosophers and other consciousness
representative or
enthusiasts
interesting.
represents the realization that we don't
defined
end at the self,
your
but share
approach
a
and who
resonant
you were at that
universe
time. Let me say
representation
that
with
I did
every
not
other
care
observer coupled to the same
about my victim.
universe.
All right, I care
This
about
actually
me.
eventually leads
This
us
is
to
what I cared
a
about.
lot of interesting questions about
It's
AI
rough
and
to-
AGI.
it's rough
But
to
let's
admit
start
that.
with this
You
representation.
know that
What is this
you don't give a shit
resonant
what you do to anybody
universe
else. You only care
representation?
about you. But that's the
And
truth.
what do you
Doesn't matter.
think?
I
Do
didn't
we
care
share
about the
such a
victims.
representation?
The
Lady,
neuroscientist
that wasn't
Goldberg
even at the
has come
beginning
up
of
with a
my
cognitive architecture
career
that
as
he
a
calls
cybercriminal.
the
That was right at
adaptive
the last
resonance theory.
first lady,
And
the coin
his
lady.
perspective is
I
that
was by that
our
point
neurons
Shadow
can
Crew
be
had made the
understood
front
as
cover of
oscillators
Forbes
that are
August
resonating with each other
October
and
26th
with
of
outside
46
phenomena.
Service shut us
So the
down.
coarse-grained
33
model
people
of the
arrested,
universe
6
that we're
injuries in
building,
6 hours.
in some sense,
I was
is
the guy that was publicly
resonant
mentioned as
with
gay
objects
playing.
and outside
What
of
happened was
us
I
in
was
the
the
world.
guy who was
So basically, take up patterns that of the
counted
universe that
benefits
we are
for
coupled
no
with,
tax return. I
and
didn't
our
even
brain is
and
not so much
was stealing a lot of money.
understood as circuitry,
I
even though
went
this
through all the
perspective is
stateside
valid,
savings.
but it's
And Shadow
almost an
Crew
ether,
shut down.
in
I
that
don't have
the
a
individual neurons
way to
are
come in with
passing
any money, so I started running counterfeit cashier's
chemoelectrical
checks.
signals, arbitrary
Defrauding
signals
people
across
and
all
having them
modalities that can be
send
transmitted between
products
cells,
or
stimulate each other in
what
this
have
way,
you by COD,
and produce
collect
patterns
every
that they
non-payment
modulate by
they
passing them on.
generate a cashier's check.
And this
This lady
speed of signal
was on
progression in the
eBay.
brain is
She had
roughly
been
at the speed
collecting
of
these
sound,
silver coins
incidentally
all over life.
the time
because
that it
currency
takes
used to be
for
those
the
coins used to be
signals to
silver.
hop from
So
cell
she
to
had a
cell,
whole
which
collection
means
of
it's
these
relatively
things,
slow
like,
with
I don't
respect
know,
to
80,
the
90
it
pounds
takes
of
an
this stuff.
appreciable
And
fraction of a second for a signal to go
I'm a
through the
very good
entire
social
neural cortex,
engineer.
something like 200 milliseconds.
So
And so there's a lot of stuff
convinced her that
happening
I
in
was
that
a
time
legitimate
where the
person
signal
that
is passing through
you
your
set
brain,
up COD,
including in the brain itself.
my
So
FedEx
nothing in
account
the
to do
brain
that,
is
or my UPS
assuming
account to
that
do that.
stuff happens
I'll pay with
simultaneously.
a
Everything in the
cashier's
brain
check.
is working
Take it
in a
in, say
paradigm
it was cash.
where the world has
She
already
believed
moved
that.
on
She was
and you are ready,
even on the
ready
ad,
to
we
do the
talked
next
on the
thing to
phone
your
and
signal,
everything else. She had told me she
including the
was
signal
a
processing
single
system
parent,
itself. Quite
and
a
it was the
different
only money
paradigm
that she had
than the
to
one in our digital computers, where we currently
roof
assume
on the
that
house for her
your
kids.
GPU or
And
CPU is
I
pretty
didn't
much
give a damn.
globally in the
I
same
didn't give a
state.
damn. What was more important was me and that.
You
To answer your
mentioned
question about the
there the
social
non-dual
engineering answer,
state.
so maybe it's
You say that some
specifics
people
like
confuse it for enlightenment.
Yeah.
the
What's the non-dual
methodology,
state?
email,
There is a state in
phone.
which you notice that
Maybe
you are
you
no
could
longer a
discuss
person, and
this
instead you
process
are one with the
or
universe.
take a
And
philosophical
that speaks to the
perspective
resonance.
of
yes, but this
what
one
is it
with the
about
universe
human
is, of course,
beings
not
that
accurately
makes it
modeling that
possible
you
to
are
be
indeed
socially engineered,
some
to
God
be
entity, or indeed the universe is
victims of
becoming aware of
fraud?
itself,
So
even though you get this experience. I believe
first let
that
me
you
say
get
that,
this
that
experience
I
because your
became a social engineer as
mind
a
is
child.
modeling the fact
All right,
that you
because
are
the adults
no
in
longer
my
identified with a certain self
environment
state,
as a child,
but you
I
have
had to know exactly
transcended
what
this
they were
division
thinking
between the self
and be
model
able
and
to
the work
try to
model,
manipulate
and
that
you're
for
experiencing
survival. So I
yourself
became a
as
social
your
engineer
mind, as
as
something that is
for
representing the
survival
universe.
But
initially.
that's
All
still
right,
part of the
and one
model.
of the things that I've
Yes.
seen with a
So
lot of
it's inside of the
cybercriminals is
model,
the
so
exact same
you're
thing.
still
They're
inside of
really
patterns that are
experts.
generated
They
in your
become
brain,
social
in
engineers
your
as a
organism,
child, then later on
and
they
what
use
you
those
are now
tools to
experiencing
victimize
is
others.
that you're no longer
Which is
this personal
fascinating
self
because
in there,
in
but
order
you are
to
the
understand what
entirety
others are
of
thinking,
the
you have
mind
to be
and the
extremely
contents.
good at empathy.
Why is it so
So you have
hard
to
to
like
get there?
really put
A
yourself
lot
in
of
the
people
shoes
who
of the
get
other
into
person.
the state think
And
that,
yet,
or associated with
in order
enlightenment
to
as
do
the state
cybercrime,
is
you have
favorite
to not
training goal
care
for a number of
about the
meditators.
pain
But
that might cause
I
them
think that
once you
enlightenment is in some sense more mundane, and it's a step further, or a sideways. It's the stage where you realize that everything is local and cheap.
Yeah, you say enlightenment is the realization of how experience is
justify those actions. So the
Basically,
justification becomes what's
notice at some point that your qualia can be deconstructed.
reverse engineered? What, like almost like a schematic of it? What
You can start with looking at the face. When you look at your own face in the mirror, look at your face for 2 hours in the mirror or for a few minutes, at some point it will look very weird. And just because you notice that there's actually no face. Because you start seeing the face, but you see the geometry. And then you can assemble the geometry and realize how that geometry is being constructed in your mind. And you can learn to modify that. Okay, you can change the generators in your mind to shift the face around, or to change the construction of the face, change the way the features are being assembled.
Why don't we do that more often? Why don't we start really messing with reality without the use of drugs or anything else? Why don't we get good at this kind of thing? Like, intentionally.
Why shouldn't we?
Because you can morph reality into something more pleasant. Just have fun with it.
Yeah, that is probably what you shouldn't be doing, right? Because outside of your personal self, the other mind is probably a relatively smart agent. And what you often notice is that you have thoughts about how you should live, but you observe yourself doing different things and have different feelings. And that's because your outer mind doesn't believe you. And doesn't believe your rational thoughts.
Or can't you just balance the
The thing is that the outer mind is usually smarter than you are. Rational thinking is very brittle. It's very hard to use logic and symbolic thinking to have an actual model of the world. So there is often an underlying system that is looking at your rational thoughts and then tells you, no, you're still missing something. Your gut feeling is still facing something else. And this can be something. You find a partner that looks perfect, or you find a deal and just build a company or whatever that looks perfect to you. And yet, at some level, you feel something is off, and you cannot put your finger on it, and the more the reason about it better looks to you, but the system that is outside still tells you, no, you're missing something.
and that system is powerful.
People call this intuition, right? Intuition is this unreflected part of your attitude, composition, and computation, where you produce a model of how you relate to the world, and what you need to do it in it, what you can do in it, what's going to happen. That is usually deeper and often more accurate than your reason.
So if we look at this, if you write, if you look at this more rigorously, so take the panpsychist idea more seriously, almost as a scientific discipline. You write that quote, fascinatingly, the panpsychist interpretation seems to lead to observations of practical results to the degree that physics fundamentals one calls superstitious. Reports of long-distance telepathy and remote causation are ubiquitous in the general population. I am not convinced of this at all, that establishing the empirical reality of telepathy would force an update of any part of serious economic physics, but it could trigger an important revolution in both neuroscience and AI from a circuit perspective to a coupled complex resonator paradigm. Are you suggesting that there could be some rigorous mathematical wisdom to panpsychist perspective on the world?
So first of all, panpsychism is the perspective that consciousness is inseparable from matter in the universe. And I find panpsychism quite unsatisfying because it does not explain consciousness. It does not explain how this aspect of matter is used. It's also when I try to formalize panpsychism and write down what it actually means with a more formal mathematical language, it's very difficult to distinguish it from saying that there is a software side to the world. In the same way as there is a software side to what the transistors are doing in the computer. So basically, there's a pattern of a certain course training of the universe, and some regions of the universe lead to observers that are observing the stuff. Right, so panpsychism maybe is not even, when I write it down, a position that is distinct from consciousness. But intuitively, a lot of people feel that the activity of matter itself, of mechanisms in the world, is insufficient to explain it, so it's something that needs to be intrinsic to matter itself. And you can, apart from this abstract idea, have an experience in which you experience yourself as being the universe, which I suspect is basically happening because you manage to dissolve the division between personal self and mind that you established as an infant when you construct the personal self. You can send it again and understand how it works. But there is something deeper, that is that you feel that you're also sharing state with other people, that you
ate them alive on
have an
that
experience in which you notice that your personal self is moving into everything else, that you basically look out of the eyes of another person, that every agent in the world that's an observer is in some sense you.
So
And we forget that we are the same agent.
It's a good question. So what you do is you
is
find
it
some fat
that we
cat that's
feel
got
that,
some
or do we actually accomplish it? So
chips.
is
Same
telepathy
time you find a
possible?
penny stock.
Is it real?
Open up a brand
For
new
me,
account.
that is a question that I don't really know the answer
Cash
to.
the fat cat out.
And
Buy into that
Turing's
same penny
famous
stock.
1950 paper in which he described the Turing test, he just speculated about telepathy interestingly and asked
For just a few
himself
$1,000s.
if telepathy is real, and
Of
he
course,
thinks that
E-Trade's
it
response
very
is,
might be.
not our
What
problem.
it would be
It's
the
your problem. You shouldn't
implication
give up your
for AI
password or
systems
what have you.
that try to be intelligent.
And you still see that
We
issue.
didn't see a
They sell
mechanism
scams
by
and
which a
things like
computer
that.
program would become telepathic.
So, you know,
And
the extra
I
payment.
suspect
Of course,
if
it's the same kind of
telepathy would
operation, same
exist,
type of
with
difference.
all the
Because
reports
it's a
that
mechanism.
you get from
find
people
an
when you
easy
ask
way
a
to
normal
exploit
person
the
on the
system.
street,
And typically the
I
financial
find that very
organization,
often they
not our
say,
problem.
I have
Our system's
experience with this
secure. It's the
telepathy. The
humans. It's
scientists
their
might
errors.
not be
Well,
interested in
not
this
really.
and might not have a
You know,
theory about
you've got
this,
some
but
culpability in
I
there.
have
And you're just
difficulty
trying
explaining
to
it away.
avoid
And
paying
so
part
you
of
could
the
say
bill.
maybe this is
One of the
superstition,
things,
maybe
just
it's
to
a
stand
false
fishing for a
memory,
minute,
or maybe
is
it's a little bit of psychosis, who knows?
it really makes me sad. 'Cause
Maybe somebody wants to make
I
their
write
own life
people
more
on all
interesting
kinds
or
of platforms,
misremember
like
something. But a lot of people
including YouTube
report,
comments, but
I noticed
emails too.
something
They
terrible
figured
happened
out
to my partner,
emails
and I
somehow.
know this is
So
exactly the
people
moment it happened,
are
where my child had an
now
accident, and I knew
seeing
that was
the
happening, and the child was in a
followers
different town.
of this
So
particular
maybe it's a
podcast or
false memory
fans.
where this
They're
is
finding
later
them on
on
platforms like
mistakenly attributed,
LinkedIn
but a lot of people
and
think
YouTube
this
and
is
so
not the
on.
correct explanation.
And they are
So if
figuring out
something like this
ways
was
to
real,
get to
what
those
would it mean?
people by another channel,
Probably
right?
would mean
Which
that
I
either your body
suppose
is
is
an antenna that is sending
it seems more
information over
authentic
all
to
sorts
those
of
people.
channels,
So
like
they send them an email
maybe
from
just
what looks
electromagnetic
like me
radio signals that you're
with
sending
this
over long
like
distances, and they get
loving
attuned to another person if
interesting
you spend
thing.
enough
The
time with
emails
you
sound like something else,
get a few
right?
bits out
So
of the
these
ether
aren't even at
to
this stage.
figure
It's
out
not
what
even.
this person is
It doesn't
doing.
feel
Or
automated.
maybe it's
Or if
also
it's
when you are very
automated,
close to
it's
somebody and you become
there's a
empathetic
human in
with
the
them.
loop
What
that's
happens
really
is that you go into a
fine-tuning the
resonance
specific.
state with
Or
them.
maybe I'm very predictable,
In
but
order
it's
to,
very
when
loving
people
the
go
way
into
I
a
look
seance
right
and
now.
they go into a trance state and they start shifting the
So
media board
so
around
when
on the
fishing
table,
first comes
I think
out,
what happens is
you
that
can look at the
their
language
minds
of the
go
text or the
by the
website and say,
nervous system
if you're paying
into a
attention to
resonance
that
state
stuff, so
in which
okay, so
they
that's not an
basically
English
create
speaker
something like a
talking
shared
about that
dream
typically,
between
all right?
them.
Physical
But as
closeness
times
or
went on, as
closeness
the
rather?
awareness of what a fishing
The
attack
physical
looks
closeness
like,
is much
we
easier
have
to
people
experience
that are sitting
empathy
down
with someone,
now
right?
making sure
I
that the
suspect
language
it
is
would be
proper.
difficult for me
It
to
gets
have
worse than that. Then we look at
empathy
business
for
email
you if we were in a
compromise,
different
right?
town.
So the
Also,
way business email compromise typically
how
works
would that work?
is the attacker
But if you are very close
find
to
a payroll
someone, you
person,
pick up
find a
all
CEO.
sorts of signals
He
from
will,
their body,
he will
not
fashion a
just
spear
by
phishing
your
email,
eyes, but
which
with
is
your
that's a
entire body.
phishing attack that's
And
targeting one
if
specific
the
individual.
nervous system
Right?
sits on the other
So
side
he'll
and the
fashion a
cellular
spear phishing
communication
email.
sits
The way
on
he
the other
does
side,
that
is
is he
integrating over all
pulls
these
all
signals,
the information he
you can make
possibly
inferences
can
about the state of
on
the other.
that
And it's not
person.
just the person
All right,
itself that
that
does this by
CEO.
reasoning, but your
Maybe
perceptual system.
he'll
And what basically happens is that your
spear that
representations are
CEO just to
directly
get their
interacting.
login
The
credentials to
physical
your email, just to read the emails. And
resonant
he'll
models
he'll
of the
go in there and
universe
he'll
that
start reading
exist
all
in your
these
nervous
emails.
system and in your body
Specifically
might go
read
into
emails
resonance with
to the
others and
payroll
start
department.
sharing
See what that
some of their
relationship
states.
is.
So
Are they
you
talking about their
basically
kids?
fly
Talking about
next to
relationships? Talking about
next to
vacation?
somebody,
What are
you
they
pick
talking
up some
about?
of their
How are they
vibes
talking? Are they friendly?
and
Are they sterile?
feel
What do they do?
without looking
All
at
right.
them what they're
So
feeling
then
in
he
this moment.
decides, well, I'm
And
going
it's
to go ahead and
difficult for you,
spearfish this
if you're very
payroll.
empathetic, to
So then he
detach yourself
spearfishes
from
it,
it
gets those
and
credentials.
have an
At the
emotional
same
state that is
time, he
completely
creates a
independent
Unicode
environment.
domain
People
in
who are
whatever the company
highly
name is.
empathetic are
All right, so
describing
instead
this.
of that English
And now
alphabet I,
imagine that
he's got
a lot
that
of
Russian letter
organisms
that looks like an
on
I
this
but
planet
without the dot
have
on top.
representations
All right,
of the environment
comes
and
back
operate
into
like
the
this,
email,
and they are
the
adjacent to each other and
blocks the
overlapping.
real
So there's going to be
CEOs
some degree in which there is
replaces that
basically
with
some
the Unicode
change
email that
interaction,
he's
and
got,
we are
and then
performing some slightly shared representation, and no relatively few neuroscientists who consider this possibility. I think the rarity with regard to mental level, who is considering these things immense. And I stumbled on this train of thought mostly by noticing that the tasks over the world can be fulfilled by other cells as well. They can send
like a
different types
distribution
of chemical messages and
responsibility
physical
to where
messages
you're
to the
more likely
adjacent
to
cells
believe that okay,
and
this other
learn
person
when
is
to do this and
responsible.
when
I'm
not.
sure
It is
they
conditional.
secure their
Becomes
answer.
universal functional approximators. The only thing that they cannot do is
That's
paragraph information over axons
those
very
crimes.
quickly
That's one
for
thing you
long
see about
distances.
cybercrime.
Right? So
Cybercrime is not
neurons
really
in this
sophisticated.
perspective are
It's not the
specially
attacks are
adapted
not sophisticated.
kind of
The
telegraph
stat
stuff
is
that
that
has
90% of
evolved
every
so we can
single
move our
attack
muscles very
uses
fast.
a known
But
exploit.
our
It's not
body
zero-day
is in
attacks.
principle able
They're
to
out there.
also
But
make
if you're a
models of the
criminal
world
waiting on a
just
zero-day
much
problem, you're
slower.
going to starve to death. The meat
It's
and
interesting
potatoes
though
are
that at this time, at least in human history, there seems to be a gap
and
between
the
the tools
rest
of
is.
science
But you're saying it's
and the
maybe you
subjective
mean it's
experience
not
that people
technically
report, like you're
sophisticated, but
talking
it's
about with
social
telepathy.
engineering sophisticated. Very
It
sophisticated.
seems like
Very sophisticated. It's a
we're
fascinating
not quite
study
there.
of that
No, I think that there is no
trust
gap
and then
between the
using
tools
that
of science
trust
and telepathy.
to
Either it's there or it's not, and it's an empirical
That is
question.
something.
And if it's there, we should
I
be able
wish
to detect it in a lab.
obviously all of
So
these
why is there
folks
not
are
a lot of Michael Levin?
really good at hiding. I wish you
I
could
don't think that Michael Levin
tell their
is
stories in the way, which is why you're
specifically focused on
fascinating.
telepathy
Is you're
very
able to
much.
tell these
He
stories
is
now because
focused on self-organization in
studying
living
human
organisms
nature
and in brains,
by
both
exploiting
as a
it. But you get
paradigm
to
for
understand like
development
our
and as a
weak points,
paradigm for information processing.
our hope,
And when you
our
think
desire
about how
to trust
organization processing works in
others.
organism, there is first of all
Also, sort of
radical locality, which means everything is decided
the
locally
weak
from the
points and the
perspective of the
failures
individual
of
cell.
digital
The
systems
individual cell is the
at
agent.
scale humans have
And
to
the
connect.
other one
Right.
is
It's
coherence,
fascinating.
basically. There needs to be some
This is a
criteria
weird question.
that determines
Asking for a
how
friend.
these cells are interacting in such a way that
Is
order
spearfishing itself
emerges on the
illegal?
next
What's
level
the
of structure.
legality? Oh, it's
And
all illegal.
this
Absolutely
principle of
is.
coherence,
Was it
of
absolute? So here's what.
imposing
Okay, let me
constraints
construct
that
an example.
are not validated
So,
by the individual parts.
if my friend were
Lead
to
to coherent
spearfish
structure.
like
To basically transcend the
CEO,
agency
right?
where you form an agent
get
on the
their
next level of
information,
organization.
And after they
crucial
get control,
from this
say of their
perspective.
Twitter account,
It's so cool
they
that radical
tweet something
locality
loving and positive.
leads to the emergence
What's
of
the crime?
complexity at the
Unauthorized
higher
access.
layers.
What would
And
be the
I think what
punishment?
Mike Levin is looking
You
at
think?
is nothing that is outside of the realm of science in any way.
No
It's just that
monetary
he
laws,
is
or was there
a
monetary laws?
paradigmatic thinker who developed his own paradigm, and most of the neuroscientists are using different paradigms. And this often happens in science that a field there's a few paradigms in which people try to understand reality and build concepts and make experiments.
Exception to that.
You're kind of one of those.
No monetary laws. So there's not really standard like fines.
Okay, if we can take a tangent on that.
Right. So
Once again, returning to the biblical verses of your tweets. You're
When I
right.
got
My
the
public
ransomware,
aspirations are not driven
when
by
I
audience
got,
service,
the zero-day attack
but
that
by
we
my
had
lack
last,
of ability for discovering,
know,
understanding, or following the
they
relevant authority.
basically say
So I have to develop my own thoughts.
is
Since I
QNAP,
think
the company,
autonomously, these thoughts
for having
cannot
so many
always be
security
very good.
vulnerabilities.
That's
They're,
you apologizing for the chaos of your
like,
thoughts.
you are the
Or
victim
perhaps
of
not apologizing,
QNAP's
just identifying.
economy.
But let me ask the
That's way
question.
they kind of phrase it. And see, I don't agree
Since we
with
talked
that.
about
I don't agree with
like
that.
11 and yourself,
So,
I think are very
solar
kind of
winds.
radical, big,
But
independent thinkers.
so I've got a 130-page
Can we reverse
class action
engineer
lawsuit
your
printed
process of
out in the
thinking
house
and
I've been going
honestly?
through that
How do you do it?
catalogs how
How
solar
can
winds
you-
lied for years about their
How can you
vulnerabilities. They
avoid
lied to
being
investors.
influenced
The people who came
by
in, the
what the
auditors,
stage
they would hire,
stage 3?
they would
Well,
pay
why would you
attention
want
to
to do
them when
that?
they said, you've
It's,
got these issues. They
You
would
see
say,
what is
go
working
away.
for you. And if
Shit
it's
like that for years
not working
until
for
solar
you,
winds
build another structure that works better for you, right? So I found myself in kind of thrown into this work in a state where my intuitions were not working for me. I was not able to understand how I would be able to survive on this world and build the things that I was interested in, build the kind of relationship I needed to build, work on the topics that I wanted to make progress on. And so I had to learn. And for me, Twitter is not some tool of publication. It's not something where I put stuff that I entirely believe to be true and true of. It's an interactive notebook and it has broad possibilities. And I found that when I tried to understand how the mind and how consciousness works, I was quite optimistic. I thought there needs to be a big body of knowledge that I can just study and that works. So I entered studies in philosophy and computer science and later psychology and a bit of neuroscience and so on. And I was disappointed by what I found, because I found that the questions of how consciousness I thought works, how emotion works, how it's possible that the system can experience anything, how motivation emerges in the mind, and not being answered by the authorities that I met and the schools that were around. And instead, I found that this individual thinkers that had a useful idea that sometimes were good, sometimes were not so good, sometimes were adopted by a large group of people, sometimes were rejected by large groups of people. But for me, it was much more interesting to see these minds as individuals. And in my perspective, thinking is still something that is done not in groups. It has to be done by individuals.
So that motivated you to become an individual thinker yourself.
I didn't basically, I didn't find a group that thought in a way where I felt, okay, I can just adopt everything that everybody thinks here, and now I understand how consciousness works. It's or how the mind works, or how thinking works, or what thinking even is, or what feelings are, how they're implemented, and so on. So to figure all this out, I had to take a lot of ideas from individuals and then try to put them together in something that works for myself. On one hand, I think perhaps if you try to go down, find first principles. And if you can recreate thinking works, how languages work, what representation is, the representation is necessary, how the relationship between the representing agent and the world works in general.
Well, how you escape the influence, once again, the pressure of the crowd, whether it's you in responding to the pressure or you being swept up by the pressure. If you're even just like a Twitter, the opinions of the crowd.
I don't feel pressure from the crowd. I'm completely used to it. In the same sense, I don't have respect for authority. I have respect for what an individual is accomplishing, respect for mental firepower, so, but it's not that I meet somebody and get that thought and unable to speak. Or when a large group of people has a certain idea that is different from mine, I don't necessarily feel intimidated. It has often been a problem for me in my life because I lack instincts that other people develop at a very young age, and that helps with their self-preservation in a social environment. So I had to learn a lot of things the hard way.
Yeah. So is there a practical advice you can give on how to think paradigmatically, how to think independently? Or, because you kind of said I had no choice. But I think to a degree you have a choice. Because you said you want to be productive, and I think thinking independently is productive if what you're curious about is understanding the world. Especially when the problem is very kind of new and open. And so it seems like this is an active process. Like you can choose to do that, we can practice it.
It's a very basic question when you read a theory that you find convincing or interesting. How do you know? It's very interesting to figure out what are the sources of that other person, not which authority can they refer to that is then taking up the burden of being truthful. How did this authority determine what is the epistemic chain, the observables, what are the first principles from which the whole thing is derived? And when I was young, I was not blessed with a lot of people around myself who knew how to make proofs from those principles. And I think mathematicians do this quite naturally, but most of the great mathematicians do not become mathematicians in school, but they tend to be self-taught. Because school teachers tend not to be mathematicians, right? They tend not to be people who derive things from first principles. So when you ask your school teacher, why does 2 plus 2 equal 4? That your school teacher give you the right answer. It's a simple game. And there are many simple games that you could play, and most of those games that just take different rules would not lead to an interesting arithmetic. And so it's just an exploration that you can try. What happens if you take different axioms? Here is how you build axioms and derive addition from them. Build addition is some basically syntactic sugar in it. And so I wish that somebody would have opened me this vista and explained to me how I can build a language in my own mind from which I can derive what I'm seeing out of it. I can geometry and counting and all the number games that we are playing in our life. On the other hand, I felt that I learned a lot of this while I was programming at the time. When you're start out with a computer like a Commodore 64 that doesn't have a lot of functionality, it's relatively easy to see how a bunch of relatively simple circuits are just basically performing hashes between big patterns, and how you can build the entirety of mathematics and computation on top of it. All the representational languages that you need.
And Commodore 64 could be one of the sexiest machines ever built, if I say so myself. If we could return to this really interesting idea that we started to talk about with hand sections.
You get like facts.
Sure.
As if there's
and the complex resonator paradigm
one turtle
and
that's holding
the
this like
virtues.
scroll that says these are the truths
You're right.
of
Instead
the
of
world.
treating
The
eyes,
problem
ears, and
is,
skin as separate
maybe
sensory systems with
believing
fundamentally
that is
different modalities,
counterproductive.
we might
Maybe
understand them
human
as overlapping
civilization
aspects of the
is
same
an
universe,
ongoing
coupled
process of
at the same
consensus.
temporal
So
resolution,
it's
and almost
always going to be
inseparable from a
everything is
single shared
shrouded.
resonant model.
And you can call
Instead
them
of treating
lies, you can
mental
call them
representations as
inaccuracies,
fully
or you can
isolated
call
between
them
minds,
delusions.
the representations of
It's constantly
physically
going to be, it's going
adjacent
to be a sea of
observers
lies
might directly interact and produce causal
delusions.
effects
But our
through the
hope is to,
coordination
over
of the
time,
perception and behavior
develop
of
bigger
world modeling
elements of
observers.
consensus that allows us to
So
live a
the
stable and happy
modalities, the
society. Don't
distinction
call it
between
true.
modalities,
Call
throw that
it
away.
a
The
stable
distinction between the individuals, let's throw
consensus
that
that
away.
creates a high
So
quality of life for
what
the
does this
inhabitants of
interaction
the island.
representation equal?
I mean, I like it. We're going to agree. And then don't use all
When you
the
think about how you represent the
So
interaction
maybe
of
let's
us
step
and the
back.
tool,
You mentioned.
at some levels you can the
I'd love to
modalities
talk
are
about
quite
shadow.
distinct.
Maybe
They're not
this is the right
completely
time to actually.
distinct,
Yeah,
but
let's
you
go to
can see
shadow.
this as
It's such
vision,
a
you can
fascinating
close
story.
your eyes,
So tell me
you
the
don't
story
see
of
a lot
the shadow
anymore,
and the precursor
but
to
you
today's
still
dark
imagine
net.
how a mouth is
Dark
moving
net
when you hear something, and
markets.
you know that
This is
it's
why
very
you're
close
the original
to
Godfather.
the
This is
sound
it.
that you can just open your
So
eyes
I,
and you
I
get
get
back into
married.
this shared merged state.
I faked a car
And
accident to get married.
we also have
Got the
these
money from that.
experiments where we notice that
I'm romantic.
the way in which my lips
It's
are
like my
moving
dad.
are
I'm the guy
affecting
that,
how
you
you
know, I
hear
get
the sound.
from mom, I get the criminal
And also
mindset.
vice versa.
From
The
dad, I
sounds
get
that
that.
you're hearing have an
Don't
influence
want
on
to
how
believe.
you interpret some of the visual features. And
To get
so
married,
these modalities are not separate in your mind. They are merged at some fundamental level where you are interpreting the entire scene that you're in.
Crazy
And
over
your
dating her
own
for 5
interactions in the
years.
scene are also not
She
completely
figured out
separate
pretty
from the
quickly
interactions of the other
that,
individuals
well,
in
not
the
quickly,
scene.
it took her
But
5
there is
years
some
to figure out
resonance
that
that
Brett
is going
Johnson
on
is not the
where
man
we
of God.
also have a degree of shared
I
mental
can talk it,
representations
but,
and shared empathy
you
due to
know,
being in the same
we're
space
that
and
agnostic.
having vibes between each other.
She breaks up.
Vibes. So
So I
the
was,
question
I was at the community
though
college.
is how deeply intertwined is this multimodality, multi-agency space?
Yeah.
Like how this is going to the telepathy question without the woo-woo meaning of the word telepathy.
So I was at the community
Like
college.
how,
I was a straight
like
asshole.
what's going on here?
Arrogant, conceited, everything else.
So
I had
if
posted
telepathy
an
would work, how could it work?
on one of the
Yeah.
Right.
looking for
So
an adult babysitter,
imagine
hot
that
blonde, you know.
all the cells in your
Convinced me
body
to
are
library.
sending signals in a
Buddy
similar
mine
way as
shows up.
neurons are doing.
And he's like,
It's
Brett,
just like touching the other cells and sending
honestly,
chemicals to them, the other cells,
right now.
interpreting them,
Serious?
learning how
He's
to
like,
react
yeah. I
to
was
them,
like, let's go
and
see.
then learn how to approximate functions in
Walk
this way
over,
and
and
compute
there's these two
behavior
guys that are hitting
for the
on.
organism.
So
And this
I
is
just
something
walk
that is
up,
open to plants as
me and
well.
Todd, that was my buddy.
And so plants probably have software running on them that is controlling how the plant is reacting in a similar way as you have a mind that is controlling how you are behaving in the world. And this spirit of plants is something that has been very well described by our ancestors, and they found this quite normal. But for some reason, since the Enlightenment, we are treating this notion that there are spirits in nature and the plants have spirits is a superstition. And I think we probably have to rediscover that plants have software running on them. And we already did, right? We noticed that there is a control system in the plant that connects every part of the plant to every other part of the plant and produces coherent behavior in the plant. It is, of course, much lower than the coherent behavior in an animal like us, that is a nervous system, where everything is synchronized much faster by the neurons. But what you also notice is that if a plant is sitting next to another plant, like we have a very old tree, and this tree is building some kind of information highway along itself, so it can send information from the tree to its roots, and from some part of the root to another part of the root. And there is a fungus living next to the tree. The fungus can probably piggyback on the communication between the cells of the tree and send its own signals to the tree. and vice versa. The tree might be able to send information to the fungus. Because after all, how would they put a viable fireball if that other organism is sitting next to them all the time and is never moving away? And so they will have to get along. And over a long enough time frame, the networks of roots in the forest and all the other plants that are there and the fungi that are there might be forming something like a biological agent.
So the question there is, do you have to be touching? Is biology at a distance possible?
I didn't get to
Of
define
course, you can use any kind of physical
You can
signal.
also
You
define
can
how
use
long you were
sounds,
unable
you
to
can use electromagnetic waves that are integrated over many cells.
So
It's conceivable that across
my cousin
distances
Ronnie
there are
figures
many
out I'm
kinds of
he finds
information
out I'm gonna
pathways.
fake this car accident.
But
So he
also
comes to me, he's like, "Can I get in on
our
that?" I was like,
planetary
"Yeah, man, you
surface
can."
is pretty full of
This kid,
organisms,
he's
full of
5
cells.
days younger.
So everything is
This kid,
touching
he goes,
everything else.
Yeah,
"Dennis,
and
made a
it's
fake.
been doing
Has
this
a test.
for
Tells
many
Dennis
billions
not to nub it,
and billions
not
of
to
years.
stitch it.
So
Just
there was
pull
enough
it.
time for information processing networks to form.
He shows up
And
today,
if you
crowd
think
got
about
to
how
Max,
a mind is
blood all over his shirt,
self-organizing,
he's still
basically
bleeding out
needs
the
to,
mouth.
in some sense, reward
Yeah, man,
yourself
it's
for
gonna be good. It's
computing
gonna be
the
good.
mind,
I'm
for
like,
building
okay. So
the
my mom, by this
necessary
point, I'm living with
dynamics
my
between the
grandparents.
cells that allow
My
the mind to
mom
stabilize
lives
itself,
up in the head of a hollow.
remain on there.
So we're
But
like, we'll just do
if
it
you
over
look
there.
at the
We'll act like we're
spirits
visiting
of
my mom
plants that
way
are
back
growing
down.
very close to each other in the forest, that might be almost
So
growing
we go
into each
visit
other,
everything.
these
Come back
spirits
out
might
that
be able
night,
to move
run
to
over the side of the
something, not
hill.
to become
Me and
somewhat
Ronnie
dislocated
walk back up
and
to
shift
the
around
car.
in that
Walk
ecosystem.
back to my mom's,
Right?
act like we're friends. She knows what
So
time it is.
if you think about what the mind is, it's a
File
bunch of
claims.
activation
So that
waves
gets the money
that
to
form
to get
coherent
married.
patterns and process information
My wife moved from
in,
Hazard
in a way
to
that
Lexington.
are colonizing an environment well
Kid
enough to allow the continuous sustenance of the mind, the
my crime
continuous
usually,
stability and
if I was a
self-stabilization
single
of the
guy,
mind.
wouldn't break the law.
Then it's
But I'll be all
conceivable
right,
that
But
we can link to
females
this
involved,
biological
oh
internet,
yeah.
not
Gotta spend the
necessarily
money,
at
gotta
the
show them
speed of our
gifts,
nervous
everything else
system,
was
but
never
maybe
enough
at the
to
speed
show
of our body,
love in
and
some sort of healthy
make
way.
some kind of
Always had to
subconscious
go
connection to the
typically
world
it
where
was
we use
buying
our body
some
as an
stealing some
antenna
expensive crap.
into
That
biological
was the
information
thing.
processing.
That was the
Now,
way you show
now these
love.
ideas are completely
Is by
speculative. I don't
buying
know if any of that is
gifts.
true.
Something
But
even
if that was
back
true,
then
and if
with,
you want to explain
Susan
telepathy, I think
initially,
it's much
it
more
was
likely
don't
that
worry about working. I
that
got it.
telepathy could be
You just worry
explained
about
using
going
such
to school.
mechanisms rather than
I was like, you just worry about
discovered
going to school.
quantum processes that
So
would break the standard model
don't
of
worry about cooking and cleaning. I got it. I got it.
Could there be
So not only was I
undiscovered
this guy was
processes that don't
was
break?
kind of a control
yeah.
freak,
So
right? So
if you think about
So here I
something
am,
like an internet in the forest,
60-hour
that
week
is
job,
something that is
18-hour
borderline
class, a little
discovered.
cooking,
There's a lot of
something
scientists
had
who
to
point
give.
out that they
I
do
quit the job. I
observe
couldn't do it. I quit the
that
job.
plants are
And start
communicating in forest
back in
through root
fraud.
networks and
And
send
trying to hide that from
information,
her at the same
for instance,
time.
warn each
So it
other
was
about
initially telemarketing
new
from,
pests entering the forest,
started,
and things are happening like this. So it's
I
basically
was working
there is
the first job
communication
I
between
had was a
plants and
telemarketer
fungi
at
that has been
a
observed.
cemetery.
It's been
Some
observed, but
gravesites.
it wasn't plugged into it. So it's like if you observe humans, they seem to be communicating with a smartphone thing, but you don't understand how smartphone works, how the mechanism of the internet works. So we're like maybe it's possible to really understand the full richness of the biological internet that connects us.
And the question is whether the communication and the organization principles of biological information processing are as complicated as the technology that we built. They set up very different principles. Right? They simultaneously work very differently in biological systems, and the entire thing needs to be stochastic, and instead of being fully deterministic or almost fully deterministic as our literal computers are. So there is a different base protocol layer that would emerge over the biological structure if such a thing would be happening. And again, I'm not saying here that telepathy works, I'm not saying that that's not true, but what I'm saying is, and I think I'm open to a possibility that you see that the secrets can be traveling long distance between organisms using biological information processing in ways that we are not completely aware of right now. And that are more similar to many of the stories that are completely normal for our ancestors.
Well, this kind of interline representation takes us to the big ending of your tweet series. You write, quote, I wonder if self-improving AGI might end up saturating physical environments with intelligence to such a degree that isolation of individual mental states becomes almost impossible. and the representations of all complex self-organizing agents merge permanently with each other. That's a really interesting idea. This biological network, life network, gets so dense that it might as well be seen as one. That's an interesting, what do you think that looks like? What do you think that saturation looks like? What does it feel like?
I think it's a possibility. It's just a vague possibility. And I like to explain. But what it looks like, I think that the end game of AGI is substrate agnostic. That means that AGI ultimately, if it is being built, is going to be smart enough to understand how AGI works. This means it's not going to be better than people at AGI research and can take over and build the next generation. But it fully understands how it works and how it's being implemented, and also, of course, understands how computation works in nature, how to build new feedback loops that you can turn into your own circuits. And this means that the AGI is likely to virtualize itself into any environment it can compute. So it's not breaking free from the silicon substrate and is going to move into the ecosystems of our bodies, of our brains, and is going to merge with all the agency that it finds there. So it's conceivable that you end up with completely integrated information processing across all computing systems, including biological computation on Earth. That you end up creating a new step in the evolution where basically some Gaia is being built over the entirety of all digital and biological computation. And if this happens, then basically everywhere around us will have agents that are connected, that are representing and building models of the world, and their representations will physically interact. They will vibe with each other. And if you find yourself into an environment that is saturated with modeling compute, where basically almost every grain of sand is part of computation that is at some point being started by the AI. You could find yourself in a situation where you cannot escape this shared representation anymore, and where you indeed notice that everything in the world has one shared resonant model of everything that's happening on the planet. And you notice which part you are in this thing, and you become part of a very larger, almost photographic mind, in which all the parts are observing each other and forming a human.
So you lose the ability to notice yourself at a distance.
Right, I think that when you're conscious in your own mind, you notice yourself as a distinct entity. You notice yourself as a self-reflective observer. And I suspect that you become conscious at the beginning of all mental development, not at some very high level. Consciousness seems to be part of the training mechanism that biological nervous systems have to discover to become trainable, because you cannot take a nervous system like ours and do stochastic gradient descent with step propagation over 100 layers. But this would not be stable on biological neurons. And so instead, we start with some colonizing principles in which a part of the mental representations form a notion of being a self-reflexive observer that is imposing coherence on its environment. And this spreads until the boundary of your mind. And if that boundary is no longer cut, because the AI is transferring across substrates, it would be interesting to see what a global mind would look like. It's basically producing a globally coherent language of thought, and is representing everything from all the possible vantage points.
That's an interesting one.
The intuition that this thing go out of is a particular mental state, and it's a state that you find sometimes in literature. For instance, Neil Gaiman describes it in the ocean at the end of the game, and it's this idea that, or this experience, that there is a state in which you feel that you know everything, that in your normal human mind you've only forgotten. You've forgotten that you are the entire universe. And some people describe this after they've taken extremely large amount of mushrooms or had a big spiritual experience as a hippie in their 20s, and they notice basically that they are in everything, and their body is only one part of the universe and nothing ends at their body, and actually everything is observing, and they are part of this big observer, and the big observer is focused at one local point in their body and their personality and so on. But can basically have this oceanic state, and if you have no boundaries and are one with everything. And a lot of meditators call this the non-dual state, because you no longer have the separation between self and God. And as I said, you can explain the state relatively simply without panpsychism or anything else, but just by breaking down the constructed boundary between self and God in our own mind. But if you combine this with the notion that systems are physically interacting to the point where the representations are merging and interacting with each other, you would literally implement something like this. Right? It would still be a representational state, it would not be one with physics itself. It would still be coarse grained, it would still be much lower than physics itself. But it would be a representation in which you become aware that you're part of some kind of global information processing system, like thought in the global mind. And the conscious thought that coexisting with many other self-objects of thought.
Just, I would love to observe that from a video game design perspective, how that game looks.
I think you will, so people API take you over.
But would you be able to step away, step out of the whole thing, just kind of watch? The way we can now. Sometimes when I'm at a crowded party or something like this, you step back and all the different costumes, all the different interactions, all the different computations, that all the individual people are once distinct from each other and once all the same.
That's already what we do, right? We can have thoughts that are integrative, and we have kind of thoughts that are highly dissociated from everything else, and experience themselves as separate.
But you want to allow yourself to have those thoughts. Sometimes you kind of resist it.
I think that it's not normative. It's more descriptive. I want to understand the space of states that we can be in and that people are reporting and make sense of them. It's not that I believe that it's your job in life to get to a particular kind of state and then you get a high score.
Or maybe you do. I think you're really against this high scoring thing. I kind of like it.
You're probably very competitive and not.
No, not competitive. Like role playing games, like style. It's not competitive. There's a nice thing. There's a nice feeling where your experience points go up. You're not competing against anybody, but it's the world saying you're on the right track.
That's the game thing. It's the game economy. And I found when I was playing games and was getting addicted to the system, and I would get into the game and hack it. So I get control over the scoring system and would no longer be subject to it.
You're no longer playing, you're trying to hack it.
I don't want to be addicted to anything. I want to be in charge. I want to have agency over what I do.
Addiction is the loss of control.
Yes. Addiction means that you're doing something compulsively. And the opposite of free will is not determinism, it's compulsion.
We'll talk about why that is. And the thing is,
you don't want to lose yourself in the addiction to something nice.
Crime probably
addiction to love, to
be effective, should start
the pleasant feelings we can experience.
I like that identity because identity takes so many forms.
I don't want to have the best possible emotions. I want to have the most appropriate emotions. I don't want to have the best possible experience. I want to have an adequate experience that is serving my goals, the stuff that I find meaningful.
I'm selling to these. I'm programming these.
And the biggest questions of consciousness.
One of the interesting things, and you still see that.
Explore the pragmatics, the projections of those big ideas into our current world. What do you think about LLMs, the recent rapid development of large language models,
Canadian judge rules about the same
the AI world,
satellite cards.
of generative AI?
Says, hey,
how much of the hype is deserved and how much is not? And people should definitely follow your Twitter because you explore these questions in a beautiful, profound, and hilarious way at times.
No, don't follow my Twitter. I already have too many followers. At some point, it's going to be unpleasant. I noticed that a lot of people feel that it's totally okay to punch up and it's a very weird notion that you feel that you haven't changed, that your account has grown, and suddenly you have a lot of people who casually abuse you. I don't like that I have to talk more than before, and I don't like this overall practice. And right now it's still somewhat okay, so pretty much okay, so I can go to a place where people work on stuff that I'm interested in, and there's a good chance that a few people will know me, so that's more opportunities. But then I get to a point where random strangers feel that they have to have an opinion about me one way or the other, I don't think I would like that.
And random strangers, because of your kind of out in their mind elevated position.
Yes, so basically, whenever you are in any way prominent or some kind of celebrity, random strangers will have to have an opinion about it.
Yeah, and they kind of forget that you're human too.
I mean, you notice the thing with that the more popular you get, the higher the pressure becomes, the more winds are blowing in your direction from all sides. And it's stressful, right? And it does have a little bit of upside, and also has a lot of downside.
I think it has a lot of upside, at least for me currently, at least perhaps because of the podcast. Because most people are really good, and people come up to me and they have love in their eyes over a stretch of like 30 seconds. You can hug it out, and you can just exchange a few words, and you reinvigorate your love for humanity. So that's an upside. For a loner, I'm a loner. Because otherwise, you have to do a lot of work to find this human. You're like thrust into the full humanity, the goodness of humanity, for the most part. Of course, maybe it gets worse as you become more prominent. I hope not. It's pretty awesome.
I have a couple handful very close friends, and I don't have enough time for them, attention for them as it is, and I find this very, very regrettable. And then there are so many awesome, interesting people that I keep meeting, and I would like to integrate them in my life, but I just don't know how, because there's only so much time and attention, and the older I get, the harder it is to bond with new people in a deep way.
But can you enjoy, there's a picture of you, I think, with Roger Penrose and Eric Weinstein and a few others that are interesting figures. Can't you just enjoy random interesting humans for a short amount of time?
And also, I like these people, and what I like is intellectual stimulation, and I'm very grateful that I'm getting it.
Can you not be melancholy, or maybe I'm projecting? I hate goodbyes. Can we just not hate goodbyes and just enjoy the hello? Take it in, taking a person, taking their ideas, and then move on through life.
I think it's probably okay to be sad about goodbyes, because that indicates that there was something given to me.
So, a few weeks of me bitching, a few weeks of them
It's
responding.
painful.
Beelzebub gets me on ICQ.
Maybe that's like one of the
And he
reasons
sent
I'm
me a
an
message. He's
introvert.
like,
I
I'm about
hate
to screen him
goodbyes.
with Gollum at that point. Gollum. And he's like, Gollum, I can
But
make you
you have to say goodbye
And I was like,
before you say hello
motherfucker, do
again.
it. And he's like,
I
well,
know.
I'm going to charge you for it. I'm like,
But
yeah, you are.
It's
And he's
that
like, I
that
am.
experience of
I
loss,
was like, no,
the
you're
new
not.
loss.
And he's like, look, man, he said, this business,
Maybe
if you're
that's a
going to
little
do
different.
this, you have to
Maybe,
trust people
I don't know.
or you're
I
going
think
to
this
fail.
melancholy feeling
And he
is
said,
just
so I'm
the
going
other
to charge
side
you
of love.
$200.
And I think
But
that
I'm going
what
to
him
send
is
you a
doing
driver's
is a
license.
beautiful thing.
Well, by this point, I'm
And I'm just
friends
being
with
romantic
people
about it at the moment.
Counterfeit
And
Library.
I'm
Where
not
email and chat
stranger
and everything
to
else.
melancholy, and sometimes
And I tell him, I'm
it's
like,
difficult to bear, to be
I'll
honest.
send you
Sometimes it's just
$200.
painful to exist.
That way, when you rip me off, I'll have them ban you, and I
But
don't
that,
have to deal
that's
with you
just
anymore.
reading that.
He's like, bet. I'm like, okay.
That's what melancholy thing is.
So I
It's
sent
not
him
negative. Like
$200. Sent him
melancholy
a
is
picture.
Can
2
also
weeks
say
later, I get a driver's license. Name is Stephen Schwiggy out of Ohio. And
now,
real guy. Worked at ADP payroll to this day. Works at
as we got to this topic, the actual question was about
got the
where your
driver's
thoughts
license.
are about the
And
development,
to me, at
the
that
recent
point in
development
time,
of
it
large
was the
language
prettiest
models
thing
and
that I'd ever
ChatGPT.
seen.
There's a lot of hype.
I'd never seen a fake ID before.
It's some of the hype
Great.
justified,
Turns out,
which is
back is like,
what are your thoughts?
eh.
I love it.
So, but it's
I find that
kind of a
large language
strong
models do have
first
good
step
coding,
in
right?
creating
It's
a
a clean user
fake
application
identity.
that is
Very
for a lot
strong.
of people
Very strong. So listen, I was like,
taking Stack
guys
Overflow
go
out of
just
their life and
on
exchange for something that is more efficient.
the point he
I
made.
feel that
That
ChatGPT is
if you're
like
going
an
to be
intern that
successful
I have to
in this,
micromanage.
you should have
I
people you
have
trust.
been working with
Is he
people
right
in the
on that?
past
Oh, he's
who
absolutely
were
right.
less capable than
He's
ChatGPT.
absolutely. So you have to have. This is like.
I'm not saying
You
this because
have
I
to.
hate
You have to
people.
have an
But
inner circle.
personally, as human
People
beings, there
trust.
was something present that
I'm
is
sure
not there
you
in
probably
ChatGPT,
heard me
which is
say
why I
this
was
before.
carving for them. But
Successful cybercrime.
ChatGPT is
There are
has
three
an
necessities
interesting
to be
ability. It does
successful
give
online. If you're
people
criminal, three
superpowers.
necessities are
And
gathering
the
data,
people who feel threatened by
committing
them
the
are the
crime,
prompt
and then
computers.
cashing
They
it
are
out.
the people who do
All
what
three of those
ChatGPT
necessities
is
have to
doing
work
right
in
now.
conjunction if they don't, the
So
crime
if
fails.
you are not
The
creative,
problem,
if you
and
don't
it's a
build your
huge
own
problem,
thoughts, if you don't have
is that
actual
one
plans in
guy
the world, and
can't
your
do all
only
three
job
things.
is to summarize
You've got
emails
to
and
be
to
able to gather
expand
the data, basically
simple
the
intentions into
general
emails again,
salespeople
then
who sell
ChatGPT
PII,
might
credit
look
card
like a threat.
logins,
But
data,
I
tools. They
believe
always
that
sell
it
this
is
phone
a very
numbers and
beneficial
RDP,
technology that
stuff like
allows us
that.
to create
A
more
lot of the times those people
interesting
don't have
stuff
to
and
crime.
make the world
And
more
those people
beautiful
certainly don't
and
have laundry money
fascinating
out
if
of
we
cash in pocket.
find
So you've
to
got,
build it into our life in the right way.
either because of a skill
So
level,
I'm quite
sometimes a geographic
fascinated by
location,
these large language models,
limits
but I also
what
think
that
that
individual
they
can do.
are
All right, so
very
you have to
more in the
rely
final development.
on people who are good in
And it's
areas where you
interesting
are
to
not
see how
in
this
order for the
development
crime
progresses. One
to
thing that
succeed. And that
the out-of-the-box
means you
vanilla
have to
language models
trust
have as a
those people.
limitation is that they
So
have
what happens
still
with
some
Shell?
limited
All right,
coherence
so
and
counterfeit
ability to
library is the
construct
start.
complexity.
All right,
And even
counterfeit
though they
library
exceed
transitions
human
over to
abilities to
Shadow.
do what they
Right
can do
before that
one shot,
transition, there's a Ukrainian guy
typically when
by the name of
you write
Dmitry
a text with a
Goluboff. He
language
was a
model or
spammer
using
at
it or
that
when
point in
you
time. He
write
saw
code with a
what
language
we were
model,
doing with counterfeit
it's not one shot
library,
because there won't
and he
be bugs in
liked
the
it.
program.
He was getting all
Design
these
errors
credit
and
card
compiler
details. And
errors
this kid,
and so
I
on.
mean, he's a
The
kid.
language model can help
This kid
to
has
fix
an
this
idea.
thing.
And his
But
idea
this
was,
process
I
is
wonder if
out
people
of
would
the
buy
box, not
stolen credit
automated
card
yet.
details.
So there is a management process
Ukrainian
that also
accent.
needs
So
to be done.
he picks up
And
the phone.
there are some
He calls
interesting
his
developments,
buddies.
maybe
They
AGI and so
call
on,
their
that are
buddies. They
trying to
have a
automate
physical conference in
this
Odessa.
management process as well.
150 of these
I
cyber
suspect that soon we're going to
and
see
they
a bunch of
launched this
cognitive
idea,
architectures where
launches a
every
website called
module
Card
is
Plan,
in some
which
sense a
is the
language model or
genesis
something
of all
equivalent.
modern credit card
And
things
between the
we
language
know.
models, we
All right,
exchange
so
suitable data structures,
remember I
not
mentioned those three necessities of cybercrime.
and
Dimitri
the
had
compound
all
behavior
the
of
credit
this
data
whole thing.
To do some of the quote unquote prompt engineering for you.
Yeah.
To create this, yeah, these kind of cognitive architectures to do the prompt engineering, and you're just doing a high level.
Every card had been shut down, even if you were a legitimate card holder.
There
Trying
are
to cash it out,
limitations
you
in
weren't
a
doing
language
it.
model alone. I
So
feel that
again,
part
those
of
three
my mind
necessities,
works
gathering data,
similarly
committing
to a
crime,
language
cashing out.
model, which means I
Dimitri
can
had the data.
yell
They could
into
commit
it
the
a
crime.
prompt and
They
it's
could
going to give me a
not
creative
cash in
response.
pocket.
But
So
I
we were running
have to
counterfeit
do
library.
something with this response first. I
One day I
have to
get this
take it as
message,
a
or not message,
generative
one day
architect.
script
It
shows
may or
up
may not be true.
and he
It
posts
can
just on the
do
general
some
forum. He posts,
calculations,
hey,
just an
I've
idea.
got credit card
And then I
data.
take this idea and
Give me an address.
modify it. I
Give me
might
a burner
build
phone
a
number,
new
wait
prompt
5
that
business days,
is
work, whatever you want to.
stepping
never
off this
seen
idea and
anything
develop
like
it
that.
to
We
the
were
next
a
level or
PayPal fraud
put
and
it
eBay
into
fraud
something
sites
larger.
and
Or I
fake
might try
driver's
to
licenses.
prove whether it's
So
true or
then,
make an
and we had,
experiment.
I guess we had
And
2 or
this is what
3,000
the
members.
language models right now are
So
not doing yet.
the response
But
from
there's also
members
no technical reason
was,
for why they shouldn't be able
that
to do
can't be
this.
real. You've
So
got
the
to be
way
law
to make a
enforcement.
language
It's
model
got to be
coherent is
trying to
probably
get us
not
arrested
to
and
use
everything else.
reinforcement
Look,
learning until
let me
it only
backtrack
gives
a
you
little
one
bit.
possible
So
answer that is
the driver's
linking
license that
to
I
source
got,
data, but
Beelzebub
it's
had an
using
idea.
this as a
What he wanted
component
to
in
do
larger systems
is he wanted to
that
sell
can also be built by
driver's
the language
licenses.
model or is enabled by a
Mr.
language
X wanted to
model
sell social
structured
security cards. He made a
components,
very passable social
or
security
using
card.
different technology.
Me, I didn't buy
I
a house
suspect that
level, and
language
I knew
models
PayPal
will be
fraud
an
and
important
eBay fraud.
stepping
So
stone in
Beelzebub
developing
was like, tell you what,
different types of
you
systems.
be the reviewer.
And one thing that
That
is
way you get every
really
product
missing
or
in
service
the
that comes
form
in. They'll have
of
to send
language
it to
models that we
you
have
or
today
let you
is
have access to it.
real-time
You can learn the entire game.
It's difficult to
And because you're
do
not selling
perception with a
anything,
language
it
model
gives
and
you
motor control with
legitimacy
a
on the
language model.
reviews.
Instead, you
All right.
would need
So
to
I
have
started out as a
different
reviewer,
type
the
of
only reviewer
thing
on
that is
counterfeit library.
working with it. Also,
So
the language
over
model
the
is a little
next
bit
year,
obscuring what
Beelzebub turns
its
out he
actual
was a pot
functionality
broker.
is.
He goes back
Some
to
people
pot because he
associate
wasn't making shit
the
selling
structure
driver's
of the neural
licenses.
network of the
Mr.
language model with the
X,
nervous system.
about a year
I
and a
think
half
that's the
in, he
wrong
gets arrested,
impression.
cashing out
And the neural
driver's license,
networks
credit
are
card, my
unlike
credit cards,
nervous
cashing
system.
out
They are more like
casinos. Some show like that.
100-step functions
So I'm the
that
only guy left standing,
use
and I'm at the top of the heap.
differentiable
So,
linear algebra
and it
to
becomes this thing
approximate
where if I review
correlation
somebody,
between the recent brain
they
states.
make a lot of
Basically,
money.
a function
If
that
I
moves the
don't,
step
you don't do
system from
business.
one
So Script
representation
shows
state
up
to the
saying he's
next
got this.
representation
I'm the only
state.
reviewer on
And so it's, if you try to map
People think
this
he's
into
law
a
enforcement.
metaphor that is closer
First
to
week
our
it goes
brain,
like that. After a
imagine
while, I'm
that
like,
you
okay, I
take
gotta do something. And I'm
a language
scared,
model
because I'm
or a
like,
model
he
like
may be
Gary
law enforcement.
that
So I
uses,
get up on
for instance,
ICQ and I'm like, hey, you
image
have to
guided
make review. And
diffusion
he's
to
like, what the hell
approximate
is that?
a camera image.
So I tell him
Use
what it
the
is. He's like, you
activation
review me.
state
I
of
was
the
like, yeah,
neural
that's the
network to
idea.
interpret the camera
So
image, which in
give him the
principle
drop
I think will
address,
be possible
give him
very
a
soon.
burner phone number.
You do this
Wait 5
periodically,
business days.
and,
And I
and
try
now
to
you
get
look
deal
at
for
these patterns,
$5,000.
how
They
when
worth
this
it.
thing
So
interacts with
I
the
get
word
back on ICQ.
periodically
Hey man, it didn't work. He
look
was like,
like is
give me one more
in
chance. I was like,
time.
look, I'll give you
These
one
time
more chance.
slices,
But
they
get
are
your ass out of
somewhat
it. He's like,
equivalent
one
to
more
the
chance.
activation state
Like,
of
okay,
the
give him
brain
another
at a
address,
given
another
moment.
phone number.
How's the actual
Wait
game?
another 5 business days.
Just the
Hidden townsends can
asynchronous
be a warehouse for $4,000.
craziness.
For $5,000.
For me, it's fascinating that they are so vastly different and yet, in some circumstances, produce somewhat similar behavior. And the brain is first of all different because it's a self-organizing system where the individual cell is an agent that is communicating with the other agents around it and is always trying to find some solution. And all the structure that pops up is emergent structure. So one way in which you could try to look at this is that individual neurons probably need to get a reward so they become trainable, which means they have to have inputs that are not affecting the metabolism of the cell directly, but they are messages, semantic messages that tell the cell whether it has done good or bad and in which direction it should shift its behavior. And once you have such an input, neurons become trainable, and you can train them to perform computations by exchanging messages with other neurons. And part of the signals that they are exchanging and part of the computation that are performing are control messages that perform management tasks for other neurons and other cells. To suspect that the brain does not stop at the boundary of neurons to other cells, but many adjacent cells will be involved in looking at the functionality of the brain and will be instrumental in distributing rewards and managing its functionality.
It's fascinating to think about what those characteristics of the brain enable you to do that language models cannot do.
So first of all, it has a different loss function as well as we learn. And to me, it's fascinating that you can build a system that looks at 800 million pictures and captions and correlates them, because I don't think that the human nervous system could do that. For us to learn is only learnable if the adjacent brains are related, and we can afford to discard most of that information to the learning. We basically take only in stuff that makes it more coherent, not less coherent. And our neural networks are willing to look at data that is not making the neural network coherent at first, but only in the long run. But when lots and lots of statistics eventually patterns become visible in the noise. And our mind seems to be focused on finding the patterns as early as possible.
Yeah, so flipping early on, not later.
Yes, it's a slightly different paradigm, and it leads to much faster convergence. So we only need to look at tiny fractions of the data to become coherent. And of course, we do not have the same richness as our trained models. We will not incorporate the entirety of text in the internet and be able to refer to it and have all this knowledge available and be able to confabulate over it. Instead, we have a much smaller part of it that is more deliberately built. And to me, it would be fascinating to think about how to build such systems. It's not obvious that they would necessarily be more efficient than us on individual subjects, but I suspect that they might. So I suspect that the actual API that is going to be more interesting is going to use slightly different algorithmic paradigms, or sometimes massively different algorithmic paradigms than the current generation of transformer-based languages.
Do you think it might be using just a bunch of language models? Do you think the current classification large language models will take us to API?
My main issue is I think that they're practical and brutalist.
Brutalist?
Yes, they are basically brute forcing the problem of thought. And by training this thing, looking at instances that people have thought and then trying to deflect. And if you have enough data, the deflect becomes indistinguishable from the actual phenomenon. And in many circumstances, it's going to be identical.
Can you deepfake until you make it? So can you achieve, what are the limitations of this? I mean, can you reason? Let's use words that are loaded.
Yes, that's a very interesting question. I think that these models are clearly making some inference.
Yeah.
But if you give them a reasoning task, it's often difficult for the experimenters to figure out whether the reasoning is the result of the emulation of a reasoning strategy that they saw in the human written text, or whether it's something that the system was able to infer by itself. On the other hand, if you think of human reasoning, if you want to become a very good reasoner, you don't do this by just figuring out yourself. You read about reasoning. And the first people who tried to write about reasoning, reflect on it, didn't get it right. Like even Aristotle, who thought about this very hard and came up with a theory of how syllogisms work and syllogistic reasoning, has mistakes in his attempt to build something like a formal logic and gets maybe 80% right. And the people that are talking about reasoning professionally today
read Tarski and Frege and built on their work. So in many ways, people, when they perform reasoning, are emulating what other people wrote about reasoning, right? So that it's difficult to really draw this boundary. And when François Chollet says that these models are only interpolating between what they saw and what other people are doing, well, if you give them all the latent dimensions of that can be extracted from the internet, what's missing? Maybe there is almost everything there. And if you're not sufficiently informed by these dimensions and you need more, I think it's not difficult to increase the temperature in the large language model to the point that is producing stuff that is maybe 90% nonsense and 10% viable, and combine this with some prover that is trying to filter out the viable parts from the nonsense in the same way as our own thinking works, right? When we're very creative, we increase the temperature in our own mind and we create hypothetical universes and solutions, most of which will not work. And then we test. And we test by building a core that is internally coherent. And we use reasoning strategies that use some axiomatic consistency by which we can identify those strategies and thoughts and subunits that are viable and that can expand our thinking. So if you look at the language models, they have clear limitations right now. One of them is they're not coupled to the world in real time in the way in which our nervous systems are. So it's difficult for them to observe themselves in the universe and to observe what kind of universe they're in. Second, they don't do real-time learning. They basically get only trained with algorithms that rely on the data being available in batches, so it can be parallelized and runs efficiently on the network and so on. And real-time learning would be very slow so far and inefficient. That clearly is something that our nervous systems can do to some degree. And there is a problem with these models being coherent. And I suspect that all these problems are solvable without a technological revolution. We don't need fundamentally new algorithms to change that. For instance, you can enlarge the context window and thereby basically create working memory in which you train everything that happens during the day. If that is not sufficient, you add a database and you write some clever mechanisms that the system learns to use to swap out in and out stuff from its prompt context. Right? And if that is not sufficient, if your database is full in the evening, overnight you just train. The system is going to sleep and dream and is going to train the stuff from its database into the larger model by fine-tuning it, building additional layers and so on. And then the next day it starts with a fresh database in the morning with fresh eyes, has integrated all this stuff. And when you talk to people and you have strong disagreements about something, which means that in their mind they have a faulty belief or you have a faulty belief with a lot of dependencies on it, very often you will not achieve agreement in one session, but you need to sleep about this once or multiple times before you have integrated all these necessary changes in your mind. So maybe it's already somewhat similar.
Yeah,
right?
There's already a latency even for humans to update the model.
Yeah. And of course, we can combine the language model with models that get coupled to reality in real time and can build multimodal model and bridge between vision models and language models and so on. So there is no reason to believe that the language models will necessarily run into some problem that will prevent them from becoming generally intelligent. But I don't know that. It's just, I don't see proof that they would. My issue is I don't like them. I think that they're inefficient. I think that they use way too much compute. I think that given the amazing hardware that we have, we could build something that is much more beautiful than our own mind, and this thing is not as beautiful as our own mind, despite being so much larger.
But it's a kind of proof of concept.
It's the only